Humph, woman. Do you realize the trouble you have stirred? Qian Qian cornered her against the wall, his presence imposing and menacing. What you overheard that day is enough to lead you to ruin. An unexpected eavesdrop had entangled the girl in Qian Qian's hidden secrets. By the time she recognized herself as a witness to the truth and the mystery, it was already too late. Chapter 1. An unexpected discovery. Humph, woman. Do you comprehend the magnitude of the trouble you are in? Qian Qian pressed me against the wall, his breath hot and dangerous. I turned my head in panic, unable to meet the intensity of his gaze. I truly know nothing. He sneered coldly, gripping my shoulder. What you overheard that day is sufficient to lead you to eternal damnation. Fear gripped me as I stared into his eyes, tears welling up. Please let me go. A flicker of hesitation flashed in his eyes, quickly replaced by a hardened resolve. Let you go? It is not that simple. Recalling that day, the autumn sun cast a gentle glow on the campus path, shrouding the ground in a wispy veil. A soft breeze rustled through. The fallen leaves danced like butterflies, gracefully swirling through the air before settling on the ground. With a thirst for knowledge, I hurried along my path to the library, eager to find a book I had long desired. To reach the campus library, one must traverse a secluded corner seldom visited by others. This corner, a forgotten enclave of the campus, was guarded by towering trees standing tall and dignified. Thick shrubs formed a natural green barrier, artfully separating this secluded spot from the bustling vibrancy of the campus. As I rounded the dense thicket, faint sounds of an argument tugged at my curiosity like an enigmatic thread. Unable to resist, I halted my hurried steps, drawn in by the unknown voices. I cautiously approached the source of the sound. Peering through a narrow gap in the foliage, I was taken aback, nearly forgetting to breathe. Qian Qian, the campus heartthrob, the one who seemed to be surrounded by stars, was engaged in a heated dispute. His typically bright and confident face was now marred by anger and tension. His tightly pressed lips formed a resolute line, revealing an unwavering determination. This is my choice, you have no right to decide. Qian Qian's voice, deep and powerful, resonated with an undeniable authority. Opposing him was a tall, sharply dressed stranger, his demeanor as frosty as a winter's night, his piercing gaze seemingly capable of penetrating the soul, exuding an oppressive force. Qian Qian, do not be naive, you must take responsibility for your actions. The stranger's voice was cold and stern, each word striking like a sharp sword aimed to shatter Qian Qian's resolve. I strained to hear more, instinctively inching closer to the gap, desperate to grasp the essence of their argument. Yet, in my intense focus, I inadvertently stepped on a brittle twig. The sharp crack echoed through the previously tranquil corner, jarring in its stark contrast. The sudden noise shattered the tension, drawing the attention of both Qian Qian and the stranger. Qian Qian whipped around, his gaze locking onto my position. And that fleeting moment, time seemed to freeze, and my heart felt as though it had stopped. He had discovered me, and his expression twisted into one of fierce hostility. The icy glint in his eyes threatened to pierce through me. I was paralyzed by his sudden ferocity, my body frozen in place, as if ensnared by a spell. Who is there? Come out. Qian Qian commanded, his voice laced with anger and caution. Taking a deep breath, I attempted to calm my racing heart, but my trembling legs seemed to possess a will of their own, refusing to obey. I slowly emerged from the bushes, hands clenched tightly around the fabric of my shirt, my head bowed low, too frightened to meet his fiery gaze. It's me. My voice trembled like leaves shivering in the wind. What are you doing here? Qian Qian approached me rapidly, looking down at me with skepticism, as though I were an unwelcome intruder in his domain. I was on my way to the library and just passed through here. I stammered, my eyes darting nervously, avoiding his penetrating stare, fearing he would see through my deceit. Passing through? What a coincidence. Qian Qian scoffed, his laugh dripping with derision and disbelief. What did you hear? I didn't hear anything. I shook my head vehemently, desperately denying it, my nerves preventing me from looking up. At that moment, the stranger stepped closer, scrutinizing me with an expression filled with suspicion and threat, as if I might jeopardize their plans at any moment. We cannot let her go, who knows if she'll spill the details? The stranger's low voice sent a chill down my spine. My heart raced my throat, fear constricting my breath. Listen closely. If a single word of today's events escapes your lips, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear. Qian Qian's words were venomous, sending shivers down my spine. I nodded fervently, tears brimming in my eyes, ready to spill over at any moment. I won't say a word, I promise. Qian Qian scrutinized me for what felt like an eternity, his fierce gaze searching for the truth within my soul, gauging my trustworthiness. It better be so. With that, he turned and departed with the stranger, leaving me alone, my legs giving way as I sank to the ground. Tears streamed down my cheeks, flooding forth like a dam bursting. I felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness and terror, as though the entire world had collapsed in that moment. After what felt like an eternity, I gradually regained my composure from the depths of despair. I wiped my tears with the sleeve of my shirt, rising unsteadily, my legs still trembling like reeds swaying in the wind. Taking a deep breath, I endeavored to calm myself and continued toward the library. All the while, Qian Qian's fierce eyes and furious expression haunted my thoughts, an inescapable nightmare. I regretted my moment of curiosity that had led me to that corner, lamenting the danger I had invited upon myself. Upon reaching the library, I wandered among the shelves like a soulless puppet, my gaze vacant, mechanically searching for the book I had initially sought. Yet my mind was far from the pages. The words transformed into Qian Qian's furious visage, swirling before my eyes, obstructing my focus. I randomly selected a book and found a quiet corner to sit. Opening the pages, I found myself unable to absorb a single word. My thoughts were consumed by the earlier scene, endlessly pondering what they had been arguing about, the significance of the secret that had provoked Qian Qian's distress and fury. Unbeknownst to me, the sky outside gradually darkened. The orange twilight streamed through the library windows, casting a mosaic of light and shadow upon the floor. The number of patrons dwindled, and the librarian began to remind everyone that closing time was approaching. Returning home, I collapsed onto my bed, burying my head beneath the covers in an attempt to shut out the world entirely. Yet, even so, I could not quell the apparition of Qian Qian. That loomed in my mind, and I tossed and turned restlessly, enveloped in a shroud of fear and unease. On the following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, gracing my face with its warmth. I opened my eyes, yet felt an overwhelming weariness, as though I had endured a protracted battle. After completing my morning rituals, I ambled towards the classroom, my steps laden as if burdened by lead. In the corridor of the academic building, I caught sight of Qian Qian from afar. In that instant, my heart constricted painfully, and I yearned to turn away. But it was too late. Qian Qian had spotted me, his gaze flickering with a myriad of emotions: anger, confusion, and an almost imperceptible hint of concern. I lowered my head, unable to meet his eyes, my steps growing ever heavier, each movement demanding every ounce of my strength. "Stop!" Qian Qian's voice resonated beside me. Though soft, it bore an undeniable authority that made my body tremble involuntarily. I halted, biting my lip tightly, nearly drawing blood. As I awaited his next words, my heart lodged in my throat. "You haven't spoken to anyone about yesterday, have you?" His voice, though quiet, suffocated me with its weight. "No, I haven't uttered a word," I replied, lifting my gaze to meet his, striving to convey my sincerity. My eyes brimmed with fear and earnestness, silently pleading for his mercy. "Remember your promise, or else." Qian Qian left the sentence unfinished, yet the threat hung palpably in the air. His expression darkened once more, a warning not to test his limits. With that, he turned and departed. I watched his retreating figure, releasing a long-held breath, yet the heavy stone in my heart remained unlifted. I remained unaware of what the future held, silently praying amidst this trepidation and uncertainty, hoping that this unforeseen turmoil would soon pass, restoring the tranquility of my life. Chapter 2. The Reluctant Choice. The sun continues to cast its unreserved warmth upon every corner of the campus. Yet, the bright and gentle light fails to penetrate the shadows that loom within my heart. Having just endured an unexpected revelation, I had hoped for a moment of respite. But fate seems intent on denying me any opportunity to breathe, as troubles come crashing in waves. The ringing of the class bell shattered the previously tranquil atmosphere of the classroom. Burdened with anxiety, I slowly made my way towards the exit. Suddenly, Qian Qian appeared before me like a flash of lightning, his tall figure obstructing my path. His gaze brimmed with menace, akin to a glinting blade in the darkness. Cold and sharp, sending chills down my spine. "I warn you about yesterday. You had better keep your mouth shut." Qian Qian's voice was low and frigid, each word laced with an icy chill. I was taken aback by his sudden approach, my emotions tensing as I stammered, "I understand. I truly want to say a word." I endeavored to make my voice sound resolute and credible, but the slight tremor betrayed the fear that churned within me. Your assurances are meaningless to me." Qian Qian scoffed, his disdainful expression mocking my feeble promise. "Do you think I would believe your flimsy words?" The corners of his mouth curled into a derisive smirk, the contempt in his eyes piercing my pride. Eager to explain, my eyes filled with panic and sincerity, I rushed to prove my innocence. "I harbor no ill intentions, and I would never disclose what I witnessed." I raised my right hand, making a gesture of oath, my fingers trembling slightly from tension, hoping he might discern my sincerity through my gaze and actions. However, my explanations were as inconsequential as air to Qian Qian, who dismissed them completely. He remained unmoved, as if my words were merely an inconsequential breeze. "Do not feign pity before me. Your little tricks are of no use. Qian Qian's gaze grew colder. Like ancient ice that has never thawed, his tone more severe. I felt an overwhelming sense of injustice and helplessness, tears rapidly welling in my eyes, akin to two stars on the verge of falling. Yet I stubbornly held them back, unwilling to reveal my vulnerability in front of him. At that moment, Qian Qian suddenly proposed a shocking demand. To ensure your silence, you must pretend to be my girlfriend. His words struck me like a thunderclap, echoing in my ears and leaving my mind blank. What? Pretend to be a couple? How can this be? I gazed at him in disbelief, and without hesitation, I refused. You have no choice but to comply. Qian Qian's voice rose, imbued with an undeniable firmness. His tone resembled that of a sovereign issuing an irrevocable decree. Only then can I believe you will keep the secret. No, this is utterly absurd. I shook my head vigorously, overwhelmed by a torrent of emotions. I cannot acquiesce to such an unreasonable demand. It would throw my life into disarray. My voice trembled with suppressed tears, which swirled in my eyes yet stubbornly refused to fall. Qian Qian furrowed his brows, a flash of anger flickering in his gaze. You have no choice. If you refuse, I will broadcast your secret, and you can forget about having a peaceful existence at school. His voice was merciless and cold. I trembled at his threat, despair flooding my heart. It felt as though I had plunged into an abyss of endless darkness, devoid of light and hope. I never imagined I would find myself ensnared in such a terrifying predicament. Qian Qian, you cannot do this. It is profoundly unjust. I nearly cried out, my voice laced with sorrow and helplessness. Yet Qian Qian showed no signs of compassion. His countenance was as frigid as a lifeless statue, devoid of warmth. Fairness? In this matter, fairness is a mere illusion. You either comply with my demands or brace yourself for disgrace. His words struck me like a chilling wind, ruthlessly battering my fragile spirit. My heart was engulfed in a tumult of anguish. On one hand, pretending to be a couple felt unbearably awkward. In my innocent and mundane world, love was sacred and beautiful, not a mere tool for transaction and disguise. On the other hand, if I did not acquiesce to Qian Qian, his terrifying threat loomed like the sword of Damocles, ready to descend at any moment, plunging my life into irrevocable ruin. I gazed at Qian Qian's resolute expression, aware that he was not jesting, my heart brimming with fear and confusion. I need time to consider, I uttered weakly, attempting to carve out a moment of respite for myself. There is no time for contemplation. I demand an answer now. Qian Qian pressed on relentlessly, leaving me no avenue for retreat. His gaze bore into me, as if awaiting the surrender of his prey. At that moment, I felt as though the entire world was collapsing around me. The curious, puzzled, and speculative glances of my classmates pierced through me like sharp needles, amplifying my humiliation. I lowered my head, my hands clenched into fists, nails digging deep into my palms, yet I felt no pain. At this juncture, the turmoil within me far outweighed any physical sensations. I resolutely refuse. Under the immense pressure, I summoned courage from an unknown source and rejected Qian Qian once more. Though my voice was soft, it resonated with a decisive firmness. Qian Qian's expression darkened ominously, akin to the foreboding sky before a storm, heavy with clouds. He shot me a fierce glare, as if fire could erupt from his eyes. You will regret this. With that, he turned and strode away, his resolute figure resembling a solitary shadow against the biting wind, leaving me standing there, dazed, as tears finally streamed down my cheeks. In the ensuing days, Qian Qian's threats loomed over me like an inescapable shadow. Whether in the quiet classroom or in the corners of the campus, I remained restless, akin to a startled bird, ever on edge. Every moment is fraught with the dread that he may at any instant fulfill his threats. During class, I find myself staring blankly at the blackboard, while the teacher's vivid explanations resonate in my ears as nothing more than a muddled drone. As I stroll along the campus paths, an incessant anxiety grips me. Each figure that passes by heightens my tension, and even the gentle rustle of leaves in a breeze sends my heart racing. I live in fear that Qian Qian might seek me out to cause trouble. What was once a lively campus now looms before me as a terrifying prison, confining me within its walls, leaving me with no escape. I wrap myself tightly in my blanket, attempting to find solace, only to realize it is a futile act of self-comfort. Meanwhile, Qian Qian remains relentless. He appears before me at intervals, exerting pressure in various ways. Sometimes, he deliberately walks past me during breaks, his threatening gaze serving as a warning. Other times, he sits near me in the cafeteria, rendering my food inedible. Each encounter feels like a nightmare, burdening my spirit even further. In this torment, my mental state is on the verge of collapse. My once rosy complexion has faded to pallor, and my eyes are marred with bloodshot veins. I know I must devise a way to escape this predicament, yet I find myself at a loss. One day, I finally muster the courage to seek out Qian Qian once more, hoping to engage in a meaningful conversation to uncover a resolution. In the school garden, the blooming flowers bask in the sunlight, appearing exceptionally vibrant. Yet my mood remains untouched by their beauty. I anxiously await Qian Qian's arrival. At last, he stands before me, his expression still cloaked in that familiar indifference. Qian Qian, can we not find another way to resolve this matter? I utter cautiously, my voice tinged with a plea, my eyes brimming with hope. However, this will significantly impact my life. I endeavor to persuade him, desperation lacing my tone. That is your problem. It has nothing to do with me, Qian Qian states coldly, turning to leave. My heart plummets once more as I watch his retreating figure, tears blurring my vision. Is there truly no alternative? A profound sense of despair and helplessness envelopes me. Chapter 3. Reluctant Compromise. Upon observing my refusal, Qian Qian's previously expectant gaze darkens instantaneously, shrouded in gloom. His subtle movements foreshadow an approaching storm. His eyes convey an undeniable resolve as he begins to enumerate the myriad repercussions I would face should my secrets be revealed. Do you believe that by rejecting me, you can remain unscathed? Qian Qian's threatening stare pierces through me, his voice low and frigid, akin to a chilling wind from the depths of the abyss, penetrating my very soul. If this matter comes to light, first and foremost, the commendable image you have painstakingly cultivated within the school will shatter in an instant. How do you think others will perceive you? A seemingly innocent facade concealing such secrets. Do you truly believe they will continue to respect and approach you as they once did? Do not be so naive. I bite my lip, the pain from my teeth drawing blood momentarily distracting me from the overwhelming fear that grips my heart. My hands instinctively clenched, my heart brimming with anger and fear. I glared at Qian Qian, attempting to mask my inner turmoil with rage, and shouted, "Are you threatening me?" Yet Qian Qian remained unfazed, a disdainful smirk curling at the corners of his lips. He coldly replied, "This is not a threat, but a reality. Furthermore, your image as an academic prodigy will become fraught with obstacles. Consider this. Will those teachers and classmates who once held you in high regard continue to support you? They will likely shun you. What does it matter if you consistently excel in exams and win competitions? Once this secret is unveiled, all your accolades will dissolve into nothingness, leaving only scorn and mockery in their wake." Each of his words struck like heavy stones, crashing down upon my heart. I felt my spirit plummet, as if plummeting into an endless abyss. I had contemplated the consequences, yet hearing them so bluntly articulated by Qian Qian sent a chill coursing through my spine, rendering me as though I were descending into hell. Moreover, your family will be implicated too. His words pierced my heart. They would suffer the judgmental gazes of others because of your actions, and their lives would no longer be tranquil. Your parents would be unable to hold their heads high before relatives and friends, and your siblings would be the subject of gossip among their peers. Could you bear to witness them suffer due to your obstinacy? His voice had an almost magical quality, thickening the atmosphere around me with gravity. I was in profound turmoil, torn between the desire to avoid such troubles and the fear that Qian Qian might indeed act in a manner detrimental to me. I repeatedly questioned myself, should I truly yield to the threats of this detestable person? Yet, if I did not acquiesce, would the repercussions be as dire as he implied? The night breeze wafted through the window, carrying a chill. It brushed against the curtains, gently caressing my cheek, yet offered no solace. The wind swirled within the room, rustling the pages of books on the table, producing a soft rustling sound that, in the current silence, felt jarringly out of place. I considered seeking help from friends, yet feared implicating them. I also contemplated confronting Qian Qian directly, but lacked the courage and certainty to do so. Each step felt as if I were treading on cotton, light and powerless. I gazed at my familiar surroundings, the books on the shelves, the photographs on the walls, now transformed into something alien. As time ticked away, the sound of the clock on the wall resonated with startling clarity in the still room, each tick urging me to make a decision. This monotonous and rhythmic sound now felt like a countdown of fate, heightening my anxiety. I sat on the edge of my bed, cradling my head in my hands, tears welling in my eyes, yet stubbornly refusing to fall. How had I found myself in such a predicament? Why was Qian Qian treating me this way? Countless questions swirled in my mind, yet none provided any comfort. In the days that followed, I sank into a profound abyss of self-doubt and anguish. Walking along the path of the campus, the once radiant sunlight now feels exceptionally glaring, piercing my eyes like countless needles. That brilliant light no longer brings warmth and vitality. Instead, It engenders a profound sense of exposure from which there is no escape. The cheerful laughter of my classmates has become an unbearable cacophony, their mirth echoing as a cruel mockery of my plight. I lower my head and quicken my pace, avoiding eye contact for fear of perceiving doubt and derision in their gazes. The cobblestone path beneath my feet seems interminably long, each step akin to treading on the edge of a razor. The flowers by the roadside, once enchanting, now appear devoid of color in my eyes. Their petals fail to capture my attention. Instead, they seem to mock my tragic circumstances with relentless cruelty. In the classroom, the teacher's voice drifts from a distant place, as though separated by a thick pane of glass, blurry and ethereal. I strive to concentrate, yet my thoughts inevitably wander back to the promise made with Qian Qian, rendering my focus on learning utterly futile. The formulas and theorems written on the blackboard twist into distorted symbols, instilling within me an overwhelming sense of confusion and disorientation. Familiar knowledge has now transformed into something alien and incomprehensible, as if it, too, is purposefully eluding me. Meanwhile, Qian Qian appears oblivious to my suffering, relentlessly adhering to his own agenda. He deliberately displays a facade of intimacy in front of others, deepening my embarrassment and discomfort. He approaches my desk during breaks, gently patting my head, or encounters me in the corridor to take my hand. My classmates watch this spectacle with curiosity and astonishment, while I can only force a smile, my heart heavy with bitterness. Each of his advances leaves me breathless. I know this is merely the beginning. The future is fraught with unknown challenges awaiting me. At night, I lie in bed, staring at the ceiling, my mind swirling with myriad thoughts. I cannot allow myself to be controlled by him. I must find a way to alter this situation. I silently encourage myself, bolstering my resolve. Yet, every morning, confronted by Qian Qian's renewed pressure, I feel an overwhelming sense of helplessness and confusion. He intercepts me on the way to school, a smug expression on his face as he taunts. So, have you made up your mind? Stop trying to resist, and just obey. His words are like a spell, trapping me inescapably. That triumphant demeanor seems to proclaim his absolute dominion over me. This torturous cycle appears endless, ensnaring me deeply, rendering me powerless to escape. During school-organized activities, Qian Qian seizes every opportunity to humiliate me. In physical education class, he intentionally brings me water in front of our peers, uttering ambiguous remarks that incite laughter from those around us. I stand there, my face flushed with embarrassment, wishing to vanish into the earth. In that moment, the entire world seems to spin, and I cannot find a single place to lean upon. My academic performance begins to decline due to my despondent mood, prompting the teacher to have a conversation with me, eyes filled with disappointment and confusion. What has happened to you lately? Your focus is entirely absent from your studies. The teacher's words were laced with reproach. I lowered my head, unable to meet the teacher's gaze, my heart brimming with guilt. That look of disappointment pierced deep into my soul. Yet, each time I felt the urge to resist, Qian Qian's threats echoed in my ears, plunging me once more into hesitation and fear. Days passed, and I seemed to be groping in darkness, unaware of when I might find that glimmer of hope. Chapter 4. The Awkward Couple. The following day, the morning sunlight gently bathed the school's playground, casting a dreamlike hue over the entire campus. However, I had no heart to appreciate this beautiful scene. As I trudged alone towards the teaching building, my mind still entangled in the turmoil of yesterday's encounter with Qian Qian. His menacing words weighed heavily on my heart, leaving me restless throughout the night. Each time I closed my eyes, those words swirled in my mind like specters, tormenting my nerves. Suddenly, a warm and powerful hand unexpectedly grasped mine tightly. In that instant, I instinctively attempted to break free, but the strength was too formidable for me to escape. I looked up abruptly to find Qian Qian's handsome face mere inches away, adorned with an excessively radiant smile. Yet his eyes radiated a resolve and cunning that made my heart shudder. Those eyes conveyed a message. He was determined to carry out his plan, and my resistance would be futile. Before I could react to this unforeseen situation, Qian Qian unceremoniously pulled me in front of a group of classmates who were engaged in their morning reading. He gently wrapped his arm around my shoulders, leaned down, and his warm breath brushed against my ear as he whispered, "Good morning, dear." His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, perfectly audible to those around us. There was a deliberate tenderness in his tone that left me feeling immensely awkward and embarrassed. Instantly, I felt my face flush as if it had been scorched by flames. However, recollecting Qian Qian's terrifying threats and the dire consequences he had enumerated should I fail to cooperate, I could only force a smile, striving to play along with him. Yet every movement of my body felt stiff and unnatural. My smile seemed to be wrenched from me, my muscles quivering, unsure where to place my hands. and my gaze darting about restlessly. Qian Qian appeared utterly oblivious to my discomfort. Instead, he acted like an actor deeply immersed in his role, growing bolder. His slender fingers gently played with my hair, the motion so tender that it seemed we were indeed a couple intimately entwined. He gazed at me with a look of fondness, so genuine that I almost believed it myself. Meanwhile, I felt as tense as a taut bowstring, ready to snap at any moment. My smile was as rigid as a mask, devoid of warmth or emotion. My gaze flitted nervously, unwilling to meet the astonished and curious eyes of my classmates, as if any connection would expose my innermost thoughts. As the class bell rang, akin to the charge of a battlefield trumpet, students rose in unison and made their way towards the classroom. However, Qian Qian showed no inclination to release my hand. Instead, she clutched it firmly, leading me through the throng. The gazes of onlookers felt like countless fine needles, piercing my being and leaving me in a state of acute discomfort. How could the campus heartthrob be with her? A classmate murmured, the tone imbued with disbelief, as if I were an unwelcome stranger in Qian Qian's life. This is too sudden. Another chimed in, their incredulity palpable. These whispers heightened my already fraught nerves, transforming my heart's anxiety into a tempest. Each hushed comment felt like a magnifying glass upon me, amplifying every subtle expression and movement, leaving me utterly exposed and deeply ashamed. With each step, I felt as though I were trudging through quicksand. Upon entering the classroom, to my astonishment, Qian Qian leaned down in full view of everyone and gently pressed her lips to my forehead. This kiss was akin to a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples that stirred a tumultuous wave. Instantly, the classroom erupted in a cacophony of gasps, the students' exclamations crashing over me like relentless ocean surges, assaulting my fragile emotional defenses. "Wow, the campus heartthrob is actually in a relationship," exclaimed a boy, his voice brimming with shock and disbelief. "Who is this girl?" a girl queried, her tone laced with puzzlement and envy. The sharpness of her jealous gaze pierced me, sending a chill down my spine. I lowered my head and hurried to my seat, my mind a tangled mess, the air around me feeling thin and suffocating. I could feel the students' eyes spotlighting me, making me squirm uncomfortably. Yet, I was utterly oblivious to the teacher's lecture, my thoughts replaying the earlier mortifying moments. The teacher's voice seemed to emanate from a far-off horizon, vague and ethereal. As I drowned in my chaotic musings, finally, the bell rang, its clear chime resonating like a lifeline. The sound was music to my ears, heralding a sense of liberation. Yet, Qian Qian was at my side in an instant, unceremoniously grasping my hand and gently yet insistently proposing a walk to the playground. My heart recoiled. Every fiber of my being resisted, crying out internally, "I do not wish to go. I want to escape this absurd charade." But I dared not refuse, compelled to follow her like a soulless marionette, guided by the curious gazes of my peers. As we reached the playground, Qian Qian continued to hold my hand tightly, occasionally intertwining her fingers with mine. The warm sunlight bathed us, yet I felt no warmth. Only the clamminess of sweat in my palms made me uncomfortable. Each step felt as though I were burdened by an insurmountable weight, an arduous struggle. My steps were heavy and sluggish, as though bound by invisible shackles. At that moment, a few girls fluttered around me like butterflies, their eyes brimming with curiosity and envy. Their gaze was fixated upon Qian Qian, the school heartthrob, whose brilliance seemed to illuminate the surroundings. "Is this your girlfriend?" one girl timidly inquired, her voice quivering with anticipation. Her eyes sparkled with yearning, longing for an affirmative response from Qian Qian. He smiled and nodded, tightening his embrace around me, as if to declare my existence to the world. His radiant and confident smile, however, left me feeling exceedingly awkward. "Wow, you're the school heartthrob. How did you suddenly find yourself in a relationship?" another girl exclaimed, her eyes trained on me, as if seeking answers etched upon my face. Her gaze was filled with confusion and scrutiny, rendering me quite uncomfortable. Classmates bombarded us with questions, their inquiries resembling a rapid-fire barrage. "What do you like about her? How long have you been together?" Qian Qian handled their relentless questions with poise, his words flowing like a spell, weaving one enchanting tale after another. His eloquence was captivating, as though we truly were a couple deeply in love. Meanwhile, I could merely echo his sentiments, my heart filled with bitterness, akin to biting into an unripe fruit that left me feeling sour and distressed. The class bell rang again, its sound mercilessly signaling the end of the moment, and the students reluctantly dispersed. At that instant, I longed to escape this stifling and awkward scene, seeking a corner where I could catch my breath. Throughout the day, regardless of recess or lunchtime, Qian Qian seized every opportunity to flaunt our supposed romance in front of our peers. He would bring me water during breaks, pull out my chair at lunch. Each gesture was imbued with affection. Yet, I could only respond awkwardly and stiffly, my spirit already weary, as if I had endured a long and brutal battle. My nerves were on high alert, every moment filled with the dread of revealing the truth and being exposed by my classmates. Finally, the school bell tolled melodiously, and I felt like a caged bird, finally liberated after a long confinement. Hastily, I packed my belongings, eager to escape this oppressive and painful place. My footsteps quickened and faltered, as if something terrifying were chasing me from behind. His gaze bore an undeniable resolve that filled me with despair. "Qian Qian, please stop this. I can't take it anymore," I implored, my voice trembling with emotion, tears brimming in my eyes. My tone was frail and pleading, laden with helplessness. Qian Qian regarded me, the once brilliant smile fading from his face. After a brief silence, he coldly remarked, "This is just the beginning. There's no escape for you." His voice lacked warmth, akin to a chilling wind, piercing my heart. I looked at him, my heart heavy with despair and resignation. At the moment of turning away, tears became uncontrollable, gushing forth like a flood breaching its dam, blurring my vision. In this haze, I stumbled forward, my heart engulfed in confusion, uncertain of how much more pain and torment awaited me in the future. Chapter 5. Reluctant Agreement. It was an afternoon that appeared utterly ordinary, with a gentle floral fragrance wafting through the campus and the sun lazily spilling its warmth onto the playground. I sat on a bench at the edge of the field, clutching a collection of essays, endeavoring to find solace within the realm of words. The trees encircling the playground were lush and vibrant, and a soft breeze rustled the leaves, whispering the secrets of summer. Suddenly, a hurried and forceful sound of footsteps shattered this tranquility. I lifted my gaze slightly and saw Qian Qian striding towards me with purpose. His expression was somber, and his eyes sparkled with a resolute and undeniable light that disrupted my calm. "You must participate in this outdoor team-building activity with me." Qian Qian's voice thundered in my ear, firm and unyielding, leaving no room for negotiation. His tone resembled that of an imperious monarch issuing an unassailable decree. My heart sank, and I instinctively furrowed my brow. Qian Qian crossed his arms, his towering figure blocking much of the sunlight, casting a shadow over me. "There is no reason. This is an order, not a request." His voice was as cold as frost, each word piercing like sharp icicles into my heart. His gaze was like a frigid abyss, unfathomable and chilling. Looking at his imperious demeanor, a surge of anger ignited within me. "Qian Qian, you cannot be so unreasonable. I have my own choices and freedoms." I abruptly stood up, meeting his eyes, attempting to counter his tyranny with my fury and resolve. However, Qian Qian remained unfazed by my defiance. He took a step forward, his formidable presence instinctively causing me to retreat. The grass beneath my feet felt soft and powerless, nearly causing me to lose my balance. "Do not refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a penalty," he warned, his voice deepening, the threat in his gaze sending a shiver up my spine. I bit my lip, inwardly reluctant and bewildered by his coercion. This outdoor activity, which should have been filled with joy and freedom, had now morphed into a terrifying nightmare due to his interference. His eyes resembled an unfathomable black hole, seemingly capable of devouring all my resistance. I knew that if I continued to refuse, he might resort to even more extreme measures. My throat felt constricted, a cottony blockage stifling all protests within. "Well, have you made your decision?" Qian Qian asked, impatience lacing his brow, his expression brimming with self-satisfaction, as if he were already certain of my capitulation. The corners of his mouth curled slightly, that smile appearing painfully bright in my view. I lowered my head, unable to meet his piercing gaze. My heart was engulfed in a profound struggle. On one hand, there was an ardent yearning for freedom and dignity, and on the other, a paralyzing fear of the pressure and threats he might impose. Within me, two voices engaged in a fierce quarrel. One passionately urged me to resist and defend my dignity, while the other, trembling with fear, cautioned me not to provoke Qian Qian, lest I invite dire consequences. Ultimately, succumbing to his pressure, I reluctantly nodded. "Very well, I shall go." As I uttered these words, I felt as though my soul had been wrenched from my body, leaving me utterly devoid of strength, collapsing helplessly upon the bench. My voice was as light as a feather drifting down, yet it bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. Upon hearing my acquiescence, a slight relief washed over Qian Qian's expression. Yet the triumph in his eyes became increasingly pronounced. "That's right. Just be obedient." With that, he turned and strode away, leaving me solitary and abandoned, akin to a forsaken soul in a vast world. His footsteps receded, each step pressing painfully upon my heart, amplifying my sense of helplessness. After conceding to him, I felt as though a colossal mountain had settled upon my chest. Slowly, I rose to my feet. The once bright sunlight now appeared glaringly harsh, mocking my cowardice and impotence. The sun no longer radiated warmth. It stung my eyes like countless sharp needles. Dragging my weary self toward the classroom, each step felt like a monumental effort. The flowers by the roadside swayed gently in the breeze, yet their fragrance seemed foreign and dull to my senses. Once so enchanting, they now seemed to mock me mercilessly. Upon entering the classroom, the cheerful laughter of my classmates reached my ears, but I felt utterly alienated from it all. Their joy belonged to another realm, while I was ensnared in a shadowy corner. Silently, I made my way to my seat and sat down, staring vacantly out the window. The sky outside was a dazzling blue, with white clouds drifting leisurely, yet I had no heart to appreciate this beauty. I wished to conceal from others the pressure exerted upon me by Qian Qian. I did not want to be seen as a pitiful creature in their eyes. I dreaded their sympathy and ridicule, and even more, the possibility of their alienation. Throughout the afternoon's classes, I felt like a mere shell of a person. The teacher's voice buzzing in my ears while I absorbed not a single word. Qian Qian's domineering figure and menacing words continuously haunted my mind, as anxiety and unease burgeoned within me like rampant weeds. The chalk scrawls on the blackboard appeared as cryptic symbols, leaving me in a state of utter confusion and disorientation. Finally, the bell signaling the end of school rang, and my classmates erupted from the classroom like jubilant birds, while I remained seated, motionless. It was not until everyone had departed that I slowly rose, mechanically packed my bag, and trudged out of the school gates. The setting sun cast a long shadow of my figure, amplifying my solitude and desolation. Throughout the journey home, I was lost in thought, nearly colliding with pedestrians on several occasions. My mind is consumed by thoughts of the impending outdoor team-building event, and the mere notion of spending an extended duration with Qian Qian fills me with an overwhelming sense of dread and aversion. The streets outside blur into obscurity, as if reality itself has drained of its vibrant hues. Upon returning home, I carelessly cast my backpack onto the floor and collapse onto the sofa, feeling as though I have become a mere puddle of despair. Gazing up at the ceiling, the turmoil within me intensifies. Perhaps the brightness of the light seeks to absorb all my emotions, leaving me numb. I find myself disinclined to prepare the items required for the event. Instead, sitting in a daze, my mind racing with visions of dreadful scenarios that could unfold. Will he deliberately humiliate me during the activity? How will my classmates perceive my participation alongside him? These thoughts gnaw at my heart like countless ants, inflicting unbearable anguish. Each notion pierces through me like a sharp thorn, embedding itself deep within my soul. As night falls, I lie in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find solace in sleep. Each time I close my eyes, Qian Qian's irksome visage materializes before me, causing my heart to race. That face, flickering in the darkness, seems to mock and threaten me endlessly. What am I to do? What can I possibly do? Frustration mounts as I grasp my hair, pulling the covers over my head in a futile attempt to escape it all. Yet, the terror and unease cling to me like a shadow, entwining me tightly. The moonlight seeps through the window, casting cold patches of light across the room. I gaze at the silvery glow, my heart heavy with helplessness and confusion. The moonlight feels like a thin frost, enveloping my heart in an unbearable chill. Perhaps this is merely the beginning. Who knows how much torment awaits me in the future? I sigh, and before I realize it, tears have soaked my pillow. These tears flow like a flood unleashed, unstoppable and relentless. Throughout the night, I toss and turn, struggling to find sleep. It is only as dawn approaches that I manage to drift into a fitful slumber, filled with chaos and fear, denying me even a moment of peace. The next day, I wrestle with my weary dreams as the alarm clock rings repeatedly before I finally awaken. Looking into the mirror, I behold a face etched with fatigue and resignation. Dark circles under my eyes betraying my sleepless night. I can only manage a bitter smile at my reflection, which appears haggard and devoid of life. After a cursory wash, I throw on some clothes and grab my backpack, stepping outside. The morning breeze brushes against my cheeks, failing to provide any refreshment. Instead, it carries a chill that seeps into my bones. Arriving at the school gate, I realize I have come far too early, and Qian Qian has yet to arrive. Time drags on, each second stretching painfully as my classmates pass by, bubbling with laughter, while I feel like a forgotten corner of the world, my spirits sinking further. Each moment of waiting transforms into a torment, tightening the knot in my heart. At last, Qian Qian appears. He is clad in pristine athletic attire, exuding vitality, with an air of smugness gracing his features. Upon seeing me, he merely utters, "Let's go," his voice devoid of warmth. As though I am nothing more than a mere attendant in his presence. I silently trailed behind him, akin to a soulless marionette, fervently praying that this event would conclude swiftly, allowing me to escape this interminable torment and helplessness. Chapter 6. A tense beginning. Sunlight filtered through the mottled leaves, casting fragmented patterns of light upon the ground, shimmering vibrantly. With a heart laden with trepidation, I took hesitant steps, closely following Qian Qian's lead, gradually arriving at the site of this outdoor team-building activity. As I set foot in this bustling arena, the sounds of laughter and shouts surged towards me like an overwhelming tide, catching me off guard. I glanced around in bewilderment and found my classmates already gathered in small clusters. Their youthful faces radiated excitement and anticipation, each cell seemingly rejoicing for the impending challenges. Some sat in a circle, fervently discussing strategies for the upcoming activities, their eyes sparkling with flashes of brilliance. Others exchanged playful banter, their laughter ringing like silver bells, reverberating through the air and infusing the entire venue with vibrancy and life. However, as my gaze inadvertently drifted towards myself and Qian Qian, my mood plummeted as if doused with a bucket of frigid water. To my astonishment, I realized that the activities were to be conducted in groups, and fate seemed to play a rather peculiar jest at this moment, for Qian Qian and I had been assigned to the same team. In stark contrast to the lively and harmonious atmosphere of the other groups, the ambience surrounding us felt so awkward that it was almost suffocating. Qian Qian stood with his hands casually tucked in his pockets, his long, straight legs exuding elegance, his posture nonchalant, yet tinged with a hint of rebelliousness. A barely perceptible coldness graced his handsome features, akin to a thin layer of frost, rendering him difficult to approach. His eyes, at this moment, were imbued with a trace of impatience, reflecting his disinterest and disdain for the surroundings. I stood beside him, feeling ill at ease, my hands tightly twisting the hem of my shirt. I occasionally dared to steal glances at him, only to swiftly avert my gaze as if jolted by an electric shock, fearful of being ensnared by his piercing stare. Each fleeting connection of our eyes sent my heart racing, akin to a startled fawn thrashing within my chest. Meanwhile, the music at the event played cheerfully, the lively melody resembling a frolicking sprite dancing gracefully in the air. A gentle breeze swept by, bringing the refreshing coolness of summer, lightly teasing my hair. That tender caress should have evoked feelings of comfort and delight, yet it could not dispel the weighty awkwardness hanging between us, which felt almost palpable. Ahem, everyone, please quiet down. The host's vibrant voice suddenly pierced through the cacophony, capturing everyone's attention like a clap of thunder. Dear classmates, welcome to this splendid outdoor adventure. I will now elaborate on the rules. Each group must work hand in hand to complete a series of challenging and exhilarating tasks. This is not merely a rigorous test of individual capability, but also a profound examination of teamwork and synergy. Only through unity and collective effort can we successfully navigate the myriad challenges and ultimately achieve victory. As the host elaborately detailed the task requirements, I found myself nearly breathless. The daunting tasks of rock climbing, rappelling, and team treasure hunting sounded overwhelmingly formidable, resembling insurmountable peaks obstructing my path. A wave of anxiety surged within me. My palms began to perspire uncontrollably, and that damp sensation only intensified my agitation. Could I really accomplish this? What if my inadequacies hindered the team's progress? Such disquieting thoughts proliferated like rampant weeds, encroaching upon every corner of my mind. I cautiously stole a glance at Qian Qian, who was furrowing his brow, intently listening to the host's exposition. His focused demeanor rendered him even more captivating, yet simultaneously heightened my own tension and unease. His tightly pressed lips exuded a sense of determination and confidence, seemingly unperturbed by the impending challenges. With the rules now thoroughly explained, the groups prepared to embark on their trials. As the host's passionate words faded, an exhilarating cheer erupted throughout the venue. The sound surged like ocean waves, crashing rhythmically against my eardrums. In our group, however, a heavy silence loomed like a dense cloud, mercilessly enveloping us. I could distinctly hear the rapid rhythm of my own breath and the thunderous pounding of my heart, each beat signaling the daunting challenge ahead, further fueling my disarray. Amidst this suffocating tension, the first task of rock climbing commenced. The towering, sheer rock wall loomed before me, akin to a colossal, menacing beast, brandishing its claws in defiance and instilling fear within me, causing my legs to tremble involuntarily. My fellow teammates from other groups eagerly began their ascent, displaying agility and grace as they leapt and climbed with ease. Their confident smiles and adept movements filled me with envy. Taking a deep breath, I endeavored to quell my inner trepidation and summon the courage to approach the rock wall. The moment I reached for a protruding stone, My hand began to tremble uncontrollably, as though the stone weighed 1,000 pounds, rendering it unbearable. Move faster. Qian Qian's voice, though low, carried an undeniable authority and coldness, piercing through my heart like a chilling wind. Panic surged within me, and I lost my footing, nearly toppling to the ground. My face flushed crimson, and I struggled to hold back the impending tears. I had exerted myself diligently, silently pleading with myself, yet I dared not voice my objections. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Just as despair threatened to engulf me, Qian Qian's tone, though still detached, suddenly shifted as he stepped forward and unhesitatingly grasped my hand. Just as I believed victory was within reach, and I was on the verge of triumph, my foot suddenly slipped, and I lost my balance in an instant, plummeting downward like a kite severed from its string. Be careful, Qian Qian shouted, his voice laced with tension and concern. He swiftly extended his hand, grasping me with a grip as firm as lightning. In that moment, time seemed to stand still, and everything around us blurred into obscurity. I gazed at his anxious expression, his wide eyes and clenched jaw, and an inexplicable wave of emotion surged within me. In that fleeting instant, I seemed to glimpse the fervent heart hidden beneath his aloof exterior. Ultimately, with Qian Qian's assistance, I successfully ascended to the summit of the climbing wall. Next time, don't be so inept. He released his hold, turning to descend, leaving me standing alone at the top, gazing at his retreating figure. My heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. As we proceeded to the rope descent task, my nerves remained taut as a drawn bowstring, leaving me no room for relaxation. Feel free to relax. I'll catch you below. Qian Qian's words, though succinct, held a magical quality that allowed me to steady my nerves slightly. As I slowly descended from the rope, the wind howled in my ears, its fierce sound akin to a devil's roar, raising my heart into my throat. Slow down. Steady yourself. Qian Qian commanded from below, his voice resolute and powerful, bestowing upon me immense courage and confidence. At last, when I reached the ground safely, my legs felt weak, barely able to support me. Qian Qian quickly steadied me, remarking, "Look at you, so timid." Though his words were teasing, a glimmer of concern flickered in his eyes, that fleeting tenderness causing my heart to flutter. During the treasure hunt task, my anxiety and momentary lapse in focus led me to misinterpret the markings on the map, steering us in the wrong direction and wasting precious time. Stubbornly, I refrained from voicing my grievances. However, he remained unperturbed and did not chastise me. He approached with a calm and patient tone, saying, "It's all right, let us continue searching." Throughout the completion of various tasks, we experienced fierce arguments and profound misunderstandings, yet also moments of unintentional care and the gradual cultivation of rapport. These intricate emotions intertwined like a delicate web, binding us closely together. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the remaining light bathed the entire activity area in hues of orange and red, resembling a beautiful painting. We sat side by side on the grass, exhausted yet fulfilled. Today was fairly decent, Qian Qian suddenly remarked, his voice soft, almost as if he were speaking to himself. I looked up in surprise to see his side profile, illuminated by the sunset, sharply defined and strikingly handsome. In that moment, the shadows in my heart seemed to dissipate, replaced by an indescribable warmth and joy. Chapter 7. The Grueling Challenge. After completing the first task before I could catch my breath, we were promptly faced with the second task, setting up the tent. Upon seeing the disarray of tent components sprawled across the ground, I felt utterly at a loss. Before me lay not a collection of parts, but a knot that seemed impossible to untangle. I stood there in a daze, gripping a rod in my hand, feeling utterly at a loss. The rod transformed into a scalding hot potato, compelling me to cast it aside, yet I remained uncertain of how to proceed. In stark contrast, Qian Qian furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze sharp and focused as he scrutinized the components before him. With deft and confident movements, he swiftly picked up several parts and began to assemble them. However, he soon realized that the complexity of the task far exceeded his initial expectations, and he could not complete it alone. Taking a deep breath to bolster my courage, I steeled myself and attempted to assist him. Yet, it seemed I lacked an innate talent for this endeavor. Each movement felt awkward and uncoordinated. While I was attempting to install the rod, I inadvertently knocked over a previously assembled section in my flurry of activity, and the sound of crashing echoed through the stillness of the space as the entire framework collapsed. The noise pierced the quiet atmosphere, and Qian Qian's expression darkened, resembling a sky heavy with storm clouds. He cast a glance in my direction, remaining silent. Frantically, I sought to right the fallen rods, my heart brimming with anxiety and guilt. Yet the more hurried I became, the more mistakes I made. While attempting to tie the ropes, I committed another blunder, tangling them in a chaotic mess that not only failed to secure anything but further exacerbated the disarray. Qian Qian surveyed my efforts, and his previously tense face grew even more grim, ultimately unable to contain his frustration. What on earth are you doing? Can you be more careful? His voice resonated with anger, crashing into my ears like thunder. His words struck me deeply, stirring a tumult of emotions within me. As if I had toppled a bottle of mixed flavors, feelings of grievance surged to the forefront. I am trying my best.
I did not mean to,
I retorted softly, my voice trembling and my eyes involuntarily glistening with tears. Upon hearing my response, Qian Qian's expression darkened further. Trying? Is this what you call trying? You are only hindering progress. Each word of his felt like a piercing wound. I lowered my gaze, unable to meet his eyes, as tears swirled in my eyes. I believed I had exerted considerable effort. Every action was taken with caution, and each attempt required immense courage. Yet, why was I still unable to succeed? The laughter and chatter from other groups filtered into my ears, each sound akin to needles, piercing my heart and amplifying my feelings of incompetence and helplessness. The sun continued to blaze down upon us, yet I felt no warmth. Instead, the light seemed to mock me, glaring down with a scornful brightness. Sweat streamed down my forehead, bead after bead falling to the ground like pearls strung loose, instantly absorbed by the parched earth, as if even the ground were deriding my plight. I bit my lip, striving to hold back the tears, silently urging myself to be strong.
am sorry.
I will be more careful, I said in a voice thick with emotion, laden with helplessness and remorse. Qian Qian observed my tearful expression, seemingly realizing that his tone had been somewhat harsh. However, his proud demeanor prevented him from lowering himself to offer an apology. Instead, he simply huffed lightly and resumed his diligent work. I took a deep breath, reminding myself that I could not surrender so easily. Summoning my courage once more, I picked up the scattered parts, proceeding with utmost caution. Every movement was executed with great care. Even my breathing became tentative, fearful of repeating my mistakes. Yet, the more anxious I became, the more prone I was to err, as if a curse were tightly ensnaring me. I inadvertently knocked over a pole that I had just erected, and the sound of its collapse left me utterly flustered. Qian Qian did not immediately explode in anger. He merely sighed heavily, his breath laden with disappointment and resignation. Oh, how foolish I am. I could not help but berate myself, and tears finally streamed down my cheeks like a flood breaking through a dam. Stop crying and get it done. Though his words were still stern, there was a slight softening in his tone, devoid of the previous fury. I continued to sob while striving to persevere. A gentle breeze swept by, offering a fleeting coolness. Yet my heart remained a tumult of anxiety. The surroundings seemed to blur, my eyes fixated solely on the perplexing 10 components, which appeared as unsolvable puzzles, leaving me utterly bewildered and helpless. Other groups had gradually assembled their tents. Some even began to cheer in celebration. Their laughter and cheers floated through the air, piercing my ears like mockery. In stark contrast, our tent lay in disarray, parts strewn about, the framework nearly collapsing, a glaring juxtaposition to the accomplishments of others. What should I do? What should I do? My heart raced with tension, and my actions grew increasingly frantic. Sensing my distress, Qian Qian paused his work and approached my side. Calm down. Follow my instructions, he said, his voice still serious, but laced with an imperceptible patience. I lifted my gaze, my tear-filled eyes locking onto his, as if grasping the last lifeline, and nodded vigorously. Under his guidance, I gradually regained a sense of rhythm, my movements becoming less frantic and more orderly. However, time slipped away unnoticed, like sand through my fingers, impossible to grasp. The sun began its descent, casting a brilliant sunset across the horizon. The sky blazed with hues of fiery orange and red, beautiful yet anxiety-inducing. The vibrant colors illuminated our figures, a stark reminder of the dwindling time. I neglected to wipe away the sweat and tears from my face, immersing myself entirely in the task of erecting the tent. Each movement demanded every ounce of my strength. Every breath was fraught with tension and anticipation. My hands became swollen from the continuous labor. My legs trembled slightly from prolonged standing, yet I persisted unwaveringly. Qian Qian busied himself alongside me, his expression no longer marked by irritation but instead filled with focus and determination. His forehead was dotted with beads of sweat, cascading down his cheeks. Yet his gaze remained steadfastly fixed on the scattered components, his hands never ceasing their work. Despite our relentless efforts, progress remained painfully slow. The intertwining sensations of anguish and anxiety rendered me nearly breathless. I must complete this. I must complete this. I incessantly encouraged myself in my mind, as if this mantra could conjure a miracle through sheer repetition. However, the more urgency I felt, the more prone I became to errors. Once again, I had tied the rope incorrectly, this time ensnaring my own finger.
Ouch.
I couldn't help but exclaim, my voice rife with pain and resignation. Qian Qian hurried over to assist in untangling the rope, his movements gentle, a stark contrast to his earlier brusqueness. Be careful, he softly admonished, a hint of concern lacing his tone. Observing his earnest demeanor alleviated some of the grievance within me. At last, through our unwavering determination, the framework of the tent began to take shape. Keep going, we're almost there, Qian Qian encouraged, his voice tinged with excitement. I nodded vigorously, continuing to labor as if I could glimpse the dawn of victory. Yet, just then, a tempestuous wind suddenly swept in, threatening to topple our newly erected structure. Oh no, Qian Qian shouted, rushing to steady the components. I hurried to assist, but the ferocity of the wind rendered our efforts seemingly futile. The howling gusts roared like a demon intent on ravaging our hard work. We cannot give up. Qian Qian gritted his teeth, his voice resolute and powerful. Eventually, the wind subsided, and we surveyed the chaotic scene, our hearts heavy with helplessness and fatigue. The scattered parts and collapsed framework seemed to mock our endeavors. I felt a mixture of grievance and urgency, tears once again welling in my eyes, yet I bravely stifled them and persevered. Chapter 8. A Synergistic Effort. When Qian Qian beheld my tear-streaked face, full of distress, his heart, once as unyielding as ice, softened momentarily. He paused, a flicker of uncharacteristic panic and regret crossing his eyes, as he realized that his previous harshness might have genuinely hurt me. Oh dear, don't cry, don't cry. I admit my fault, he said, his tone no longer cold and unfeeling, now imbued with an unexpected gentleness and helplessness. He seemed slightly embarrassed, adding, I will teach you properly. I promise to help you learn. A blush of embarrassment crossed his handsome features, a testament to his shame over his earlier excesses. I lifted my head, glancing at him through tears, my expression a portrait of vulnerability, yet I resolutely held back the tears, nodding defiantly, though I still felt a twinge of grievance. His transformation filled me with renewed hope. Qian Qian took a deep breath, as if rallying himself, then approached me, picking up a pole. Now, watch closely. First, firmly insert one end of the pole into the hole, ensuring it is secured tightly. Otherwise, the entire structure will be unstable. His voice was deep and magnetic, deliberately slowing down his speech to convey a sense of gentleness. His gaze was focused and earnest, as if he were attending to a matter of great significance. I listened intently to his instructions, my small hands gripping the hem of my clothing tightly, and then cautiously followed his guidance. My heart raced, and my hands trembled slightly from nervousness. Qian Qian continued patiently. Next, thread this rope through here, and remember to wrap it twice. Only then will it be secure, and not come undone. As he spoke, he took my hand, guiding me through the action. His hand was warm and strong, causing a blush to rise to my cheeks and my heart to flutter. I felt my breath quicken, as if everything around us faded away, leaving only our intertwined hands. Very good, just like that. You're doing wonderfully. Qian Qian praised me, his eyes brimming with encouragement and approval. His smile was radiant, like sunlight breaking through clouds, instantly dispelling the gloom in my heart. Under his patient and considerate guidance, I gradually grasped some essential techniques for pitching a tent, and my previously clumsy and frantic movements began to transform into something more adept and confident. Our teamwork became increasingly harmonious, no longer filled with the initial friction and tension. Whenever Qian Qian extended the pole towards me, I could reliably catch it and swiftly secure it in place. While I tied the rope, he would watch closely with those beautiful eyes, gently reminding me to pay attention to the tension if he noticed anything amiss. Occasionally, I would still make mistakes, but Qian Qian no longer scolded me loudly as before. Instead, he patiently helped me correct my errors, even guiding me hand in hand. Don't be nervous. We will definitely manage to set up this tent, he said, his voice possessing a magical quality that gradually eased the taut strings of anxiety in my heart, making me feel more at ease. His tone was both gentle and resolute, instilling a profound sense of reassurance within me. After a concerted effort, the tent finally took on a recognizable shape, appearing quite substantial. We just need to cover the top and secure the corners, Qian Qian stated, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, yet his eyes sparkled with anticipation and excitement. It was as if he glimpsed the dawn of victory. Together, we lifted the soft canopy, carefully draping it over the framework, our movements tender as if we were handling a precious treasure. We proceeded with great caution, fearing that any misstep might ruin the fruits of our labor. Pull this side tight, yes, just like that. Now, hammer the stake in firmly, don't hold back. Through our seamless collaboration, the tent was finally erected. Gazing at the tent before me, though not entirely perfect, yet a testament to the sweat and effort we both poured into it, an unprecedented sense of achievement surged within my heart. At last, the task is complete. I let out a long sigh of relief, my face blossoming into a radiant smile akin to the sun, filled with joy and pride. Qian Qian also slightly curved his lips, revealing a faint smile. Indeed, it was quite satisfactory, far better than I had envisioned. A hint of subtle admiration and tenderness flickered in his eyes. Having accomplished our first task, we scarcely had time to relish this moment of victory before we were swiftly met with a series of subsequent challenges. The second task involved traversing a mysterious and intricate labyrinth. The paths within the maze twisted and turned, convoluted and complex, with dazzling forks and seemingly endless dead ends at every corner. "Stay close to me, don't get lost," Qian Qian said, hands tucked in his pockets, exuding confidence as he strode ahead, radiating an air of nonchalance as if the labyrinth posed no challenge to him. I stuck out my tongue at him. "I got it." Though I followed him, a flicker of rebelliousness stirred within me, yet I recognized that in such a predicament, he was indeed the wisest guide. Initially, fortune smiled upon us, and with Qian Qian's keen intuition and sense of direction, we swiftly navigated through several forks without straying too far off course. However, as we delved deeper into the labyrinth, the level of difficulty escalated sharply. "Oh no, it seems we've truly taken a wrong turn," I exclaimed, staring at the wall of the dead end, anxiety and disappointment lacing my voice. Qian Qian furrowed his beautifully shaped brows. "It's all right, we'll find our way back," though he spoke reassuringly. A fleeting moment of confusion and hesitation crossed his eyes. He quickly scanned the surroundings, seeking new clues. Throughout this protracted and arduous journey, my patience began to wear thin, and I grew increasingly restless. Why is this maze so difficult to navigate? Does it even have an exit? My voice brimmed with complaints and dissatisfaction. His tone was stern, yet his gaze betrayed a subtle concern and worry. He too was apprehensive about our inability to escape, yet he didn't want to dampen my spirits. I fell silent, choosing not to voice my grievances, though I still felt a twinge of unfairness and discontent. With my head bowed, I quietly followed him, pondering when we might finally escape this place. Chapter 9. The remaining tasks. Just as we were on the brink of despair, Qian Qian suddenly spotted an inconspicuous mark on the wall. "Look, this might be a clue." His voice instantly brimmed with vitality and hope. Excitement sparkled in his eyes, as if he had discovered a lifeline. Following this precious hint, after enduring countless hardships, we finally located the exit of the labyrinth. "Wonderful, we're finally out," I exclaimed, joyfully spreading my arms wide, savoring the fresh air and warm sunlight outside. Observing my exuberance, Qian Qian couldn't help but break into a fond smile. The third task was to collaboratively prepare a sumptuous and delectable picnic. "Alas, I am not adept at cooking, so you must fend for yourself," I said with a resigned shrug, my hands raised in surrender. I offered an embarrassed smile, secretly hoping not to ruin our meal. "Fear not, for I shall handle it." "You may assist me," Qian Qian declared confidently, rolling up his sleeves with the air of a master chef. His self-assured demeanor was amusing. Thus, we energetically commenced gathering ingredients. I was tasked with foraging for fresh vegetables and fruits among the grass, while Qian Qian went to the riverbank to catch fish and shrimp. After considerable effort, we finally amassed all the necessary ingredients, and the next step was to kindle the fire and commence cooking. Qian Qian skillfully prepared the ingredients, his technique akin to that of a seasoned chef. Meanwhile, I clumsily passed him seasonings, washed vegetables, and occasionally splashed water on him. "Oh, dear, I added too much salt. It will be overly salty. The water is nearly gone. Quick, add more." The kitchen was filled with our laughter and the sounds of our minor mishaps, creating a lively and warm atmosphere. As we cooked and playfully teased each other, we momentarily forgot all our troubles. At last, a visually appealing and flavorful picnic was ready. We sat side by side on the soft grass, basking in the warmth of the sun and the gentle breeze, savoring the fruits of our labor. "I hadn't anticipated that collaborating with you would be so enjoyable," Qian Qian said, his mouth full of food, his words somewhat garbled. His face radiated contentment, and his eyes sparkled with joy. I smiled, noticing that the tears in my eyes had significantly diminished. Indeed, while the process had its challenges, the outcome was splendid. I gazed at him, my heart brimming with happiness and sweetness. Throughout the course of completing these tasks, our understanding of one another deepened imperceptibly, and our relationship evolved beyond the initial tension and unfamiliarity. The fourth task was to collaborate on a colossal and intricate jigsaw puzzle. The pieces lay scattered across the floor, overwhelming in their abundance. How long will this take to complete? I feel as though I might lose my mind, I exclaimed, cradling my head in despair, feeling as if my brain might explode from the sight of the disarray. Qian Qian, however, remained calm and unperturbed, reassuring me, "Do not fret. Let us divide the work, and we shall accomplish it swiftly." His gaze was resolute and confident, as if everything were well within his control. Thus, we promptly divided our responsibilities. I was to search for the edge pieces, while Qian Qian tackled the more complex central section. As time ticked by, the image of the puzzle gradually became clearer through our combined efforts. "Look, we're nearly finished," I exclaimed excitedly, my voice trembling with enthusiasm as I pointed to the puzzle. My eyes sparkled with exhilaration, as if I could already glimpse the dawn of victory. "Yes, let us push on. Success is within our grasp." Qian Qian echoed my excitement, his tone filled with anticipation. Beads of sweat adorned his forehead, yet he remained wholly focused on piecing the puzzle together. As the final piece of the puzzle was securely placed, we embraced tightly, overwhelmed with joy and excitement. The fifth task involved searching for specific plants in the night forest. The forest was shrouded in darkness, with only a faint moonlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves, casting an eerie atmosphere that evoked a sense of fear. "Do not be afraid. I am here to protect you," Qian Qian reassured me, firmly grasping my hand. The warmth and strength of his palm instantly calmed my racing heart. His voice, deep and gentle, resonated beautifully in the stillness of the forest. My heart raced, not out of fear, but due to the sudden tenderness and thoughtfulness he displayed. I felt the warmth emanating from his hand, filling me with a sense of security. With our flashlights in hand, we cautiously navigated through the forest, meticulously searching for our target plants. My voice, brimming with excitement and joy, shattered the forest silence. Qian Qian approached quickly, shushing me, "Lower your voice. We don't want to attract unwanted attention." His gaze held both reproach and an undeniable delight. During our search, we encountered a swiftly flowing creek that we needed to cross to proceed. I hesitated, paralyzed by fear as I gazed at the rushing water, my feet seemingly nailed to the ground. "Do not fear, I will carry you across," Qian Qian insisted, squatting down, his broad back facing me. His unwavering gaze conveyed a promise of protection that I could not refuse. After a moment's hesitation, I blushed and climbed onto his back. As I nestled against him, I could distinctly feel his body heat and heartbeat. In that moment, the world seemed to quiet down, leaving just the two of us. I clung tightly to his neck, overwhelmed with emotion and dependence. Thus, in the face of each challenge and surprise, we supported and encouraged one another. While disagreements occasionally arose, we always managed to communicate and understand each other, ultimately discovering perfect solutions. As we completed all tasks successfully, the sun dipped low in the sky, painting the horizon with a brilliant array of colors. "This collaboration has indeed been remarkably successful," Qian Qian remarked, gazing at the beautiful sunset, a slight smile gracing his lips, his eyes reflecting a sense of nostalgia and fulfillment. I nodded in agreement. "Indeed, this is all thanks to you, our esteemed school prince. Without you, I truly would not know what to do. If I had not been compelled to be his girlfriend, I might never have discovered his many admirable qualities." A radiant smile of happiness adorned my face. Chapter 10, A Crucial Helping Hand. This event introduced a highly challenging high-altitude rope task. As I stood at the starting point, looking up at the swaying rope suspended in the air, my legs involuntarily began to weaken. Summoning all my courage, I stepped onto the rope, which creaked slightly underfoot, the sound resonating sharply in the still air, as if protesting my weight and issuing a foreboding warning. As I took my initial steps, the sensation of acrophobia surged upon me like a relentless tide. My heart leapt to my throat, and each breath became an arduous task, rendering me nearly breathless. The scene before my eyes began to blur, and it felt as if the heavens and the earth were spinning madly, causing the entire world to lose its equilibrium. My body trembled like a leaf caught in the wind, utterly beyond my control. Though I yearned to advance, my feet felt as though they were weighted down by lead, refusing to lift. Cold sweat trickled from my forehead, cascading down my cheeks. The path of the sweat was itchy. Yet, I dared not raise a hand to wipe it away. Qian Qian, observing my hesitance on the rope and my trembling form from below, furrowed his brow even tighter. Within those deep creases lay a wealth of concern, though it was soon masked by his habitual seriousness. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly secured his safety gear. His movements remarkably agile, and in the blink of an eye, he ascended the rope. His approach was decisive and nimble, and before long, he was near me. Upon hearing his words, a spark of stubbornness ignited within me. Who's afraid? I simply am not prepared, I retorted through gritted teeth, my voice quavering from fear. Though my words were faint amidst the wind, they brimmed with an indomitable spirit, akin to a wounded creature letting out its final roar. Qian Qian let out a disdainful snort. Stubborn. He drew closer, his presence enveloping me, accompanied by a hint of warmth, his scent, mingled with sweat and something uniquely his. Momentarily disarmed me. He reached out, grasping my wrist with a hand that was both warm and strong, like a beam of light in the darkness. Do not fear. I am here. I attempted to shake off his grip, unwilling to appear so weak before him. I can manage on my own. My voice was filled with defiance, as if I were defending the last vestiges of my dignity. Yet deep down, I yearned for him to maintain his hold. He tightened his grip, seemingly wishing to transfer his strength through his palm to me. Do not be obstinate. His voice was stern and resolute, leaving no room for resistance. At that moment, the wind howled past us, causing the rope to sway more violently. My heart soared to new heights, as if it were about to burst forth from my chest. Tears swelled in my eyes, and I fought to keep them at bay, repeatedly reminding myself, I cannot cry, I must not show weakness in front of him. I stubbornly averted my gaze, unwilling to reveal any vulnerability, yet my body instinctively followed his guidance, slowly moving forward. One step at a time, do not look down. His voice was unwavering and powerful, akin to an irresistible command, compelling me to comply. I shut my eyes tightly, striving to follow his instructions, with only his voice and the howling wind accompanying me. The sound of the wind was like a multitude of phantoms screaming in my ears, sending chills down my spine. With every step I took, my heart hovered perilously close to the precipice. If you fall, I will not save you, he remarked. I opened my eyes in anger, glaring at him. Could you not say something reassuring? My voice rose several decibels in fury, trembling in the wind. In that moment, my anger temporarily eclipsed my fear. In the midst of our playful banter, my attention was momentarily diverted from the gripping fear that had enveloped me. Qian Qian observed my gradual relaxation, a subtle smile gracing his lips, barely perceptible yet warm. That's more like it. I cast a glance in his direction, a swirl of complex emotions rising within me. Yet his presence instilled a measure of courage in my heart. However, when I inadvertently caught sight of the dizzying height beneath my feet, terror surged back, rendering my body rigid. The elevation made me feel as though I were teetering above an unfathomable abyss, where a moment's lapse could lead to utter destruction. Sensing my shift in demeanor, Qian Qian stepped closer, shielding my view with his form. Do not look. Just focus on me. His gaze was imbued with an unwavering determination that brooked no refusal, and I found myself irresistibly drawn to his eyes, as if they were the sole lifeline amidst my overwhelming dread. Trust me, you can do this, he murmured, his voice softening like a gentle spring breeze, soothing my frantic heart and calming my inner turmoil. Encouraged by his words, I summoned my courage once more and began to move forward slowly. With each step, my heart raced, threatening to leap from my throat. Yet Qian Qian remained steadfast by my side, lending me his strength. His hand gripped my wrist securely, imparting a sense of unprecedented safety, as though his presence alone could ward off any peril. Time seemed to stand still, rendering everything around us inconsequential. Only Qian Qian's voice and the firm hold of his hand provided me solace. Each fleeting second felt like an eternity, and every step was akin to traversing vast mountains and rivers. At long last, after a protracted and arduous endeavor, I reached the finish line with Qian Qian's assistance. As my feet met solid ground once more, my legs buckled, nearly collapsing under me. Qian Qian swiftly caught me, his arms wrapping securely around my waist. Look at you. So weak, he teased, though his tone was laced with genuine concern. Leaning against him, I gasped for breath, acutely aware of his strength. The rhythm of his heartbeat resonated strongly, echoing his resolve and bravery. It's not my fault, I retorted playfully, though gratitude swelled within me. He chuckled, warm and bright. All right, I'll take the blame. In that moment, a myriad of emotions surged within me. Though our relationship had begun under duress, at this pivotal juncture, he had become my most steadfast support. This sensation left me feeling somewhat disoriented and uncertain. After a brief respite, we resumed our engagement in other tasks. Yet, this experience subtly transformed the dynamics of our relationship. In the days that followed, we encountered a multitude of challenges. On one occasion, we found ourselves grappling with a perplexing puzzle. The air in the room was thick with tension, the dim yellow light casting shadows on the decrepit walls, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Standing before a chaotic array of clues, sweat beaded on my forehead, my mind a tangled mess, unable to discern any clarity. Qian Qian approached and lightly tapped my forehead. I can't figure this out? It's so simple. His voice dripped with sarcasm, igniting an intense fury within me. My eyes blazed with indignation. If you think you can do better, then go ahead. I shouted, my tone laden with dissatisfaction and grievance. He chuckled lightly, effortlessly approaching the puzzle, his gaze keen and piercing, as if he could penetrate through all veils of mystery. Observing his intense concentration, I felt a mix of admiration and resentment. I noticed his brow furrow slightly before swiftly relaxing, a confident smile playing at the corners of his mouth. What do you think? Are you impressed? He asked, his eyes gleaming with pride, like a sharp sword piercing through my heart. Humph, just this once. I turned away, not wanting him to witness the admiration etched on my face, yet silently vowed to surpass him next time. In the days that followed, our interactions increased, and disputes frequently arose. One day, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze caressed our faces as we were tasked with rowing a boat together. The lake shimmered under the sunlight, the cool breeze offering a refreshing touch. However, I felt no ease. Instead, I was engulfed in tension and worry. I sat at the bow, gripping the oars nervously, while Qian Qian took control at the stern. Row gently. Don't capsize the boat, he shouted, his voice laced with irritation. You're the one who should stop giving orders, I retorted, my voice rising with evident anger. Yet amidst our quarrel, the boat steadily glided forward, sunlight casting our shadows on the water. Oh no, steer left, Qian Qian called out again, urgency infused in his tone. We continued our bickering, both unwilling to yield. Can you just listen to me? Qian Qian yelled. The boat swayed dangerously with our heated exchange, as if teetering on the brink of capsizing. This is all your fault, Qian Qian accused. No, it's clearly your fault, I countered. Just as our argument reached a fever pitch, the boat suddenly lurched violently, and I nearly lost my balance, almost falling into the water. Quick as a flash, Qian Qian grasped my arm. Be careful. His voice resonated with anxiety and concern. In that instant, we froze, our quarrel abruptly silenced. As the boat stabilized, we exchanged glances, each catching a glimpse of guilt in the other's eyes. I'm sorry, I murmured. I was wrong too, Qian Qian replied, bowing his head, revealing a vulnerable side to the otherwise handsome school heartthrob. During another collaborative task, we were required to construct a massive model together. Materials and tools lay scattered around us, and the task was dauntingly intricate. Initially, we each held our own opinions, clashing over the approach. We should start from the bottom, I insisted. No, we should build the top frame first, Qian Qian retorted, steadfast in his position. Tension escalated as neither of us was willing to relent. However, in the midst of our stalemate, Qian Qian suddenly sighed. Fine, let us do it your way. I looked at him in surprise, not expecting him to concede. As we progressed with the work, I soon realized that my method was flawed, and our advancement ground to a halt. Qian Qian glanced at me, refraining from reproach, and chose to follow my lead. This time, I did not retort but silently acquiesced to his decisions. Through our collective efforts, the model was finally completed, and as we beheld our achievement, we exchanged smiles. As time passed, we encountered numerous challenges and hardships together. The final project was a wilderness survival training. The forest at night was eerie, filled with a cacophony of strange sounds. I felt a surge of fear and clung tightly to Qian Qian's side. Do not be afraid. I am here, he reassured, taking my hand to bolster my courage. Together, we foraged for food and constructed a shelter, relying on each other to navigate through the trying times. Gradually, I realized that my feelings for Qian Qian had transformed, no longer marked by reluctance and resistance. I began to see him in a new light. Chapter 11. A Touch from the Heart. The day's clamor and busyness gradually surrendered to the gentle caress of the setting sun, as all our tasks were completed to satisfaction. Qian Qian and I sat side by side on the soft grass. A refreshing breeze stirred, bringing with it a delicate coolness that resonated with our weary yet contented hearts. It's finally over, I sighed, my body sagging like a deflated balloon as I stretched my arms, relishing the softness and solidity of the grass beneath me. Qian Qian tilted his head slightly, his gaze resting on me, a hint of a smile dancing at the corners of his lips. You must be exhausted. I looked up at him and nodded lightly. Yes, but it has been quite enjoyable. Reflecting on the past few days' activities, a ripple of emotion stirred within me. For a long time, I had viewed Qian Qian as the aloof and imperious campus heartthrob. Yet, in his every gesture, those subtle expressions of care and consideration revealed a tender side unknown to many. Thank you so much for today, I murmured. my voice as soft as a whisper in the breeze. Qian Qian paused, momentarily taken aback, then chuckled lightly. What is there to thank me for? I bit my lip, summoning my courage to speak. I used to think you were always so domineering and hard to approach, but today I see a warm side to you. He raised an eyebrow. Oh? So, have your views of me changed? I nodded, my cheeks flushed. Yes. The afterglow of the setting sun gently enveloped us, casting everything around in a warm orange hue. The grassland lay in serene tranquility, occasionally graced by a breeze that carried an unknown floral fragrance. Actually, I have not always been so strong. Qian Qian suddenly broke the silence, his voice tinged with a subtle weariness. I looked up in surprise, observing him. At that moment, Qian Qian was no longer the radiant heartthrob of the campus. A hint of vulnerability flickered in his eyes.
Why do you say that?
He rested his hands behind his head, gazing at the sky, his profound gaze seemingly penetrating the darkening canopy above. As the campus heartthrob, everyone believes I should be infallible, flawless. Yet, there are times when I feel tired, times when I long for support. My heart felt as though it had been gently tugged, a wave of empathy washing over me. I could understand that feeling. As Qian Qian turned her head, our gazes intertwined, and in that fleeting moment, it felt as though the entire world had dissolved into our shared glance. Is it true? I nodded vigorously, affirming that indeed, everyone harbors their own vulnerabilities and helplessness. The atmosphere shifted, becoming subtly charged. Our eyes were woven together, as if time itself had paused at this instant. Everything around us blurred into insignificance, leaving only the clarity and profundity of our exchanged looks. Silence enveloped us, yet this time it was not marked by awkwardness or estrangement, but rather a serene intimacy, laced with warmth and ambiguity. I lifted my chin, meeting his gaze with unwavering clarity, realizing now that he too possessed an unexpectedly gentle side. A flicker of surprise danced in Qian Qian's eyes. He seemed taken aback by my candid expression of feelings. His voice deepened, resonating with a magnetic allure. To inspire such a transformation in you, it appears I am not entirely inadequate. Just then, a gentle breeze swept by, playfully tousling my hair. His fingers inadvertently brushed against my cheek, and at that moment, a surge of electricity coursed through me from the point of contact. Our eyes met once more, as if time had crystallized in that instant. The pride and defiance that once characterized his gaze were replaced by an unprecedented depth of affection and tenderness. As if his soulful eyes held a multitude of unspoken words, yet he hesitated to articulate them. Qian Qian seemed poised on the brink of speech, his throat working as if stifling something profound. The sun gradually dipped below the horizon, casting a dimming light as the warm oranges yielded to deepening blues, while stars began to twinkle in the vast sky. Yet we remained seated on the grass, cherishing this rare tranquility and the delicate atmosphere that enveloped us. After a moment's hesitation, I glanced at his long, strong hands, feeling an inexplicable surge of courage. I placed my hand in his palm, savoring the warmth and strength emanating from him. He clasped my hand tightly, lifting me from the ground. Our hands remained entwined, as if we could not bear to part. Throughout our descent, silence enveloped us, yet the rhythm of our footsteps resonated like a harmonious symphony, each step brimming with unspoken understanding. Upon reaching the bottom of the stairs, Qian Qian released my hand, and an unexpected pang of loss surged within me. Good night, his voice emerged softly within the twilight, carrying a tender resonance. Qian Qian lingered for a moment, his silhouette framed by the streetlight, exuding both solitude and resolve. Our eyes met once more. He smiled gently, his expression akin to the brightest star in the night sky, before turning away. Once home, I lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to succumb to slumber. I buried my head beneath the covers, attempting to quell the relentless tide of thoughts, but they surged forth like waves, crashing against my heart. From that moment onward, the dynamics of our relationship grew increasingly intricate. In class, our eyes would inadvertently lock, only to swiftly divert, as we pretended nothing had transpired. Yet ripples of emotion had already begun to stir within us. Upon encountering each other on the campus pathway, we exchanged subtle nods and smiles, a fleeting expression imbued with an unspoken understanding that only we can decipher. During our meals in the cafeteria, we instinctively opt for adjacent seats, though our conversations are scant. The mere presence of one another transforms the dining experience into something extraordinarily warm. Yet, despite the burgeoning affection between us, we persist in our charade of pretending to be a couple. Chapter 12. The Reluctant Agreement. The afternoon sunlight filters through the windows, lazily draping the classroom in its golden glow. Colorful patches of light dance upon the worn desks, seemingly striving to awaken the dreams that lie dormant in weariness. I rest my head on the desk, attempting to find solace in this brief interlude. My hair falls haphazardly across my forehead as I close my eyes tightly. A slight furrow forming on my brow, my mind consumed with anxiety over the impending examination. However, this moment of tranquility is abruptly shattered by the sound of hurried footsteps. Without needing to look up, I know it is Qian Qian approaching. This radiant yet domineering presence in the school effortlessly commands the attention of all.
Hey.
Qian Qian's uniquely magnetic voice resonates in my ears as he stands before my desk, hands casually tucked into his pockets, a familiar smile gracing his face. To make our pretense as a couple more convincing, let us commute together from now on. At his words, my heart sinks, akin to a boulder plummeting into the depths of my being, stirring a myriad of anxieties. Instinctively, I want to decline. No, that's not feasible. It's too troublesome. Deep down, I am acutely aware that accompanying him to and from school entails a plethora of complications and awkwardness. It would invite countless curious gazes, a deluge of rumors, and obliterate the remnants of my already scarce peaceful existence. Qian Qian seems to have anticipated my reaction. He raises an eyebrow, a flicker of slyness evident in his gaze as he remarks, "Think it through carefully. If anyone discovers this is a facade, neither of us will fare well." His voice is low and laden with an undertone of menace, as if issuing an unassailable decree. I bite my lip, a sense of helplessness flooding my heart. My once pink lips, pressed by my teeth, turn pale, betraying my inner turmoil. I recognize Qian Qian's words to hold a grain of truth. In this school, his influence is formidable, and to incur his displeasure would likely render my days intolerable. He is the epitome of the school as heartthrob, academically gifted and strikingly handsome. He radiates an aura of brilliance wherever he goes. Under the weight of his powerful presence and veiled threat, I reluctantly nod. All right, I agree. My voice is tinged with an endless sense of resignation and compromise. Upon hearing my consent, Qian Qian's face instantly brightens with exhilaration, his smile radiant as the summer sun, rendering it nearly blinding. Wonderful. We need to plan this out properly. With that, he pulls over a nearby chair and slumps down into it, exuding an effortless confidence as if claiming the space as his own. I'll wait for you downstairs in the morning, and then we'll head to school together, Qian Qian states earnestly, as if already envisioning the idyllic scenario ahead. I remained silent at the side, yet my heart was in turmoil. The thought of encountering him each morning, strolling together through the campus under the scrutiny of countless gazes, filled me with an overwhelming sense of embarrassment and unease. Each step felt as though I were treading upon a razor's edge, and every glance seemed to pierce me like a dagger. I lowered my head, my gaze fixated on a scratch upon the desk. But my thoughts had already drifted far away. At last, I could no longer contain myself and interrupted him. Enough, esteemed heartthrob. This charade of pretending to be a couple need not be so exaggerated. My voice bore a hint of anger and dissatisfaction. I could not fathom why he insisted on complicating matters to such an extent. Yet, Qian Qian replied with utmost seriousness, "How could it not be exaggerated? If we are to do this, we must do it convincingly. We cannot afford to reveal any flaws." With that, he retrieved a notebook from his bag, its cover adorned with my favorite design. He opened to a fresh page and began to inscribe the so-called rules of our pretense as a couple. The first rule dictated that we must appear intimate within the school, engaging in acts such as holding hands and embracing. As he wrote and read aloud, his earnest demeanor resembled that of someone drafting an important contract. I stared at him in disbelief, my eyes wide. Holding hands and embracing? This is utterly excessive. My voice, laced with agitation, turned sharp, and my face flushed crimson. Qian Qian cast a glance my way, his eyes radiating an undeniable authority. "This is for the sake of effectiveness. Do not overthink it." His tone was calm, yet imbued with an irresistible force. The second rule mandated the exchange of small gifts to cultivate romance, while the third required us to refer to each other as dear in front of our classmates. As he continued to enumerate these intolerable stipulations, I felt my heart sink further, as if I were plummeting into an abyss, without end. Each regulation felt like a noose tightening around me, suffocating my very breath. "All right, that will suffice for now. I shall add more as needed," Qian Qian concluded, satisfied as he closed the notebook and regarded me with a look that seemed to say there was no turning back. I had to remember this and not mess it up. Observing his smug expression, I silently lamented my predicament. This was no mere pretense of a couple. It was, in fact, a nightmare. I regretted my initial agreement to his scheme, questioning why I had allowed myself to become entangled in such a ludicrous game. Finally, the school bell rang, its clear chime resonating in my ears like the tolling of a hellish bell. Yet I remained seated, paralyzed. Qian Qian approached, tapping my desk. The sound echoed loudly in the quiet classroom. "Let us go, dear." Upon hearing his address, my face burned with embarrassment, resembling a ripe apple. My classmates turned their curious gazes upon us, their stares piercing like arrows aimed directly at me. Bowing my head, I hastily exited the classroom, avoiding the eyes of those around me. Qian Qian trailed behind, incessantly discussing plans for the following day, his voice brimming with excitement and anticipation. Throughout our journey, I remained mute, merely absorbing Qian Qian's elaborate plans. My mood was profoundly heavy, as if burdened by an immense stone. I found myself wondering when this ordeal would come to an end, and how much longer I could endure it. As I reached the doorstep, Qian Qian smiled and said, "Wait for me tomorrow morning." His smile, illuminated by the golden rays of the setting sun, appeared exceptionally radiant, yet to me, it felt overwhelmingly blinding. That night, as I lay in bed tossing and turning, sleep eluded me. I stared at the ceiling, contemplating the promise made with Qian Qian earlier that day, my heart brimming with anxiety and helplessness. What would the future hold for us? The following morning, I was roused from my slumber by a series of urgent knocks on the door. "Wake up, darling. I'm waiting for you downstairs." Qian Qian's voice resonated from below. Imbued with exuberance, rubbing my eyes, I glanced at the clock, realizing it was still quite early. Reluctantly, I got out of bed, completed my morning routine, and descended the stairs at a sluggish pace. Each step felt like a march toward my execution. Upon seeing me, Qian Qian's face lit up with a dazzling smile. "You look lovely today," he remarked. His gaze held admiration, yet to me, it felt laced with mockery. I remained silent, my thoughts echoing that this was merely a performance, and there was nothing to be joyous about. As we made our way to school, Qian Qian incessantly engaged me in conversation, while I offered only perfunctory responses, my mind elsewhere. Upon our arrival, classmates greeted us with astonished expressions. "Wow, Qian Qian and her are actually coming to school together. They seem quite sweet," they murmured. The comments reddened my cheeks, prompting me to quicken my pace into the classroom, eager to escape the awkward scene. After a day filled with lessons, Qian Qian was indeed waiting for me at the classroom door, leaning against the wall with his hands in his pockets. The soft glow of the setting sun cast a perfect outline around him. "Darling, how was your day?" he asked with a smile. In the days that followed, Qian Qian and I dutifully played the role of a couple, holding hands, embracing, exchanging small gifts, and exhibiting a facade of intimacy before our classmates. Yet, as time passed, I began to notice subtle shifts within myself. Occasionally, when Qian Qian grasped my hand, my heart would inexplicably race. His warm smile would evoke a surge of inexplicable joy within me. I began to question whether I had genuinely developed feelings for Qian Qian, but I constantly reminded myself that it was all just an act, not to be taken seriously. Meanwhile, Qian Qian seemed to exhibit some unusual behaviors towards me as well. Gradually, rumors about us proliferated within the school. Some claimed we were truly in love, while others insisted we were merely putting on a show. Amidst this cacophony, I found it increasingly difficult to discern my own emotions. Chapter 13. Unusual Gazes. That afternoon, as the clock in the classroom struck 12, the bell rang eagerly. The teacher closed the book, assigned a few after-class tasks, and exited the room. The students, like liberated birds, animatedly gathered their belongings, filling the classroom with a cacophony of sounds. I hastily stuffed my books into my bag, my only desire to escape this place as quickly as possible. As I approached the threshold of the classroom, I caught sight of the familiar figure of Qian Qian. He stood with his arms crossed, casually leaning against the doorframe, a faint smile gracing his lips as his eyes effortlessly found me amidst the crowd. Instantly, the gaze of our classmates converged upon us, whispers and murmurs igniting the air. "Look, isn't that the school heartthrob? He's come to see her again. Are they really in a relationship? It seems like an act. He's just too handsome," they speculated. Though their voices were hushed, every word reached my ears with piercing clarity. My face flushed with warmth, feeling as though I were under a spotlight, utterly exposed. Each gaze felt like a prick, rendering me acutely uncomfortable. I lowered my head, striving to evade their scrutinizing stares, hastening my steps forward. Yet, Qian Qian seemed blissfully unaware of the surrounding atmosphere, naturally taking my backpack from my hands and walking beside me while recounting amusing incidents from class. "You know, I solved that math problem the teacher posed right away. It had stumped so many," Qian Qian exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with pride. I responded absent-mindedly, with a murmured acknowledgement, my footsteps quickening. My heart raced, a tumult of anxiety and embarrassment swirling within me over their speculations. Qian Qian remained oblivious to my distress, continuing, "Oh, And during gym class, I raced against the class next door and won effortlessly. It was quite a scene. He gestured animatedly, his face alight with excitement. I interrupted him. Impatience creeping into my tone. Stop talking, let us go. Only then did he notice my pallor, furrowing his brow in concern. What's wrong? Are you in a bad mood? The campus buzzed with students, their curious and probing gazes directed at us. Those stares pierced through me like needles, causing immense discomfort. Each glance seemed to speculate upon our relationship, and every lingering look felt like a judgment upon my very being. I quickened my pace, nearly breaking into a run, eager to escape their scrutiny. My heart raced, breaths coming in short gasps. Qian Qian trailed closely behind, calling out, "Wait for me. Why are you running so fast?" However, I paid him no heed, desperate to flee this suffocating environment. My cheeks burned with heat, a mounting sense of grievance and anger welling up inside me. Just as I neared the school gate, Qian Qian finally caught up, seizing my arm with a firm grip that forced me to halt. What's wrong?
Talk to me,
He urged, his voice laced with urgency and confusion. I forcefully shook off his grasp, tears welling in my eyes. My voice quivered with emotion as I cried out, "Can't you see the way everyone is looking at us? They're all talking about us, and I can't take it anymore." Realization dawned upon Qian Qian as he regarded me, his eyes filled with remorse. His lips trembled slightly as he murmured, "I'm sorry. I didn't realize it would be like this." I turned my head away, not wishing for him to witness my tears, and stubbornly declared, "From now on, do not follow me." After uttering those words, I turned and fled, leaving Qian Qian standing solitary in place. He gazed at my departing figure, a visage marred by regret, his hands hanging limply by his sides. Tears soaked my pillow, and I found myself bewildered as to how it had come to this. What was merely a charade of romance had burdened me with so much pressure and scrutiny. I felt as though I had become ensnared in an inescapable quagmire. The more I struggled, the deeper I sank. When it was time to go to school that afternoon, I deliberately set out early to avoid encountering Qian Qian again. However, upon reaching the school entrance, I discovered him waiting there for me. Upon spotting me, he hurried over, his face adorned with a look of apology. "I'm sorry. This morning it was my fault. I did not consider your feelings," he spoke softly, gently, in a manner quite unlike his usual self. I regarded him, my anger still simmering, and coldly replied, "Do not seek me out again." Qian Qian, in a flurry of urgency, responded, "I realize my mistake. I will find a way to resolve this. Trust me." His eyes were filled with determination and resolve. I remained silent and walked straight into the school, my heart in turmoil, uncertain whether to place my trust in him. In the following days, Qian Qian indeed did not appear at my classroom door. Initially, I felt a sense of relief, believing I had finally escaped the bizarre stares and gossip. Yet, as time passed, an inexplicable sense of loss crept in. Each time I passed by the classroom entrance, I would unconsciously glance in that direction, hoping to catch sight of him, only to be met with disappointment each time. This feeling of despondency spread within me, leaving me somewhat agitated. I began to reflect upon whether I had been too harsh on Qian Qian. Perhaps he merely wished to make our pretense of romance more convincing, without any malice. Just as I was caught in this internal conflict one day after school, I unexpectedly ran into Qian Qian at the library entrance. He held a book in his hands, and upon seeing me, a glimmer of surprise lit up his face. "I've been waiting for the opportunity to explain," he said as he approached, his gaze sincere. I remained silent, unsure of how to confront him. Taking a deep breath, Qian Qian continued, "I understand that our pretense of being a couple has caused you significant distress, and I have earnestly reflected upon my actions. I believe we can discuss a better approach, one that fulfills our charade, while alleviating your discomfort." I lifted my gaze to meet his, and signs of resolution began to emerge within my heart. Qian Qian added, "I will no longer disregard your feelings as before. I will respect your thoughts. And together we shall face these challenges." Listening to his words, a warmth surged within me, and I gently nodded in agreement. From that moment onward, Qian Qian indeed transformed significantly. He refrained from displaying excessive intimacy in public, choosing instead to show concern for me in more private settings. We collaboratively devised strategies to address our classmates' remarks, and gradually, those peculiar glances became less burdensome. In this process, I have gradually discovered a transformation in my perception of Qian Qian. Perhaps our relationship is not merely a pretense of being a couple. Chapter 14, The Eruption of Anger. One afternoon, as I made my way to school, the sun blazed with an almost blinding intensity, its searing rays mercilessly piercing through the clouds and illuminating the ground below. The stifling air felt as though it had solidified, devoid of even the slightest breeze, which stirred a sense of irritation within me. With my head bowed low, I trudged along, burdened by heavy thoughts, each step feeling laborious and slow. Suddenly, a group of mischievous classmates came bounding up from behind, encircling both Qian Qian and me with their playful antics.
Oh,
"Aren't you two the exemplary couple of our school?" one boy exclaimed loudly, a malicious grin plastered across his face, brimming with cunning and malice.
indeed.
A girl with a ponytail chimed in, her tone dripping with sarcasm and her gaze revealing disdain. "You two are always glued together. It's truly enviable." Another bespectacled boy added with a mocking tone, pushing his glasses up his nose, a smirk playing on his lips as if he were relishing the spectacle. Their words, sharp and scathing, pierced through me like a flurry of daggers, leaving me utterly humiliated. Each word felt like a venomous arrow, wounding my pride and inner self. The emotions I had suppressed for so long erupted like a volcano. I suddenly whirled around and shouted at Qian Qian in fury, "It's all because of you. Otherwise, why would I be subjected to their ridicule and humiliation?" My voice trembled with rage, resonating through the air as if it could shatter the very atmosphere around us. Qian Qian stood there, utterly astonished, his once bright and confident eyes wide with disbelief and panic. He attempted to explain, "I only wanted to help you. Help me? Is this what you call helping me? It's I who have been helping you." I interrupted him harshly, my voice quaking with anger. "Now I have become the laughingstock of the entire school, and it's all your fault." I nearly screamed, tears welling in my eyes, threatening to spill over at any moment. Qian Qian's gaze was filled with guilt and helplessness, his lips quivering slightly. "I'm sorry. I truly didn't anticipate it would turn out this way." His voice was deep and hoarse, laden with profound regret and self-reproach. Desperately, he said, "I will find a way to resolve this, trust me." His eyes sparkled with urgency and determination, as if pleading for another chance.
Trust you?
"Can I still trust you?" I glared at him, my eyes ablaze with fury. "This has been a mistake from the very beginning. I no longer wish to have any association with you." My voice was laced with despair and finality. Upon finishing, I summoned all my strength to shove aside the classmates blocking my path and turn to flee. Tears streamed uncontrollably down my face, blurring my vision. Qian Qian stood there, rooted to the spot, watching my retreating figure, bewildered and helpless. His eyes reflected a profound sense of loss and confusion, as if his very soul had been drained, leaving him paralyzed and unable to move. I ran until my legs could carry me no further, finally stopping in exhaustion. I bent over, my hands resting on my knees, gasping for breath as a tumult of anger and grievance intertwined within me, resembling a tangled mass that clutched at my heart, inflicting unbearable pain. How did it come to this?
Why?
I incessantly questioned myself, tears cascading down like a torrential flood, unstoppable. My heart felt as though it were gripped tightly by an invisible hand, rendering me breathless with anguish. I am uncertain how much time passed before I gradually calmed myself. Dragging my heavy footsteps, I resembled a puppet devoid of a soul, inching toward the school step by step, each movement akin to bearing an insurmountable burden that made every stride arduous. Upon entering the classroom, I instinctively glanced toward Qian Qian's seat, only to find it empty. A fleeting pang of disappointment coursed through me, yet I swiftly suppressed the sentiment, reminding myself to remain resolute and not to allow further harm from him. In the days that followed, Qian Qian did not appear before me. A sense of unease settled within my heart. I was oblivious to his whereabouts and wondered if he truly intended to abandon everything. While I was lost in my thoughts one afternoon, I received a letter from Qian Qian. The note was enclosed in a pale blue envelope, the handwriting neat and assertive. After a moment's hesitation, I cautiously opened it. A few days later, during class, the teacher indeed broached the subject of respecting others' privacy and refraining from mocking classmates. Standing at the podium with a serious demeanor, the teacher addressed us gravely. The mischievous students, under the teacher's gaze, sheepishly apologized to me. "We are truly sorry for our previous behavior," they murmured, heads bowed, unable to meet my eyes. Although their gazes still occasionally flickered toward me, the malice and ridicule had dissipated. However, the relationship between Qian Qian and me remained awkward. When we encountered each other on campus, we unconsciously averted our eyes, as if an invisible wall separated us. One afternoon after school, I remained in the classroom to clean, absently wiping the blackboard. My thoughts were ensnared in reflections about my situation with Qian Qian. Suddenly, I accidentally knocked over a bookshelf, causing books to scatter across the floor. Just as I fumbled to gather them, Qian Qian entered the classroom. Without hesitation, he knelt down to assist me in picking up the books. "Thank you," I whispered, my voice barely audible. "Don't mention it," Qian Qian replied, lifting his head and offering me a slight smile. That smile was like the gentle warmth of the winter sun, causing my heart to flutter. In that moment, I realized that my resentment toward him had diminished significantly. The anger and grievance that once consumed me began to wane in the face of his smile and kindness. From that day onward, we began to communicate privately through our phones. Initially, our conversations felt somewhat awkward and formal. "How was your day?" Qian Qian inquired. "It was all right," I replied. Yet, gradually, our exchanges grew more frequent and profound. Qian Qian would share his joys and sorrows with me, while I confided my troubles and confusions to him. "Qian Qian, I truly regret putting you in such a predicament. Henceforth, I shall be more vigilant in safeguarding you." "Me, I hope so." Through our written exchanges, I sensed his sincerity and transformation. As time progressed, our relationship gradually softened. We no longer solely discussed our grievances. We began to share our favorite films, music, and our dreams and aspirations. "Qian Qian, I wish to see that newly released romantic film. Would you accompany me?"
Me? All right.
One weekend, in the cinema, our hands inadvertently brushed against each other, and in that moment, an electric thrill coursed through my entire being. From that day forward, although we maintained a certain distance at school, our private feelings continued to intensify. The unpleasant memories of the past were gradually cast aside. Chapter 15. The Disquiet of Transformation. Following that encounter in the cinema, the atmosphere between Qian Qian and me grew increasingly delicate. At school, we indeed adhered to the distance we had previously established, striving to avoid drawing excessive attention from our classmates. Yet, whenever I caught a glimpse of him during breaks, an indescribable sense of loss would wash over me. This feeling of loss intensified with each passing day. I began to reminisce about the times we faced the mischief of our classmates together, struggling through difficulties side by side. Even though those moments were rife with arguments and conflicts, at least we stood united. Now, although misunderstandings were gradually dissipating and our relationship was easing, the distance we maintained in public left me feeling hollow. On several occasions, I contemplated breaking this impasse and reaching out to Qian Qian for a conversation. Yet I feared provoking unnecessary complications and thus suppressed my impulses repeatedly. Qian Qian seemed to sense my sentiments as well, occasionally slipping a small note into my drawer, inscribed with words of encouragement or concern. "Be happy today, don't tire yourself out too much." Those simple words warmed my heart immensely in that moment. The school organized a knowledge competition, and the announcement rippled through the campus like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. When I learned that both Qian Qian and I were selected to represent our class, my heart resembled a jar of mixed emotions, both exhilarated and anxious. As if a multitude of fawns were bounding within me. The excitement stemmed from this opportunity to showcase myself, while the anxiety arose from the weight of responsibility. This meant that during the lengthy preparation for the competition, we would have more interactions, though I was uncertain whether this was a boon or a bane. We could not afford to lose this competition. Qian Qian sent me a message on my phone. Those few brief words felt laden with responsibility. From that moment on, the library became our frequent battlefield. In the corners of the library, one could often find us engrossed in our studies. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a serene and beautiful tableau of our efforts. Together, we gathered information, with thick tomes and densely packed notes bearing witness to our diligence. I felt certain that our answer must be correct. Qian Qian pointed to a line in the book and asserted with unwavering conviction. His gaze brimmed with confidence, akin to a starry sky illuminating the night. "Look again, it is clearly another," I retorted, my brow furrowed, my eyes fixed intently on the pages, striving to persuade him of my perspective. My finger emphatically traced the text, as though such a gesture could sway his opinion. "Impossible. The explanation here evidently supports my answer," Qian Qian argued back, raising his voice slightly, his emotions intensifying with the debate, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. "Then, how do you account for this example?" I countered defiantly, flipping the book to another page to illustrate my point, my voice unconsciously amplifying. Thus, we engaged in a spirited exchange, neither willing to concede an inch. Despite our verbal sparring, I found a certain delight in the discourse. In the heat of our discussion, our thoughts collided and sparked with brilliance. Each debate resembled a feast of intellect, deepening our comprehension of knowledge, as if we were unearthing precious treasures from the vast ocean of learning. As the days of competition loomed like an approaching storm, our stress accumulated like darkening clouds. One day, after wrestling with a particularly challenging problem for what felt like an eternity, my mood soured. That question loomed before me like an insurmountable mountain, instilling a profound sense of frustration. "Stop thinking about it. Take a break," Qian Qian suggested gently, his voice imbued with concern, akin to a soft breeze soothing my agitated mind. "No, I cannot rest until I solve this problem," I replied, my brow knitted, my eyes still glued to the task. my pen dancing across the paper as if it were my weapon against the enigma. Qian Qian shook his head in resignation, his expression a blend of sympathy and helplessness. Before suddenly proposing, "How about we take a walk outside to change our perspective?" I hesitated momentarily, still preoccupied with the daunting problem, yet sensing the necessity of a reprieve. I eventually nodded in agreement. Gently setting down my pen, I stepped outside the oppressive confines of the library alongside him. We found ourselves in the campus garden, where a gentle breeze brought refreshing relief. Colorful blossoms swayed gracefully in the wind, resembling a troupe of dancing fairies, exuding delightful fragrances that filled the air and lifted our spirits. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground, akin to shimmering golden fish scales. "You know, your serious demeanor is quite endearing," Qian Qian remarked suddenly, his gaze resting upon my face, imbued with a subtle tenderness that seemed capable of melting all barriers. He smiled, his grin reminiscent of the warm spring sun, bright and comforting, choosing to remain silent. Together, we strolled quietly through the garden, the path beneath our feet feeling remarkably soft. In that moment, an unusual sensation stirred within me, as if a fawn were bounding about, instilling a blend of tension and exhilaration. On the day of the competition, the morning sun still bore a hint of shyness. Yet we had already arrived at the venue early. A glance exchanged between us revealed a shared sense of tension and anticipation. In that fleeting moment of connection, an invisible force seemed to pass between us, fortifying our resolve. As the competition commenced, we became wholly engrossed, as if the world had narrowed down to just the two of us and the challenges before us. When confronted with a difficult question, we would exchange knowing looks. In that instant, words were unnecessary, and we swiftly understood each other's thoughts. "This answer should be like this," I murmured, my voice tinged with uncertainty yet brimming with hope for his affirmation. "Yes, I concur," Qian Qian nodded, his gaze filled with trust. As time slipped away, our synergy grew increasingly harmonious, akin to two interlocking gears propelling the wheels of progress. Through our collective efforts, we ultimately achieved commendable results. When the results were announced, the cheers of our classmates surged like a tidal wave, and in that moment, I beheld the proud smile illuminating Qian Qian's face, radiant as the sun, leaving me momentarily mesmerized. His face sparkled with the brilliance of victory, reminiscent of the brightest star in the night sky. My heart swelled with joy, akin to a dazzling burst of fireworks. However, within the confines of the school, in order to avert unnecessary complications, we maintained our distance. Occasionally, during breaks, I would steal glances in Qian Qian's direction. Observing him laughing and conversing with other classmates, a pang of disappointment would unexpectedly wash over me. This disappointment felt like a shadowy cloud, quietly enveloping my heart. "What is happening to me?" I pondered. I could not comprehend why witnessing him with others stirred such feelings within me. Had my emotions for him transcended the pretense of a mere girlfriend? Chapter 16. The moment of heartfelt emotion. Since the conclusion of that intense knowledge competition, Qian Qian and I have cautiously upheld a facade of distance at school. Before our peers, we resembled two lines that would never intersect, seemingly devoid of any connection. Yet, every inadvertent meeting of our gazes ignited a hidden sentiment, surging like an undercurrent, ever deepening and increasingly difficult to suppress. Despite our efforts to conceal our true feelings, striving to appear as ordinary classmates in front of others, our hearts understood the truth. The emotions concealed deep within us had swelled like a tumultuous tide, restless yet shrouded beneath a thin veil of mist, awaiting the moment when they could fully reveal themselves to the world. On a scorching day during physical education class, when the sun generously poured its warmth upon the expansive playground, I joined my classmates in a spirited run, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind and bursts of laughter. My mood was as expansive as the clear sky above. However, fate seemed to play a small trick at this seemingly ordinary moment. Suddenly, an unseen force tripped me, and in an instant, I lost my balance, my body uncontrollably lurching forward. As I was gripped by terror, believing I was about to make an intimate and painful encounter with the hard ground, my heart raced to my throat, and my mind went blank. It was as if the entire world had come to a standstill in that fleeting moment when Qian Qian rushed in like a bolt of lightning. His speed was astonishing, akin to instantaneous movement, executed with an unbelievable agility and decisiveness. Without a moment's hesitation, he scooped me up, his powerful arms enveloped me tightly, strong and reassuring. I was instantly surrounded by his strength, a sense of security washed over me like a warm current, dispelling all my inner fears and anxieties. His breath was warm and rapid, infused with tension and concern, as he strode purposefully towards the infirmary, his steps resolute and hurried. How could you be so careless? His tone bore traces of authority and urgency, his brows knitted together, eyes filled with worry and tenderness. Beneath his reproach lay a profound care, reminiscent of a concerned parent admonishing a child who has been hurt through negligence. Cradled in his embrace, I could distinctly feel his heartbeat. That vigorous rhythm seemed to urgently express his inner turmoil. My face pressed against his chest, I listened to the rapid, powerful thumping of his heart, akin to a frantic drumbeat, each beat resonating heavily against my own. A wave of indescribable emotions surged within me, a subtle sensation blossoming deep in my heart, akin to seeds quietly germinating in the spring. His chest was solid and warm, and the powerful heartbeat seemed to harmonize with my own, instilling within me a sense of inexplicable comfort. In that moment, my heart felt as though it had been captured by the cadence of his heartbeat, giving rise to an unaccountable sense of dependency. Enveloped in his arms, I inhaled his unique, soothing scent, as if it were a sanctuary solely belonging to me. Upon reaching the infirmary, Qian Qian gently laid me on the bed, his movements tender, as if I were a rare treasure. His gaze was filled with concern, never leaving my face for a moment, his eyes reflecting tension and focus, as if fearing I might vanish at any second. Then, he hurriedly set out in search of the doctor, his footsteps quick and anxious, even stirring a slight breeze. "Doctor, is she all right?" he inquired urgently, his voice noticeably trembling, the depths of worry evident in his eyes. He closely followed the doctor's every move, his anxious demeanor poignant, as if each expression and action of the doctor held the fate of his entire world. After a thorough examination, the doctor reassured him that it was merely a sprain, requiring a few days of rest. Only then did Qian Qian exhale slightly, his shoulders, which had been taut like a drawn bowstring, relaxed just a fraction. However, he immediately began to inquire meticulously about the precautions needed, his serious demeanor reflecting a profound commitment to what felt like a matter of utmost importance. Seated beside me, he gently applied ointment, his fingers delicately brushing against my ankle, every movement imbued with care. "Does it hurt?" The commanding yet gentle tone, coupled with a gaze filled with concern, seemed capable of melting my very being. As I observed his earnest demeanor, my heart raced like a startled fawn, an unfamiliar sensation blossoming within me. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though the entire infirmary was reduced to just the two of us. Everything around us blurred into obscurity, leaving only his attentive gaze and soothing voice vividly etched in my memory. His eyes burned with an intensity that made it difficult for me to meet his gaze, yet I found myself stealing glances, unable to resist. My heart involuntarily quickened. A sweet yet bashful emotion unfurled within me, and I realized that from that instant, his place in my heart had become profoundly significant. From that day forth, Qian Qian's concern for me became increasingly evident. One afternoon during our break, the classroom was enveloped in silence, punctuated only by the sound of my pen and the incessant hum of the fan. Drowning in a mountain of assignments, I fervently immersed myself in a sea of knowledge, oblivious to the passage of time and the world around me. Just as I was battling through my tasks, Qian Qian unexpectedly entered the room. His previously lively strides halted the moment he spotted me, his brow furrowing as though confronted with a sight that displeased him greatly. Without uttering a word, he snatched my pen away, insisting that I should not work so frantically, for only with proper rest can one learn effectively. His voice carried an unassailable firmness, as if delivering an edict that could not be defied. I protested anxiously, my eyes brimming with concern over my unfinished assignments, which loomed over me like an impending volcano, instilling a profound anxiety. "I make the decisions here," I asserted. He cast a glance my way, one that brooked no argument, as if his decision were a decree set in stone. His gaze was resolute and domineering, imbued with a force that left me momentarily at a loss for how to respond. The moment his hand brushed against mine, an electric sensation surged through my entire being, causing me to shudder involuntarily. I looked at him helplessly. Though I felt a tinge of reluctance, I obediently set aside my assignments, a flicker of sweetness warming my heart. For I understood that his insistence stemmed from genuine concern for me. He wished for me to balance work and rest, to not overexert myself. This unique care enveloped me in warmth. Chapter 17. The Frustration of Anger. One day in mathematics class, the teacher assigned an exceedingly complex problem. The problem resembled a mysterious labyrinth, elusive yet brimming with the allure of exploration. After class, a male classmate and I, both intrigued by the challenge of unraveling this conundrum, huddled together in animated discussion. Our heads nearly touched as we focused intently on our papers, scribbling and revising in an effort to uncover the key to the solution. Wholly absorbed in the realm of mathematics, Our expressions were earnest and engaged, with each number and symbol appearing to us as a key to unlocking the puzzle. Our thoughts collided vigorously as we debated various approaches, yet we were united in our quest for the most exquisite answer. Just then, Qian Qian stepped into the classroom. His previously carefree expression darkened instantly upon witnessing our intimate posture. The calmness that once adorned his face was suddenly overshadowed by a dense cloud of gloom. As if enveloped by a heavy shroud of despair, he hastily approached me in hurried strides, roughly pulling me aside with a sense of urgency. "Keep your distance from her." His voice was low and stern, ablaze with a fierce fury reminiscent of a volcano on the verge of eruption. "We are merely discussing a problem. There is no need for such unreasonable behavior," I retorted, feeling a surge of annoyance at his unwarranted outburst, perceiving it as a baseless tantrum. I furrowed my brow in discontent, regarding him with dissatisfaction, convinced of his impulsiveness and pettiness, utterly oblivious to my thirst for knowledge and understanding. My eyes sparkled with defiance and grievance, my tone unintentionally rising a few notches. "I am simply solving a problem. How can you misconstrue my intention so? I don't care. You are my girlfriend, and you must heed my words." His voice escalated, infused with a possessive fervor, as if I were his private possession, untouchable by others. His gaze was resolute and obstinate, entirely impervious to my explanations. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving me standing there, a whirlwind of anger and injustice. As I watched his retreating figure, my heart brimmed with confusion and resentment, tears welling in my eyes. In that moment, it felt as though he had plunged a dagger into my heart, a profound ache of misapprehension and loss coursing through me. Why could he not trust me even a little? It was merely a discussion, yet he reacted with such unwarranted fury. Silently, I chastised him in my mind, deeming his feelings towards me excessively narrow-minded and selfish, leaving me breathless and stifled. In the ensuing days, we found ourselves ensnared in a stalemate of quarrels. At school, even in chance encounters, we deliberately turned our heads away, ignoring one another as if the other were mere air. When our gazes met, they exchanged only indifference and obstinacy, as if the warmth and care we once shared had vanished into thin air. I felt deeply wronged, perceiving him as overly domineering and utterly uncomprehending of my plight. My heart was rife with turmoil and anguish. I longed for the beautiful moments we had shared, the laughter and the efforts we had invested together. Conversely, I was consumed by an overwhelming disappointment in his lack of trust, as if the bond we shared was so fragile that it could not withstand the slightest tempest. I reminisced about the days spent in the library, striving for knowledge competitions, his patience and focus while elucidating difficult problems. Yet he, too, believed he was in the right, steadfast in his conviction that he was protecting me, fearing that closeness with other boys might lead to my harm or abandonment. He dreaded losing me but lacked the means to express his feelings appropriately, resorting instead to this seemingly harsh demeanor to safeguard our relationship. His heart was equally tormented. He regretted his impulsiveness and irrationality, lamenting that he had not taken the time to listen to my explanations before succumbing to anger. Yet, he was too prideful to extend an olive branch, fearing rejection and the loss of dignity in my presence. In the days fraught with discord, though I feigned strength on the surface, engaging in laughter and conversation with my classmates as if nothing had transpired, deep within, I could not help but reminisce about the myriad moments shared with him. At night, as I lay in bed gazing at the ceiling, my thoughts were tumultuous. I would toss and turn, contemplating what he might be doing at that very moment, wondering if he too was yearning for our connection. Qian Qian was not faring any better. He felt a deep compulsion to preserve the bond between us, while simultaneously fearing that this conflict might lead to an irreversible loss. He longed to reconcile, yet hesitated to lower his pride, afraid of rejection, his heart filled with turmoil and inner conflict. In secluded corners, he would silently observe me, his gaze a mixture of longing and uncertainty. Frequently, he found himself lost in thought, alone in the campus nooks, where my smiles and tears would haunt him, gnawing at his heart like relentless insects. Finally, one day after school, as classmates hurriedly departed like birds returning to their nests, I remained alone in the classroom, packing my bag. It was then that Qian Qian entered. He stood hesitantly at the doorway, engaged in fierce internal deliberation, his expression shifting between hope and despair. His fists clenched tightly, then relaxed, a cycle repeated several times, until he inhaled deeply and approached me, his steps heavy with uncertainty. "I'm sorry. I should not have acted so impulsively," he spoke, his voice low and laced with regret, his eyes betraying a profound sense of guilt. He dared not meet my gaze directly, stealing glances instead to gauge my reaction. I lifted my head to meet him, my eyes still reflecting the remnants of hurt. "Will you truly not act this way again?" I bit my lip, yearning for his unwavering promise, my heart a blend of anticipation and trepidation. My voice trembled slightly, revealing a hint of vulnerability. Qian Qian quickly shook his head. I won't, I promise. His eyes were resolute and sincere, fixed intently on me. Hoping I could perceive his earnestness and the transformation within him, he gradually drew closer, gently placing his hand on my shoulder. My body quivered slightly, yet I did not shy away. His familiar scent enveloped me, momentarily disorienting me. Upon hearing his vow, my heart softened. Very well, I shall forgive you this time. A faint smile graced my lips, and the shadows in my heart dissipated like clouds parting after a storm, allowing the warm sunlight to flood in once more. In that instant, I sensed my heart inching closer to him, the barriers that once existed seemingly vanishing in a fleeting moment. His presence enveloped me, intoxicating me with a sense of comfort. From that day forward, we cherished one another more deeply, learning to navigate our differences and misunderstandings with greater wisdom. We mastered the art of listening to one another, refraining from hasty arguments or blame, and began to understand each other as perspectives. Our relationship, through these trials, grew ever more profound and resilient. On tranquil weekend afternoons, we strolled along the campus paths, sharing our dreams and innermost thoughts. He gently took my hand, and my heart raced at his touch. The warm sunlight bathed us, casting elongated shadows as if witnessing our love. Let us never argue again, shall we? I softly proposed, my eyes brimming with hope. Indeed, he affirmed, tightening his grip on my hand. Together, we relished countless beautiful moments, each one infused with sweetness and warmth. Regardless of what the future holds, I wish to remain by your side, he whispered in my ear, his voice tender yet resolute. Nestled in his embrace, I felt his warmth, my heart overflowing with happiness and tranquility. Chapter 18. Qian Qian's thoughts. He sensed a unique sentiment between us, an ineffable allure that irresistibly drew his heart in my direction. Every time he beheld my smile or heard my voice, a warm surge would envelop him, as if kissed by sunlight. Yet this feeling seemed to lack a certain spark, the crucial element needed to elevate their relationship to a new plane. Thus, the notion of a date at the amusement park quietly blossomed in his mind. This idea suddenly illuminated his entire being, filling him with anticipation and longing, as if envisioning joyful scenes of us at the amusement park. On a tranquil night, Qian Qian lay in bed, gazing at the ceiling while his thoughts drifted far away. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting mottled shadows across his bed. These shadows resembled fragments of memories, evoking the moments shared with me. At that time, a gentle breeze caressed us, stirring our hair and stirring our hearts. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, creating patches of golden light that warmed and softened our faces. Those fleeting exchanges of glances, the moments when our eyes met, seemed to send electric currents coursing through our bodies, leaving us breathless. He vividly recalled a day by the lake in the park when he accidentally turned to look at me just as I gazed back at him. In that instant, time appeared to freeze. The world seemed to consist solely of the two of us, our gazes intertwined, as if revealing the desires and hopes nestled deep within our souls. In that moment, his heart raced, overwhelmed by an indescribable feeling. There were also those moments of hesitation, words unspoken, leaving behind endless musings and yearnings. He feared being too abrupt, worried he might shatter the beautiful ambiguity surrounding them. At that moment, I seemed to sense his hesitation, a flicker of curiosity and anticipation in my eyes, yet ultimately, I only smiled gently, refraining from probing further. The ordinary yet precious moments we shared unfolded in his mind like delicate paintings. He realized that while these instances were beautiful, they were insufficient to elevate their feelings to a new height. He yearned for more intimacy, deeper understanding, and secrets that belonged solely to the two of them. Thus, he began to ponder the plans for their date. He envisions the moment we walk hand in hand into the amusement park, sunlight cascading upon us, illuminating our blissful smiles. Those smiles bloom like flowers in spring, radiant and enchanting. He imagines the vibrant balloons at the entrance, hears the cheerful music, and savors the sweet aroma of popcorn. He pictures me in a pink dress, its hem dancing in the breeze, while he dons a crisp white shirt, effortlessly handsome. He dreams of taking me first to the romantic swings, watching me soar gracefully through the air like a fairy, his heart melting at the sight. A gentle breeze tousles my hair, the hem of my dress billows, and my eyes sparkle with excitement and surprise. He imagines himself standing beside me, captivated, his heart swelling with admiration and pride. Then, together, we would dare to challenge the thrilling free-fall ride, embracing tightly as we plummet, feeling each other's dependence in that exhilarating descent. As the ride dropped suddenly, He feels as though his heart might leap from his chest, fear and thrill intertwining. In that tense moment, they cling to one another, their warmth and heartbeats communicating an unspoken assurance. Fear not, for I am here. He senses my body trembling slightly, and he tightens his embrace, whispering sweet words of comfort into my ear. When the ride comes to a halt, he gazes at my flushed cheeks, his eyes filled with tenderness and affection. Next, we would revel in the giant swing, releasing all our stress and worries amidst the rush of wind and laughter. The swing soars high, then plunges down rapidly, the entire world spinning around us. Our screams echo into the sky, casting aside all anxieties, leaving only pure joy and exhilaration. He would join me in joyous shouts and unrestrained laughter, as if every chain binding us had been shattered in that moment. Each swing brings our hearts closer together. We would also embark on the thrilling rapids ride, and as we plunge from great heights, a massive spray of water erupts. He gazes at my exhilarated expression, his heart brimming with delight. The splashes drench our clothes, but we remain unfazed, cheering even louder with excitement. He would shield me from the spray with his hand, concerned that I might choke on the water. Once ashore, he admires my wet hair and radiant smile, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness. Finally, we would confront the exhilarating roller coaster, leaning into each other amidst our screams, feeling the warmth of one another.
Beyond the rides,
Qian Qian also imagines preparing a special gift for me, a delicate bracelet, its sparkling gems reflecting the beautiful moments we've shared. He envisions presenting the bracelet, gently placing it on my wrist while whispering sweet words. If it were a plush toy, he would delight in watching me embrace it with joy, his heart swelling with fulfillment. As for lunch, he seeks a restaurant with a view of the amusement park's lake, ordering 2 exquisite meals. The artfully arranged dishes resemble masterpieces, with succulent steak, vibrant vegetables, and rich sauces that tantalize the palate, accompanied by a glass of sweet juice. The refreshing taste and delightful flavor mirrored the beauty of their interactions. In a warm atmosphere, we shared exquisite cuisine, exchanging amusing anecdotes from our pretense as a couple. He meticulously sliced the steak and presented it before me. Sunlight cascaded onto the dining table, illuminating our smiling faces. In that moment, time seemed to stand still, with only our laughter and glances communicating. Then there were cotton candy, ice cream, and popcorn. He endeavored to bring me all the sweetness he could conceive, enveloping me in happiness and joy on that day. The cotton candy, ethereal and soft like clouds, melted in my mouth, leaving behind an endless sweetness. The coolness and sweetness of the ice cream burst forth with delightful flavors on my palate. The aroma of popcorn wafted through the air, each kernel brimming with joy. He would watch me as I indulged in the cotton candy, playfully wiping away the sugary strands from my face with a smile. We would share the same ice cream, feeling each other's warmth. Clutching popcorn, we strolled along the pathways of the amusement park, savoring these tender moments. Reflecting on this, Qian Qian couldn't help but smile. It was as if he could already envision my surprised and joyful expression, hear my cheerful laughter. He worried that his plan might not be perfect and might fail to please me. What if she found the swing in the air not romantic enough? What if the drop tower frightened her too much? Such thoughts swirled in his mind. He fretted over the crowd in the amusement park, fearing it would make me uncomfortable. Would the throngs irritate her? Would the long wait spoil her mood? What if she didn't enjoy it? Quietly, Qian Qian contemplated, a hint of anxiety creasing his brow. His forehead furrowed slightly, forming a shallow groove. He feared that his meticulous arrangements might falter, that he might be unable to provide me with a perfect date. He turned over, burying his face in the pillow, attempting to dispel these negative thoughts. He encouraged himself inwardly, inhaling deeply as if to draw all his unease into his heart, transforming it into courage and confidence. Thus, amidst turmoil, anticipation, and self-encouragement, Qian Qian endured countless sleepless nights. Each night, he lay in bed, drifting towards myriad possibilities. Sometimes, he would awaken in the middle of the night, a new idea flashing through his mind, leaving him too exhilarated to fall back asleep. As the days passed, his plans for the date grew increasingly clear and refined. He envisioned the first words to utter upon our meeting, contemplating the tone and expression to convey. He pondered what to say after each amusement ride to elicit more joy from me. He practiced smiling in front of the mirror, adjusting his expressions to appear more amiable and charming. Finally, Qian Qian felt that everything was ready. He resolved to propose this date to me. Chapter 19. The Anticipated Invitation. On a sun-drenched afternoon, the campus playground was awash with light, illuminating every inch of the ground as even the tiniest specks of dust danced joyfully in the sunbeams. A gentle breeze caressed the tree-lined paths of the campus, the rustling leaves producing a soft, soothing sound, as if whispering the secrets of youth. Secrets that perhaps concealed the innocent thoughts of young hearts. Qian Qian, with a heart fluttering in anxious anticipation, hurriedly traversed the campus. His gaze searched eagerly, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead, glistening like tiny jewels in the sunlight. These droplets seemed to manifest his inner tension and expectation, each one bearing the weight of his unease. His heartbeat raced like a rapid drumbeat, each step imbued with determination, yet tinged with hesitation. At last, he spotted me at the entrance of the library, preparing to enter. His footsteps were brisk, embodying a sense of urgency intertwined with careful caution. When he stood before me, a flicker of nervousness and anticipation danced across his face, reminiscent of a student about to sit for a pivotal examination, yearning for success yet fearful of failure. His eyes flickered, darting over my face as if in search of an answer, his lips quivering slightly as unspoken words lingered at the tip of his tongue. Struggling to escape. Finally, summoning tremendous courage, he inhaled deeply and cautiously articulated his desire to invite me to the amusement park, a proposition that seemed to hang delicately in the air. "I want to ask you to the amusement park, just the two of us," he said, his voice trembling slightly, deep and magnetic yet tinged with a hint of trepidation. Upon hearing his suggestion, I was momentarily taken aback, a flurry of thoughts racing through my mind. This unexpected invitation caught me off guard, and at that moment, it felt as though this proposal was a bridge transcending the boundaries of our usual interactions, leaving me momentarily disoriented. The warmth of the porridge, the bitterness of the medicine, all transformed into a manifestation of his concern for me. In times of difficulty, he had always extended a helping hand without hesitation, his unwavering gaze imparting boundless strength and instilling in me the belief that no matter the obstacles ahead, I could face them bravely. His occasional gentle smile was like a spring breeze, warming my heart. Each moment flashed through my mind like scenes from a film, prompting an involuntary smile and a glimmer of anticipation in my eyes. Noticing my momentary pause, Qian Qian's anxiety intensified, his already clenched fists tightened further. His palms slick with sweat, warm and damp. He unconsciously fidgeted with the hem of his shirt, his eyes brimming with hope and unease, resembling a child awaiting judgment, anxiously anticipating the outcome. Observing his nervous demeanor, I found him both endearing and amusing. Typically exuding confidence and assertiveness, he strode through the campus with an innate pride, always the center of attention. Yet now, due to such a modest invitation, he was rendered so anxious. This stark contrast stirred a softness within me. I gently nodded and smiled, replying, "Sure." The simplicity of those two words resonated profoundly with Qian Qian, akin to a celestial melody. Instantly, a radiant smile illuminated his face, as if sunlight had pierced through the clouds, casting a warm and bright glow upon him. He was filled with childlike exuberance, oblivious to the gazes of those around him. Leaping with excitement, his fists raised in the air, exclaiming, "Wonderful! Absolutely wonderful!" Witnessing his uncontainable joy filled my heart with delight. The initial nerves and hesitations that had lingered within me dissipated in an instant, leaving only an eager anticipation for the impending date. That anticipation blossomed within me like tender shoots breaking through the earth in spring, imbued with boundless vitality and hope. "We've agreed. We'll go this weekend," Qian Qian declared, his eyes sparkling with expectation, as if he could already envision the cheerful scenes awaiting us at the amusement park. His gaze shimmered with the promise of splendid moments yet to be shared, containing within it countless beautiful instances poised for us to create together. The flush upon his cheeks was not solely due to shyness, but also stemmed from a profound, ineffable excitement and joy deep within. In the days that followed, Qian Qian consistently reached out to me, sharing his preparations for our date. Each morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed through my window and graced my pillow, the vibration of my phone would announce a message from him. "Dear, I researched the amusement park map again last night and discovered several exceptionally fun attractions." He would enthusiastically recount his carefully selected strategies for our adventure, vividly describing the thrilling features of each ride. The freefall tower is said to be exhilarating as it plunges downward, and the swinging pendulum is incredibly thrilling. It's bound to be a blast. His words brimmed with passion and anticipation, as if he were already immersed in those exhilarating experiences, feeling the wind whistle past his ears. At noon, while I rested in the classroom, my phone would chime once more. "Darling, have you decided what you'd like to eat? There are so many delightful treats at the amusement park." He would inquire about my preferences in rides, asking whether I favored the high-speed roller coaster or the soaring swings. Each message was infused with eagerness and enthusiasm, enveloping me in a joyful ambience reminiscent of the amusement park, buoyed by his fervor. As night fell, with stars adorning the sky, I would lie in bed, ready to drift into slumber, when my phone screen would light up again. Dear, good night. I can't wait for the weekend to arrive. His tender goodnight wish felt like a gentle evening breeze, guiding me into a sweet dreamland. Each night before sleep, I would envision our escapades at the amusement park. I imagined us screaming together on the free-fall tower, our hands tightly clasped, feeling the warmth and strength in each other's grip. In those moments of rapid descent, with him by my side, even fear became trivial. I could almost hear him shouting encouragement in my ear, urging me to face the thrill bravely. I would picture us laughing on the swinging pendulum, the wind rushing past our ears, our hair dancing in the breeze, where, in that instant, all worries were cast away into oblivion. My heart brims with anticipation. As I drift into slumber each night adorned with a sweet smile, my dreams filled with joyous scenes of us at the amusement park. The day before the weekend, Qian Qian made a special effort to visit me. He donned a pristine white shirt, as immaculate as freshly fallen snow, devoid of any crease, with the buttons at the collar neatly fastened, rendering him particularly spirited, complemented by blue jeans, the hue of which resembled the profound depths of the ocean. They embraced his long legs, showcasing his youthful vitality. His hair was impeccably styled, with the bangs gently swaying, adding an extra touch of charm. He resembled a young lad stepped out of a painting, radiating warmth and sunshine. In his hands, he held a meticulously chosen notebook, its cover a soft pink adorned with delicate blossoms, exquisite and enchanting. I hope you'll cherish it, he said, a blush gracing his cheeks, his gaze shyly averting mine, revealing a hint of bashfulness. His ears tinged with a rosy hue, as if kissed by the setting sun. His voice carried a blend of anticipation and unease, as if fearing that I might not appreciate this thoughtful gift. The handwriting within was neat and robust, each stroke seemingly infused with his heartfelt sincerity. Every word pulsated like a beating heart, brimming with warmth and affection. Between the lines, I could almost envision the earnest expression upon his face as he wrote, his focus and dedication deeply moving me. I turned the pages one by one, my heart swelling with emotion. Those words of blessing flowed like a warm stream, gently traversing my soul, nourishing every corner of my being. Each phrase was akin to a seed, taking root in my heart and blossoming into beautiful flowers.
Thank you.
I truly adore it, I said, lifting my gaze to meet his eyes, speaking with genuine gratitude and joy, tears shimmering in my eyes. Those tears held not only the essence of my emotions, but also deep affection and hope for him. In that moment, our gazes intertwined, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Everything around us faded into a blur, leaving only the connection in our eyes. In his gaze, I saw tenderness, expectation, and profound affection, a sentiment beyond words, as if it could wholly consume me. I fancied catching glimpses of our future within that gaze, envisioning countless beautiful moments together. And perhaps, within my own eyes, similar emotions resided, a feeling quietly blossoming deep within, gradually unfurling. This sentiment grew like the verdant grasslands kissed by the spring breeze, swiftly filling my heart. Chapter 20. The Amusement Park of Delight. On the day of our date, Qian Qian arrived early, waiting beneath my building, cradling a bouquet of vibrant, dew-kissed flowers. He stood tall, his back straight, with a fervent gaze fixed intently on the entrance to the stairwell, as if it were the very center of his universe. The gentle morning breeze caressed the edges of his attire, yet he remained oblivious, his mind solely occupied with the image of my impending arrival. The bouquet blossomed brilliantly in the morning light, each flower a vivid manifestation of his eager anticipation. Meanwhile, I lingered above, my heart racing like a startled deer. Filled with anticipation for the impending date, I also felt a twinge of nervousness and shyness. I stood before the mirror, giving myself a final assessment, straightening my attire, and taking a deep breath to quell my anxiety. Then, I hurried downstairs, my footsteps imbued with eagerness. As I stepped out of the corridor, my gaze was immediately captivated by the handsome figure of Qian Qian. He stood there, sunlight cascading upon him, outlining his charming silhouette. The moment he spotted me, his face lit up with joy, akin to the dazzling stars in the night sky. His lips curving into a warm and sincere smile that seemed capable of melting away the world's chill. At last, you've arrived. Qian Qian's voice was gentle and magnetic, imbued with an invisible charm that made my heart flutter. He presented to me a bouquet of meticulously prepared flowers, a riot of colors and fragrances vying for attention. These are for you. His eyes sparkled with sincerity and affection, as if the bouquet were the softest words from the depths of his heart. Overwhelmed with joy, I accepted the bouquet, leaning in to savor the intoxicating aroma. It's beautiful. I adore it. The fragrance enveloped us, creating a sweet cocoon around our shared moment. We exchanged a smile, and in that instant, the air seemed saturated with sweetness, time itself pausing for our connection. In that fleeting moment, the world faded away, leaving only our gazes and the heartfelt smiles that bound us. Shall we set off? Qian Qian suggested, his voice brimming with eager excitement. The light in his eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if a wondrous realm awaited us ahead. He then took my hand, guiding me to the vehicle that had been waiting patiently nearby. As the car sped along the road, the scenery outside blurred, while my heart soared towards the amusement park filled with joy and surprises. The car was imbued with a warm atmosphere, and I stole glances at Qian Qian, whose focused profile appeared even more enchanting under the sunlight. Soon, we arrived at the entrance of the amusement park. From a distance, the entrance was adorned with a riot of colors, cartoon characters, and balloons joyfully bouncing, as if enthusiastically welcoming every visitor. The entrance bustled with activity, the laughter of children mingling with the chatter of adults, creating a symphony of joy. Colorful balloons swayed in the breeze, dancing merrily, while the enormous cartoon archway seemed to beckon us into a fairy tale world. Qian Qian clasped my hand, the warmth of his palm radiating through me. "Let us go," he said, his voice filled with anticipation and enthusiasm. My heart fluttered, yet I did not pull away, allowing him to lead me into that dreamlike realm of happiness. In that moment, I could feel the envious gazes of those around us, but in my eyes, there was only the steadfast figure of Qian Qian. As we entered the amusement park, the lively and jubilant atmosphere enveloped us instantly. The cheerful music danced like lively sprites in the air, while the joyous laughter and chatter of people rose and fell, merging with the thunderous sounds of various attractions, creating a thrilling symphony. The vibrant lights flicker like a dazzling galaxy, adorning the amusement park in a dreamlike fashion, transporting us into a realm filled with wonder and fantasy. The air is imbued with the sweet aroma of popcorn and cotton candy, evoking a sense of delight. At first glance, a thrilling freefall ride captures our attention, its towering structure imposing and intimidating, while the screams of those seated resonate through the air. The rapid ascent and descent seem to challenge the very limits of human heartbeat. Dare to try? Qian Qian raised an eyebrow, a hint of provocation and anticipation in his gaze. His eyes sparkled with excitement, as if eager to embark on this exhilarating adventure together. As we settled into the free-fall ride and fastened our safety belts, my heart began to race uncontrollably. Qian Qian grasped my hand firmly, his gaze both steadfast and gentle. "Do not fear, my dear, I am here." His voice whispered in my ear, a solid source of reassurance. Once the machine roared to life, the sudden weightlessness prompted an involuntary scream, and instinctively, I leaned into Qian Qian's embrace. Without hesitation, he opened his arms wide, enveloping me possessively, and fiercely murmured in my ear, "With me, there is nothing to fear." His embrace was warm and sturdy, gradually calming my frantic heart. I could feel his heartbeat, strong and reassuring, as if it were conveying that everything would be all right. Upon descending from the ride, my legs still trembled slightly, and my body felt somewhat weak. Quick to act, Qian Qian swept me into his arms, encircling me with concern as he inquired, "Are you all right?" I looked up at him, and his eyes were filled with worry and tenderness, stirring ripples of affection within my heart. I nodded gently, reassured by his presence. "With you, I am fine." His embrace offered an unparalleled sense of security, as if all my fears had dissipated in that moment. Next, we encountered a high-flying swing attraction. The whirling swings spun rapidly in the sky, appearing both thrilling and delightful. "What about this one?" Qian Qian asked, his eyes shimmering with eager excitement. The spark of challenge in his gaze hinted at another adventure awaiting us. My voice emerged resolute and strong, unwilling to exhibit any trace of hesitation before him. As we boarded the swing, the accelerating speed whipped the wind around us, causing my hair to dance wildly. A sense of trepidation began to spread within me, and I instinctively leaned closer to Qian Qian. He seemed to sense my unease, enveloping me tightly, asserting, "Do not be afraid, I will shield you from harm." His embrace became a sanctuary from the howling winds and dizzying spins, providing warmth and reassurance amidst the heights. After descending from the swing, we swiftly moved on to the pendulum ride. As the pendulum launched into motion, the violent swaying momentarily overwhelmed me, prompting me to shut my eyes tightly and grip the safety bars with all my might. Qian Qian held me firmly, his steady voice cutting through my panic. "Stay still. I will protect you." His breath brushed against my ear, gradually calming my racing heart, dispelling my fears. With each swing of the pendulum, an intense centrifugal force enveloped us, yet within his embrace, I seemed to discover a sense of balance and tranquility. After indulging in a series of exhilarating rides, we found ourselves somewhat fatigued. Thus, we retreated to a resting area, seeking a quiet corner to sit. Qian Qian dashed off to procure some snacks, which he then presented to me, urging me to replenish my energy. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, yet his gaze remained filled with warmth and tenderness. I accepted the bottle of mineral water and gulped it down, the earlier tension and excitement having left me parched. The refreshing liquid coursed down my throat, bringing a wave of relief. Today has been utterly exhilarating, I exclaimed, my eyes sparkling with excitement, my cheeks flushed with enthusiasm. My voice brimmed with exhilaration and satisfaction, as if I had just embarked on an unparalleled adventure. But it's not over yet. There are even more thrilling experiences ahead. Qian Qian replied with a smile, his eyes brimming with affection. He gently wiped away a crumb from the corner of my mouth, and that tender gesture stirred something within my heart. His fingers brushed lightly against my lips, sending a delightful shiver through me, quickening my heartbeat once more. We arrived at the entrance of a haunted house, where Qian Qian looked at me with a playful smirk. Do you dare to go inside? His eyes sparkled with mischief and challenge. I hesitated for a moment, gazing into his expectant eyes, and with a determined nod, I said, let us go. Although fear coursed through my veins, I did not wish to appear weak in his presence. As we stepped inside the haunted house, the eerie sound effects and dim lighting sent chills down my spine. Suddenly, a ghost leapt out, and I screamed, instinctively throwing myself into Qian Qian's arms. He held me tightly, chuckling, don't be afraid, it's all just pretend. His laughter resonated in the darkness, offering comfort and reassurance. Gradually, under Qian Qian's soothing presence, I began to relax, exploring the mysterious and thrilling haunted house alongside him. With every terrifying scene that unfolded, he gripped my hand firmly, imparting strength and courage. Emerging from the haunted house, we ventured towards a water attraction. As we floated along, splashes of water drenched us completely. Qian Qian, noticing my soaked appearance, couldn't he help but laugh, gently wiping the droplets from my face. Oh, you're still laughing. I feigned annoyance, playfully swatting at him. All right, I won't laugh anymore. But you do look quite adorable like this, he replied, pulling me into his embrace once more. His hold was warm and damp, yet it filled me with an unparalleled sense of security. Time flew by in joyous abandon, and we remained enveloped in the vibrant atmosphere of the amusement park, unwilling to depart. Chapter 21. The Thrilling Roller Coaster. Qian Qian led me directly to the roller coaster, my heart a mix of trepidation and curiosity. Gazing at the towering, twisting tracks and hearing the chorus of shrieks from those aboard, my heart raced. Are we really going to ride this? I asked, my voice quivering, my steps faltering involuntarily. The immense track was daunting. Qian Qian turned to me, his eyes radiating determination and gentleness. Don't be afraid, my dear. I am here with you. His voice carried a soothing power, akin to a warm spring breeze caressing my anxious heart, granting me a semblance of calm. Encouraged by him, I inhaled deeply, striving to suppress the fear within, and followed him towards the queue. As we waited, my heartbeat quickened, as if it might leap from my chest. My palms were clammy with sweat, and I kept wiping them on the edge of my garment. Qian Qian seemed to sense my unease. He gently grasped my hand and said, Relax, I will protect you. His hand was warm and strong, and the breadth of his palm conveyed an inexplicable reassurance. At last,
It was our turn to board the ride.
I sat down with great care, hastily fastening my seatbelt, my hands gripping the armrests tightly, the sensation only heightening my tension. Qian Qian sat beside me, leaning slightly closer, whispering, Do not be afraid, my dear. His words were like a spell, calming my racing heart if only slightly. The roller coaster began its ascent slowly, allowing my mood to ease a fraction. I even found the capacity to observe the scenery around me, watching as the people and landscape below dwindled in size. However, it wasn't long before the coaster accelerated up the hill, the clattering mechanical sounds reminiscent of a demon's murmur, causing my heart to seize once more. When we reached the pinnacle, the brief pause felt as if my breath had halted. Before me lay an expanse of open sky. Yet I found no inclination to admire it, for I knew an exhilarating plunge awaited. Suddenly, the roller coaster plunged downward like a wild stallion. The intense sensation of weightlessness compelled me to scream. My voice was nearly whisked away by the wind. Qian Qian swiftly opened his arms, enveloping me tightly, exclaiming, Darling, do not fear. His embrace was firm and warm, and instinctively I nestled against his chest, clearly hearing his rapid heartbeat. That powerful rhythm felt like a battle hymn, instilling courage within me. As the coaster twisted sharply, my body leaned entirely into Qian Qian, who held me tightly, as though attempting to meld me into his being. I could sense his body tense with every turn, as if he were battling fate, yet he consistently shielded me from any harm. We ascended rapidly. The wind howled past my ears, my hair danced wildly, stinging my face. One of Qian Qian's arms securely wrapped around my waist, while the other shielded my head from the gusts. His fingers grazed my cheek gently, that tender touch feeling particularly precious amidst the thrill. In this heightened exhilaration, Qian Qian and I clung tightly to one another, as if the world contained only the two of us. He whispered in my ear repeatedly, "I am here. I am here." His voice brimmed with strength and tenderness, gradually dispelling my fears. His breath brushed against my neck, sending a tingling sensation coursing through me, and my face flushed with warmth. At that moment, I had completely forgotten the outside world, my eyes solely focused on Qian Qian's steadfast gaze and gentle visage. His gaze was filled with concern and affection, as if I were the most precious treasure in his world. "Open your eyes and feel the thrill." Qian Qian's voice resonated in my ears. Hesitating for a moment, I slowly opened my eyes, and the sight before me evoked a mixture of fear and exhilaration. The rapidly passing scenery and the equally terrified yet excited expressions of those around me made me feel as though I were immersed in a delirious dream. In that fleeting moment, I witnessed the sky and earth alternate in a swift dance, saw the sunlight weave through the clouds, rendering everything unreal. We screamed with abandon on the roller coaster, releasing our inner fears and excitement. In that instant, all worries and pressures were cast aside, leaving only the exhilarating speed and the warmth of our embrace. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, yet also pass in the blink of an eye. Finally, the roller coaster began to decelerate, gently approaching its destination. As I stepped off the ride, my legs felt weak, nearly unable to support me. Qian Qian still held me tightly, his face radiant with exhilaration. "How was it, my dear?" "Thrilling, isn't it?" I gasped for breath, leaning against him, nodding my head in agreement. It was indeed exhilarating, and I was grateful to have him by my side. At that moment, my voice trembled slightly, my hair disheveled, my face glistening with sweat, yet my heart brimmed with an unprecedented sense of elation. We exchanged glances, our eyes sparkling with joy and excitement. The perilous moments we had just shared ignited a fire between us, creating an atmosphere that was both intimate and fervent. His gaze was filled with deep affection and indulgence, as if he could melt me with his warmth. "Come, let us rest for a while," Qian Qian said, wrapping his arm around my shoulder and guiding me to a nearby resting area. His steps were firm and steady, instilling in me an immense sense of security. I nestled beside him, my heartbeat still racing, my body slightly trembling. Qian Qian gently caressed my hair, whispering, "Relax, darling, it's all over." His voice was soft and low, akin to a gentle lullaby, gradually soothing my mind and body. I buried my head against his chest, listening to his still rapid heartbeat, feeling the warmth emanating from him. "This is the allure of the roller coaster," Qian Qian remarked, placing a tender kiss on my forehead. That gentle kiss, like a feather brushing against my skin, stirred a sweet ripple within my heart. We sat in the resting area for a while, our gazes never straying from one another, as if everything around us had faded away, leaving just the two of us. His eyes were filled with tenderness and love, ensnaring me in their depths. "Shall we come again next time?" Qian Qian teased, his smile radiant like the sun, illuminating every corner of my heart. In that moment I felt no fear, for I knew that as long as he was by my side, all difficulties and fears could be effortlessly overcome. The sun gradually sank in the west, casting its golden rays upon us, enveloping us in a luminous glow. That golden light elongated our shadows, as if binding us together. Today was indeed unforgettable. Qian Qian gazed at me, his eyes brimming with profound affection, drawing me irresistibly into their depths. "I will always remember this," I murmured, resting my head gently on his shoulder. I closed my eyes, savoring his breath, wishing this moment could linger indefinitely. We sat on the bench for a while longer, relishing the tranquility and each other's presence. The throngs around us ebbed and flowed, laughter and shouts rising and falling, yet we seemed ensconced in a world solely of our own making. "My dear, do you know? Just now, as I held you, I felt as if I possessed the entire universe," Qian Qian suddenly remarked, his voice deep and resonant. I lifted my gaze to meet his, feeling the same sense of assurance. He gently clasped my hand, declaring, "In every moment to come, I wish to be by your side." My heart swelled with emotion. "Yes, let us never part." At that moment, a butterfly alighted on the blossoms beside us, its wings shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors in the fading light of the sun. We quietly watched the butterfly dance gracefully, our hearts brimming with dreams and hopes for the future. "Let us stroll over there," Qian Qian suggested, rising and taking my hand. I followed him, our fingers entwined as we wandered through the golden twilight. A gentle breeze caressed our faces, bringing a refreshing coolness. Today is the happiest day of my life, I declared. Chapter 22. Joyful Times. After departing from the roller coaster, we indulged in several more popular attractions, laughter echoing throughout. The exhilaration and delight within us burst forth like brilliant fireworks, vibrant and resplendent. First, we dashed towards the aerial swing. As we settled in and fastened our safety belts, our hands instinctively clasped tightly together. The swing ascended slowly, a gentle breeze brushing against our cheeks, our hair soaring in the air. As the swing's arc grew wider, my heart raced to my throat. Sensing my anxiety, Qian Qian turned to me, his gaze tender. "Do not fear, my love. I am here." His voice, akin to warm sunlight, dispelled the trepidation within me. Meeting his steadfast gaze, I nodded, my nerves gradually yielding to sweetness. I felt Qian Qian's hand securely gripping mine, its warmth and strength providing solace. Our eyes locked, and in that instant, it felt as though the entire world faded away, leaving only us. Next, we hurried towards the pirate ship. Once aboard, I sat beside Qian Qian, and as the ship swayed, the exhilarating rise and fall quickened my heartbeat anew. Qian Qian wrapped his arm tightly around my shoulders, offering me strength and comfort. Each time the pirate ship surged skyward, I couldn't help but scream, while Qian Qian would always chuckle and say, "Let it all out. Release your worries." In his company, I freely expressed myself, as if the world consisted solely of us and the swaying ship. After disembarking from the pirate ship, we eagerly challenged the speed slide. Standing at the summit, I gazed down the steep slide, hesitation creeping in. Qian Qian grasped my hand, encouragingly saying, "Trust me, let us plunge down together. It will be exhilarating." Hand in hand, we glided down together. In that moment, the wind howled past my ears, yet my heart brimmed with courage, buoyed by Qian Qian's presence. As we descended, I shut my eyes tight, feeling Qian Qian's hand clasped firmly around mine, dispelling any flicker of fear. Upon reaching the end, I leapt into Qian Qian's embrace, savoring the rhythmic rise and fall of his chest, my heart overflowing with happiness. Each attraction drew us closer, our bond deepening with every shared experience. Throughout the challenges, Qian Qian remained attuned to my every expression and movement. When trepidation gripped me, he offered a comforting hug. When excitement surged, he cheered alongside me. His gaze was suffused with love and tenderness, enveloping me in a sweet world that felt exclusively ours. After indulging in several thrilling rides, we arrived at a more tranquil shooting game booth. Qian Qian picked up a toy gun with confidence, declaring, "Watch me win a grand prize for you." With unwavering focus, he aimed at the targets, each shot echoing with purpose. I cheered him on from the sidelines, delighting in his charming demeanor. His eyes, steadfast and intent, imbued every shot with a depth of feeling for me. Ultimately, he triumphantly secured a large plush toy and, with a smile, presented it to me, saying, "This is for you." I accepted the toy, touched, and enveloped him in a warm embrace. In his arms, I breathed in his unique scent, intoxicating me with joy. As we climbed to the pinnacle, surveying the entire amusement park, a profound sense of accomplishment washed over us, prompting shared laughter. In that moment, sunlight bathed us, our smiles radiant. During our ascent, he patiently awaited my progress, offering guidance and support that revealed his thoughtfulness and care. We eventually sought refuge in a shaded spot to rest, exchanging our feelings. Qian Qian gently wiped the sweat from my forehead, his eyes brimming with tenderness. "Today has been truly delightful. Every moment spent with you is filled with surprises," I said, leaning against his shoulder, my voice laced with satisfaction and sweetness. "You silly. I will always be here to protect you." Qian Qian affectionately brushed my nose, his gaze reflecting deep affection. "That exhilarating slide was simply thrilling," I exclaimed, my eyes sparkling with excitement. "As long as you enjoy it, we shall return again." Qian Qian smiled at me, his grin like a gentle spring breeze, enveloping me in warmth. We nestled together in serene companionship, relishing this moment of tranquility and tenderness. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon us, as if weaving a beautiful dream. The surrounding clamor faded into insignificance as we immersed ourselves in one another's world. "Darling, let us create more beautiful memories together," Qian Qian whispered softly in my ear, his breath stirring my hair, sending delightful shivers down my spine. I lifted my gaze to meet his eyes, affirming with resolve, "Yes, absolutely." My eyes sparkled with determination and anticipation. At that moment, a small bird alighted on a nearby branch, joyfully singing as if it too were celebrating our happiness. Its melodious song, crisp and delightful, infused the beautiful atmosphere with an invigorating vitality. Do you know? Today marks the happiest day of my life, Qian Qian declared, his eyes brimming with affection and contentment. Our hands were tightly clasped, as if we never wished to part. In this splendid moment, our hearts drew closer, brimming with anticipation for the future. Each fleeting instant of today shall be etched in my memory forever. Qian Qian gently kissed my forehead. Having rested enough, we rose, hand in hand, continuing our leisurely stroll through the amusement park. Each step was imbued with sweetness, and every glance exchanged was laden with love. We again beheld a clown performing tricks, eliciting hearty laughter from the surrounding children, and we too were swept up in the joyous atmosphere, grinning from ear to ear. Undoubtedly. Leaning against him, I envisioned the days that lay ahead. Time slipped quietly away amidst our laughter, yet our love deepened profoundly on this day. In a tranquil corner, we settled down, observing the ebb and flow of the crowd. The surrounding clamor seemed to fade gradually, leaving just the two of us immersed in this fleeting serenity. Qian Qian gently took my hand, his gaze deep and fervent, as if he sought to peer into my very soul. My dear, every moment spent with you since our acquaintance has been immeasurably precious to me. His voice, deep and magnetic, bore an undeniable authority, yet stirred my heart profoundly. I could feel the warmth radiating from his palm, a heat that seemed capable of melting me. I tilted my head slightly, meeting his passionate gaze. I feel the same. My handsome prince. My voice was soft, as if afraid to shatter the enchantment that enveloped us. He tenderly caressed my cheek, the gesture imbued with the utmost gentleness. I must tell you, I have never felt this way about anyone before. His words were like a warm spring breeze, caressing the softest corners of my heart, sending ripples of emotion coursing through me. My heart raced, cheeks flushed like ripe apples. He interrupted my thoughts, suddenly enveloping me in his embrace, holding me tightly. Do not speak, let me hold you like this. His voice whispered in my ear, tinged with urgency and longing. After a while, he released me, cradling my face in his hands, his gaze resolute as he proclaimed, "You are mine, now and forever." With that, he leaned down and gently kissed my forehead. That tender kiss, as light as a feather, carried with it boundless warmth and affection, instantly enchanting me. Just then, Qian Qian spotted a cotton candy stand, and his eyes lit up with childlike excitement as he dashed off to purchase 2 large, fluffy confections. I took the cotton candy from him, marveling at its cloud-like softness, and took a delicate bite. The sweet flavor instantly burst in my mouth. That sugary delight seemed to flow down my throat and seep into my very heart. Qian Qian bit into his own cotton candy, then suddenly leaned closer to me. "Darling, I wish to taste yours." Before I could fully comprehend the situation, he captured my lips with his tongue gently brushing against mine, sharing a fleeting sweetness. His unexpected gesture left me somewhat bewildered, yet I soon found myself immersed in the moment. His kiss, imbued with the sugary essence of cotton candy, intoxicated my senses. He released me, a mischievous smile playing on his lips as he remarked, "Indeed, you are sweeter." As we strolled through the amusement park, savoring our cotton candy, he occasionally took my hand,
pressing soft kisses upon it.
Those tender pecks felt like the delicate touch of butterflies, sending shivers through my heart. "Darling, today, here in this amusement park, I feel like the happiest man in the world," Qian Qian expressed, his gaze brimming with contentment and joy. Suddenly he halted, pulling me into a secluded corner and enveloping me in his embrace once more. This kiss was deeper and more fervent, as if he sought to pour all his emotions into that singular moment. "You know, I truly wish to conceal you in my arms forever, shielding your beauty from the world," he murmured, his voice laced with desire, his breath quickening. "Qian Qian, please, not here, there are people around," I shyly protested, though my heart was equally filled with longing for him. In this public setting, I couldn't help but feel bashful. "I care not. I must let you know how deeply I love you," he declared, his tone both commanding and affectionate, his eyes ablaze with passion. We continued our walk. Arriving at the edge of a serene lake, Qian Qian settled onto a bench by the water, pulling me onto his lap. "Sweetheart, lean against me," he said, his voice soft and magnetic. Nestled in his embrace, I felt the warmth of his body and the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, which instilled a profound sense of security within me. "From this day forth, I wish to hold you like this every day," Qian Qian whispered gently in my ear, his breath brushing against my hair, sending delightful shivers down my spine. I responded, my heart brimming with anticipation for our future together. I envisioned each day spent in his company, filled with bliss. Just then, a gentle breeze swept by, tousling my hair. Qian Qian tenderly adjusted my locks, his fingers grazing my cheek, the light caress prompting me to close my eyes and relish this moment of tenderness. "Every inch of your skin captivates me," he said, his voice low and husky, saturated with desire. I blushed, lowering my gaze, yet my heart swelled with joy. "Look at me, darling. I want you to know that my love for you will never waver," he asserted, his intensity almost igniting me. The golden hues of the setting sun enveloped us, elongating our silhouettes. We sat in serene silence, savoring this beautiful time, as if time itself had come to a standstill, leaving only us in existence. As night fell, the amusement park illuminated with vibrant lights. Qian Qian led me to a dazzling spot, once more wrapping me in his embrace. "Darling, under this beautiful glow, you set my heart aflame," he declared, his eyes reflecting awe and infatuation. I smiled softly. "You have a way with words." My smile, illuminated by the lights,
Appeared even more enchanting.
He lowered his head and gently kissed my lips, and I spoke nothing but heartfelt words. His kiss was tender and passionate, leaving me entranced and unable to extricate myself. Our hands were tightly clasped together, as if we could never part. I expressed my hope that we could remain in this blissful state forever, tears shimmering in my eyes, tears born from a profound happiness. "Certainly, I will dedicate my life to safeguarding this happiness," Qian Qian resolutely proclaimed, his gaze brimming with determination and promise. In this romantic ambience, a palpable transformation occurred within me, deepening my feelings for Qian Qian. I realized that from this moment onward, I had profoundly surrendered to his love, even though we were merely pretending to be a couple. "We must come here often in the future," Qian Qian declared. "Of course, we shall always hold hands," he said with a smile. Time slipped away quietly amidst our sweetness. Yet our love grew even more resolute and profound that night. Chapter 24. A Romantic Evening. As night fell, the lights of the amusement park illuminated, casting an even more enchanting atmosphere. The vibrant lights twirled around us like dreamlike ribbons, transforming the amusement park into a fairy tale wonderland. The dazzling brilliance flickered, illuminating every corner and brightening the corners of our hearts filled with anticipation. We continued to revel in this splendid evening. Our first stop was an exhilarating dart game booth, where Qian Qian confidently picked up a dart, his gaze focused and unwavering. He squinted slightly, and with a swift motion of his arm, the dart soared towards the target as if endowed with life, striking the bullseye repeatedly. The surrounding crowd erupted into applause, their enthusiasm igniting the air. I couldn't help but cheer for him, my eyes filled with admiration and appreciation. He turned to me and winked, his handsome visage shining like the brightest star in the night sky, causing my heart to race, as if it might leap from my chest. Next, we ventured into a mysterious mirror maze. Countless mirrors reflected the lights, creating a surreal world that disoriented the senses. I nervously grasped the hem of Qian Qian's shirt, my palms slick with sweat. He firmly held my hand, his strong grip conveying boundless strength and courage. We navigated through the maze, occasionally bumping into mirrors that emitted soft thuds, sharing smiles each time. In those smiles, there was no trace of complaint or frustration, only warmth and sweetness. Upon finally escaping the maze, we both felt a sense of relief, as if we had just experienced a marvelous adventure. In this adventure, our proximity had increased, and the connection between our hearts grew ever tighter. Passing by a street performance stage, a magician was captivating the audience with spectacular tricks. Qian Qian pulled me to a halt, and we stood together, engrossed in the display. The magician's deft hands conjured up one astonishing illusion after another, leaving the audience in awe. His hands seemed to possess magic, continuously transforming into a series of incredible sights. After the performance, Qian Qian gifted me a flower conjured by the magician, stating that this blossom bloomed solely for me. His words were as sweet as honey, melting my heart. As I accepted the flower and inhaled its fragrance, the scent enveloped the air and filled my soul. Subsequently, we arrived at a romantic wishing well. The water glimmered under the lights, resembling countless tiny jewels sparkling in the night. Countless coins shimmered at the bottom, seemingly holding the dreams and hopes of many. Qian Qian retrieved 2 coins from his pocket and handed one to me. "Let us make a wish together," he said, his voice brimming with anticipation and tenderness. I closed my eyes and silently made a wish for us. I hoped we could remain this happy forever, wishing that this beauty would never fade. As the coins splashed into the water, creating tiny ripples, the crisp sound seemed to carry our hopes and dreams down to the depths, firmly rooting them in this land of promise. "What did you wish for?" Qian Qian inquired curiously, his eyes sparkling with intrigue and expectation. As we strolled along, we were drawn to an activity involving riddles. The surroundings were adorned with exquisite lanterns, each hanging a puzzle beneath. Qian Qian eagerly took my hand and began guessing the riddles. His mind was sharp, and before long, he had solved several. Each time he guessed correctly, he flashed a triumphant smile at me, a grin that shone brightly under the lights, akin to the most radiant stars in the night sky. Not to be outdone, I diligently pondered the answers. Through our joint efforts, we won a pair of adorable little figurines. Next, we found ourselves at a small music fountain square. Qian Qian gently led me to the center of the fountain, where we joyfully twirled amidst the splashes, laughter echoing around us. His laughter was bright and melodious, reminiscent of the warmest breeze in spring, lifting my spirits. In that moment, I felt an unparalleled sense of happiness and freedom, as if the entire world consisted solely of the two of us, with all worries and troubles cast away. The night sky glimmered softly, mirroring the everlasting flame of love within our hearts. In this romantic ambience, our bond deepened. Time seemed to stand still. The world faded into obscurity, leaving only the clarity and reality of each other's presence. I will forever remember this evening, I said, my voice filled with emotion and joy. So will I. Every moment is so precious, Qian Qian replied, gripping my hand tightly, as if fearing that I might vanish if he let go. Unbeknownst to us, time slipped away amidst our laughter. Under the dazzling lights, our figures appeared exceptionally close. Those beautiful moments sparkled like brilliant stars, embedded in the sky of our memories, eternally radiating warmth and light. The night light cast gentle shadows of us, as if narrating the sweet story between us. Today has truly been wonderful, I said, my face radiant with a joyful smile, a smile akin to blooming flowers, resplendent and enchanting. We strolled leisurely, occasionally pausing to appreciate the nocturnal scenery by the roadside. Passing by a quaint garden, the blossoms exuded a subtle fragrance under the moonlight. Upon reaching my doorstep, Qian Qian gazed at me with deep affection. His eyes brimmed with reluctance and longing, as if a myriad of words yearned to be spoken, yet he found himself at a loss for how to begin. Today must come to an end. His voice was somewhat subdued, tinged with an imperceptible sadness. But there will be a next time, I reassured him, though my heart also felt the weight of disappointment. How I wished time could linger in this moment, allowing us to remain side by side in this manner forever. I will miss you, he whispered softly in my ear, his gentle breath ruffling my hair, sending a delightful shiver down my spine. I will miss you too, I replied, my voice tinged with shyness, akin to a gentle murmur. I feared that once the truth was spoken, this beautiful reality would shatter in an instant. Qian Qian seemed oblivious to my hesitance. He tenderly kissed my forehead, that kiss as soft as a feather drifting down. In that moment, my world appeared to cease its rotation, leaving only his tenderness and love. Good night, rest well, he said, his tone filled with care and reluctance. With a heart full of complex emotions, I bid him farewell with a blissful smile. Good night, eagerly anticipating our next encounter. Watching Qian Qian's silhouette fade away, my heart brimmed with warmth and turmoil. I understood that our relationship was merely an ambiguous game, a facade of a couple devised to protect a secret. Yet, in this process, I had developed genuine feelings, increasingly reluctant to conclude this charade and yearning for a true connection with him. His gentle gaze, sweet words, heartfelt embraces, and tender kisses enveloped me in a sea of happiness. Silently, I made a wish, hoping this pretense could transform into reality, yearning for Qian Qian to share my sentiments. However, I feared this might be nothing but my unrequited longing, terrified that once the truth was unveiled, all beauty would disintegrate in an instant. Thus, amidst the turmoil and anticipation, I spent a sleepless night. Chapter 25, A Sudden Change in Attitude. Once harmonious, Qian Qian's demeanor towards me abruptly turned cold, his eyes devoid of the warmth they once held. I was taken aback, my heart filled with confusion, unable to comprehend why he had undergone such a drastic transformation overnight. Yet, on the surface, I endeavored to maintain my composure, feigning nonchalance as I continued onward. Inside, however, a tempest raged, a multitude of questions swirling in my mind. I incessantly questioned myself. What had gone awry? Was it something I said at the amusement park? Or did I inadvertently do something that displeased him? Yet, no matter how I pondered, I could find no reasonable explanation. In class, I sensed his gaze deliberately avoiding my direction. The teacher passionately expounded on the subject matter, prompting us to engage in group discussions. In the past, Qian Qian would eagerly exchange thoughts with me, sharing our ideas with fervor. His gaze was filled with a fervent thirst for knowledge and a profound attention towards me. Our thoughts sparked in harmonious exchange, characterized by an unspoken understanding and intimacy. Yet this time, he remained silent. Even when I ventured to solicit his opinions, he appeared oblivious, utterly disengaged from our dialogue. Anxiety gnawed at my heart like ants on a hot skillet, compelling me to reflect upon my actions, wondering if I had inadvertently offended him. Despite my exhaustive contemplation, I could devise no plausible explanation. My heart sank gradually, as if plummeting into an abyss of despair. During the intermission, I sat at my desk, discreetly observing him. He was animatedly conversing and laughing with his peers. His once radiant smile, which I had cherished, now seemed to bloom for everyone but me. His laughter rang bright and joyous, and his movements were carefree amidst the playful banter. However, whenever his gaze inadvertently flickered towards my direction, it would instantly harden into indifference. The chill in his eyes sent shivers down my spine, as if an insurmountable chasm lay between us. I endeavored to glean some hint from his expressions and gaze, yearning to capture even the slightest indication, yet he consistently averted his eyes, as if I were a daunting riddle he wished to evade. After school, I lingered at the classroom door, yearning for clarity. The sunset cast a golden hue across the campus, enveloping everything in a luminous glow. The moment he emerged from the classroom and saw me, his expression bore no trace of surprise or warmth. Instead, it was laden with evasion. His footsteps faltered slightly, as if in hesitation, before he hastened past me. My voice, tinged with a hint of desperation, called out, but he remained unyielding. Tears welled in my eyes, yet I resolutely stifled them. In the days that followed, he ceased to initiate conversations with me. Even when we crossed paths in the narrow corridors of the school, he would sidestep without uttering a word. I could feel the curious gazes of our classmates, as though they were speculating about the nature of our discord. My confusion deepened, and the sensation of being misunderstood and overlooked tormented me. What once was a vibrant and joyful campus life now felt draped in shadows. I no longer engaged enthusiastically in activities, often drifting off during lessons, and my academic performance began to wane. One day, I spotted him in the library. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a mosaic of light and shadow on the wooden table. He sat alone in the corner, engrossed in the book before him. I inhaled deeply, summoning my courage to approach and sit opposite him. He glanced up, his eyes devoid of warmth, as though I were an unwelcome intruder disturbing his tranquility. In that fleeting moment, I perceived a stranger in him. The familiar kindness had given way to coldness and distance. Without uttering a word, he gathered his belongings and swiftly departed, his hurried movements signaling a desire to escape my presence. I remained seated, bewildered and overwhelmed with a tide of grievance and confusion. Tears brimming in my eyes, yet I stubbornly refrained from allowing them to fall. Every subsequent day, I found myself ensnared in a web of anguish and confusion. During class, my gaze would unconsciously drift towards a seat, yearning for even a fleeting glimpse of a friendly look. I watched his silhouette, imagining he might suddenly turn to me with a smile, yet each time I was met only with disappointment. In the intermissions, I sought his figure amidst the throngs of students, hoping for an opportunity to gain some clarity. I navigated through the bustling crowd, my eyes fervently scanning for him, but whenever I caught sight of him, he invariably averted his gaze. At mealtimes, I would stare longingly at the entrance of the cafeteria, wishing he would sit beside me as he once did. I would reserve a seat for him in advance, envisioning us sharing a meal and engaging in lively conversation. Yet, he consistently chose to sit with others, utterly disregarding my presence. Each moment of hope was met with a deeper sense of despair. The roller coaster rides, the joyous laughter, the sweet cotton candy, and the wishes made at the wishing pool all seemed to belong to a time not long past. I remember the tenderness and affection in his eyes, how he held my hand tightly, promising to always be by my side. But now, all of that feels so distant and ephemeral. I endeavored to uncover the reasons behind his change in demeanor. Had I uttered an inappropriate word or committed a misstep? Yet, I remained utterly perplexed. Though I appeared calm on the surface, my heart was rife with anxiety, seeking an outlet for my turmoil. Friends invited me to partake in outings, but I found no interest, often retreating into solitude. My mood mirrored a clouded sky, oppressive and heavy. My academic performance began to decline due to my distracted thoughts. And when teachers approached me for discussions, I merely offered perfunctory responses. I recognized the inappropriateness of my behavior, yet I could not rein in my emotions. His indifference extinguished my enthusiasm for everything. Standing at a distance, I gazed at his familiar yet alien figure, the pain in my heart intensifying once more. Sunlight danced upon his hair, and his smile remained radiant, albeit no longer directed towards me. I felt like a forgotten corner, isolated and helpless. One more dawn arrived, and I encountered him again in the school corridor. Sunlight graced his face, highlighting his handsome features. I could not restrain myself from speaking again. What has happened? Oh, esteemed school prince? You cannot continue to ignore me. He halted, casting a cold glance in my direction. Please, do not bother me anymore. It is over between us. His words pierced through me like a chilling blade, leaving me shattered. Having spoken, he turned and walked away, leaving me standing there, tears finally spilling forth. I leaned against the wall and slowly sank to the ground, my body trembling from the weight of my sorrow. Chapter 26. Necessary Intimacy. Since that moment of resolute indifference from him, my heart felt as though it had plunged into an endless winter, especially considering our pretense of being a couple, which constrained me from expressing my feelings. Nevertheless, life continued unabated, and school activities persisted. It was on the night of the school's cultural performance, when brilliant lights illuminated the entire stage and the audience was filled with teachers and students alike. As I stepped onto the stage, poised to perform, Qian Qian unexpectedly appeared by my side. He gently wrapped his arm around my waist and whispered in my ear, his tone reminiscent of an immensely affectionate couple. A chorus of gasps and applause erupted from the audience, filled with the envious gazes of my classmates. Though I played along with his act, I was acutely aware that it was merely a facade for others to witness. A forced smile graced my lips, yet it felt rigid, as if tugged by an invisible force. My eyes flickered nervously, unwilling to meet his gaze for too long, fearing he might penetrate the depths of my inner turmoil and helplessness. His grip on my waist was tight, bordering on uncomfortable, but I chose to silently endure it to maintain this superficial harmony. His gaze appeared tender, yet I could sense the hollowness and deceit within it. He seemed calm, but concealed beneath was an air of indifference and detachment, ensnaring me without offering any warmth or solace. After the performance concluded, we descended the stage together, his hand still clasping mine as he engaged in light-hearted banter with our peers. I struggled to immerse myself in this fabricated atmosphere, laughing and joking alongside them. Yet with every chuckle that escaped my lips, a bitter taste lingered. My attempts to align with the moment felt clumsy, the effort of sustaining that forced smile growing increasingly arduous, my muscles beginning to ache. I discreetly observed Qian Qian's expressions, hoping to glean genuine emotion from his subtle changes, but ultimately found myself empty-handed. My heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, every breath laced with pain. As the artistic showcase drew to a close and the crowd gradually dispersed, Qian Qian reverted to his aloof demeanor. He released my hand, as though the intimacy we had just shared had never existed. In that fleeting moment, a wave of bitterness washed over me, akin to a cup of bitter tea too concentrated to dissolve, spreading through the depths of my being. I'll leave first, he remarked coldly, casting not even a glance in my direction before turning away. His voice resonated like a sound from a distant ice cavern, devoid of warmth, extinguishing the flicker of hope I had just ignited. I stood rooted to the spot, watching his receding figure, the bitterness in my heart intensifying. The person who had just moments ago been so close to me now departed with such finality, as if I were merely a tool for his convenience. His silhouette elongated beneath the dim streetlights, each step resolute, marked by an unwavering determination and devoid of hesitation or nostalgia. My vision grew, increasingly blurred, tears spilling uncontrollably down my cheeks, cascading onto the cold ground below. I tossed and turned, unable to find sleep, as the night stretched interminably. Moonlight filtered through the curtain-esque crevice, casting a delicate frost across the room, amplifying my sense of cold and solitude. Countless times, I questioned myself. What was all of this for? Was it for the sake of a hollow facade? Or perhaps for a fleeting semblance of warmth once experienced? Yet, I found no answers, only an overwhelming sense of pain and confusion. The following day in the classroom, Qian Qian continued to ignore me. I endeavored to engage him in conversation, but he remained oblivious. The curious gazes of my classmates pierced me like arrows, leaving me engulfed in embarrassment and oppression. During the club activities, Qian Qian would consistently display an affectionate demeanor towards me, inciting envy among those around us. It was a sunlit afternoon, and the members of the club gathered in the classroom, fervently discussing the upcoming event plans. The moment Qian Qian entered the room, his gaze instantly fixed upon me, and, without hesitation, he approached. His strides were resolute and composed, adorned with a gentle smile. That smile, radiant as sunlight, failed to warm my frigid heart. In his eyes lingered a deliberate tenderness, akin to a carefully orchestrated performance. He gently took my hand. Those hands that had once bestowed upon me countless warmth now felt profoundly unfamiliar. His fingers were long and strong, brushing against my skin, causing me to tremble involuntarily. In that instant, my body felt as though it had been struck by an electric current, not from infatuation, but from an inexpressible tangle of emotions. My dear, what do you think of this proposal? He turned to me, inquiring gently, his voice imbued with concern. That deep, magnetic tone, which had once enchanted me, now only evoked a sense of insincerity. His tone was so intimate, yet I could discern that it was merely a superficial pretense. Although I played along with his act, I was acutely aware that it was all for the sake of others. I forced a smile, echoing his words. The smile was so strained, as though it were a mask being forcibly stretched, ready to shatter at any moment. My voice trembled slightly as I endeavored to appear composed. Quite good, I replied, my tone dry and faint. Only I knew the depth of anguish and helplessness concealed behind those simple words. My heart raced, as if it were about to leap from my chest, not from affection, but from anxiety and unease. My palms began to sweat. I wanted to pull my hand free from his grasp, but found myself paralyzed with fear. When the event concluded and the crowd dispersed, Qian Qian reverted to his aloof demeanor. His gaze turned cold in an instant, as if the tenderness had never existed. He swiftly released my hand, that gesture resolute and unfeeling, as if eager to rid himself of some restraint. His expression became as frigid as frost, shattering the fleeting fantasy I had just entertained. I watched his indifferent figure retreat, a wave of bitterness washing over me. That bitterness spread within my heart, like venom slowly corroding my soul. His silhouette faded into the twilight, each step seeming to tread upon my heart, causing it to ache subtly. I stood there in a daze, tears once more blurring my vision. The wind gently tousled my hair, yet could not soothe the pain within me. Days passed in this manner, with Qian Qian exhibiting intimacy when it suited him and indifference when it did not. My heart gradually grew numb amidst this relentless torment. Each shift in his demeanor felt like a dagger, etching scars upon my heart. During a school-organized outing, Qian Qian presented me with water and wiped my sweat in front of everyone, demonstrating meticulous care. Our classmates marveled at the depth of our relationship. Look how sweet they are. The envious remarks of my peers echoed around me, yet they felt like sharp jibes, laden with irony. However, while everyone else engaged in their activities, he distanced himself from me, no longer acknowledging my presence. I followed closely behind, yearning for clarity. Qian Qian, what do you truly consider me? I finally cried out, my voice trembling with despair. He halted, casting a frigid glance in my direction, declaring, you are merely a tool for my convenience. Those words struck my heart like a heavy hammer, plunging me into a profound sense of hopelessness. The world around me seemed to collapse in an instant, leaving me to drown in this endless agony. I was at a loss as to how to navigate the future, or whether I could ever rise from this abyss of suffering. Chapter 27. The Struggle to Maintain. In an effort to uphold our pretense of being a couple, I endeavored to meet Qian Qian's various demands. It was an ordinary morning, with sunlight filtering through wispy clouds, gently illuminating the campus. With a heart full of trepidation, I entered the classroom. Before I could even set down my backpack, Qian Qian's towering figure loomed over me like a mountain. With an impassive expression, he approached and unceremoniously slammed a thick stack of test papers onto my desk. Complete these before school ends today, and your answers must be accurate. His tone was cold and resolute, as if this were not a request, but an edict that brooked no dissent. His indifferent gaze felt like a winter chill, sending shivers down my spine. I stared at the mountainous pile of papers, perceiving an insurmountable peak before me, a bitter sensation spreading within, akin to swallowing an unripe fruit that left my brow furrowed in distaste. Yet, I forced a smile, my voice quivering as I replied, all right. That smile felt so strained, as if pulled by an invisible force. Throughout the morning, the classroom was filled with the joyous laughter of my classmates and the lively chatter during breaks. They engaged in playful banter or passionately discussed the latest games, while I felt as though I were in a different realm, encircled by endless solitude and the burden of tests. I immersed myself in the ceaseless torrent of papers, the scent of parchment and ink enveloping my senses. My eyes grew dry and painful from prolonged focus, my vision gradually blurring, my fingers ached slightly from constant writing, trembling with fatigue, and my wrists throbbed with discomfort. As noon approached, sunlight bathed every corner of the campus, yet I remained ensconced in my desk, battling valiantly against the relentless tests. My stomach grumbled in protest, as if a tiny hand were scratching inside, voicing its displeasure at my neglect. However, I dared not pause, fearful that failing to complete the task on time would displease Qian Qian. My heart was consumed by anxiety and tension, akin to a taut string poised to snap at any moment. Before the afternoon class bell rang, Qian Qian approached me once more unannounced. His footsteps were heavy and hurried, each step resonating like a weight upon my heart. Still wearing that expressionless facade, his eyes conveyed an air of detachment as he coldly instructed, after school. Accompany me to the bookstore and help me select a few reference books. As the sun dipped low, casting an orange hue over the streets, the day continued its relentless march. Like a silent shadow, I followed Qian Qian to the bookstore. He leisurely perused the shelves, occasionally flipping through one book and then another, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he seemed lost in his own world. Meanwhile, I stood beside him, burdened with his heavy backpack, my shoulder aching under the weight. Yet I dared not utter a word of complaint. I tirelessly assisted him in searching for suitable reference books among the myriad of titles, my gaze anxious and tense, fearful of missing any potential gem. In the bookstore, Qian Qian would sometimes request a specific book, saying, "What do you think of this one?" His voice carried a hint of expectation and urgency. Moments later, he would direct me to find another, urging, "Hurry, bring me that one over there." His tone grew increasingly impatient, as if I were his servant. I busily navigated the aisles, striving for diligence, beads of sweat forming on my forehead, my heart racing with anxiety, terrified of incurring his wrath. Regardless of my exhaustion and grievances, I forced a smile, concealing my discontent behind a mask that I could not remove. On another occasion, Qian Qian needed assistance for an important English speech competition. The eve of the contest came. Darkness enveloping the city, its lights twinkling brilliantly, while I found myself confined to a small room. He naturally sought me out, speaking in a tone that brooked no refusal. "Help me write the speech. The language must be sophisticated, the grammar flawless, and it should be compelling." He incessantly reiterated these demands, arms crossed, his gaze filled with eagerness and urgency, as if it were an effortless task. Thus, those nights were sacrificed, as I forewent rest and leisure. Beneath the soft glow of a desk lamp illuminating my weary face, I wrestled with ideas, writing fervently, my fingers dancing across the keyboard, producing a crisp symphony of sounds. After completing the draft, I revised it repeatedly, meticulously choosing each word and sentence, striving to meet his standards. When I eagerly presented the carefully crafted speech to him, he merely skimmed it with a furrowed brow, disappointment evident in his eyes. "This part lacks brilliance. Rewrite it," he stated, his words dousing my hopes like a bucket of cold water. In that moment, my heart plummeted into a frigid abyss, the chill seeping into my soul. I felt a profound sense of injustice, tears welling in my eyes, my throat constricted, rendering me speechless. After revising it, Qian Qian delivered an outstanding performance at the competition, exuding confidence on stage, his voice resonating with passion, earning applause and accolades from the audience. Yet he made no mention of my arduous efforts, as if all his success was solely due to his own talent. I could only feign happiness, insincerely congratulating him. "Congratulations, you were fantastic." However, the disappointment within me loomed like a black hole, relentlessly consuming my joy. My smile felt so pale and powerless, merely a hollow mask. In silence, I endured the weight of my grievances. Once again, Qian Qian was poised to participate in a mathematics competition. It was a sweltering afternoon, with the air seemingly distorted by the heat. He entrusted me once more with the task of organizing the review materials. I devoted an immense amount of time and effort, scouring every corner of the library and searching online for countless resources, my eyes bloodshot from prolonged screen exposure. I meticulously collected and organized a substantial stack of materials, my fingers becoming rough from the frequent turning of pages. When I eagerly presented it to him, he merely glanced through it and, with a discontented expression, remarked that the materials were too commonplace and urged me to find more challenging ones. His words struck my heart like arrows, leaving me profoundly disheartened, as if my efforts had been swept away by a tempest, leaving only desolation and despair in their wake. Yet, I silently acquiesced and turned back to the task of searching anew, my steps heavy as though laden with lead. Dragging my leaden limbs, I collapsed onto my bed, the mattress emitting a muffled protest under my weight. The room was terrifyingly silent, save for the sound of my labored breaths, akin to a bellows, coarse and hurried. As I gazed at the ceiling, tears streamed down my cheeks uncontrollably, like a flood that had burst its banks. The tears cascaded down my face, soaking into the pillow, leaving damp traces behind. Reflecting on the daily compromises I made, I found myself questioning why I was subjecting myself to such indignity. Despite the torment within, I still forced a smile in his presence. I felt like a child lost in darkness, unable to find a way out or glimpse any hope. I recalled Qian Qian's indifferent demeanor and his exacting demands, feeling as though my heart was pricked by innumerable needles, each one inflicting profound anguish. I wrapped myself tightly in the blanket, curling into a ball, as if that could provide me with a semblance of safety against the chill of the outside world and the pain within. Yet, that chill and pain clung to me like a shadow, inescapable. When would such days come to an end? I muttered to myself, my voice sounding so weak and helpless in the empty room. My heart brimmed with confusion and despair, the path ahead shrouded in a thick fog, obscuring my direction and leaving me lost. The moonlight filtered softly through the window, casting a cool and solitary glow upon the floor. I lay there, uncertain of how to confront this unequal relationship, unaware of how much longer I could endure. After what felt like an eternity, I gradually succumbed to exhaustion and tears, drifting into a restless sleep. In my dreams, those scenes that evoked my grievances and heartache replayed incessantly, preventing me from finding true peace or savoring the moment. Suddenly, the ring of my phone shattered the night's stillness. Trembling, I reached for it, my finger hovering over the screen displaying Qian Qian's name. After a moment's hesitation, I pressed the answer button. "Hello," my voice quivered, tinged with the remnants of tears. "What's wrong?" came Qian Qian's calm voice. I bit my lip, striving to steady my tone. "It's nothing, just a bit tired." The phone line fell silent for a moment before he spoke, urging me to rest early. After his words, he abruptly ended the call. As I listened to the busy tone emanating from my phone, a wave of disappointment washed over me. Perhaps he had never truly cared for my feelings. I wiped away the tears from the corners of my eyes and reminded myself to relinquish any expectations. Chapter 28. The Budding of Affection. By a stroke of chance, Qian Qian inadvertently revealed his concern for me. It was an ordinary recess, the classroom filled with the cheerful laughter and lively chatter of my classmates. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the window, casting dappled patterns on the floor. Yet, I felt as if I were ensconced in another realm, entirely absorbed in my own thoughts, grappling with a vexing problem that seemed insurmountable, a daunting mountain, steep and treacherous, leaving me in a state of utter confusion and anxiety. At that moment, Qian Qian approached from the far side of the classroom. He had intended to retrieve a forgotten textbook from the back, but as he passed by me, he caught sight of my furrowed brow and the focused yet bewildered expression on my face. His steps faltered slightly, the once hurried pace slowing as if tethered by an invisible force. His gaze lingered on the pen in my hand and the sheet of paper filled with calculations and diagrams, revealing a subtle glimmer of concern in his eyes. "This problem is quite challenging. Do take care not to strain yourself," he said softly, his voice devoid of its usual indifference, infused instead with a hint of gentle warmth and genuine care. His words were like a tender breeze, brushing against my ears while stirring a tempest within my heart. I found myself at a loss for words, staring at him in a daze, my mouth agape, yet unable to utter a single syllable. This unexpected display of concern felt like a ray of sunshine piercing through the gloom that had long shrouded my heart, leaving me momentarily disoriented, yet subtly stirred. The tension that had coiled tightly within me due to the challenging problem seemed to be gently plucked by a delicate hand, sending ripples across my heart. As his figure receded from my view, that simple statement resonated within me like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples that expanded outward, disrupting the calm waters of my heart. In that fleeting moment, my heart fluttered, and my feelings for him began to undergo a subtle transformation. From that day forward, I found myself no longer merely acquiescing and enduring when faced with Qian Qian. Instead, I felt a burgeoning sense of anticipation and interest. Each time I spotted him at the classroom door or unexpectedly encountered him in some corner of the campus, my heart would involuntarily stir. Sunlight would illuminate his face, accentuating his captivating features. He possessed a tall, perfectly proportioned figure, and his lips often curled into a faint, enigmatic smile, truly embodying the ideal of a school heartthrob. In those moments, I felt as though I were ensnared by an enchantment, my gaze unconsciously following his every movement, yearning to capture the essence of his expressions and actions. Each smile and frown of his left an indelible mark on my memory. During a club activity, everyone was busily preparing for the impending showcase, the air thick with anticipation and nervous energy. The classroom was alive with bustling figures and fervent discussions, the air thick with a palpable tension and excitement. Inadvertently, I was cut by a sharp piece of paper, blood seeping forth in an instant. That minute wound stood out starkly against my fair finger. Qian Qian, who had been engaged in a discussion with other members across the room, immediately turned upon hearing my soft gasp. His expression shifted from one of serious focus to one of concern and worry. Upon noticing my bleeding finger, a glimmer of compassion flickered in his eyes as he swiftly approached me. "How careless of you," he remarked, retrieving a tissue from his pocket and gently dabbing at my wound. Although his voice retained a hint of coolness, the warmth in his gaze enveloped me like a comforting current. Blushing, I murmured, "It's nothing, just a minor injury." Yet, without further ado, he grasped my hand and led me toward the infirmary. Throughout the journey, he held my hand firmly, his strong grip imparting a reassuring strength. as if fearing I might stray away. His strides were resolute and brisk, compelling me to quicken my pace in unison with him. In that moment, my heart felt as though it had been gently nudged by something unknown. A sensation previously unfelt surged within me. It was a feeling of being cherished and cared for, leaving me both enchanted and apprehensive. Nevertheless, I incessantly reminded myself that this was merely a fleeting episode in our pretense of being a couple and should not be taken to heart. I endeavored to suppress the burgeoning emotions within me, admonishing myself not to be ensnared by this illusory tenderness. Yet, once the seeds of affection are sown, curtailing their growth proves to be an arduous task. Each time Qian Qian displayed even the slightest concern for me, my heart would waver uncontrollably, akin to a small boat tossed amidst a tempest, unable to navigate its course. That minuscule display of care resembled a lighthouse amidst the sea, offering me hope in the darkness, while simultaneously instilling a fear that it might only be a transient glimmer of light. One day, within the hushed confines of the library, the atmosphere was punctuated only by the occasional rustle of pages. The aisles between the shelves appeared particularly narrow and elongated, sunlight streaming through the tall windows, casting a warm glow upon the wooden floor. In search of a reference book recommended by my teacher, I strained to reach for a volume perched atop the highest shelf. Just as perspiration began to bead on my forehead in my anxious quest, Qian Qian's figure materialized beside me. His arrival felt akin to a sudden savior, igniting a flicker of hope within me. With ease, he extended his arm, retrieving the book and, with a hint of playful reproach, remarked, "Couldn't you have asked for my help?" As I accepted the book and gazed at him, my heart fluttered once more. His eyes seemed to harbor an almost imperceptible smile, reminiscent of the warmth and brightness of spring sunshine, causing my heart to skip a beat. Yet, I quickly regained my senses, silently chiding myself. Don't be foolish. This is all a facade. I endeavored to steady my emotions, attempting to suppress the ripples that had just begun to surface. Lowering my gaze, I dared not meet his eyes again, fearful of surrendering once more to that gentle gaze. During a school-organized outdoor activity, everyone was filled with excitement, frolicking on the verdant grass, beneath the azure sky adorned with fluffy clouds. The emerald carpet of grass swayed gently in the breeze, carrying the fragrant essence of blooming flowers. In an unfortunate moment, I stumbled over a protruding stone, falling heavily to the ground. Before I could fully comprehend the situation, Qian Qian rushed over from a distance. His face was etched with urgency and concern, as if the world were on the brink of collapse. Swiftly, he helped me to my feet and asked, his voice laced with anxiety, "Are you hurt?" His eyes were brimming with care as he meticulously examined me for any injuries, his gaze scanning over me like a diligent scanner, leaving no potential hurt unnoticed. His intense focus nearly made me lose myself in the moment, momentarily forgetting the pain coursing through me. Yet, I gritted my teeth and feigned calmness, replying, "I'm fine."
Thank you.
As the days unfolded, such fleeting moments multiplied. Every instance of Qian Qian's inadvertent concern sent my heart racing. He would quietly hand me a pen when I forgot to bring one, or cast an encouraging glance after I was reprimanded by a teacher. But each time my heart fluttered, I sternly reminded myself that none of it was real, that I must not harbor any illusions. I found myself ensnared in a web of conflicting emotions. On one hand, I yearned for Qian Qian's care to be genuine, hoping that we could transcend this facade of a pretend relationship and embrace a true and beautiful love. In the stillness of the night, I often imagined us strolling hand in hand along the paths of our campus, sharing our joys and sorrows, a scene so warm and sweet that it captivated me entirely. Gazing at the ceiling, my thoughts drifted within that idyllic fantasy, as if I could feel the warmth of his palm and hear his gentle whispers. Conversely, I feared that this was merely my one-sided yearning, terrified of experiencing pain once more. I dreaded the thought that if I were to open my heart, I might discover that it was all an illusion, leading to an even more unbearable sorrow. Each time I reached this conclusion, I reminded myself to remain rational, that our connection existed solely to protect his secret. One afternoon after school, the remnants of the setting sun bathed the campus in hues of orange and red, enveloping it in a warm glow. The recent interactions with Qian Qian had left my heart in a tangled mess. My steps felt heavy, as if each stride bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. "Don't always keep things to yourself. You can talk to me about anything," he said, his tone imbued with a gentle warmth reminiscent of a spring breeze, softly brushing against my heart. His tender words stirred something within me, yet I dared not trust so easily. My heart wavered once more, but I maintained a facade of calmness, feigning indifference as I replied, "There's nothing to discuss." I attempted to cloak my true feelings with aloofness, fearing that he might see through my facade. He sighed softly, that breath seemingly laden with unspoken emotions. Actually, he hesitated. And my heart leapt into my throat, tense and expectant as I awaited his next words. I think sometimes you can be too stubborn. He spoke. His gaze fixed intently upon me, as if striving to penetrate the depths of my innermost thoughts. That look was profound and fervent, leaving me with no avenue of escape. My heart plummeted. The sweet words I had anticipated transformed into such a critique. I managed a bitter smile, concealing the disappointment that welled within me. I understood. My smile was laced with a poignant bitterness, as though I had swallowed an unripe fruit. Yet, he continued, remarking that even in my current state, there were aspects that evoked concern. His words stirred my heart once more, like a tranquil lake disrupted by the sudden plummet of a boulder. In the days that followed, I made every effort to avoid being alone with Qian Qian, fearful of losing control over my own emotions. I constantly reminded myself that this was merely a fleeting interlude in our masquerade as a couple, not to be taken seriously. Nevertheless, my heart had already drawn inexplicably closer to him. Chapter 29. The Interweaving of Emotions. One day, the school organized an essay competition. In my quest to stand out in this contest, I devoted myself wholeheartedly to the task. When I finally completed my first draft, brimming with excitement, I could hardly wait to share my thoughts with Qian Qian, hoping to receive affirmation and encouragement from him. However, he merely glanced at it dismissively and coldly stated, "It's just okay, nothing special." His words, devoid of warmth, fell upon my passionate heart like frigid raindrops, ruthlessly extinguishing my fervor. In an instant, I felt as though I had plummeted from the heights of elation to the depths of despair, a tide of disappointment surging within me. My enthusiasm was extinguished in that moment, replaced by feelings of dissatisfaction and resentment towards him. I thought bitterly to myself, how could he be so indifferent? Did he not comprehend the effort and diligence I had poured into this essay? Yet, fate has a penchant for irony. On an ordinary afternoon, an unexpected twist unfolded. That day, while on my way to the teacher's office to submit my assignment, I happened to pass by. The office door was ajar, and familiar voices drifted out. Curiosity propelled me closer to the crack in the door, and what I beheld left me astounded. There stood Qian Qian, positioned before the teacher's desk, holding my essay manuscript. His expression grave and focused. He was analyzing it word by word, offering numerous specific and constructive suggestions for improvement. The teacher listened intently to his analysis, nodding frequently, a look of admiration gracing her face. Witnessing the scene, my prior dissatisfaction with Qian Qian dissipated in an instant. An indescribable warmth and emotion surged within me. He was not, after all, as indifferent as he appeared. His heart had been attuned to my efforts all along. It was merely his unique manner of expression that had led me to misinterpret his sincerity. That day in the library, the books loomed like an insurmountable mountain before me. I navigated the aisles repeatedly, the weight of the tomes suffocating me. Each time I bent down to pick up a book felt like a formidable challenge. Sweat beaded on my forehead, flowing down my cheeks relentlessly as I gasped for breath, my back aching with fatigue. Just when I needed encouragement and assistance the most, Qian Qian happened to pass by. With eager anticipation, I gazed at him, yearning for a semblance of comfort and support. However, he not only failed to halt his pace to assist me, but stood to the side, arms crossed, mockingly stating, "You cannot even manage this minor task." His words struck me like a chilling gale, ruthlessly sweeping over my weary form, and in an instant, my heart turned to ice. With tears of injustice welling in my eyes, I could not comprehend why, in my moments of utmost vulnerability and need, he chose to deliver such a blow. Did he truly harbor no concern or empathy for me? I felt as though my heart had been viciously pierced, the pain rendering me nearly breathless. Yet, life is often replete with unexpected surprises. After the event concluded, as the sun's fading rays bathed the campus paths, I dragged my utterly fatigued body step by step towards the classroom. While organizing my books, I realized that sorting them by category and then by number would enhance efficiency. Furthermore, I reminded myself not to overexert and to remember to rest. Those few succinct words, akin to the warm sun of spring, instantly dispelled the gloom within my heart. The grievances and resentments that had once consumed me began to dissipate, replaced by a complex array of emotions. I started to question whether I truly understood him. Was he a callous and indifferent soul, or merely a warm-hearted individual unskilled in self-expression? Such occurrences repeated themselves, ensnaring my feelings for him in a profound entanglement. His intermittent displays of indifference and disdain pierced my heart like a sharp sword, evoking sadness and anger. Yet his occasional, inadvertent expressions of care and assistance felt like a gentle spring breeze, caressing my heart and stirring emotions within me. I grappled with the enigma of his thoughts and struggled to confront this intricate and contradictory sentiment. Yet I would recall the earnestness with which he analyzed my essays. That focused demeanor suggesting he indeed cared for me. I found myself ensnared in an endless cycle of contemplation and confusion, my thoughts tangled like a chaotic knot. Impossible to unravel. Encountering him in the school corridors stirred a tumult of emotions within me. I longed to approach and greet him, yet feared the sting of his indifference once more. I wished to pretend I had not seen him, but could not resist stealing glances at his every move. Each encounter felt like an internal battleground, rendering me inexpressibly tormented. In class, when the teacher mentioned his name, my ears would involuntarily perk up. Eager to hear anything related to him, I would covertly observe his expressions, attempting to glean traces of his feelings towards me from his reactions.
Yet,
Each observation only deepened my confusion, leaving me further at a loss regarding how to navigate this emotional labyrinth. I had once attempted to confide in friends about my inner turmoil, but they too could not provide me with definitive answers. They merely stated that matters of the heart are often intricate and require time to untangle. However, I find myself in a state of uncertainty, unsure of how long I must linger in this turmoil or whether I will ever truly comprehend his sentiments. This intricate and conflicting emotion envelopes me like an invisible web, ensnaring me tightly and rendering escape impossible. I remain oblivious to what the future holds, and whether I possess the courage to unravel and explore the profound thoughts dwelling within his heart. Chapter 30. The Contradictory State of Mind. I yearn to distance myself from Qian Qian, seeking relief from the torment of these feelings. I painfully remind myself that I can no longer endure this, as his capricious demeanor, akin to the unpredictable weather of June, exhausts my spirit. Each time I eagerly anticipate warmth from him, I am invariably pierced by the sharpness of his indifference. Every fragile barrier I painstakingly erect crumbles in an instant under his occasional tender gestures. On this day, having immersed myself in arduous study for an extended period, my body finally succumbed to the burden of fatigue, leaving me ill at home. Weak and weary, I lay upon my sickbed. The air around me felt heavy and oppressive. Gazing at the pallid ceiling, waves of helplessness and fragility crashed over me like an unrelenting tide. Thus, with a flicker of faint hope, I sent him a message, yearning for even a morsel of comfort from him. Yet, from dawn until dusk, the day stretched on. My phone remained as silent as a slumbering beast, devoid of any response. That prolonged wait morphed into deep disappointment and boundless sorrow, as if an invisible blade had carved yet another scar upon my heart. As night deepened, I stared into the pitch-black sky. The scattered starlight seemed to mock my naivety and folly. I clasped myself tightly, my body trembling slightly from disappointment and chill.
why?
Why would he not offer even a single word of concern? I questioned myself repeatedly, tears streaming down uncontrollably, soaking my pillow. Those tears were a catharsis for my inner turmoil, each drop burdened with my grievances and unwillingness to accept this reality. There was also a note, bearing familiar handwriting that simply read, "Study well, do not fall behind in your coursework." Upon reading those simple words, my heart felt as if it had been gently touched by a soft hand, transforming my mood from one of despair to a complex blend of emotions. In that moment, my heart was a cacophony of sentiments, resentment for his earlier apathy mingled with gratitude for this unexpected gesture of care. Yet, his demeanor conveyed impatience, an indifference to my feelings that extinguished my fervor and sent my heart plummeting into despair. "Look," I exclaimed to Qian Qian, my eyes sparkling with excitement as I pointed out an intriguing phenomenon, hoping to pique his interest. He merely replied with a casual "oh," his gaze still fixed upon the book in his hands, not even lifting his head. I felt my enthusiasm doused like a flame extinguished by a deluge. A wave of despondency washing over me as I realized my existence seemed utterly inconsequential to him. In that fleeting moment, a chill spread through my heart. However, in moments of adversity, when I found myself engulfed in melancholy, perceiving the world as a bleak and desolate expanse, he would quietly remain by my side, offering the care I so desperately needed through his actions, creating a warm sanctuary for me. There was a time when I faced the disheartening aftermath of a failed examination. As I gazed upon the abysmal report card, tears brimmed in my eyes. Alone, I sat silently in the classroom, unwilling to reveal my vulnerability to anyone. The clamor around me felt utterly disconnected, as I was shrouded in the gloom of failure. At that moment, Qian Qian entered the room, his footsteps resonating distinctly in the hushed atmosphere. He gently settled beside me, uttering not a word, simply extending a tissue towards me. The tissue, resting in his hand, seemed to embody a silent consolation. He then began to patiently elucidate my mistakes, his voice deep and soothing, each syllable flowing like a warm current into my frigid heart. His fingers traced the exam paper, his gaze focused and earnest, His sincerity enveloped me in warmth, akin to a ray of light illuminating my path through the darkness. Within me, a tumultuous struggle intensified. On one hand, I felt anger and dissatisfaction at his indifference and occasional neglect, vowing silently countless times to abandon any expectations or fantasies regarding him. Yet, on the other hand, the fleeting glimpses of tenderness and concern he occasionally displayed shone like distant stars in the night, stirring my heart and compelling me to draw closer, to seek an understanding of his innermost thoughts. In the presence of Qian Qian, I became increasingly hesitant and bewildered. I found myself at a crossroads, uncertain of how to engage with him. Should I distance myself with indifference to shield my already wounded heart, or should I continue to harbor that faint glimmer of hope, yearning for him to genuinely open his heart and offer the authenticity I longed for? Each interaction with him, even a mere exchange of glances, felt like a silent battle, plunging me into an abyss of contradictions. I wandered amidst these complex emotions, grappling like a solitary vessel lost in an endless sea, unsure of how to confront him. At times, I even contemplated escaping it all, distancing myself from Qian Qian, yearning to liberate my heart from this relentless turmoil. Thus, I resolved to cease my attention to his every move, to no longer be swayed by a glance or a word of his that could stir my emotions. I began to intentionally reduce our interactions, refraining from initiating conversations, forcing myself to shift him away from the center of my life. Yet, fate seems to delight in playing tricks. Whenever I chanced upon him on the street, even from a distance, my heart would be tugged by an invisible thread, compelling me to draw near. His tall and graceful figure, his handsome features possessed an irresistible allure, making it impossible for me to resist pausing to gaze. One day, I found myself seated quietly by the window of a cozy tea shop, savoring a moment of tranquility. The air was infused with the aroma of milk tea, and soft music flowed gently around me. Unbeknownst to me, I glimpsed Qian Qian hastily passing by outside the window. I resolutely intended to avert my gaze, to firmly convince myself to let go, yet my eyes seemed enchanted, inexorably trailing his retreating figure until he vanished into the vast sea of humanity. At that moment, my heart was fraught with turmoil. I was acutely aware that I ought to steadfastly distance myself, refusing to allow his every action to dictate my emotions. Yet my feet felt as though they were anchored to the ground, utterly immovable. My heart waged a fierce battle between reason and sentiment, as if it were on the verge of being torn asunder. That evening, as I lay upon my bed attempting to calm my mind with a book, my emotions would inevitably drift far away, drawn to the very person who inspired both love and resentment within me. In anguish, I covered my face, tears cascading through my fingers. I found myself at an impasse, uncertain whether to persist in my distance or to confront this uncertain affection with courage, even at the risk of further heartache. In the darkness, I questioned myself, yet answers eluded me. My internal struggle deepened, ensnaring me within an endless labyrinth from which I could not find an exit. I remained oblivious to what the future held, unsure of the direction my relationship with Qian Qian would take. Days slipped by, each heavier than the last, as if I bore the weight of a colossal stone, stifling my breath. Yet, his profound gaze seemed capable of piercing through all my facades and bravado, as though he sensed my inner turmoil, letting out a gentle sigh. "I know you've been avoiding me," he remarked, his voice low and tinged with a hint of resignation, brimming with unspoken emotions. "Some matters are not as you perceive them," he added, a flicker of complex feelings flashing in his eyes. I lifted my head, gazing at him with confusion, yearning to unravel the enigma that lay before me. Qian Qian hesitated, ultimately stating, "Just grant me a little more time. I will help you understand." With that, he turned and departed, leaving me rooted in place, my heart a tumult of questions and anticipation. What was he concealing? Should I continue to await his explanation? The path ahead was shrouded in mist, and within this fog, I found myself lost, uncertain of my next steps. Chapter 31. An Uncontrollable Attraction. On a sun-drenched afternoon that was intoxicatingly beautiful, a gentle breeze caressed every corner of the campus like a tender hand, infusing the air with freshness and tranquility. In the campus garden, vibrant blossoms flourished, their multicolored petals swaying lightly in the breeze, exuding delightful fragrances. I sat alone on a bench, a book in hand, yet my concentration eluded me. At that moment, Qian Qian approached. His footsteps were so light that I scarcely noticed his presence. When I finally raised my head to see him, my heart fluttered ever so slightly. Previously, the atmosphere between us had been fraught with tension and oppression. I lowered my gaze, avoiding his eyes, unwilling to confront him directly. I was still troubled by the myriad complications and contradictions from our prior encounters. The burdens of past grievances and misunderstandings weighed heavily upon my heart, leaving me engulfed in a profound sense of confusion and heaviness. Suddenly, Qian Qian shattered the suffocating silence. He slightly tilted his head, a playful smile gracing his lips as he uttered a humorous remark, which he could not help but chuckle at. That smile, akin to the most resplendent blossom unfurling in spring, instantaneously illuminated the entire world. Under the brilliant sunlight, he shimmered with dazzling radiance, the curve of his smile perfectly balanced, imbued with a hint of mischief and boundless warmth. In that moment, my world seemed to come to a standstill. All worries, entanglements, and inner turmoil were cast far beyond the clouds. My heart raced uncontrollably, deeply ensnared by that enchanting smile. I felt the heat rapidly flooding my cheeks. As if scorched by an intense flame, I attempted to divert my gaze, striving to escape the allure of that captivating smile, yet I found myself utterly spellbound. Unable to extricate myself from its magnetic pull, my breaths quickened and became erratic, each inhalation and exhalation laced with an insuppressible tension and excitement. I could feel subtle reactions coursing through my body, my legs trembling slightly, as though they had lost their strength to support me. I endeavored to calm myself, repeatedly reminding my heart, "Do not be so weak. It is merely a smile. Do not allow yourself to be so easily ensnared." However, my heart galloped like a wild steed, wholly disregarding reason's command. The more I sought to restrain the surging emotions within, the more intense that fluttering sensation became, akin to tumultuous waves crashing against the defenses of my heart. I felt as if I were enveloped in a dreamlike realm, where everything around me blurred into insignificance. Overshadowed solely by Qian Qian's radiant and enchanting smile, vividly etched in my mind, refusing to fade. Just as I found myself entranced by his beguiling smile, I suddenly became acutely aware of my own indiscretion, as if jolted by an electric shock. I feared that he might keenly perceive the undeniable truth residing in my gaze, and I hurriedly averted my eyes. I feigned interest in the distant flower beds, my focus wavering, attempting to mask the inner turmoil with this clumsy act. "What is wrong?" Qian Qian's voice gently resonated in my ears, laced with curiosity and concern. His voice brushed against my heartstrings, provoking a tumult of unquenchable ripples. Deep and magnetic, it possessed an invisible allure, rendering my escape even more elusive. I was acutely aware of how transparent my demeanor was, how easily it could be seen through. Yet in that moment, my mind was a whirlwind, incapable of devising a better way to conceal my turmoil and that ineffable fluttering of the heart. My gaze remained averted from his, flitting about in a state of disarray, while my hands unconsciously clutched the hem of my clothing, as if seeking solace in that gesture. Qian Qian appeared to sense my unease. He slightly furrowed his brow, his eyes flickering with confusion and contemplation. He took a slow step closer to me, and I could feel his breath, warm and laced with a subtle fragrance. His proximity heightened my anxiety. Yet, he refrained from further probing, perhaps out of respect. Or maybe he himself was uncertain how to navigate such a situation. We fell into a brief and awkward silence, the gentle rustle of the breeze through the flowers mingling with the rapid beating of my heart. However, beneath the facade of calmness, my heart still fluttered at that fleeting yet beautiful moment. Whether in the stillness of the night or the warmth of a sunlit afternoon, his smile would unexpectedly surface in my mind, imbued with endless charm and allure. Before long, an event at school required students to form pairs for a task. For reasons unknown, we were teased by our classmates, suggesting that couples should participate. Although I was acutely aware that we were merely pretending to be a couple, my heart brimmed with anticipation at that moment. "Thank you for today," his voice resonated clearly in the tranquil night. I lowered my gaze, hesitant to meet his eyes, responding, "It's nothing, it's just for the task." Yet he continued, "But I feel you are quite different today." His tone was deep and ambiguous, and there seemed to be an emotion in his gaze that I could not comprehend, rendering me helplessly captivated. Our eyes met. As if time itself had come to a standstill, I realized that my feelings for Qian Qian had deepened to a point beyond my control. This affection had transcended the initial innocence and curiosity, evolving into a profound yearning and dependence. Chapter 32. The Facade of Composure. Despite the tumult within, I feigned tranquility in front of Qian Qian. Days flowed like a silent stream, each droplet bearing the weight of my complex and entangled emotions for him. Every time I saw him, he appeared irresistibly handsome, as if proclaiming my admiration for him, yet I fought valiantly to suppress these feelings, ensuring they did not manifest in my expressions, words, or actions. In class, we were once again assigned to collaborate on a group project. The moment he sat beside me, my breath seemed to momentarily halt. I endeavored to adjust my expression, attempting to curve my lips into a subtle, serene smile, as if this were merely an ordinary collaboration. I spoke with a gentle and steady tone, Shall we begin? Yet, my voice betrayed a barely perceptible quiver. My gaze appeared resolute as I looked at him, although internally I was desperately concealing my turmoil. As we commenced discussing the project, every word he uttered brushed against my heartstrings. I listened intently to his every viewpoint, his focused demeanor suggesting he spoke the most precious truths in the world. Occasionally, I would share my thoughts, striving to maintain a tone of calm and composure. When he presented a commendable idea, I would nod gently, offering a faint smile, exclaiming, "That's a splendid idea." Deep within my heart, I find myself marveling at his brilliance, and the fluttering of my heart intensifies with each passing moment. When we find ourselves at odds, I take a deep breath, striving to calm my tumultuous emotions, and then endeavor to articulate my perspective in a tranquil tone. I ponder the possibility of viewing matters from an alternative angle. My gaze remains resolute and focused, as if such determination could mask the unease that arises from our differences. I continue to engage in his performance, concealing my true emotions from his scrutiny. Throughout this process, I harbor my own secret thoughts. Occasionally, while he speaks, I stealthily observe his expressions and movements, committing to memory each subtle habit, such as the slight furrowing of his brow when he contemplates or the spark of excitement that dances in his eyes. Yet, only I am privy to the torment I endure in each fleeting moment. With every exchange of glances, I hastily divert my eyes, fearing that he might perceive the deep affection I strive to conceal. That brief contact of our gazes ignites a fervent flame within me, instantly awakening anxiety and disarray. Each time his hand inadvertently brushes against mine, my heart jolts as if struck by an electric current. Nonetheless, I must feign composure, pretending as though nothing has transpired. In that instant, I can almost feel the warmth of his breath mingling with my skin, an indescribable tingling sensation coursing through my entire being. On one occasion, during our discussion, he leaned closer to me, pointing out a passage in the book. My heart raced violently, as if it were about to burst from my chest. I endeavored to maintain my calm, not allowing him to detect my peculiar state, and with a slightly trembling voice, I replied, "I understand." Yet, in that moment, my mind was a blank slate, utterly incapable of processing his words, consumed entirely by the proximity of his face and the magnetism of his voice. Amidst the narrow shelves, our bodies inadvertently brushed against one another. At that moment, I felt as if electricity surged through me, a tingling sensation enveloping my entire form. I could only pretend to be nonchalant, sidestepping to continue my search for materials, while my heart remained in turmoil, akin to a restless fawn within me. When I encounter him in the school corridor, I take a deep breath upon catching sight of him, then offer a polite smile and a simple greeting. "Hi, Qian Qian." That smile, seemingly effortless, is in fact the result of careful artifice. I then hastily pass by, reluctant to linger, fearing that I might drown in his gaze and inadvertently reveal more of my emotions. Each step away feels as though it drains me of all my strength, and every turn carries with it an infinite yearning and reluctance. After the small group discussion in class, I feign ease while gathering my belongings, as though this were merely the conclusion of an ordinary collaboration. I collapse onto my bed, tears streaming forth like a torrent, soaking my soft pillow. I incessantly question myself. How much longer must such days endure? What am I to do? Sometimes, I find myself seated by the window, gazing vacantly into the night outside. The moonlight, like liquid silver, spills onto the floor before the window, casting a luminous glow. Yet my heart is enshrouded in the longing for Qian Qian, pondering what he might be doing at this very moment, and whether he ever thinks of me. I find myself reaching for my phone, gazing at our conversation history, my fingers gliding over the words as if I could feel his warmth emanating from them.
Time and again,
I attempt to unearth any evidence that he harbors feelings for me too, only to set my phone down in disappointment, the weight of my sorrow as profound as the night itself. At school, I am compelled to face Qian Qian daily, maintaining the facade of tranquility. Each encounter, every exchange, feels like a battle within my heart. I strive to uphold my defenses, concealing my true emotions from him. Yet, I am uncertain how much longer I can endure this charade. One day, during a break between classes, I was at my desk organizing my books. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting playful patches of light across the desk. Suddenly, Qian Qian's silhouette emerged in my line of sight, causing my heart to skip a beat. "How have you been lately?" His voice drifted into my ear like a gentle breeze. He stood beside me, lingering rather than departing immediately, his outline illuminated by the sun, rendering him even more handsome. I felt a surge of discomfort under his gaze, lowering my head to continue arranging my books, my fingers trembling slightly from nervousness. "And you?" I attempted to divert the conversation. Thus, we fell into a fleeting silence, the air around us seemingly frozen, with only the sound of my heartbeat resonating in my ears. On another occasion, after school, the classroom was deserted save for Qian Qian and me. The waning sunlight filtered through the windows, bathing everything in a golden hue. Unlike his usual prompt exit, he sauntered slowly to my desk, his footsteps echoing distinctly in the hushed classroom. He regarded me quietly, his eyes reflecting a complex emotion I could not decipher. "I have something to tell you," he said, his voice deep and resonant, imbued with an irresistible force. My heart leapt into my throat as I anxiously watched him, my hands instinctively clutching the hem of my garment. I was uncertain of his intentions, a mix of anticipation and dread swirling within me. I inhaled deeply, striving to keep my voice steady. "No, you're overthinking it." My gaze flickered away, unable to meet his. He scrutinized me for what felt like an eternity, his gaze penetrating as if it sought to unveil the deepest secrets of my soul. After a gentle sigh, he turned and exited the classroom. I watched his retreating figure, tears welling in my eyes. I realized I had once again missed the chance to express my true feelings, yet I was paralyzed by the fear of rejection, terrified of losing the delicate balance of our current relationship. That night, I tossed and turned in bed, unable to find rest. Thoughts of Qian Qian flooded my mind, memories of our moments together intertwining with conflicting emotions and anguish. I was uncertain how much longer I could sustain this masquerade, nor did I know what the future held for our relationship. The future loomed like a dense fog, and I found myself lost within it, unable to discern a way forward. Yet, I remain uncertain of the ultimate fate of this relationship, whether it shall culminate in sweet happiness or descend into endless suffering and regret. Chapter 33. The Eruption of Conflict. A moment of excessive indifference from Qian Qian provoked my pent-up emotions to finally erupt. It was a day adorned with gentle breezes and brilliant sunshine, the campus alive with the essence of youth and vitality. Birds sang merrily from the branches while sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon the ground. With a meticulously prepared gift in hand, I approached the designated meeting spot with a heart full of joy. Arriving early at our chosen corner of the garden, I awaited Qian Qian's arrival with a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. The warmth of the sun enveloped me, yet the nervousness sparked by his impending arrival was a palpable weight in my chest. I rehearsed the words I longed to say upon seeing him, a blissful smile unconsciously gracing my face. As moments ticked by, my impatience grew. At last, just as I thought I could wait no longer, I spotted his familiar silhouette. However, as he approached step by step, the radiant smile that had adorned my face froze in an instant. His gaze was icy and detached, as if I were merely a stranger passing by. That cold stare pierced my heart like a dagger. Striving to maintain my composure, I forced a strained smile, attempting to alleviate the palpable tension. "Qian Qian, I have something for you," I said, eagerly extending the beautifully wrapped gift towards him, my hand trembling slightly with nervousness. Yet, he merely cast a cursory glance at the present, failing to meet my gaze, and turned away in silence. In that moment, the joy that had once filled my heart was swiftly replaced by an overwhelming tide of anger and grievance, as if a fire ignited within me, consuming my rationality. "Qian Qian,
Stop.
I could no longer contain my emotions. I rushed forward to grasp the hem of his clothing, demanding loudly, "What is the matter with you? Why do you treat me this way? What have I done wrong?" My voice cracked with agitation, tears streaming uncontrollably down my cheeks, blurring my vision. As I gazed at his indifferent back, my heart ached as if countless blades were carving into it. "Speak to me. Your coldness makes me feel like a fool. I think of you every day, yearning for a chance to connect, yet this is how you treat me?" With a forceful motion, I hurled the gift to the ground, the exquisite wrapping shattering upon impact, its contents spilling across the earth. It was a book I had painstakingly selected on a topic dear to his heart, accompanied by a heartfelt letter I had penned myself. This was prepared with great care. I devoted so much time and thought to this. Yet you wouldn't even spare it a glance. I sobbed, tears obscuring my vision, leaving me unable to discern his expression. In that moment, my world revolved solely around Qian Qian and his heart-wrenching indifference. All I sought was an answer, one that could elucidate the reason behind his chilling demeanor. Qian Qian slowly turned around, gazing at my tear-streaked face. A flicker of complex emotions crossed his eyes, guilt, helplessness, and struggle. But soon, that fleeting sentiment was masked by indifference. He parted his lips, seemingly on the verge of uttering something, yet ultimately remained silent. "Why do you not speak? What are you truly thinking? Does everything between us hold no significance for you?" I pressed on, my eyes fixed upon him, yearning for an explanation, even a simple word of comfort. He lowered his head, avoiding my gaze, continuing his silence. His reticence engulfed me in despair, as if I were pouring my heart out to a cold, unyielding wall. In that moment, my heart shattered completely, like countless fragments piercing every inch of my soul. Fine, if you have nothing to say, let us end it here, I cried out in desperation, my voice laden with anguish and resolve. He slightly lifted his head, a flicker of pain evident in his eyes, yet he still refrained from speaking. As I beheld his indifferent demeanor, I felt my world collapse in an instant, all delightful fantasies dissolving into mere illusions. I had believed there was affection between us. How naive I was. My voice trembled with despair. From the very beginning, I had strived to draw closer to you, to cater to your preferences, to pay attention to every expression and movement of yours, yet you treated me this way. All my efforts appeared so feeble in the face of his indifference. I crouched down, picking up the broken gift that lay on the ground, tears dripping one by one upon it. The exquisite book bore creases, and the letter was stained with dirt. It was all over. I would no longer entangle myself with you. I stood up, wiped my tears, and turned to leave. My steps felt heavy, each movement akin to treading on cotton, devoid of any strength. Just as I turned, Qian Qian suddenly reached out and grasped my arm. Wait. His voice was low and hoarse, trembling slightly. He seemed to hesitate, and I could perceive his hand quivering. If you have something to say, then say it directly. No more dragging this out. I bit my lip, struggling to hold back the tears that threatened to spill again. My voice brimmed with anger and disappointment. I had endured enough of his indecision. Qian Qian remained silent for what felt like an eternity, then slowly uttered, I'm sorry, it's my fault. I shouldn't have treated you this way. I turned to face him squarely. Is a mere apology enough? Do you have any idea how much I've suffered? My gaze was filled with inquiry and pain, yearning for him to genuinely comprehend the hurt I had endured. Qian Qian looked at me, his eyes reflecting guilt, and I understood that it was all my fault. But please believe me, I never intended to hurt you. I scoffed. Then why did you act this way? Qian Qian took a deep breath. I don't know. My mind was in chaos at that time. He fell silent once more, his eyes brimming with anguish and self-reproach. After a while, he gently raised his hand, attempting to wipe away my tears. Please don't cry, all right? Seeing you in tears pains me deeply as well. I turned my head away, preventing his hand from touching my face. What purpose do your words serve now? You have already hurt me, and that is an unalterable truth. Qian Qian tightly grasped my hand, pleading for a chance to atone for his mistakes. I shall demonstrate through my actions that I genuinely care for you. As I gazed into his earnest eyes, my heart wavered slightly, yet I found myself unable to forgive him immediately. I needed time to reflect. I was uncertain if I could ever trust you again. After saying this, I broke free from his grasp and hurried away. Tears streamed down my face as the wind brushed against my cheeks, bringing a chill. Left standing alone, Qian Qian appeared forlorn, watching my retreating figure, motionless for an extended moment. In the days that followed, I descended into profound anguish and turmoil. In class, I endeavored to concentrate on the lecture, yet my thoughts involuntarily drifted toward Qian Qian. The teacher's voice seemed to echo from a distant realm, and I mechanically took notes, oblivious to what I was writing. During breaks, I sat alone in my seat, staring vacantly out the window. Qian Qian, on the other hand, seemed to be suffering as well. He consistently observed me from afar, his eyes filled with guilt and helplessness. Sometimes, when our gazes inadvertently met, he would quickly avert his eyes, as if afraid to confront me. One day, while searching for a book in the library, I unexpectedly bumped into Qian Qian at the corner of the bookshelf. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. We locked eyes for a few seconds, and then I hastily lowered my head, preparing to leave. However, Qian Qian called out to me, Wait, can we talk for a moment? He stepped closer, took a deep breath, and said, I know you are still angry with me. I just want to express my sincere regret for my actions. I lifted my head to meet his gaze, letting out a cold laugh. Regret? What significance do these words hold now? His expression dimmed. I acknowledge my mistakes. Please grant me some time to prove that I can change. I turned my head away, unwilling to witness his pitiful demeanor. I have already given you a chance, and you failed to cherish it. With that, I pushed past him and resumed my search for the book I desired. Qian Qian stood silently, refraining from obstructing me further. In the following days, Qian Qian persistently sought opportunities to appear before me. Sometimes in the cafeteria, he would quietly occupy a nearby table. Other times on the playground, he would watch me as I ran. Although I feigned indifference to his actions, my heart began to experience a flicker of uncertainty. I constantly questioned whether I should grant him another chance. Chapter 34. The Affection of Forgiveness. However, A seemingly insignificant incident stirred ripples of affection within me, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, compelling me to unintentionally forgive his aloofness. It was an utterly ordinary afternoon, sunlight filtering through the classroom window, casting dappled patterns upon the desks as if sifting through a sieve. Having stayed up late the previous night to prepare for an exam, fatigue enveloped me, my head heavy as I rested on the desk, yearning to seize this fleeting moment of respite. Just then, Qian Qian approached. He was originally on his way to discuss a complex mathematical conundrum with his classmates, but as he passed by my seat, his footsteps involuntarily slowed. His gaze fell upon my weary face, and a fleeting glimmer of concern flickered in his eyes. He then gently patted my head, and, in his characteristically deep and magnetic voice, said, "Don't tire yourself too much. Remember to rest." His tender tone was like a gentle breeze, softly caressing my heart. The drowsiness that had enveloped me was instantly dispelled by this gentle gesture, and I, as if electrified, abruptly lifted my head. The moment our eyes met, time seemed to suspend. His gaze was profound and warm, as if it contained an endless reservoir of unspoken words. I watched his retreating figure, his tall and upright stature gradually fading away, yet an indescribable warmth surged within me. This warmth resembled the gentle sun of spring, gradually dispelling the fatigue and gloom that had settled in my heart. From that moment on, I felt as though I had been enchanted, involuntarily attentive to every smile and every word he uttered. His brows slightly furrowed, his gaze resolute and bright. Each moment of contemplation captivated me. His voice was steady and powerful, articulating his thoughts and ideas with clarity, prompting me to silently applaud him in my heart. During breaks, he sat among his classmates, engaging in lively conversation and laughter. His hearty laughter seemed to possess a magical quality, cutting through the classroom's din and directly reaching my ears. I would feign casualness, turning my head towards their direction, yet my gaze would invariably gravitate towards him first. Every joke he told, every exaggerated gesture he made, compelled me to smile along. That smile was not for the sake of pleasing others, but emerged from genuine delight. I found myself as if bewitched by him, unconsciously seeking his figure amidst the crowd. Wherever he was, my gaze would be firmly drawn to him. Upon hearing his name, my ears would perk up instantly, not wanting to miss any fragment of information about him. When I saw him walking closely with another girl, a wave of inexplicable bitterness would wash over me, as if my treasured possession were being coveted by another. I would secretly slip a note filled with encouraging words into his textbook when he felt disheartened by unsatisfactory exam results. Those phrases were meticulously crafted during quiet nights, each word laden with my care and expectations, hoping to bring him a touch of warmth and strength. When he forgot to bring his stationery, I would quietly offer him my spare, turning away with feigned indifference, though my heart raced like a startled deer. Yet, as night fell and I lay alone in bed, my heart was filled with confusion and turmoil. I repeatedly questioned myself, is this truly affection? Perhaps my attention and concern for him stemmed merely from the role of a romantic partner, leading me to unwittingly invest too much emotion. One weekend, we were assigned to participate together in a community volunteer activity. The day was bright and sunny, with a gentle breeze wafting through. The event was bustling with people, vibrant and lively. We were assigned together to organize donated clothing. At first, we silently attended to our tasks, occasionally exchanging glances that we hastily averted. However, as time passed, our communication began to flourish. He would patiently instruct me on how to categorize the garments more efficiently, while I shared some organizational tips I had discovered. During the process, I accidentally knocked over a neatly stacked pile of clothes, and as I scrambled to gather them, he smiled and said, "Don't panic, I'll help you." His voice was gentle and warm, instantly soothing my frayed nerves. We crouched together to reorganize the clothes, our proximity allowing me to catch the faint scent of laundry detergent clinging to him, causing my heart to race uncontrollably. Upon returning home, I lay in bed, my mind awash with memories of our time spent volunteering together over the weekend. I became increasingly certain that my feelings for him transcended the mere pretense of a romantic relationship. They evolved into a profound, ineffable emotion. Yet, simultaneously, I hesitated to ascertain the authenticity of these feelings, fearing they might be mere illusions born from my deep immersion in the role play. Whenever I mustered the courage to confront these emotions, a voice within me cautioned that it could all be a fleeting dream. Once awakened, I might face greater embarrassment and turmoil. I dreaded that confessing my feelings would disrupt the delicate balance of our current relationship, fearing that losing him as a pretend partner might sever our bond entirely. This apprehension gripped my throat like an invisible hand, stifling my ability to express my innermost feelings. At a class gathering, the classroom was adorned in a riot of colors, with balloons and streamers hanging in every corner. The music flowed cheerfully, intermingling with the laughter and chatter of my classmates, filling the room with a vibrant energy. Qian Qian was encouraged by his peers to sing, initially bashful but eventually stepping onto the stage amidst their enthusiastic support. The moment he grasped the microphone, the room fell into a hushed silence, all eyes converging upon him. Yet, his gaze found me in the crowd, and in that instant, our eyes met, as if time itself had come to a standstill. He sang a heartfelt ballad, his magnetic voice weaving an untold story, each note resonating within me. I sat quietly in the corner, my heart a whirlwind of emotions, sensing an unexplainable sentiment embedded in a song that left me both moved and bewildered. Suddenly, he paused, turning to look at me, his eyes brimming with complex emotions. He softly asked, "What were you thinking while I was singing today?" I lowered my gaze, unable to meet his eyes, my hands nervously grasping the hem of my shirt as I stammered, "And nothing." He sighed gently, a hint of disappointment lacing his voice. "Actually, Just then, his phone rang with an urgent tone, and after answering, his demeanor shifted to one of haste, a flicker of helplessness and apology crossing his features. He merely said, "See you tomorrow," before turning to leave. I gazed at his retreating figure, my heart laden with a profound sense of loss and confusion. I remained oblivious to the words he intended to express, as well as the future trajectory of our relationship. This nascent affection resembled a flower poised to bloom, swaying gently in the breeze, uncertain whether it would ever unfurl its petals. I was unaware of what lay ahead, uncertain if we could transcend this illusory relationship and embark on a journey toward genuine love. Yet I recognized that from the moment he inadvertently tapped my head, my heart had begun to beat for him, never to find tranquility again. Chapter 35. The Growth of Emotion. The school organized an extracurricular outing to visit the local museum. On this day, the sun cast a gentle glow upon the campus, and my classmates, brimming with excitement and curiosity, boarded the bus bound for the museum. I settled into a window seat, my emotions a swirl of apprehension. My gaze occasionally drifted toward Qian Qian, who was engaged in quiet conversation with a classmate, a faint smile gracing his lips. Dressed in a simple white shirt, he appeared even more refreshing and immaculate. The bus wove through the city's streets, the scenery outside shifting continuously. At last, we arrived at the museum, an edifice of grandeur steeped in historical gravitas. Upon entering the grand hall, a solemn atmosphere enveloped us. The chandeliers overhead cast a soft radiance, illuminating the precious artifacts displayed within the glass cases. Qian Qian's eyes sparkled with delight, as if drawn by an invisible force. He made his way directly to the first exhibition area. We commenced our exploration in the ancient ceramic section, where an array of exquisite porcelain pieces was displayed. Some boasted glazes as smooth as jade, while others featured intricate and unique designs. Qian Qian bent down, intently examining a blue and white porcelain vase, his gaze fixated and enchanted. "Observe the delicate and flowing patterns of this blue and white porcelain. They seem to narrate ancient tales," he remarked softly, his fingers gliding gently along the glass of the display case, as if yearning to touch that distant history. I leaned closer, mesmerized by the exquisite craftsmanship of our ancestors. Next, we ventured into the calligraphy and painting section. Ancient artworks adorned the walls, their ink fragrance seemingly transcending time and filling the air. Qian Qian stood before a landscape painting, captivated in a long gaze. The composition and brushwork of this piece were nothing short of extraordinary. The artist had vividly rendered their inner world of mountains and rivers. His eyes reflected a deep reverence for art. Observing his earnest demeanor, I could not help but admire his vast knowledge. In the bronze artifacts section, Qian Qian showcased his profound historical acumen. He pointed to a bronze tripod, elucidating the inscriptions and patterns etched upon it. These inscriptions chronicled significant events and daily life of the era, while the motifs reflected the aesthetic sensibilities and beliefs of that time. His voice, deep and resonant, drew the attention of several classmates nearby. I listened intently, as if he were transporting me to that ancient epoch. When we arrived at the ancient clothing section, Qian Qian meticulously analyzed the styles, materials, and craftsmanship of each garment. These garments serve not merely as items of warmth and coverage, but as profound symbols of culture and identity. His words bestowed upon me a fresh perspective regarding these seemingly ordinary articles of clothing. As we traversed the various exhibition areas, Qian Qian's explanations and anecdotes rendered this visit exceptionally vibrant and engaging. His fervor for history and reverence for artifacts deeply resonated with me, enveloping me in the currents of time. Upon concluding our tour, we rested on the verdant lawn outside the museum. Qian Qian approached with a bottle of water in hand, his steps light and buoyant, before settling beside me. Today has been tremendously enriching, he remarked, his eyes sparkling with excitement. You know, witnessing those historical traces made me feel as though I had traversed through time itself. He began to eloquently share his reflections, from ancient craftsmanship to the inheritance of culture, each insight brimming with unique perspectives. I found myself pondering how our contemporary existence is fundamentally rooted in the past. The wisdom and toil of our ancestors have shaped who we are today. I listened intently, captivated by his enthusiasm. Each of his words was akin to a pebble cast into the tranquil waters of my heart, creating ripples that spread outward. You articulate this so beautifully, I express sincerely. It has granted me fresh insights. Upon hearing my praise, a satisfied smile illuminated his face. Sharing these sentiments with you is particularly delightful. We sat in serene companionship, the sun casting a warm, comforting glow upon us. A gentle breeze wafted by, carrying the sweet scent of fresh grass. Suddenly, Qian Qian turned to me, his gaze soft and profound, as if he could penetrate the depths of my soul. My heart leapt, akin to a fawn bounding within me. Yet, alongside this joy, an undercurrent of fear lingered. I feared that this infatuation was merely a fleeting result of this extraordinary occasion, that this emotion might not be genuine or enduring. I incessantly questioned myself, is this truly love, or merely a momentary impulse? At times, Qian Qian would thoughtfully prepare breakfast for me. In the quiet of the morning classroom, the sight of steaming soy milk and fragrant bread on my desk always warmed my heart. Remember to eat breakfast. Neglecting it is detrimental to your health, he would say with a gentle, caring tone. Yet, there were moments when he exhibited a touch of indifference over trivial matters. For instance, during a discussion when our opinions diverged, he would furrow his brow and his tone would harden. Why can't you understand? Such contrasts made my emotions oscillate like a roller coaster, at times elated, at times disheartened. Qian Qian soon noticed the fluctuations in my mood. One afternoon during a quiet recess, with only the birds chirping in the branches, he found me in the campus garden. You seem a bit down lately. Have I done something amiss? His voice bore a note of concern, his eyes filled with uncertainty. I dared not meet his gaze, lowering my head and nervously twisting the hem of my clothing. Softly murmuring, it's nothing. Perhaps it's just my own issue. Qian Qian frowned slightly, stepping closer, urging me not to conceal anything. Speak your mind. Shouldn't we be open with one another? He paused, contemplating, should we not embrace transparency? I bit my lip, the words I had longed to express lingering on the tip of my tongue, yet I ultimately lacked the courage to voice them. It was nothing serious, merely the weight of academic pressure. Qian Qian regarded me with a hint of skepticism, but he refrained from probing further. Adjust your mindset. If you need anything, do not hesitate to tell me, he said before turning to leave. As I watched his retreating figure, a profound sense of loss and helplessness enveloped my heart. From that moment on, our relationship remained delicate and intricate, with the whispers of our classmates growing ever louder. Are they truly a couple? It seems rather contrived, they speculated. I believe it is merely a fleeting novelty, unlikely to endure. Such words pierced my heart like thorns, instilling a growing fear of facing my peers, dreading their ability to see through my innermost thoughts. During one of our outings, we encountered a divergence in our visions for the future. I believe we should pursue opportunities in a big city. There is so much potential, I stated enthusiastically. Qian Qian shook his head, expressing concern over the fierce competition and overwhelming pressure of urban life, suggesting instead that a small town offered greater stability. Why can't you support my perspective? I retorted, frustration seeping into my voice. Qian Qian appeared equally vexed, asserting, I am merely considering the practicalities. The atmosphere grew tense as neither of us yielded, unable to convince the other. Eventually, he turned away, leaving me alone, tears streaming down my face. I gazed at his silhouette, my heart heavy with anguish and uncertainty. I questioned whether our love could withstand such trials, whether we could genuinely endure together. Upon returning home, I enveloped myself in my blanket, allowing my tears to soak the pillow. I reminisced about the joyous moments we had shared, those sweet instances still vivid in my mind, yet feeling achingly distant at that moment. In the days that followed, Qian Qian and I found ourselves in a silent standoff. Our encounters at school were reduced to polite nods, devoid of meaningful exchange. My mood plummeted, affecting my studies. Teachers expressed concern for my well-being, but I struggled to articulate my feelings. One afternoon, after school, I was alone in the classroom for my duty. After erasing the blackboard, I turned around to find Qian Qian standing in the doorway. He bore an expression of fatigue as he slowly entered the room. Let us talk, his voice was low. I set down the cloth, lowered my head, and took a seat beside him. Qian Qian approached, taking a deep breath. I apologize, I was too impulsive last time. I shouldn't have treated you that way. I lifted my gaze to meet his eyes, tears threatening to spill once more. I was at fault too. I should have been more understanding of your perspective, I said, my voice trembling. Gently, Qian Qian grasped my hand. In truth, I do not oppose your dreams. I simply fear the challenges that lie ahead. Yet, I believe that with you by my side, perhaps nothing would be insurmountable. His words ignited a warmth within my heart. From that moment onward, our relationship gradually softened. We began to strive earnestly to understand and respect each other's viewpoints. On a starry night, Qian Qian invited me to the school playground. I long to gaze at the stars with you, he declared. I followed him to the playground, where we sat side by side upon the verdant grass, gazing up at the night sky. Qian Qian pointed to a distant star, proclaiming, "Look at that star. Though it appears diminutive, it still strives to shine brightly." Turning to him, I sensed an understanding of his sentiment. We sat in serene silence for an extended period, neither of us uttering a word, yet our hearts drew closer together. Chapter 36. A Fleeting Beauty. As dawn broke, the gentle sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a soft hue upon the bed and enveloping the room in a delicate palette. In this warm light, I languidly stretched, my heart buoyant with the anticipation of our planned outing, where Qian Qian and I would feign a romantic relationship. I swiftly arose from my bed, brimming with joy as I meticulously dressed myself. Standing before the mirror, I selected a lovely pink dress. With a heart full of both excitement and trepidation, I arrived at our designated meeting spot. From a distance, I spotted Qian Qian, who had been waiting patiently. He exuded an undeniable charm, his tall stature and handsome features marking him as the most admired figure on campus. Upon seeing me, a subtle smile graced his lips, radiant as the sun, illuminating my heart in an instant. "I have been waiting for you for quite some time," he said, his tone laced with a hint of affection and dominance that made my heart race uncontrollably. Together, we made our way to the seaside, where the beach sparkled under the sun's embrace, a golden expanse stretching before us. Qian Qian held my hand tightly, his grip both warm and reassuring, his gaze ever attentive to my well-being as I navigated the sandy terrain. "Be careful not to step on any shells," he gently reminded me, his voice a melodious whisper carried by the sea breeze. The playful wind tousled my hair, prompting Qian Qian to pause, tenderly tucking my locks behind my ear. His fingers grazed my cheek, and in that moment, time seemed to stand still. My heart fluttered, and a shy blush crept across my face. His eyes, filled with warmth and focus, conveyed that in his world, only I existed at that moment. "You are truly beautiful," he murmured softly, his words almost whisked away by the wind, yet I caught every syllable. At noon, we dined at a seaside restaurant, the decor infused with elements of the ocean. Blue curtains danced in the breeze, and various marine artworks adorned the walls. Qian Qian graciously pulled out a chair for me, allowing me to sit first, each of his movements exuding gentlemanly elegance. While ordering, he attentively inquired about my preferences, his gaze brimming with concern. "Is it delicious?" he asked, as he placed a succulent piece of fish onto my plate. The restaurant was enveloped in a romantic ambience, our eyes frequently meeting. Each gaze sparked an electric connection, filling my heart with sweetness. Sunlight poured through the windows, casting dappled shadows upon us, as if adding a dreamlike quality to our meal. In the afternoon, we entered a cinema, ready to indulge in a romantic film. The theater was dimly lit, save for the flickering images upon the large screen. We found our seats and settled in, his arm naturally resting on the back of my chair, enveloping me in a reassuring sense of protection. As the film began and the plot unfolded, I gradually became immersed in the story. Qian Qian noticed my emotions and gently wiped away the tears at the corners of my eyes. His fingertips brushed against my cheek with a tenderness reminiscent of a feather's caress. His large, warm hand instilled an unparalleled sense of comfort within me. In that fleeting moment, I seemed to forget that we were in a cinema, lost solely in his presence and the warmth he imparted. At some point, he quietly took my hand and placed it on his thigh, his fingers gently stroking the back of my hand. His movements were light and delicate, yet they sent my heart racing. Stealing a glance at him, I saw his gaze still fixated on the screen, his profile illuminated by the dim light, rendering him even more enchanting. His eyelashes fluttered in the interplay of light and shadow, while the high bridge of his nose and tightly pressed lips formed a perfect silhouette. As the film reached its climax, the leading couple embraced passionately. At that moment, Qian Qian suddenly turned to look at me. His eyes were filled with a complex array of emotions, gentleness, desire, and a hint of barely perceptible hesitation. My breath caught in my throat, as if the entire world had narrowed down to just the two of us. He slowly leaned closer, and I could feel his warm breath. My heart pounded like a drum, leaving me in a state of anxious bewilderment. Just as I thought our lips were about to meet, he abruptly halted. "I'm sorry. I've lost control," he said, his voice trembling, laden with restraint and struggle. I gazed at him, my eyes brimming with disappointment and confusion, yet I uttered no words, merely lowering my head to conceal the tumult within. Exiting the cinema, we maintained a heavy silence. The bustling crowd and vehicles on the street seemed irrelevant to us, as we were absorbed in our own emotions. Finally, Qian Qian broke the stillness. "Have I gone too far today?" I gently shook my head. "It's okay." Yet inside, my heart was a tangled mess, uncertain of his thoughts. As we parted ways, night had fallen, and the twinkling lights illuminated our faces. "I had a wonderful time today. See you tomorrow," Qian Qian said softly. "Yes, see you tomorrow," I replied, forcing a smile as I turned to leave. With each step, my heart felt heavy. I was unsure how to define our relationship, or where this feeling would lead us. During an exam, my spirits plummeted, and my grades suffered significantly. My parents and teachers expressed their disappointment, and I felt ensnared in a predicament. Qian Qian attempted to console me, but I couldn't help but lash out. "It's all your fault that my life has become so terrible." With that, I turned and ran away, leaving Qian Qian standing there in shock. I regretted my words, but was at a loss for how to face him. Days later, Qian Qian approached me. "I know you've been under a lot of pressure lately, but we cannot simply give up." I looked at him, tears streaming down my cheeks uncontrollably. Qian Qian gently reached out to wipe away the tears from my face, his gaze resolute yet tender. "I have made up my mind. I will help you catch up on your missed studies." Surprised, I lifted my head to meet his eyes, my heart brimming with gratitude. As time passed, the dynamics of our relationship subtly transformed. The naive, budding feelings between us deepened through our companionship and encouragement. Whenever our eyes met, it felt as though the entire world faded away, leaving just the two of us. As the next examination approached, I entered the examination hall filled with confidence. On the day the results were announced, seeing my significantly improved scores, I leapt in exhilaration. Turning to Qian Qian, I found him looking at me with a radiant smile. And in that moment, the sunlight enveloped him like my most cherished dreams. I knew that no matter what the future held, he would forever be the brightest star in my youthful years. Chapter 37. The Doubts Within. Upon returning to school, I harbored great expectations, yearning for Qian Qian to greet me with a warm smile or a concerned inquiry. However, reality dealt me a heavy blow. He merely cast a fleeting glance in my direction, his eyes cold and distant, as if I were just an ordinary classmate. That glance extinguished the joy in my heart like a bucket of icy water. During the break, I inadvertently caught sight of him laughing with another girl. Her laughter was vibrant and lively, illuminating the world around her, while Qian Qian's face was alight with a radiant smile, his eyes filled with warmth and delight. A pang of anguish gripped my heart, and a chill spread from my core. I tried to convince myself not to overthink it. Perhaps he was just having a bad day, or maybe he was merely engaging in casual conversation with that girl. Surely, I was being overly sensitive. "Do not dwell on it. He devoted his weekend to tutoring you," I whispered to myself. The memories of that weekend flooded my mind, with sunlight streaming through the window as Qian Qian sat beside me, meticulously explaining each point in the textbook. His voice was deep and captivating, drawing me into the depths of understanding. His gaze was focused and unwavering. Whenever I displayed confusion, he would patiently pause to explain again until clarity dawned upon me. Yet, every time I envisioned him with other girls, my doubts grew like rampant weeds, the scenes of laughter and joy replaying incessantly in my mind, pricking at my nerves. I shook my head vigorously, attempting to dispel those images, reassuring myself that it was all a misunderstanding. He was likely just engaging in normal interactions with classmates. I must not be so petty. I continuously reinforced my thoughts, persuading myself that Qian Qian was not the type to be fickle. Perhaps he was merely extroverted and adept at socializing. Upon returning home, I locked myself in my room, opening my books in an attempt to study. Yet I couldn't absorb a single word. The doubts in my heart loomed like dark clouds, refusing to dissipate. The words on the pages danced before my eyes, yet they failed to penetrate my thoughts. My mind was entirely consumed by Qian Qian. The book lay open on the table, its words seemingly mocking my helplessness and confusion. I closed the book and tossed it aside, lying on my bed and gazing at the ceiling, tears cascading down my cheeks unknowingly. The following day at school, I deliberately avoided Qian Qian, not wishing to reveal my despondency to him. With my head bowed, I hurried through the classroom corridor. Yet my peripheral vision could not resist glancing toward a seat. However, he seemed oblivious to my altered demeanor, laughing and conversing with his classmates as usual. His laughter struck my ears like a discordant note, mocking my own foolish sentiments. Observing him only deepened my sense of loss. Did he truly remain indifferent to my feelings? I questioned myself repeatedly, yet no answers came. During class, while the teacher expounded passionately from the podium, my thoughts drifted outside the window. The branches swayed gently in the breeze, as if they too were mocking my turmoil and helplessness. I endeavored to concentrate on my studies, forcing my attention to align with the teacher's lecture, yet those questions lingered in my mind, refusing to dissipate. Thus, I spent several days engulfed in self-doubt and inner conflict. One noon, while dining in the cafeteria, I once again spotted Qian Qian sitting with that girl, sharing laughter and joy. Their plates overflowed with food, while my own stomach churned violently, devoid of appetite. I watched them from a distance. Her laughter was bright and melodious, and Qian Qian's eyes sparkled with mirth. They appeared to be engrossed in some delightful conversation, entirely unaware of my presence. In that instant, my heart plummeted to the depths, and my chopsticks halted midair. It felt as if the cacophony of the cafeteria faded away, leaving only their joyous banter in my world. I admonished myself that I could not continue in this manner. I must confront Qian Qian for clarity. However, when I finally summoned the courage to approach him, I faltered. I stood not far from them, my feet seemingly nailed to the ground, unable to move an inch. Qian Qian inadvertently glanced up and registered a flicker of surprise in his eyes, but it vanished almost instantly as he returned to his light-hearted conversation with the girl. My heart felt as though it were being gnawed upon by countless ants, a pain almost unbearable. Tears brimmed in my eyes, yet I fought to hold them back. I turned and fled the cafeteria, the dam finally breaking as tears streamed down my face. Back in the classroom, I rested my head on the desk, allowing my tears to soak my sleeves. In the afternoon class, I was utterly disengaged. The teacher's voice buzzed in my ears, but not a single word penetrated my consciousness. I gazed out at the overcast sky, mirroring my own gloomy disposition. At last, the school bell rang, and I numbly packed my bag, exiting the classroom in silence. As I walked along the path, memories of the days we once spent together flooded my mind. Those sweet moments had now transformed into daggers that pierced my heart. I recalled a time when we strolled through the park, sunlight bathing us in warmth and comfort. He gently took my hand, and in that moment, I felt like the happiest person in the world. Once, when I was unwell at home, he intentionally visited me, bringing along my favorite snacks and a comforting book. His concerned gaze enveloped me in a profound sense of reassurance. Yet now, all of that feels so distant, so foreign. Upon returning home, I threw myself onto my bed, shrouding my head with the blanket in a desperate attempt to escape it all. I was at a loss as to how to face Qian Qian, and equally uncertain about confronting my own emotions. In the days that followed, I languished in agony. I endeavored to keep myself occupied, engaging in various club activities and socializing with other friends, but no matter what I did, I could not shake off the shadow of Qian Qian. During club gatherings, my mind wandered, and I frequently made mistakes. Friends inquired with genuine concern about my well-being, to which I could only muster a forced smile and assure them I was fine. Although I appeared to be laughing and playing with others, my thoughts remained tethered to Qian Qian. One day, while in the library, I stumbled upon a book about love, which stated, "Love is an adventure that requires courage and trust." I couldn't help but question myself. Do I possess the courage to confront Qian Qian and seek clarity? Am I brave enough to trust him? I found myself sinking into profound contemplation, my inner turmoil deepening. I was oblivious to what the future held for me, nor did I understand how my relationship with Qian Qian might evolve. On the weekend, I ventured alone to the park. The flowers were in full bloom. Children frolicked on the grass, and couples strolled hand in hand. Yet, the beauty of it all appeared devoid of color to me. Chapter 38. The Emergence of Scandal. Just as I resolved to clarify matters with Qian Qian, rumors suddenly began to circulate about him and another girl, igniting fervent discussions among students. The gossip swept through the campus like a tempest, saturating every corner with tales of their supposed affair. As I walked into school, as usual, I noticed my classmates regarding me with peculiar glances, as if I were a pitiable jester. My heart ached as I absorbed the rumors. Each comment felt like a sharp blade, piercing through my heart. I wandered the campus, sensing the weight of their stares, as if they were mocking my ignorance and naivety. I was uncertain how to verify the truth. Should I confront Qian Qian directly, or feign ignorance? I dreaded hearing the answer that would shatter my heart. Yet I could not bear the torment of ambiguity. My mind was engulfed in profound struggle and anguish. Observing Qian Qian's seemingly indifferent demeanor deepened my torment. He continued to engage in jovial conversations with classmates, appearing utterly unaffected by the swirling rumors. His laughter struck my ears like a cruel taunt, mocking my suffering and confusion. Did he truly not care about my feelings? I repeatedly questioned myself, yet I could not find solace in an answer. During class, I discreetly scrutinized Qian Qian, hoping to glean some hint from his expressions. Yet, all I could discern was a mask of calmness and indifference, leaving me unable to fathom his thoughts. He oscillated between attentively listening to the teacher and jotting down notes, as if the scandal bore no impact on him whatsoever. Yet I felt as though I were sitting on needles, utterly unable to concentrate on my studies. During the break, I overheard a few girls whispering in the corner, revealing that Qian Qian and that girl had been together for quite some time. Is that true? What about his previous relationship with Cece? These words struck my heart like a hammer, leaving me breathless. I sensed my world crumbling piece by piece, as the beautiful moments we shared evaporated into thin air. I found myself alone in a restroom stall, tears streaming down my cheeks uncontrollably. I could not comprehend how things had come to this. Was all his previous care and companionship merely an illusion? Those tender moments we spent together, the promises exchanged, were they all in vain? I leaned against the wall, my body slowly sliding down until I sat on the cold floor. A friend, noticing my despondent state, approached with concern and inquired about my distress. I fought to suppress my tears, shaking my head, unable to articulate my feelings. I did not wish for others to witness my vulnerability and helplessness. So I buried all my pain deep within my heart. When school ended, I saw Qian Qian walking out with that rumored girl, their silhouettes appearing so harmonious, while I felt like an outsider. The sunset's golden rays enveloped them, crafting a perfect tableau, while I was left outside its frame. My heart ached anew, gasping for breath as tears blurred my vision. Upon returning home, I buried myself beneath the covers and wept freely. I felt as though my world had shattered in an instant, all beauty dissolving into mere illusions. The next day, I arrived at school with swollen eyes. Qian Qian noticed me and frowned, yet said nothing. My heart grew colder. Did he not even wish to offer a word of concern or explanation? His indifference filled me with despair. In class, I could not absorb a single word of the lesson, my mind consumed by thoughts of Qian Qian and the rumors. I stared at the textbook, yet images of Qian Qian with that girl haunted me, adding to my turmoil. After class, I finally summoned the courage to approach Qian Qian. Is the rumor true? I asked, my voice trembling. He glanced at me and replied coolly, don't listen to others' nonsense. There's nothing to discuss. Just ignore it. With that, he turned and walked away. I stood there, stunned, tears once again spilling from my eyes. I was at a loss as to whom to believe or what to do. It felt as though I were ensnared in a dark abyss, unable to find a way out. In the days that followed, I moved through life like a mere shell of myself. Every day at school, I made a conscious effort to avoid Qian Qian, not wishing to see his face. It seemed he was also deliberately avoiding me, the distance between us widening. On one occasion, we crossed paths in the corridor, and I noticed a flicker of guilt in his eyes, but it vanished almost instantly. How I wished he would pause and offer me an explanation, even a simple word of comfort, yet he did nothing, merely hurried past. The school organized an outing, and I had initially hoped it would provide an opportunity to mend my relationship with Qian Qian. However, throughout the event, he remained with that rumored girl, laughing and chatting without a care for my feelings. Alone, I quietly trailed at the rear of the group, my heart heavy with sorrow as I gazed upon their retreating figures. I resolved to no longer languish in despair. I sought a definitive answer regarding my feelings. Thus, I penned a letter to Qian Qian, inviting him to meet me in the school garden. On that fateful day, I arrived early, waiting in the garden. A gentle breeze brushed past me, petals cascading down, yet it could not soothe the anxiety that churned within. At last, Qian Qian appeared. I'm here, he said in a low voice. Qian Qian, I simply wish to understand what we truly are, I implored, locking my gaze with his, my voice quivering.
Confused?
Then what exactly is your relationship with her? I could not restrain the rising pitch of my voice. Qian Qian lowered his head. She and I are merely ordinary friends, but...
But what?
I pressed eagerly. But I have come to realize that my feelings for you may not be as profound as I once believed. His words struck my heart like a hammer, leaving me in disbelief. Tears welled up in an instant. What did you say? How can this be? Qian Qian sighed. I'm sorry. I have hurt you. With that, he turned and left the garden, leaving me to weep alone. In that moment, my world collapsed entirely. I was at a loss as to how to confront this shattered affection. Chapter 39. The Quest for Truth. Ever since Qian Qian uttered those words in the garden, my heart felt as though it had been violently torn apart, agony and torment ravaging the depths of my soul. I yearned to confront him directly. Yet each time I was on the verge of speaking, the words would stick in my throat. I feared the answer that would plunge me into utter despair, terrified that our relationship would deteriorate further, like a shattered mirror, irreparable. Whenever I summoned the courage to speak, a voice within warned me, "Do not ask. What if the outcome is unbearable?" This dread silenced me time and again, leaving me with an overwhelming sense of powerlessness, as though bound by invisible shackles. Unable to break free. However, my mind wandered aimlessly, thoughts drifting like a kite severed from its string, soaring far away. I stole glances at Qian Qian, contemplating how to broach the subject of the rumors surrounding him. He sat quietly, his profile cast in stark relief by the sunlight, exuding an air of cold detachment. That sharply defined visage, which once stirred my heart, now felt profoundly alien and distant. Yet, each time I beheld his indifferent countenance, the courage I had painstakingly mustered dissipated, like morning mist vanishing in the dawn's light. His aloof demeanor seemed to convey that our connection had irrevocably waned, extinguishing the flicker of hope I had just ignited. During the intermission, I deliberately lingered in the corridor he frequented, my footsteps slow and heavy while my heart raced in my throat. My eyes darted around, yearning for a glimpse of his figure. Each step felt as though I were treading on the edge of a blade, anxiety and anticipation entwined. When he finally appeared, my heart raced violently, as if it might leap from my chest. The words I had so carefully prepared lodged in my throat, refusing to escape. Qian Qian cast a fleeting glance in my direction, yet the warmth and concern that once characterized his gaze had dissipated, leaving only a chilling indifference and estrangement. In that fleeting moment, his eyes pierced through me like a frigid blade, embedding itself deep within my heart. Without uttering a word, he moved past me, leaving me rooted in place, gazing at his retreating form, my heart heavy with desolation. That desolation washed over me like a relentless tide, nearly suffocating me. I felt as though I had plunged into a dark abyss, devoid of escape and hope. His silhouette receded further, each step pressing upon my heart as if it were a merciless weight, rendering me nearly lifeless. After school, I stealthily trailed behind him, my steps light and cautious, fearful of detection. The dying rays of the setting sun elongated his shadow, while my heart mirrored the fluctuations of that silhouette. Each step was laced with trepidation and unease, as if I were traversing a tightrope where a single misstep could plunge me into an unfathomable chasm. I yearned for an opportune moment to engage him in conversation. Yet with each stride, my anxiety and uncertainty mounted. Upon reaching a corner, he abruptly halted and turned to face me. "What do you want?" he inquired. His tone tinged with impatience, his voice frigid and devoid of warmth. That voice sliced through me like the biting winter wind, leaving me engulfed in an unbearable chill. I was momentarily taken aback, stammering, I wished to inquire about the rumors." My voice was barely audible, akin to the faint buzz of a mosquito, and even I sensed my lack of conviction. Each word felt as though it were forced from between clenched teeth, laden with overwhelming fear and hesitation. Qian Qian furrowed his brow, a flicker of disdain crossing his features. "There's nothing to discuss." His expression struck me like a heavy hammer, nearly toppling me. With that, he quickened his pace and departed, the hem of his garment fluttering in the wind, leaving me standing there in a daze. Tears welled in my eyes, threatening to spill over, yet I fought to hold them back, the anguish within me surging like an uncontrollable flood. Watching him vanish from sight, I felt as though the entire world were crumbling, every beautiful moment disintegrating in an instant. Upon returning home, I locked myself in my room, where the air felt heavy and oppressive. Each breath was infused with pain and helplessness, rendering me breathless. I was at a loss regarding his thoughts and uncertain of my own course of action. The tears soaked my pillow, a manifestation of my internal suffering. In the days that followed, I resolved to observe quietly, to see if Qian Qian would voluntarily clarify matters. Each day, I clandestinely monitored his every move, attempting to decipher the meaning behind his expressions and actions. During class, I would surreptitiously study his gaze. Was it focused or wandering? That concentrated look led me to believe he remained as he once was, but upon realizing that his focus was not directed at me, a fresh wave of despondency washed over me. During breaks, I paid close attention to his interactions with classmates, were they warm or cold. Witnessing him engage in lively banter with others felt like 1,000 needles piercing my heart. At lunchtime in the cafeteria, I scrutinized his choice of seating, wondering if he was deliberately avoiding me. However, each observation only deepens my anguish. He remains indifferent to me, as if the sweet memories we once shared had never existed. His smile no longer blooms for me, and his gaze no longer lingers upon me. My heart sank slowly, consumed by pain and confusion that enveloped my entire world. One day, I spotted Qian Qian running on the school playground. He dashed and leaped, sweat soaking his clothes, yet not a trace of a smile adorned his face. The sunlight cascaded upon him, outlining his athletic figure, yet this scene offered me no warmth. At that moment, a girl appeared beside Qian Qian, carefully handing him a bottle of water. Her eyes brimmed with concern and admiration, piercing my heart with an unbearable intensity. She was the rumored girlfriend of Qian Qian. With a look of genuine care, she gazed at him, her eyes radiating boundless tenderness. Every movement, every expression of hers seemed to declare her claim over him. I stood silently at a distance, my gaze fixed upon them, and in that instant, a cacophony of emotions surged within me, rendering my feelings exceedingly complex. Pain, disappointment, helplessness, all flooded my heart, almost overwhelming me. I watched them beam with happiness, their interactions filled with warmth and sweetness, and the sight pierced my heart mercilessly. Each exchange of glances and every gentle touch became an unbearable torment for me. Finally, the pain within me burst forth like a flood, impossible to contain any longer. I turned away, my feet propelling me forward as I ran desperately. The path beneath seemed endless, yet I wished only to escape this heart-wrenching scene. Tears blurred my vision, and the wind howled past my ears, as if mocking my disarray and helplessness. Nevertheless, no matter how fast or far I ran, that profound ache clung to me, refusing to depart. Another day, while searching for a book in the library, I inadvertently discovered Qian Qian at the other end of the same row of shelves. My grip tightened around the book in my hands as I hesitated, contemplating whether to approach him. Just as I wrestled with my thoughts, he picked up a book and turned to leave, completely oblivious to my presence. In that moment, my heart felt as though it had been struck heavily, the pain unbearable. Days passed, and my mood grew, increasingly heavy. I found it difficult to eat, to sleep. I became a mere shadow of my former self. Friends inquired about my well-being, but I could only shake my head, unable to articulate the torment within. I began to doubt myself, wondering if I had done something wrong, if I was insufficient in some way, causing Qian Qian to treat me thus. Each bout of self-doubt only deepened my suffering, trapping me in an endless cycle of despair. At night, I often sat alone by the window, gazing at the stars above, lost in thought. Those stars twinkled, seemingly mocking my foolishness and naivety. I recall the promises we once made, and the delightful moments we shared. The future is shrouded in ambiguity and uncertainty, evoking an overwhelming sense of fear and helplessness within me. At school, I strived to keep myself occupied, engaging in various club activities and diligently studying, attempting to numb my emotions. Yet, each time I glimpsed Qian Qian's figure, the pain in my heart resurfaces, awakening wounds that I thought had healed. I feel as though I am ensnared in an invisible cage, unable to escape. That silhouette looms over me like an incantation, and no matter how hard I try, I cannot free myself from its grasp. In the 41st chapter, the burying of affection, during those long and agonizing days, I felt as if I were lost in an endless, dark wilderness, suffused with confusion and despair. Those endless nights, filled with longing for Qian Qian and the tormenting speculation about our relationship, entwined around my body and soul like merciless thorns, nearly suffocating me. I gritted my teeth, tears welling in my eyes, repeatedly admonishing myself that regardless of Qian Qian's feelings for me, I must bury this fervent, profound love deep within the hidden recesses of my heart. On a tranquil, silent night, I sat alone by the window, gazing at the dazzling expanse of stars above. Tears cascaded down my cheeks like a torrential flood, leaving icy, stinging traces on my skin. While the stars twinkled in the night sky, they seemed oblivious to the abyss of pain within me. The gentle evening breeze caressed my face, offering a slight chill that could not quell the tumultuous waves of sorrow surging within me. I understood all too well that this decision was akin to tearing my own soul apart, shattering my heart into countless irreparable fragments. Yet, I had no other choice, for the torment was on the verge of consuming me. The moment of self-awareness was fraught with endless agony, yet it was strikingly lucid and resolute. I became acutely aware that I could no longer allow this emotion to govern my entire life. Nor could I continue to wallow in the relentless cycle of sorrow and speculation. This was not a mere slogan. It was a cry from the depths of my soul, a stringent demand and motivation for myself. Each time I reached this realization, it felt as if something lodged in my throat, and I wanted to cry yet found myself unable to do so, the repressive pain threatening to unravel me. Whenever that familiar figure or voice flashed through my mind, I compelled myself to swiftly divert my attention, immersing my body and mind in other pursuits. I would open a hefty book, striving to lose myself in its intricate world.
Derby forgetting Qian Qian's existence.
On my way to school, I no longer wandered aimlessly. Instead, I straightened my back, attempting to project a semblance of strength. However, the fragility within me quietly spread in the solitude of hidden corners. Whenever a teacher posed a question, I would unhesitatingly raise my hand high, articulating my insights with conviction. No longer fearing mistakes or embarrassment. After class, I proactively sought the teacher's guidance on difficulties and actively participated in discussions with my peers. We gathered together, each expressing our thoughts, the sparks of ideas colliding fervently, allowing me to fully appreciate the allure of learning and the strength of teamwork. Yet, whenever solitude envelopes me, memories of the time spent learning alongside Qian Qian resurface, bringing with them an overwhelming sense of loss and anguish that shadows me relentlessly, tears perpetually welling in my eyes. In those fleeting moments, it seems that all the efforts and resolve accumulated over time teeter on the brink of collapse. Nevertheless, I swiftly clench my fists, my nails digging deeply into my palms, attempting to counteract the inner turmoil with the pain of my body. Repeatedly, I remind myself to remain strong. I take a deep breath, striving to calm my tumultuous heart, rebuilding the sturdy dam that shields me from the emotional deluge. Yet, that dam appears fragile in the face of his every smile and frown, threatening to crumble at any moment. The sensation of losing him feels akin to a gaping void within me, an abyss that can never be filled, consuming my joy and hope. Each silent night, as I lie in bed, the tide of loneliness and despair surges forth, engulfing me. My tears often soak the pillow, yet I dare not weep aloud, biting my lip and silently enduring it all. As night descends and silence envelopes the world, I find myself alone in bed, the emotions I have endeavored to bury rising quietly to the surface. Those paths we walked together, those whispered sweet nothings, replay in my mind like vivid scenes from a film. Yet, I am acutely aware that this is an essential process of self-healing. Only through such trials can I achieve true liberation of the spirit. I cover my head with the blanket, attempting to stifle the torrent of tears, continually encouraging myself, firmly believing that a brighter tomorrow will inevitably arrive. However, the tears flow uncontrollably, as if a dam has burst, and I feel myself on the verge of drowning in the sea of anguish, unable to breathe or escape. I repeatedly bolster myself deep within, convinced that I can ultimately let go. Yet in this prolonged wait, each minute and second is tormenting, and every thought of him pierces my heart as if countless knives were slicing simultaneously. On a leisurely weekend afternoon, I find myself alone by the expansive shore. The roaring waves crash violently against the sandy beach, producing a deafening cacophony. Barefoot, I tread softly on the gentle sand, savoring the tender touch of the grains and the refreshing coolness of the sea. The ocean breeze caresses my hair, carrying the unique briny scent of the sea. As I gaze out at the boundless horizon, my heart experiences an instant awakening. Facing the ocean, I cry out with abandon. I shall bid farewell to the past and courageously embrace a new life. My voice is scattered by the powerful sea winds, vanishing into the vast sky. In that moment, tears once again cascade from my eyes, and I weep with a heart-wrenching intensity, as if releasing all the pain within me through this cry and tears. Yet, the trajectory of fate is invariably fraught with unpredictable twists. In a serendipitous encounter, I unexpectedly meet Qian Qian once more in the garden. He sits alone in a corner, his expression tinged with melancholy and solitude. My heart, uncontrollably, quivers slightly, and tears brim in my eyes. Yet, I swiftly compose myself, forcing back tears as I walked past him with a serene smile. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though I had expended every ounce of strength within me, each step akin to treading upon the sharpest blades, the pain piercing to the core. Chapter 41. The Edge of Despair. During those interminable and agonizing days, I felt as though I were imprisoned within an endless dark fortress, struggling desperately in the abyss of suffering and hopelessness. What I had presumed to be a mere masquerade turned out to be a relentless tormentor, entwining itself around my existence, shattering my life into fragments and leaving my heart riddled with wounds. It was a day when the sun was obscured by clouds, and I finally mustered all my courage, dragging my leaden feet slowly towards Qian Qian. My voice trembled like a candle flickering in the wind. Qian Qian, I can no longer bear this. I do not wish to continue this charade. It has left me utterly exhausted and in pain. The gentle demeanor that Qian Qian usually wore darkened in an instant, transforming into the ominous sky before a storm. The indifference in his gaze pierced through me like ice shards in the depths of winter, causing me to shudder. He spoke with a harshness that reverberated in my heart. Do you think this game can be ended at your whim? Do not be naive. If you dare to terminate it unilaterally, I assure you, you will regret it profoundly and pay a grievous price. His menacing words struck me like a heavy hammer, mercilessly colliding with my heart. I stood rooted to the spot, numb, as tears swirled in my eyes, yet I stubbornly restrained them, unwilling to let them fall. In that instant, my world seemed to collapse entirely. An overwhelming darkness surged forth, enveloping me and nearly suffocating me. Upon returning home, I resembled a wounded creature, throwing myself onto the bed, cocooning myself tightly in the blanket, as if it could shield me from external harm. The tears flowed uncontrollably, like a flood breaching its dam, soaking the pillow beneath me. The morning alarm rang repeatedly, yet I remained ensnared in a painful dream, unwilling to awaken. It was only when the sun soared high in the sky that I reluctantly crawled out of bed, hastily donning my clothes, my hair unkempt. As I rushed to school in disarray, the person I once was, someone who valued appearance and adhered to a routine, had vanished without a trace.
Now.
I had become indifferent to everything. At school, the teacher passionately lectured from the podium. Every word, every sentence seemed to emanate from a distant planet, failing to penetrate my ears. My gaze was vacant. My thoughts had drifted far beyond the clouds. The textbooks I once cherished now felt like heavy shackles, making me long to escape. Assignments were akin to nightmares. I either doodled aimlessly, merely to get by, or disregarded them entirely. The enthusiastic and optimistic student I once was appeared to have been consumed by darkness, lost in an endless abyss. In her stead stood a version of myself devoid of interest in learning, with no expectations for the future. In the classroom, whenever the teacher posed a question, I resembled a startled ostrich, burying my head deep down, fearing the encounter with the teacher's gaze, filled with anticipation and inquiry. During group discussions, I sat quietly in the corner, akin to a specter, refraining from voicing any opinions or participating in any discourse. Once an exemplary student, I now felt akin to a fallen star, my academic performance plummeting dramatically. Each time the report cards were distributed, the glaring grades resembled grotesque scars, instilling in me a profound sense of shame. Those problems that were once as familiar as old friends had become foreign and daunting, leaving me at a loss. Gazing at the disheartening results, my heart brimmed with endless regret and anguish. I was acutely aware that I was sinking deeper into the abyss of decline. Yet it seemed I had lost all strength to extricate myself from this plight. The teacher was the first to notice my transformation. It was an afternoon when sunlight streamed through the windows into the classroom, yet it could not warm my frigid heart. She summoned me to her office, and her gaze no longer held the admiration and comfort it once did, replaced instead by profound concern and bewilderment. What has happened to you lately? You seem so distracted in class, your assignments are a mess, and your grades have plummeted so drastically. Although her voice remained gentle, each word pierced my soul like a sharp sword. I lowered my head, unable to meet her concerned and disappointed eyes. My hands twisted tightly together with my nails digging into my palms, attempting to alleviate my inner turmoil through physical pain. I spoke in a barely audible whisper. Teacher, I will try my best. At school, my classmates began to point fingers at me. Those friends with whom I once laughed and studied were gradually distancing themselves. Their gazes were filled with confusion and misunderstanding, as if I were a stranger. I felt as though I were stranded on a desolate island, surrounded by an endless ocean of indifference, with no means of escape. Just when I thought I had plunged into a chasm of despair, unable to glimpse even a sliver of light, an unexpected event unfolded. On a sunlit morning, the school organized a vibrant campus event. My peers participated with exuberance, while I drifted through the crowd like a specter, aimlessly wandering. Suddenly, I heard a familiar voice. It was Qian Qian. My heart jolted, and I found myself unconsciously moving toward the sound. In a secluded corner, I saw Qian Qian conversing with another student. I hadn't wished to treat her this way, yet her voice bore a hint of helplessness and guilt. A spark of realization ignited within me, akin to a faint glimmer of dawn piercing through darkness. Could there be undisclosed truths beneath this facade? Was it possible that Qian Qian did not genuinely wish to threaten or harm me? A myriad of questions surged through my mind, stirring the once silent depths of my heart. Chapter 42. The Dawn of Renewal. Just when I felt that life was devoid of hope, as if I were mired in an endless quagmire of darkness from which I could not escape, a new student named Han Su transferred into our class. It was an utterly ordinary morning, with the sun lazily streaming through the classroom windows, casting dappled light upon the desks. In this seemingly mundane moment, the wheels of fate quietly began to turn. The teacher entered the classroom with an unfamiliar figure, shattering the tranquility that had prevailed. The arrival of Han Su was akin to a vibrant stroke of color suddenly splashed onto a drab canvas. He was tall and slender, each step imbued with confidence and poise. His dark, thick hair cascaded smoothly over his forehead, gently swaying with his movements, adding an air of vivacity. His facial features were distinctly chiseled, reminiscent of a masterpiece meticulously crafted by an ancient Greek sculptor. His prominent nose resembled a mountain ridge, enhancing the three-dimensionality of his visage. His deep-set eyes were like a tranquil pool, clear and profound, imbued with wisdom and vitality that could easily draw one into their depths. His lips were slightly upturned, perpetually adorned with a subtle, almost imperceptible smile, reminiscent of a gentle breeze in spring, warm and intoxicating, as if capable of dispelling all worldly gloom. His skin radiated a healthy glow under the sunlight, making him impossible to overlook. Clad in a simple school uniform and sporting a pair of white sneakers, he exuded the exuberance and vitality of youth. With a smile, the teacher introduced him to the class. "Students, today we welcome a new classmate, Han Su. I hope you all can get along well and progress together." Han Su confidently approached the podium, his face aglow with a warm and assured smile. His voice, crisp and resonant, flowed like a clear stream in the mountains. "Hello everyone, I am Han Su, and I am delighted to join this class. I hope to become good friends with all of you." His gaze swept across the room before finally resting upon me. In that fleeting moment, I felt as though he had pierced through the veil of my inner torment and despair. Yet, I chose to avert my gaze, avoiding his penetrating eyes. As thunderous applause erupted from my classmates, I merely hung my head, ensnared in my own suffering, unresponsive to the unfolding scene. The teacher assigned Han Su to sit beside me. As he set down his backpack and took his seat, a refreshing aura enveloped me. He turned towards me, his eyes brimming with sincerity and kindness, extending his hand with a smile. "Hello, from now on we will be desk mates. Please take care of me." His voice was soft and magnetic, imbued with a charm that made it impossible to refuse. My heart was heavy with pain and indifference, leaving me no inclination to acknowledge this new classmate. Yet, Han Su seemed undeterred by my aloofness, maintaining his warmth and friendliness. During class, he sat upright, attentively listening to the teacher's explanations, his pen incessantly recording key points in his notebook. His gaze remained fixed on the instructor, nodding occasionally, as if engaging in a silent dialogue with the teacher. Yet I remained ensconced in my own realm of suffering, oblivious to the lessons imparted by the teacher. My gaze vacantly fixed upon the window, while my thoughts had long since drifted far away. Han Su seemed to sense my distraction. He gently nudged me with his elbow and handed me a note that read, "Pay attention. Do not lose focus." I cast a fleeting glance at the note before crumpling it in my hand and casting it aside. Han Su shook his head in resignation and continued to engage earnestly in the lecture. During the intermission, classmates gathered around, inquisitively bombarding Han Su with questions. "Han Su, which school did you attend before? What are your hobbies?" Despite my indifference, Han Su remained undeterred, striving to bridge the gap between us. During a free period in physical education class, while classmates frolicked on the playground, some playing basketball, others skipping rope, and many chasing one another, Han Su approached me, gently patting my shoulder. "Shall we chat for a bit?" he proposed. Without uttering a word, I silently rose and followed him. As we walked, he regaled me with amusing anecdotes from his childhood mischief. I remained silent. Yet inwardly, I was taken aback by his initiative and felt a flicker of curiosity towards his tales. Upon returning to the classroom, Han Su continued to reach out to me, sharing his amusing experiences and thoughts. "I read a fascinating book yesterday, an adventurous tale," he shared. Yet, I persisted in my silence, treating his enthusiasm with a veneer of indifference. Nevertheless, he seemed undaunted, seeking various topics to discuss with me each day. Unexpectedly, after one class, as I prepared to vacate my seat, Han Su handed me another note. Puzzled, I unfolded it to reveal neatly penned words. "Life may have its shadows, but sunlight will always penetrate the clouds. Believe in yourself. All will be well." As I contemplated the encouraging message, a ripple of emotion stirred within me. In that fleeting moment, I glimpsed a glimmer of hope amidst the darkness. Though faint, it bestowed warmth and optimism. From that day forth, Han Su wrote me a note each day, sometimes a warm greeting, "Good morning, I hope you have a splendid day," and other times an amusing joke. Why don't airplanes collide with stars? Because the stars twinkle. Gradually, my heart began to thaw, and my indifference towards him softened. Occasionally, upon discovering a note, a subtle smile would grace my lips, barely discernible. One day, Han Su inscribed on a note, "How about a stroll on the playground after school?" I hesitated for an extended period, my heart waging a tumultuous battle. On one hand, I feared engaging with him, dreading the prospect of further emotional turmoil. On the other, his sincerity and persistence began to sway my resolve. Ultimately, I nodded in acquiescence. After school, as classmates gradually left the classroom, the campus descended into tranquility. Han-Su and I made our way to the playground, where the fading sunlight elongated our shadows. A gentle breeze swept through, imparting a refreshing coolness.
Han-Su egentligen spoke.
I understand that you may harbor numerous concerns, but I hope you can trust that you are not alone. His voice was tender yet resolute, imbued with an intangible strength. At that moment, my eyes brimmed with tears. It was the first time since succumbing to despair that someone had genuinely cared for me. I lowered my head, biting my lip, striving to prevent the tears from cascading down. He would patiently elucidate concepts when I encountered difficulties in my studies, stating, "This problem is quite simple. Let us first analyze the conditions provided." His explanations were lucid and enlightening, illuminating my understanding. He would offer encouragement and support when I contemplated giving up, urging, "Do not lose hope. You certainly can achieve this. I will always be here to support you." During one examination, my nerves got the better of me, resulting in a dismal performance. Upon seeing the glaring score on my paper, my spirits plummeted. Han-Su silently remained by my side, refraining from excessive words of consolation. Simply handing me a notebook filled with crucial knowledge points and common pitfalls he had meticulously compiled for me. "Do not be disheartened. Let us strive together." His gaze was filled with unwavering determination and trust. In that moment, I felt an unprecedented strength surge within me, propelling me to rise once more. With Han-Su's companionship and encouragement, I gradually emerged from my self-imposed isolation, beginning to reassess my life. I no longer wallowed in self-pity, but instead dedicated myself to my studies and actively participated in various activities. One day, Han-Su invited me to join a study group he had organized. In the group, we sat in a circle, exchanging insights and sharing our dreams and aspirations. "I wish to become a doctor, to save lives," one declared. "I aspire to be a teacher, to impart knowledge," another shared. I listened quietly to my peers, contemplating my own future. I discovered that life held so many beautiful things waiting for me to uncover, and countless dreams awaiting my pursuit. As time passed, Han-Su and I became inseparable friends, sharing everything from school days to meals and problem-solving discussions. His presence was akin to a new dawn, illuminating my previously dark world. Chapter 43. The Kind Approach. Amidst the mundane rhythm of campus life, Han-Su emerged as a unique vista that intruded upon my realm. Those days felt like sheets of paper endlessly spewed from a copier, monotonous and uninspired. Yet, since his arrival, subtle transformations began to unfold. It was a sunlit break between classes, with golden rays filtering through the windows, dusting every corner of the classroom like delicate powder. The laughter and chatter of classmates resonated joyfully within the walls. Sitting beside me, Han-Su wore a gentle smile, reminiscent of peach blossoms blooming in spring, vibrant and warm. "May I talk with you? I sense you carry many thoughts within," he inquired. His voice was as clear and sincere as a babbling brook, each word imbued with care and anticipation. I lifted my gaze, casting a cold glance in his direction. My eyes, like frost in winter, were frigid and resolute. The book in my hands served as a shield against his penetrating gaze, which I clutched tightly, attempting to use it as a barrier to keep him at bay from my world. Han-Su did not waver in the face of my indifference. His gaze bore no trace of anger or despair. On the contrary, his eyes shone with a resolute determination, as if to convey that he would not easily surrender. He continued to seek me out each day, like an indefatigable messenger, tirelessly conveying his friendship and concern. Sometimes, during the early morning reading sessions, he would subtly slip me a note while the teacher was distracted, sharing anecdotes about the intriguing teachers he had encountered at his new school. Today, our history teacher recounted an ancient and mysterious legend, captivating everyone's attention. At other times, during the brief interludes of our lunch break, he would lean close to my ear and quietly discuss an enthralling science fiction novel he had recently read, where the futuristic city was beyond imagination, with vehicles soaring through the skies. At first, I remained closed off, ignoring every word he uttered. His voice brushed past me like a gentle breeze, leaving no trace behind. I encased myself within a hard shell, rejecting all external sounds and warmth. Yet, his patience and sincerity gradually pierced through the clouds of my inner turmoil, much like rays of sunlight. One afternoon, as I entered the classroom, I discovered a neatly folded note resting on my desk, penned in Han-Su's familiar handwriting. I unfolded it to reveal the words, "I know you may have been hurt, but trust me, there are those who wish to listen to your story." In that moment, my heart stirred slightly, akin to a tranquil lake disturbed by a small stone, sending ripples across its surface. Nevertheless, I feigned indifference, crumpling the note and tossing it into the corner of my drawer. Yet, the struggle within me intensified. On one hand, I feared the pain of being hurt again. Past experiences had instilled a deep-seated fear and mistrust in my relationships with others. I dreaded that, should I open my heart, exposing my vulnerabilities would lead to further suffering. On the other hand, Han Su's persistence brought a flicker of warmth to my heart. His dedication and sincerity resembled a hearth's glow in winter, though feeble. It gradually melted the ice surrounding my heart. During a club activity, everyone gathered in animated discussion about the upcoming school event, their faces alight with excitement and anticipation. While I stood apart, silently gazing out the window, Han Su noticed my solitude. He stepped away from the group and approached me softly, as if fearing to disturb me. "I can sense your loneliness. Perhaps speaking about it might bring some relief." His voice was gentle, like a soft breeze caressing my ear. I hesitated for a long time, feeling as though two inner voices were fervently battling within me. One urged, "Do not trust him. His curiosity is fleeting, and he will ultimately depart." The other whispered, "Perhaps he is sincere. Grant him a chance, and in doing so, grant yourself one as well." At last, summoning a considerable resolve, I slowly spoke. "I feel perpetually out of place, as though no one truly understands me." My voice trembled, as if it were emerging from the depths of my heart.
Yet.
I have not broached the subject of my heartbreak following my charade as a couple with Qian Qian. That remains the deepest wound in my heart. One I lack the courage to unveil. Han Su listened intently, his gaze devoid of any hint of impatience or disdain. He regarded me earnestly, as if every word I uttered were the most significant utterance in the world. His eyes brimmed with concern, making me feel genuinely valued and understood in that moment. Since then, Han Su has appeared more frequently in my life. He would quietly hand me a pen he had thoughtfully prepared when I forgot to bring one. He would bring me a steaming meal when I missed lunch due to my duties. He would send me caring messages when I fell ill and took a leave of absence. However, during this time, Qian Qian vanished. Perhaps he was preoccupied with his rumored girlfriend, leaving no trace behind, as if he had evaporated entirely from my world. This only deepened the ache in my already wounded heart. One day, the school organized a poetry recital. Initially, I had no interest in such an event, but Han Su fervently encouraged me to participate. "I believe your voice can breathe new life into the poetry. This is a splendid opportunity to showcase yourself." His eyes were filled with encouragement and anticipation. Persuaded by him, I ultimately resolved to join. Throughout the preparation, Han Su remained by my side, assisting me in selecting poems and practicing recitation techniques. On the day of the recital, I was so nervous that my palms were sweaty. Han Su cheered me on from the audience. "Don't be anxious. You are the best." In the end, I successfully completed my recitation and received a substantial round of applause. When I saw Han Su's excited expression, my heart swelled with gratitude and warmth. However, just as I began to lower my defenses against Han Su and attempt to embrace his care and friendship, an incident caused my newly opened heart to shut once more. It was a class outdoor activity, with everyone free to form groups. I eagerly anticipated that Han Su would invite me to join him. Yet he grouped with several other classmates, seemingly oblivious to my presence. Watching them laugh and converse together felt like a dagger to my heart. It dawned on me that he was no different from others. Everything prior was merely an illusion. I silently thought to myself, the fragile trust one had built crumbled in an instant. Just when I believed our relationship had reached its end, Han Su did not give up. He slipped a note into my drawer. "I know you've misunderstood, but please trust me. It's not as you think." Upon reading the note, a flicker of uncertainty stirred within me, yet I resisted the urge to soften. Nevertheless, Han Su did not waver. During a break, he called me to the school playground. "I didn't invite you that day, because I thought you might prefer to group with classmates you were more familiar with. I didn't want to force you into something you wouldn't enjoy," Han Su explained earnestly. As I listened to his explanation, the icy barrier in my heart began to thaw. "Is it truly so?" I inquired, my voice tinged with uncertainty. Han Su nodded vigorously, his eyes brimming with sincerity. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through the playground, and Han Su softly remarked, "Just like this breeze, it will carry away misunderstandings and leave behind understanding." In that instant, I finally placed my trust in him, and our relationship progressed further. As time flowed, our bond deepened. Han Su would accompany me late into the night to review for exams whenever I worried about my grades. He would extend a helping hand without hesitation whenever I faced difficulties. In Chapter 44, The Transmission of Warmth, Han Su not only listened to my troubles, but also continually brought me warmth and joy in various ways, allowing me to gradually find solace amidst my pain. Every break between classes, his face radiated a smile as warm as the sun, possessing a magical ability to dispel the shadows within my heart. "Hello, dear."
Today.
I have prepared a super interesting joke for you, he said, his voice lively and vibrant. One day, I took a taxi but ended up going in the wrong direction. The bewildered expression on his face was simply hilarious. He kept asking the passengers nearby where we were, and they were thoroughly amused by him. Watching his comical demeanor, I couldn't help but burst into laughter, and the worries and sorrows that had been bottled up inside me seemed to dissipate in that joyful atmosphere. When I felt utterly exhausted from my heavy workload, Han-Su seemed to possess an uncanny intuition, appearing by my side just when I needed him most. He would gently place a steaming cup of lemon water on my desk, with droplets of water clinging to its sides as if it were a heartfelt gift he had meticulously prepared for me. "Dear, have a sip to refresh yourself," he would say, his eyes filled with concern and tenderness, his voice as soft as a spring breeze. As I took that cup of lemon water, I felt its warmth transfer through my fingertips to my heart. Each sip was like a refreshing spring nourishing my parched soul, revitalizing my spirit. In those days when I felt an overwhelming sense of loss, Han-Su stood as a lighthouse in my darkness, steadfastly illuminating my path forward. He would gently pat my shoulder with his broad hand, offering silent comfort and encouragement. "Next time will surely be better," he would assure me with a soft yet resolute voice, as if making a solemn promise in my ear. With his wisdom and encouragement, he rekindled the flame of hope within me. Whenever I lifted my gaze and met his trusting and expectant eyes, I felt as though I possessed the courage and strength to overcome any obstacle. Every subtle gesture from him was like a gentle spring breeze caressing my heart, awakening the warmth and hope that lay dormant within me. On one occasion, after experiencing a minor conflict with a classmate, I found myself engulfed in a cloud of gloom. I felt as though I were shrouded in a heavy darkness, unable to escape. Han-Su keenly sensed the shift in my emotions. His deep, bright eyes were filled with concern and care. Without uttering many words, he gently took my hand and led me toward the small garden on campus. In that little garden, a dazzling array of flowers bloomed vibrantly, each vying for attention in a splendid display. As red as fire, pink as the morning glow, white as snow, the flowers bloom in a riot of colors, a sight too beautiful to behold. A gentle breeze caresses the scene, causing the blossoms to sway gracefully, releasing enchanting fragrances into the air. The thought of having visited this place with Qian Qian fills my heart with a wave of melancholy and solitude.
Han-Su pass.
Extending his long fingers to point at the flourishing flowers, his voice flowing like a crystal-clear stream through the mountains, softly resonating in my ears. "Look. Regardless of whether anyone admires them, they strive to bloom. We should do the same." His gaze shifts from the flowers to my face, his eyes brimming with encouragement and anticipation. I quietly contemplate the blossoms, which dance lightly in the breeze, as if imparting stories of resilience and tenacity. Han-Su's words nourish my parched soul, gradually dissipating the gloom and worries born from quarrels with classmates amidst the beauty of the flowers and his warm speech. Han-Su gently envelopes me in his embrace. His hold is warm and sturdy, instilling a profound sense of safety and comfort. I can distinctly feel the steady, powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, akin to a melodious tune, soothing my previously restless heart. In his arms, I find a sanctuary from all tempests, a tranquil world that belongs solely to the two of us. "Do not let these trifles affect your mood. You will always hold a special place in my heart," he whispers near my ear, his breath brushing softly against my cheek, evoking a delightful shiver, yet causing my heart to flutter. His words, like a spell, are etched deeply within me, healing the wounds inflicted by our earlier discord. In that moment, I experienced an unprecedented warmth, as if a brilliant ray of sunlight pierced through the thick haze in my heart, banishing all darkness into oblivion. I raised my gaze to his handsome face. Those eyes filled with tenderness, and an indescribable emotion surged within me. From that point on, Han-Su's attentiveness towards me became even more meticulous. One day, while in the classroom, I accidentally knocked over my cup, drenching my books and clothes. As I scrambled to clean up the mess, overwhelmed by embarrassment and frustration, Han-Su appeared like a timely spring breeze. Without a word, he swiftly helped me gather the fallen books, using tissues to soak up the water stains. "Don't worry. Take your time," his voice, gentle yet steady, instantly calmed my frantic heart. He fetched a clean towel, tenderly wiping the watermarks from my clothing, his gaze filled with concern and compassion. "Be careful not to catch cold," he said, draping his jacket over my shoulders. At that moment, I was deeply moved by his thoughtfulness and care, my heart brimming with warmth and gratitude. On another occasion, feeling unwell from a cold, I rested my head on the desk, drowsy. Han-Su noticed immediately and came to my side, gently touching my forehead, his voice laced with worry. "Why is it so hot?" Without hesitation, he scooped me up and hurried towards the infirmary. As he journeyed onward, his footsteps were both brisk and resolute, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. "Just a little longer. We shall soon arrive," he assured, his voice slightly breathless yet brimming with strength and solace. In the infirmary, he remained steadfastly by my side, clasping my hand tightly until the doctor confirmed my well-being, at which point his anxious heart finally found respite. At times, a letter filled with tender words surfaced within my backpack, revealing itself in a moment of serendipity and causing a smile of bliss to blossom upon my face as I read the affectionate prose. Other times, a bouquet of vibrant flowers graced my desk, infusing the classroom with a fragrant ambience. Occasionally, a handmade trinket would appear, modest in value yet overflowing with heartfelt sincerity and deep affection. Chapter 45: The Resonance of Souls. As time flowed, the bond between Han Su and I deepened, our conversations evolving into profound exchanges. No longer confined to mundane trivialities, we began to courageously unveil our innermost dreams and aspirations for the future. It was a splendid afternoon, the sun casting a gentle glow upon the school lawn, as if gilding every blade of grass. A soft breeze wafted through, bringing with it the delightful fragrance of blooming flora, akin to a perfume crafted by nature itself, enchanting all who inhaled it. We sat side by side, our shoulders brushing lightly, that subtle contact conveying a universe of unspoken words, as if we were the only two souls in existence. Han Su broke the silence, his eyes shimmering with a brilliance reminiscent of stars, filled with hopes and expectations for the future. With unwavering conviction and fervor, he declared, "I dream of becoming an exceptional musician, to touch the world through music." His voice danced upon the breeze, imbued with an enchanting allure that enveloped me. Each word resonated with power, akin to stones cast into the serene depths of a heart's lake, stirring ripples of emotion. I listened intently, my gaze drawn to his cheeks, slightly flushed with excitement, my heart swelling with admiration and an indescribable infatuation. His skin glistened with a delicate sheen, as if kissed by sunlight. The fervent flame of his passion for music burned brightly in his eyes, a fervor stemming from the depths of his soul, stirring my very being. That flame was so vibrant, it seemed capable of incinerating any thorny barrier hindering his pursuit of dreams. "And what about you?" Han Su suddenly turned to me, his gaze deep and gentle, as if peering into the very core of my innermost desires. His look was like a warm beam of light, piercing through the depths of my heart, leaving me feeling exposed. I inhaled deeply, striving to calm the tumultuous rhythm of my heart, now racing uncontrollably under his scrutiny. "I aspire to be an accomplished writer, to touch hearts with my words," I whispered, my voice laced with a barely perceptible tremor. Han Su smiled and nodded, his grin radiant as sunlight, instantly illuminating my world. In that smile, there resided not a trace of doubt or disdain, only an abundance of encouragement and support. It was truly magnificent. With diligent effort, success was surely attainable. His words were akin to a warm spring breeze, gently caressing my heart, bestowing upon me boundless strength and courage. Each utterance served as a reassuring balm, firming my previously wavering spirit. From that moment forth, it felt as though we had entered a dreamscape exclusively belonging to one another. We frequently gathered in the quiet corners of the campus after class, a secluded haven embraced by towering trees. Beneath the shade of the branches, we would sit on the benches, sharing the efforts we had made in pursuit of our dreams. Each exchange was akin to a feast for the soul, deepening our understanding of each other's inner worlds. For the sake of our aspirations, we resolved to forge ahead bravely, undeterred by obstacles. Han Su's encouragement lingered in my ears like an enchanting spell. Whenever I encountered setbacks on my writing journey, feeling lost and helpless, recalling his words would ignite a powerful motivation within me, urging me to rise again. His voice seemed to possess a magical quality, piercing through the shadows of my heart and illuminating the path forward. Inspired by his support, I began to earnestly strive for my dreams. I devoted considerable time each day to immersing myself in a myriad of classic literary works, from ancient poetry to contemporary prose, drawing nourishment from the ocean of words. I continuously learned and adapted the writing techniques of esteemed authors, analyzing their structures, language, and emotional expressions. Late at night, I would sit at my desk, the soft glow of the lamp illuminating my thoughts as they flowed onto the page, transforming my innermost feelings and ideas into vivid words. Each time I completed a piece, I would eagerly share it with Han Su, anticipating his feedback and insights. Meanwhile, Han Su was diligently pursuing his musical aspirations. Each day, He dedicated time to practicing his instruments, be it piano or guitar, producing enchanting melodies under his skilled fingers. His hands danced gracefully across the piano keys. Much like a nimble dancer, strumming the guitar strings, he narrated heartfelt stories through music. He participated in various competitions and performances, continuously accumulating experience and enhancing his performance skills. I often accompanied him, serving as his most devoted audience. As he played, I would sit quietly beside him, attuned to the emotions woven within each note. On one occasion, the school organized a talent showcase. Without hesitation, Han Su signed up, determined to present his latest composition on stage. He meticulously pondered each note's pitch and labored over the expression of every lyric. I stood by, providing inspiration and suggestions, assisting him in selecting performance attire and props. Together, we explored clothing stores for the perfect shirt and trousers, deliberating over color and style combinations. In accessory shops, we sought necklaces and bracelets that would enhance his stage presence. Finally, the day of the performance arrived. As Han Su stepped onto the stage, it felt as though the entire world held its breath in anticipation. His figure shone brilliantly under the lights, as though enveloped in a halo. Dressed in the carefully selected attire we had chosen, he exuded simplicity and elegance while retaining a distinct personality. The guitar in his hands appeared to be an extension of his very being. Each note he played brimming with life and emotion. His voice, clear and enchanting, seemed to narrate a beautiful yet sorrowful tale. Every word struck the hearts of the audience like a bullet. I stood in the crowd, my gaze fixed upon him, my heart swelling with pride and emotion. My eyes refused to stray from him, as if the entire world had faded away, leaving only him in existence. After the performance, Han Su found me among the crowd. His face was alight with excitement and joy, sweat trickling down his forehead, unable to dim the brilliance in his eyes. That light shone even brighter and more captivating than the stage lights. He embraced me tightly, and I could feel his heartbeat racing like a drum. "Thank you for always being by my side," he whispered in my ear, the warmth of his breath brushing against my neck, causing me to shiver slightly. His voice was infused with gratitude and deep affection, melting my heart in an instant. In that moment, our bodies were entwined, our breaths and heartbeats intermingling. I gently rose on my toes and placed a soft kiss on his cheek. Time seemed to stand still, rendering everything else insignificant. Han Su paused in surprise. And then a more radiant smile spread across his face. He lowered his head and tenderly kissed my forehead. At that moment, it felt as if the entire world consisted solely of the two of us. From that day forth, our relationship grew increasingly intimate and ambiguous. We would secretly hold hands in empty classrooms, our fingers intertwined, sharing the warmth of each other as presents. The touch of our fingers felt electric, sending shivers throughout my body. We would embrace passionately in the campus garden, his arms strong and warm, providing an overwhelming sense of safety. Each time he enveloped me in his embrace, I could hear the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, a sound that resonated like the most exquisite music in the world. Under the moonlight, we would cuddle closely, sharing the little secrets of our hearts. Han Su often surprised me unexpectedly, sometimes with a small flower plucked from the roadside, tucked into my hair, proclaiming that I was more beautiful than the bloom itself. Though ordinary, that flower became immensely precious due to his gesture. Occasionally, he would slip a note filled with sweet nothings into my backpack, allowing me to discover it serendipitously, reading those tender words, my cheeks inevitably flushing. At times, he would offer a gentle hug, whispering his longing into my ear. Though brief, that embrace was filled with strength, conveying his deep affection. I, too, prepared small gifts for him, such as a music book he had long desired. When I handed him the book, surprise and gratitude danced in his eyes. And in that moment, I felt that everything was worthwhile. However, just as we were basking in this sweetness and happiness, an unexpected storm quietly approached. One day, whispers began to circulate throughout the school, claiming that our closeness was adversely affecting our studies and the overall atmosphere. The teacher summoned us for a discussion, urging us to maintain appropriate boundaries. This left us in a state of profound distress and pressure. What should we do?
I kast av og glans at Han Su.
He grasped my hand firmly and, with unwavering determination in his gaze, reassured me, "Do not fret. As long as our hearts are united, nothing can hinder us."
Yet,
The uncertainty of the future loomed over us, shrouded in mystery. Chapter 46. A renewed resolve. Once, my academic performance was among the best in the school, a paragon in the eyes of my teachers and the envy of my peers. However, following the scandal involving Qian Qian, my world crumbled in an instant. My thoughts became utterly disarrayed, and my grades plummeted like a meteor falling from the sky. I found myself inexorably entangled in the web of Qian Qian's relationship with that girl, their images haunting my mind, filling my heart with anguish. I incessantly questioned myself. Why would Qian Qian treat me this way? What was so remarkable about that girl? Simultaneously, I was bewildered by his sudden disappearance, as if he had evaporated from my world without a trace. This uncertainty tormented me, plunging me into an abyss of endless despair and confusion. My assignments were no longer completed with diligence, and I approached exams with indifference, resulting in a steady decline in my grades. Teachers sought to engage with me, yet I found myself unable to extricate myself from this quagmire. However, just as I was on the brink of surrendering to despair, Han Su entered my life. His resolute gaze and warm words were like a beacon of light piercing through the darkness, illuminating my path forward. It was an ordinary morning when the first rays of sunlight crept through the curtain seams and fell upon my bed. I remained enveloped in sadness, reluctant to rise. Suddenly, my phone chimed. It was a message from Han Su. A new day, let us strive for success. Those simple words seemed to carry a magical power, igniting a long-forgotten warmth within me. I reminded myself that I needed to redirect my focus away from Qian Qian and concentrate on my studies. Taking a deep breath, I endeavored to calm my mind and diligently reviewed the knowledge I had previously neglected. Each formula, each concept transformed from mere dry text into the very foundation of my resurgence. From that day onward, I resolved to rise early each day to study. Abandoning laziness and procrastination, I devised a meticulously detailed study schedule, allocating time down to the minute, ranging from the analysis of classical Chinese literature to conquering challenging mathematical problems, from practicing English grammar to deriving physical laws, with every task planned to the brim. In the mornings, I would recite a beautiful piece of classical literature, immersing myself in the wisdom and emotions of ancient scholars. During the morning classes, I focused intently, missing not a single point emphasized by the teacher. In the afternoons, I utilized my self-study time to complete a set of math exercises, diligently correcting my answers against the key. In class, I was no longer the girl who wandered in distraction. Whenever the teacher poses a question, I eagerly raise my hand. Even if I answer incorrectly, I no longer feel disheartened. Instead, I attentively listen to the teacher's explanations, diligently compiling my mistakes in a notebook, determined not to repeat them in the future. My gaze remains fixed on the teacher's writing, while my pen incessantly records the salient points. Observing my transformation, the teacher's eyes sparkle with a gratifying smile, further solidifying my resolve to study diligently. During the lunch break, while my classmates frolic joyously on the playground, the classroom is filled with laughter and cheer. Yet, I choose to remain alone in the classroom, diligently working through a series of practice problems. Sunlight streams through the window, illuminating my desk and the words I inscribe. Sweat trickles down my forehead, yet I remain oblivious, wholly absorbed in contemplating the solutions to each problem. Occasionally, when confronted with a challenging question, I chew on the end of my pencil, pondering intently until I finally arrive at the answer, at which point I exhale in relief. In our mathematics study group, my classmates and I collaborate to tackle difficult problems, sharing our problem-solving strategies and techniques. Whenever I propose a novel solution, I am met with admiring glances from my peers, filling me with immense pride. In the English study group, we practice speaking, mutually correcting pronunciation and grammatical errors. Through our exchanges, not only have I enhanced my learning capabilities, but I have also forged invaluable friendships. Throughout this arduous journey, Han Su has been my unwavering source of support. During moments of fatigue, he brings me a steaming cup of tea, the comforting aroma instantly relaxing me. When I encounter challenging problems, he sits beside me, patiently guiding my thought process with his clear reasoning, enlightening my understanding. His encouraging smiles during my moments of progress radiate warmth and strength, akin to the sunlight of spring. On one occasion, I grappled with a math problem for over an hour, becoming increasingly frustrated. Sensing my distress, Han Su approached me gently, sitting beside me and patiently explaining the concepts. He began with the known conditions of the problem, guiding me step by step until I grasped the key to the solution. You are truly clever. With a bit more attention, such problems will pose no challenge for you in the future. His encouragement restored my confidence, and I immersed myself in my studies, ultimately solving the problem. Another time, after I made significant progress in my English examination, Han Su surprised me with a dictionary I had long desired as a reward. Keep pushing forward. I believe you will continue to excel. His words filled me with motivation. When the results of the first monthly exam were released, and I saw my steadily rising rank on the report card, my heart brimmed with joy and pride. Eager to share the good news with Han Su, I found him waiting at the classroom door, as if he had anticipated my arrival. I did it, I exclaimed, leaping into his embrace. I knew you could. he replied, holding me tightly, and in that moment, I felt like the happiest person in the world. My life gradually became more fulfilling, and a smile returned to my face. I am no longer the girl perpetually burdened by sorrow, but rather a vibrant young woman brimming with confidence. I have begun to actively engage with my peers and partake in class activities, and gradually, everyone has forgotten my past despondency, embracing the renewed version of myself. Yet, just as I believed that everything was progressing positively, new conflicts stealthily emerged. Chapter 47. Baseless Speculations. As my relationship with Han Su deepened, whispers of our romantic involvement began to circulate within the school. Initially, it was merely a scattering of comments and peculiar glances, but soon these murmurs escalated into a veritable tempest, ravaging every corner of the campus. During a break, I strolled along the corridor, attempting to ease the tension of my studious mind. Sunlight cascaded onto the corridor floor, casting dappled patterns of light. I walked lightly, my thoughts wandering. As I passed a group of classmates, their previously animated chatter abruptly ceased, the air seemingly thickening in an instant. Look, isn't she the former girlfriend of Qian Qian? Now she's south so close to Han Su. Could it be that the rumors about Qian Qian have affected her? A girl's piercing voice struck my ears like an arrow, laced with evident disdain and malicious conjecture, as if I were a morally corrupt individual. Perhaps she is merely seeking a new source of solace after a romantic setback. How utterly misguided, another girl chimed in, her tone dripping with derision and scorn. Each word akin to a dagger, ruthlessly piercing my heart. These remarks felt like sharp thorns, deeply embedding themselves in my spirit, leaving me in profound distress. My steps faltered slightly, and a burning sensation surged across my face, as if I had been struck publicly. My heart plummeted, akin to plummeting into an unfathomable abyss. My throat constricted, as if choked by an unseen force, rendering me speechless, unsure of where to begin my rebuttal. I blinked back tears and quickened my pace, fleeing from that malevolent place. With each step, my feet felt unbearably heavy, as if burdened by an immense weight. Upon entering the classroom, the once lively atmosphere, filled with laughter and joy, fell abruptly silent, as if a mute button had been pressed. All eyes turned toward me, their gazes penetrating like swords, leaving me feeling exposed and vulnerable. They would quickly divert their attention, only to be replaced by a chorus of hushed whispers. The buzzing of their discussions swarmed around me like a multitude of flies, leaving me with no respite. How could she act this way? Truly an unruly person. These snippets of conversation struck my heart like a hammer. Each word felt like a bullet, mercilessly hitting my fragile spirit. I endeavored to disregard their remarks, biting my lip tightly, striving to focus on the words on the page before me, but those voices incessantly infiltrated my ears like phantoms, disrupting my thoughts and preventing me from finding peace. My pen skated chaotically across the paper, yet I could not compose a single coherent sentence. The book before me has become a blur, tears swirling in my eyes, and I can only muster the strength to hold them back from falling. Even while dining in the cafeteria, I can sense the weight of the gazes and whispers surrounding me. I navigate through the crowd with my tray, each step a Herculean effort. The steaming food emits warmth, yet it fails to thaw my icy heart. Her fickle affections are most detrimental. The school is a place for learning, murmured a figure resembling a teacher, their eyes glinting with discontent and reproach. That gaze seemed to label me a wayward student, a source of disruption for the institution. I have heard that the teachers intend to have conversations with them. Nearby, fellow students echoed in agreement, their faces alight with schadenfreude. Each utterance felt like a heavy stone, pressing down on me, suffocating me. Mechanically, I forced food into my mouth, yet it tasted like wax, devoid of flavor. My heart felt leaden, as though plummeting into an abyss without end. The people around me appeared to be pointing and whispering, rendering me an isolated outcast. I hastily finished my meal and fled the cafeteria, as if pursued by a terrifying beast. These discussions tormented me, my heart consumed with pain and anxiety. Each time I caught a glimpse of him in the hallway, I would whirl around like a startled rabbit, seeking refuge in a nearby classroom, my heart pounding, breath quickening. When encountering him on the playground, I would intentionally steer clear, avoiding his gaze, fearful that our eyes meeting would incite further speculation. Han Su soon noticed my change. One afternoon after school, the campus was bathed in the soft glow of the evening twilight. The sky was painted in hues of orange, breathtakingly ethereal. Yet I found myself unable to savor its beauty. He discovered me in the small garden on campus, where the flowers swayed gently in the breeze, as if whispering secrets. He approached me swiftly, his eyes filled with concern and urgency. Without hesitation, he led me to a quieter corner deep within the garden. Do not mind their opinions. It is enough that we know the truth, he asserted, his gaze imbued with determination and comfort, as if he sought to transfer his strength to me. His voice was deep and resonant, standing out with clarity in that serene nook. There was no trace of hesitation or retreat in his eyes, only trust and support for me. I lowered my head, tears brimming, as the grievances within me surged forth like a flood breaking its banks. Yet, this path may bring you harm, my voice trembled, laden with concern for him. I feared that my troubles might entangle him, leading to misunderstanding and rejection from our peers. Han Su gently grasped my hand, his palm warm and strong, offering solace. No, we have done nothing wrong. Why should we shy away? His tone was resolute, his eyes sparkling with determination and courage. His grip tightened around mine, as if assuring me that he would not easily relinquish our friendship. Encouraged by Han Su, I endeavored to adjust my mindset, striving to disregard the rumors. Even when I occasionally falter in my answers, I no longer experienced the shame and frustration that once plagued me. Instead, I attentively absorbed the teacher's explanations, striving to perform better in the future. The sunlight streams through the window, illuminating my desk, the pen in my hand, and the pages of my books, as well as the determination reflected in my eyes. When confronted with challenging problems, I refuse to surrender easily. I engage in deep contemplation and diligently research until I uncover the solution. Under the glow of the lights, my shadow casts a solitary yet resolute figure upon the wall. I endeavor to enrich my inner self with knowledge, fortifying my strength. I remind myself not to be defeated by the malicious rumors, but to validate my worth through perseverance and achievements. However, the journey is not devoid of complexity. One day, the school announced an upcoming sports event, necessitating each class to select athletes for various competitions. Both Han Su and I registered for the running race. At that moment, a blend of anticipation and anxiety regarding the potential resurgence of gossip enveloped my heart. Throughout our training, we offered one another encouragement and motivation. Whenever I felt the urge to give up, his unwavering gaze and reassuring words reignited my spirit. Persevere, you can do it. His steadfast and warm eyes imbued me with a sense of boundless strength. Our sweat-soaked garments clung to us as rivulets of perspiration streamed down our cheeks. Yet, we voiced no complaints or hesitations, only an unwavering conviction and relentless pursuit. Our silhouettes stood out distinctly in the morning light, reminiscent of warriors striving for their dreams. However, as our classmates observed our joint training, the whispers of rumor began anew. They must be taking advantage of this training opportunity together. They truly lack discretion. These words cut through my heart like sharp blades, reigniting the sting of hurt. Upon hearing them, I faltered momentarily, a wave of disappointment and helplessness washing over me. Han Su seemed to sense my turmoil. He placed a reassuring hand on my shoulder and said, "Ignore them. We just need to focus on ourselves." As the day of the competition drew nearer, my anxiety escalated. I feared that a poor performance would only fuel the relentless gossip. Han Su remained steadfast by my side, encouraging me, "Believe in yourself. We can definitely succeed." At long last, the day of the competition arrived. The playground was alive with fluttering banners and a cacophony of voices. Standing at the starting line, my heart raced with anticipation. At the sound of the starting gun, I surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. The cheers of my classmates filled the air, yet the echoes of malicious whispers fleetingly invaded my thoughts, momentarily distracting me. In the end, both Han Su and I achieved commendable results, yet the rumors persisted unabated. Chapter 48. The Deepening of Friendship. In the face of rumors, Han Su and I did not drift apart. Instead, we resolutely supported one another. The spiteful whispers ceased to serve as obstacles between us. Rather, they forged a stronger bond that connected us. In our academic pursuits, we encountered new challenges. Our mathematics teacher assigned an extraordinarily complex problem, demanding completion within a week. This intricate problem required the integration of multiple concepts, leaving many classmates feeling overwhelmed. I, too, am no exception. Gazing at the myriad of task conditions, my mind was engulfed in confusion. Han Su, perceiving my distress, took the initiative to sit beside me and said, "Do not fret. Let us analyze it together." His voice, gentle and resonant, carried an assurance that soothed my spirit. He picked up a pen and patiently elucidated the crux of the problem. "You see, we must employ the trigonometric formulas we previously studied, and then intertwine that with the properties of this geometric figure." His gaze was focused and earnest, each step meticulously explained, his slender fingers gracefully tracing the lines on the paper. I listened intently, occasionally voicing my queries. Han Su unfailingly addressed each one, remaining undeterred until my comprehension was complete. With his assistance, I gradually found my line of thought and began to compute on the draft paper. Occasionally, he would lightly pat my head, smiling as he remarked, "Clever girl, just like that." At such moments, an unfamiliar warmth would flutter within my heart. When Hansu encountered difficulties in reciting English, I would not hesitate to extend my hand. I accompanied him in reading the text aloud, correcting his pronunciation. "The emphasis on this word is here. Please read it again." I guided him with care, our heads unconsciously drawing nearer, as if our breaths were intertwined. We also collaborated to devise study plans, judiciously allocating our time. Each day after school, we lingered in the classroom for an additional hour, mutually ensuring the completion of our assignments. When faced with challenging problems, we would converse and seek solutions together. At times, our hands would inadvertently brush against one another, and in that instant, an electric current seemed to surge through my being. On one occasion, during a physics lab, my operational error led to significant discrepancies in the experimental data, leaving me in a state of despondence. Hansu comforted me, saying, "Do not lose heart. This is merely a minor oversight. We shall try again." His voice was as soft as the spring breeze, soothing my wounded spirit. He stayed by my side as we repeated the experiment, assisting me in adjusting the instruments and recording the data. Encouraged by his support, I ultimately succeeded in completing the experiment. As I rejoiced, he gently embraced me, saying, "I knew you could do it." In that moment, I could distinctly feel his heartbeat and the warmth of his embrace. During a mock examination, my nerves led to a subpar performance, leaving me disheartened. Feeling as though my efforts had been in vain, Hansu noticed my despondency and led me to a secluded corner of the playground. One exam does not define everything. We must reflect on our experiences, and next time will surely be better. His eyes brimmed with concern and encouragement as he gently grasped my hand, as if to impart strength to me. His hands were large and warm, instilling in me an immense sense of reassurance. Thus, through our mutual support and encouragement, our academic achievements flourished significantly. The teacher commended us in class, and our peers cast admiring glances our way. Yet, the rumors did not dissipate. Rather, they intensified. Surely, they must be copying from one another to achieve such rapid improvement. Perhaps it is an act of subterfuge, a deliberate display of effort to mislead others. Upon hearing these words, Hansu and I exchanged knowing smiles, no longer as concerned as we once were. We understood that true friendship remains unshaken by such rumors. One weekend, Hansu invited me to study at the library. The library was quiet and serene, and we chose a seat by the window. Sunlight streamed through the glass, warming the table in a comforting embrace. "We must demonstrate our resolve through our actions, leaving them speechless," Hansu asserted, his eyes sparkling with determination. And I found myself irresistibly drawn to him. I nodded gently, responding, "Yes, we shall strive together." My voice was soft, laced with a hint of unnoticeable reliance. That afternoon in the library, we tackled numerous challenging problems, yielding fruitful results. Whenever I furrowed my brow over a difficult question, Hansu would tenderly lift his hand to smooth my furrowed brow, saying, "Do not frown, silly. Let us find a solution together." His tone was filled with affection. As time passed, our friendship deepened, becoming an integral part of our lives. In moments of joy or sorrow, we would share our feelings with one another, without hesitation. During breaks, we would share a piece of candy in the corridor, the sweetness melting in our mouths while our hearts brimmed with happiness. Yet, just as we believed everything was gradually improving, a greater crisis quietly emerged. The school was to select an outstanding student representative for an important academic exchange event. Both Hansu and I were eligible, but there was only one spot available. Once this news circulated through the class, whispers erupted among our classmates. They would undoubtedly vie fiercely for this opportunity, putting our friendship to the test. The selection process was intricate, requiring a comprehensive evaluation of academic performance, awards from subject competitions, and participation in social practice activities. To secure this coveted position, both Hansu and I exerted ourselves even more. I enrolled in additional subject competitions, burning the midnight oil to revise relevant knowledge in preparation. In my pursuit of excellence, I nearly sacrificed all my rest, my nerves stretched to their limits. Each night, as I pored over my studies under the desk lamp, Hansu would send a caring message. "Do not tire yourself too much. Remember to rest." Those few simple words enveloped me in warmth. Meanwhile, Hansu actively engaged in various social practice activities at school, striving to showcase his leadership skills and team spirit. Occasionally, I would spot his busy figure at these events, his focused demeanor stirring my heart. Sometimes, when we crossed paths on campus, we would merely exchange hurried greetings before racing back to our respective endeavors. Yet, in those fleeting moments of eye contact, We could see encouragement and anticipation mirrored in each other's gaze. Han Su animatedly recounted his experiences and growth from the social practice activities, his eyes brimming with confidence and enthusiasm. Our gazes would occasionally meet from the audience, and in those moments, it felt as if time stood still, with only our presence matching. Regardless of the outcome, we remain good friends, right?
Han susade lite marked.
His voice was somewhat husky, and a trace of concern lingered in his eyes. As I gazed at him, my heart was a tumult of emotions. On one hand, I yearned for that coveted spot, while on the other, I dreaded the potential strain it might place on our friendship. After a moment's hesitation, I nodded affirmatively. Of course, without a doubt. Yet inwardly, I silently prayed that the opportunity would belong to me. Just then, the judges emerged and announced that Han Su had secured the spot. My heart plummeted, engulfed by feelings of disappointment and despair. Despite my outward claims of indifference, I could not suppress a twinge of jealousy. Han Su, brimming with excitement, sought to share his joy with me, only to notice my disquiet. Are you unhappy? He inquired cautiously. No, congratulations, I replied, forcing a smile before turning away. In that moment, tears welled in my eyes, but I fought valiantly to keep them at bay. In the days that followed, I deliberately distanced myself from Han Su, creating a rift in our friendship. He attempted to reach out multiple times, yet I coldly rebuffed him. I felt humiliated in his presence and struggled to confront the disparity between us. Until one day, after school, Han Su cornered me. I know you're hurting. Truthfully, this opportunity means less to me than our friendship. I have decided to relinquish it to you. His gaze was resolute and sincere, leaving no room for doubt. I was taken aback, overwhelmed with guilt. No, I have been selfish. You deserve this spot, and I should not be envious of you. We exchanged apologies and reconciled. Han Su gently embraced me, saying, do not overthink it. We will always be the best of friends. In that moment, enveloped in his warmth, I felt an overwhelming sense of comfort and gratitude. However, just when we believed all was resolved, a new announcement echoed through the school. Chapter 49. A Sudden Appearance. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the campus's tree-lined path. I walked alone along this familiar route, my heart laden with complex emotions. Han Su excelled academically and was gracious in his interactions. His presence soon stirred a small commotion within the class. He consistently appeared when I needed support, offering me boundless encouragement. Consequently, our bond flourished, and we became inseparable confidants. However, one individual observed me with Han Su, a flicker of displeasure flashing in his eyes, quickly masked by his habitual aloofness. You have become quite close with Han Su lately. Qian Qian's frigid voice cut through the air from behind, causing me to halt mid-step. I turned to face him, responding, yes, Han Su is my friend. I endeavored to maintain a neutral tone to mask the turmoil within me. Qian Qian's brow furrowed slightly as he approached, his familiar scent sending my heart racing. Do not forget our unspoken understanding, he warned, his voice low and tinged with a hint of menace. I lifted my gaze to meet his eyes, unable to suppress the discontent and grievance swelling within me any longer. Qian Qian, you have vanished for so long without offering a single explanation, and now you return to meddle in my life. Do you believe this to be fair? My voice trembled slightly, tears brimming in my eyes. Qian Qian appeared taken aback, seemingly unprepared for my candid retort. A flicker of complex emotions crossed his gaze. Yet he swiftly masked it with indifference. I merely remind you not to forget our relationship. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving me standing alone. My heart a tumult of conflicting feelings. I took a deep breath, striving to regain my composure. I knew I could no longer be swayed by Qian Qian's emotions. I needed to focus on my own life and studies. I resolved to cease dwelling on Qian Qian and instead cherish more wonderful moments with Han Su. The following day, Han Su and I arranged to study together at the library. Here you go, this is your favorite coffee along with a small cake, Han Su said with a smile as he handed me the items. Thank you, Han Su. I accepted the coffee, warmth flooding my heart. We settled into a corner of the library, sunlight streaming through the windows, enveloping us in a comforting glow. Han Su was engrossed in his books, his earnest demeanor causing me to momentarily lose my train of thought. You've made significant progress in your studies lately. It seems you are truly dedicated. Han Su suddenly remarked, looking up. I smiled modestly, a sense of pride swelling within me. That is all thanks to your support. At that moment, Qian Qian's figure appeared at the library entrance, his gaze sweeping the room before finally landing upon us. What are you two doing? His voice shattered the tranquility. Qian Qian's expression darkened further as he glanced between Han Su and me, then coldly stated, Come outside with me. I need to speak with you. He turned and left the library. I hesitated for a moment, but ultimately rose to follow him. Han-Su watched my retreating figure, concern flickering in his eyes. Outside the library, the sun shone brightly, yet Qian Qian's demeanor was ominously grim. What exactly do you wish to say? I inquired impatiently. Qian Qian turned to face me, anger simmering in his gaze. Do you truly believe it is appropriate to be so close to Han-Su? Do not forget our relationship. His voice rose slightly, tinged with a hint of menace. I let out a cold laugh, my pent-up frustration finally erupting. Qian Qian, what right do you have to judge me? You have been absent for so long without a word of explanation, and now you dare to interfere in my life. Do you find this to be just? My voice quivered, tears threatening to spill over. Qian Qian seemed momentarily stunned, caught off guard by my forthright rebuttal. A hint of complex emotion flickered in his eyes before he quickly reverted to his cold demeanor. I merely remind you not to forget our relationship. He turned to leave, abandoning me once more, standing in place, my heart a tumult of emotions. I inhaled deeply, striving to calm myself. I knew I could no longer be influenced by Qian Qian's feelings. I needed to concentrate on my own life and studies. I have resolved to cease dwelling on the matters concerning Qian Qian and instead, to cherish more splendid moments with Han-Su. Upon returning to the library, I found Han-Su seated there, his gaze imbued with a hint of concern. Are you all right? He inquired softly. I shook my head and mustered a faint smile. I am fine. Let us continue studying. In the days that followed, Qian Qian appeared to grow increasingly aloof and domineering. Whenever he spotted Han-Su and me together, a flicker of jealousy and anger would flash in his eyes. Yet, he refrained from approaching me again, merely observing us from a distance. Nevertheless, Qian Qian's coldness and jealousy weighed heavily upon my heart, akin to a burdensome stone. I realized that our issues remained unresolved, merely set aside for the time being. I pondered the transformations that would unfold when this stone finally fell. Today is truly delightful, is it not? Han-Su remarked with a smile. Just then, Qian Qian unexpectedly appeared before us, a letter in hand. This is for you, he stated, his voice devoid of warmth. I accepted the letter, my heart brimming with uncertainty. Without uttering another word, Qian Qian turned and departed. As I opened the letter, I found only a few terse lines. Cici, I know you are growing close to Han-Su, but I hope you keep your distance from him. Qian Qian. My hand trembled slightly as I clutched the letter, a surge of complex emotions swelling within me. I understood that this letter signified Qian Qian had not relinquished our relationship. He was still attempting to exert control over my life. Taking a deep breath, I endeavored to regain my composure. I resolved to no longer be swayed by Qian Qian's emotions and to spend more beautiful moments with Han-Su. However, Qian Qian was far from finished. In the ensuing days, he began to concoct various troubles and misunderstandings between Han-Su and me. He would intentionally bring up our past in front of Han-Su, attempting to sow discord regarding our relationship. He even spoke ill of Han-Su in front of our teachers, seeking to instill bias against him. Han-Su started to feel perplexed and uneasy. Why is Qian Qian treating me this way? He asked, bewildered. Seeing the pain in Han-Su's eyes, I was overwhelmed with guilt and anger. All of this stemmed from Qian Qian's jealousy and selfishness. I resolved to confront Qian Qian and address the issues between us. I arranged to meet him in the school garden, a tranquil and private setting conducive for a serious discussion. Qian Qian arrived as promised, his eyes glinting with provocation. What do you wish to say? His voice was cold, lacking warmth. I took a deep breath, striving to maintain my calm. Qian Qian, I am aware that you have created numerous troubles between Han-Su and me, and I implore you to cease this behavior. Our relationship should not influence my connections with others. Qian Qian let out a derisive laugh, a glimmer of disdain in his eyes. Do you truly believe that your relationship with Han-Su is merely platonic? Do not be foolish. His feelings for you are evident to all. I bit my lip, a surge of anger boiling within me. So what? Even if Han-Su has feelings for me, that is our affair and has nothing to do with you. Qian Qian's countenance darkened further as he approached me, a hint of menace glimmering in his eyes. Do not forget, your actions will impact my reputation. I let out a cold laugh, my pent-up fury finally surging forth. Qian Qian, you are exceedingly selfish. You care solely for your own reputation, disregarding my feelings. I have had enough of your control and threats. Qian Qian was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for my candid retort. A flicker of complex emotion passed through his gaze, but it swiftly returned to indifference. I merely remind you to not forget our relationship. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving me alone, a tumult of emotions swirling within me. I took a deep breath, striving to calm my tumultuous feelings. I understood that I could no longer be swayed by Qian Qian's emotions. I needed to concentrate on my own life and studies. I resolved to cease dwelling on Qian Qian, choosing instead to spend more beautiful moments with Han Su. I recognized that only true friendship and love could infuse my life with sunshine and warmth. I sought out Han Su, eager to elucidate everything. Han Su, the situation is actually like this. Upon hearing my explanation, a flicker of understanding illuminated Han Su's eyes. I comprehend you. Our friendship should remain unaffected by others. I gazed at Han Su with gratitude, my heart brimming with warmth. Thank you, Han Su. You always understand and support me. We exchanged a smile, and it felt as though the air around us had turned sweeter. Just then, a flurry of explosive news erupted. Chapter 50, The Fracture of Relationships. Han Su, it is not as you think. This is a misunderstanding. It was a sunlit morning, golden rays filtering through the leaves and casting dappled light upon the campus path. As I entered the campus as usual, I spotted Han Su approaching, eager to clarify. However, Han Su merely cast a cold glance in my direction, his eyes like millennia-old ice, devoid of warmth, and without uttering a word, he turned away. In that instant, my heart felt as though it were being torn apart, waves of pain crashing over me. I stood there, frozen, staring at his resolute silhouette, tears welling in my eyes. My throat constricted as if choked by some unseen force, unable to utter a single word. I knew he had misconstrued the situation, and profoundly so, as deep as an unfathomable abyss. In the days that followed, I felt as though I was under scrutiny by everyone at school. I heard she was previously with Qian Qian. I can't believe she switched partners so quickly. Could it be a deliberate publicity stunt? Whispers and murmurs surrounded me like an invisible net, ensnaring me tightly. Look, it's her. She seemed so close to Qian Qian, and now is near Han Su. Perhaps it's for fame. These words pierced my heart like sharp needles, inflicting relentless pain. Each syllable struck me like a heavy hammer, mercilessly crashing down upon my spirit. I attempted to explain myself to my classmates, but each time I opened my mouth, their laughter and skepticism interrupted me. What is there to explain? The facts are evident. Do not listen to her excuses. I felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness and injustice, tears brimming in my eyes, yet I fought to keep them from spilling over. I admonished myself, resolutely refusing to exhibit any sign of weakness in their presence, determined not to become the subject of their ridicule. The classroom, once a sanctuary for my quest for knowledge, has now morphed into a haunting nightmare. When the teacher poses a question, the whispers of my classmates linger beneath the surface, their fragmented murmurs swirling around me like an incantation, rendering my focus elusive. I strive to decipher the teacher's inquiry, yet my mind is ensnared in chaos. I find myself isolated, as if I were a solitary island in an indifferent sea. I attempt to integrate with them, but the moment they catch sight of my approach, they disperse as though I were a harbinger of misfortune. I repeatedly question within the confines of my mind, how did it come to this? This is not the reality I envisioned. The demeanor of Han Su towards me has grown increasingly frigid. Once, we strolled side by side in the gentle embrace of the morning sun on our way to school. Lunchtime was a cacophony of laughter and shared delights. And the journey home was filled with confessions of our daily experiences, where our joys and sorrows were treasures beyond measure. But now, when he sees me, it is as if he encounters a stranger, turning away in haste, the warmth of his gaze now replaced by indifference and distance. On one occasion, I spotted Han Su in the corridor and hastened towards him, yearning to speak. Han Su, could you allow me to explain? I implored, my voice trembling like a leaf caught in the wind. He halted, casting a cold gaze upon me, his eyes brimming with apathy and skepticism. What is there to explain? I have heard it all. That is untrue, Han Su. It was Qian Qian who fabricated those tales. I nearly cried, my voice cracking as tears brimmed in my eyes, threatening to cascade over. Han Su scoffed. Then why would he say such things? Surely, there must be some reason. We were merely pretending to be a couple. I attempted to clarify, but before I could finish, he interrupted. Enough. I do not wish to hear your excuses. With that, he turned away, leaving me standing there, lost and desolate, gazing at his retreating figure, my heart a smoldering ember. As I watched him disappear, the dam of my emotions finally broke, and tears streamed down my face. The friendship that once felt unbreakable now lay shattered like fragile glass. Returning home, I isolated myself in my room, collapsing onto my bed and weeping openly. My tears soaked the pillow, as if seeking to purge all the grievances and anguish that had accumulated within me. Why is this happening? Why does Han Su not believe me? I incessantly questioned myself, my thoughts suffused with despair and helplessness, akin to a lamb lost in the darkness. That night, I tossed and turned, sleep evading me as Han Su's disappointed gaze and indifferent expression haunted my mind. I cannot lose Han-Soo as a friend. I must find a way to clarify everything. With renewed determination, I clenched my fists tightly, as if this simple act could imbue me with strength. The following day, I arrived at school early, my heart fluttering with anxiety. I placed a letter on Han-Soo's desk, but his expression remained as cold as ever, as if that letter had never existed. I gazed at his indifferent silhouette, my heart brimming with desolation, akin to the withered leaves falling in the deep autumn, solitary and mournful. Had he not even glanced at the letter I penned? I pondered anxiously, a tumult of apprehension swirling within me. When school drew to a close, I mustered the courage to approach Han-Soo once more. Han-Soo, have you read my letter? I inquired delicately, my voice tinged with a flicker of hope. My eyes fixed intently upon him, as if seeking a glimmer of promise in his expression. Han-Soo halted his steps, pausing in silence for a moment before responding. I have, but I still find it hard to believe. His tone remained frigid, devoid of warmth, reminiscent of the chilling winds on a wintry night, extinguishing my spirit.
Why?
Han-Soo, I assure you, everything I said is true, I implored, my voice laced with desperation, tears welling in my eyes, threatening to spill over at any moment. Han-Soo regarded me, his gaze infused with anguish. I once trusted you so deeply, yet you deceived me. I did not deceive you, Han-Soo. Truly I did not. I cried, tears cascading down my cheeks, pooling on the ground beneath me. Han-Soo fell silent, turning away from me. I watched his retreating figure, feeling as though my heart had shattered into countless fragments, irretrievably lost. In the days that followed, I sought every opportunity to bridge the chasm between us. Striving to rekindle his belief in me, I brought him breakfast, meticulously selecting his favorite flavors, and organized his backpack, arranging his books with care. Yet he remained oblivious, as if all my efforts were but whispers in the wind. Each night, I wept quietly in the darkness, yearning for the cherished moments of our past. One day during recess, I spotted Han-Soo lost in thought by the edge of the playground, and I hurried over.
Han-Soo.
May I have a moment to speak with you? I pleaded, urgency lacing my voice, as if clinging to the last thread of hope. Han-Soo glanced at me, his expression still aloof, yet his eyes hinted at a flicker of hesitation. Undeterred, I continued, Han-Soo, I truly value our friendship. Can you not trust me just once more? I beg you. He remained silent, yet his gaze seemed to soften ever so slightly. Just then the school bell rang, and Han-Soo turned to leave. What must I do for you to believe me? I shouted after him, my voice heavy with despair. Just as I sank into hopelessness, a message from Han-Soo arrived. Meet me at the school playground after class tomorrow. Upon reading this, a spark of hope ignited within me. That night, I tossed and turned, envisioning our encounter the following day, my heart a tumult of anticipation and anxiety. The next afternoon, I arrived at the playground early, finding Han-Soo already waiting there. Han-Soo, I approached cautiously, my voice trembling. He regarded me, remaining silent for what felt like an eternity, then said, I have thought long and hard. Perhaps I should grant you another opportunity to explain. I recounted the events in detail once more, and Han-Soo listened intently, without interruption. As I finished, I gazed anxiously at him, uncertain whether he would believe me. Han-Soo fell silent for a moment before uttering, I am willing to believe you. In that instant, I felt an overwhelming surge of emotion, nearly moved to tears. Han-Soo, thank you. Thank you for choosing to believe in me. Yet, just as I thought everything was resolved, Qian Qian reappeared. Chapter 51. Unexpected Injury. The classmates were engaged in various activities, laughter and shouts intertwining in the air. I stood under the shade of a tree, savoring this moment of tranquility. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and the badminton flew as if enchanted, altering its course and heading directly towards me. Instinctively, I reached out to catch it, my body leaning forward. At that moment, Han-Soo dashed over, eager to seize the shuttlecock before I could. However, his foot caught on something unseen, sending him sprawling forward, crashing heavily onto the ground. Han-Soo! I screamed in terror, my voice piercing through the cacophony of the playground. In an instant, panic gripped me, and I raced to his side without a second thought. As I reached him, I saw that his knee was injured and bleeding, the crimson contrasting sharply against his skin. His brow furrowed, a pained expression etched across his face, and in that moment, my heart ached profoundly. Han-Soo, are you all right? My voice trembled, laden with boundless worry and fear. My hands shook as I yearned to assist him, yet I was at a loss, fearful of causing him further pain. He gritted his teeth, attempting to muster a smile to reassure me. I'm fine, don't worry. Yet, the beads of sweat on his forehead and his pallid complexion betrayed him. I could sense his struggle against the pain, and my heart twisted in anguish. I quickly supported him, intent on escorting him to the infirmary. With each step, my heart felt constricted, incessantly blaming myself. It's all my fault. If I hadn't been standing here, you wouldn't have rushed over and gotten hurt. My voice cracked, tears welling in my eyes. Each step felt unbearably heavy, as if I bore an immense burden. Han-Su, in a weakened voice, said, Shishi, this isn't your fault. I was just careless. Though his words were faint, they were filled with kindness and comfort. Yet, I could scarcely absorb them, my heart consumed by guilt and remorse. If only I had reacted more swiftly. If only I hadn't been standing there, if only. A multitude of ifs flashed through my mind, deepening my inability to forgive myself. At that moment, Qian Qian followed closely behind, his eyes reflecting concern and urgency. It's all my fault, Qian Qian. It's my mistake, I sobbed, tears streaming uncontrollably down my cheeks. Qian Qian frowned, his demeanor serious. Let's not dwell on that now. We need to get him to the infirmary. We hurriedly made our way to the infirmary, where the doctor, upon seeing Han-Su's wound, immediately set aside his previous task to attend to him. I stood by, anxiously observing each of the doctor's movements. My heart lodged in my throat. With every touch the doctor made to Han-Su's injury, my body involuntarily trembled, as if I were the one injured. Doctor, how is he? I anxiously inquired, my voice trembling with palpable fear. The doctor, while skillfully tending to the wound, remarked, the injury is not too deep, but be cautious to avoid infection. Do not move around too much in the coming days. Though his words were calm, they struck me like a heavy bombshell. Upon hearing him, tears streamed down my face uncontrollably, like a deluge that could not be halted. I could not accept that it was my actions that led to Han-Su's injury. Han-Su looked at me and gently said, Shishi, please don't cry. I assure you, I am truly fine. His voice remained tender, yet it could not soothe the guilt gnawing at my heart. How could I trust his words when I beheld the bloodied wounds on his injured palm? I felt like the architect of his suffering. After the wound was properly treated, Han-Su sat on the hospital bed, his complexion pale and devoid of color. I expressed my remorse, saying, Han-Su, I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. My voice was laden with regret and self-reproach. Han-Su grasped my hand, attempting to offer me comfort. Shishi, don't dwell on it. This was merely an accident. His grip, though somewhat feeble, conveyed a warmth that momentarily eased my distress. Qian Qian chimed in, Shishi, do not be too hard on yourself. What matters most now is that Han-Su recuperates well. Yet, my heart remained tumultuous. I understood that Han-Su, due to his injury, would be unable to participate in the upcoming badminton competition, a highly anticipated event for him, for which he had prepared diligently. Each morning, while most of our classmates were still lost in slumber, he had already been training on the playground. In the evenings, while others rested and played, he was still tirelessly pouring out sweat. His enthusiasm and dedication for this athletic event were boundless, marked by countless hours of effort and commitment. Han-Su, it is I who have ruined your badminton match, I lamented, lowering my gaze, unable to meet his eyes for fear of seeing reproach and disappointment reflected in them. Han-Su smiled, attempting to lighten the mood. Shishi, the competition is insignificant. Your health is what truly matters. However, I knew that deep down, he must be feeling a profound sense of loss. The helplessness and regret concealed behind his smile were unmistakable. He had sacrificed so much for this competition, and now, due to this unfortunate incident, all his efforts had been in vain. In the days that followed, I visited Han-Su daily, bringing him various delicacies in hopes that the allure of good food might uplift his spirits. I would engage him in conversation to alleviate his boredom, sharing amusing anecdotes from school, striving to help him forget the pain of his injury. Han-Su, how are you feeling today? I cautiously inquired, my eyes brimming with concern. Han-Su smiled, responding much better. Please do not worry too much. His smile remained warm, yet I could distinctly sense his melancholic disposition. He was no longer the vibrant person he once was. A hint of desolation often flickered in his eyes. With a sigh, Han-Su resignedly stated, Please, do not blame yourself any longer. This was merely an accident. Yet, I found it impossible to forgive myself, drowning daily in profound guilt, often suffering from sleepless nights. As I reclined on my bed, the haunting image of Han-Su's injury replayed in my mind, and a pervasive sense of guilt shadowed my thoughts. One day, while delivering a meal to Han-Su, I encountered Qian Qian. You are exceedingly kind to him, Qian Qian remarked, her gaze tinged with jealousy. I shook my head and replied, with a heavy heart, if it weren't for me, Han-Su would not have been hurt. Qian Qian looked at me, her brow slightly furrowed. Then don't always wear that sorrowful expression. I am not unscathed either. I fell silent, pondering whether this was her way of showing concern for me. Just as that thought flickered through my mind, it was drowned by another wave of emotion, yet the profound sense of self-reproach regarding Han Su was not so easily dispelled. Upon entering the hospital room, Han Su, noticing my haggard appearance, said with evident concern, "You must take care of yourself. Do not let my plight bring you down." I nodded, yet the burden of guilt remained unrelieved. As time wore on, Han Su's wounds gradually healed, new skin forming where the injury had been. But my remorse showed no sign of abating. "Han Su, your injury is healing. I am truly glad," I said, forcing a smile. Han Su chuckled softly. "You should let this go. Cease your self-blame." However, I knew that this incident would be forever etched in my heart, an indelible source of pain. The day before Han Su was to be discharged, I returned to the hospital room. "Han Su, you will be leaving the hospital tomorrow," I announced, my voice imbued with anticipation. Han Su gazed at me and said, "Shishi, please do not dwell on this matter any longer, all right?" I bit my lip and nodded, yet deep down, I understood that this sense of guilt might accompany me indefinitely, serving as a reminder to be more cautious and to prevent those around me from suffering due to my actions. Chapter 52. The Secret of the Diary. One day, I inadvertently discovered Qian Qian's diary nestled within her backpack, carelessly abandoned in a corner of the classroom, as if it were awaiting my revelation of a concealed truth. Driven by curiosity, I found myself compelled to open it, and each page brimmed with her genuine thoughts about our charade as a couple. The handwriting seemed to carry warmth, with every word resonating like a cry from the depths of her soul. Initially, I believed this role as a couple was merely a game, yet gradually, I found my heart ensnared. Her every smile and frown captivated me, and although I was aware that it was all an illusion, I was helplessly drawn into the depths of this facade. Each time I witnessed her with Han Su, my jealousy surged like rampant weeds. When she spoke with Han Su, the radiance of her smile was dazzling. When Han Su showed her concern, the emotion in her eyes was unmistakable. I attempted to convince myself that this was merely an illusion created by our roles, yet the pang of bitterness intensified, nearly suffocating me. As I absorbed those words, my heart felt as though it had been struck by a powerful bomb, unleashing a tumultuous storm within. I had never fathomed that Qian Qian harbored such feelings. I had always presumed our relationship was a simple pretense, merely a means to navigate certain situations or indulge in a fleeting jest. I never anticipated that a seemingly trivial game could evoke such profound emotions within him. In a flurry, I hastily closed the diary, my heart pounding as if it were on the verge of bursting forth from my throat. My feelings at that moment were immensely complex: surprise, guilt, and an indescribable sense of panic intertwined within me. I was astonished by the deep affection concealed within Qian Qian's heart, felt remorse for my careless intrusion, and was overwhelmed by uncertainty on how to confront this abrupt revelation. How could I have dared to invade his privacy? I was utterly outrageous. I chastised myself fiercely in my mind, regret enveloping me in an instant. At that very moment, Qian Qian appeared before me, his gaze filled with confusion and anger, as if two blazing fires were ignited within him, ready to consume me. "What are you doing?" His voice was low and oppressive, yet carried an undeniable authority. I was immediately flustered, nearly dropping the diary from my trembling hands. "Qian Qian, I didn't mean to," I stammered, my voice quaking like a leaf in the wind. Fragile and helpless, Qian Qian seized the diary from me, his expression dark and foreboding, reminiscent of the oppressive clouds that herald a storm, instilling a profound sense of dread. "You dare to invade my privacy." His voice rose an octave, brimming with disappointment and fury, each word piercing me like a sword, leaving me with no escape. I lowered my gaze, unable to meet his eyes, tears welling in my eyes, threatening to spill over at any moment.
I'm sorry, Qian Qian.
I truly didn't foresee this outcome. I endeavored to soothe his anger, my voice tinged with the tremor of impending tears, filled with fear and regret. Yet, my apologies seemed so feeble in the face of his wrath, akin to a droplet of water evaporating instantly upon contact with scorching oil. Qian Qian said nothing more, merely casting a cold glance in my direction. That look felt like a millennium of frost, chilling to the bone, leaving me with an unprecedented sense of coldness and isolation. Then, he turned and walked away, each step resonating heavily upon my heart, leaving indelible imprints. From that moment on, encountering Qian Qian filled me with an unbearable sense of embarrassment and guilt. I was at a loss on how to face him or how to dissolve the tension between us. In the school corridor, sunlight streamed through the windows, casting mottled shadows on the floor. I spotted Qian Qian approaching from a distance, my heart beginning to race uncontrollably. As he drew nearer, it felt as though something was tightly constricting my throat, rendering me speechless. Qian Qian passed by me with an expressionless demeanor, as if I were a mere specter, non-existent in his world. Perhaps he would never forgive me again, I often pondered, my heart heavy with remorse and self-reproach. This emotional burden felt like a weighty stone, suffocating me. Han Su seemed to notice my distress. During a break, he pulled me aside to a quiet corner of the campus and asked with concern, "Why have you seemed so distracted lately? What has happened?" His eyes were filled with worry and confusion. After a moment of hesitation, I chose to confide in him about my indiscretion of peeking at Qian Qian's diary. Han Su furrowed his brows and let out a soft sigh, remarking, "Why are you so careless? However, you should find an opportunity to explain yourself to Qian Qian properly." I managed a bitter smile and shook my head. He was in no mood to hear my words. Every time I attempted to clarify the situation, he would interrupt me immediately, denying me any chance to express myself. I gazed at the distant sky, my eyes filled with helplessness and confusion. I endeavored to speak with Qian Qian, yet each time I opened my mouth, he would coldly cut me off, saying, "Stop right there. I do not wish to hear it." His gaze was resolute, and that frigid look rendered all my carefully prepared words stuck in my throat, unable to escape. I felt an overwhelming sense of frustration and despair. I was at a loss as to how I could convince him that my actions were unintentional, how I could mend the rift that had formed between us. The once cherished memories and laughter seemed to have faded away, leaving only an expanse of indifference and estrangement. What should I do? I repeatedly questioned myself in silence. Yet I could find no answer. That night, as I lay in bed tossing and turning, sleep eluded me. My mind was plagued by the image of Qian Qian's furious eyes and the words from his diary, the turmoil and agony in my heart making slumber impossible. Did Qian Qian harbor feelings for me? This thought suddenly emerged in my mind, adding to my distress. I tried to dismiss it, assuring myself it was merely a figment of my imagination, yet a small voice deep within me contradicted that notion. In the days that followed, I remained ensnared in this turmoil and sorrow. Qian Qian's demeanor towards me remained icy, whether I stole glances at him in class or attempted to engage with him during breaks. I was met with his indifference and rejection. He was like an impenetrable mountain, and no matter how hard I tried, I could not thaw his heart. On one occasion, while dining in the bustling cafeteria filled with the aromas of various foods, I spotted Qian Qian sitting alone in a corner, seemingly untouched by the surrounding clamor. Summoning my courage, I approached him and sat down across from him. "Classical beauty, shall we dine together?" I said cautiously, my voice tinged with a hint of eagerness and hope. He glanced at me briefly, his expression devoid of any emotion, before rising and walking away. His resolute departure left me feeling abandoned, and an overwhelming sense of embarrassment and disappointment surged within me. As I watched his retreating figure, tears nearly spilled from my eyes. I fought to hold them back, telling myself to be strong, yet the pain in my heart was insurmountable. On another occasion, the teacher assigned us to work on a group project together, which I initially perceived as a rare opportunity for reconciliation. I took the initiative to discuss with him, "Classical beauty, shall we first determine our theme?" I endeavored to make my tone sound casual and natural, though my heart was rife with anxiety and unease. Those few brief words felt like a chilling gust of wind, extinguishing the flicker of hope that had just ignited within me. Regardless of my efforts, he maintained his air of coldness and detachment. I endeavored through various means to atone for my transgressions, presenting him with delicacies I had crafted myself and penning heartfelt letters of apology, yet these gestures bore no fruit. Between Qian Qian and myself lay an insurmountable chasm, one that widened and deepened with each passing moment, plunging me into profound despair. What must I do to earn his forgiveness? Often, I found myself weeping silently in a corner, my heart brimming with helplessness and desolation. Chapter 53. The Strained Relationship. Due to Qian Qian's diary and Han Su's injury, the bond between Qian Qian and me had grown exceedingly tense. Each time I chanced upon his indifferent gaze in the classroom, it felt as though a knife were piercing my heart. The classroom, which ought to have been a sanctuary of vitality and laughter, now resonated with a stifling atmosphere. The whispers of my classmates seemed to adopt an air of caution, as if they feared to disturb the sensitive cord that lay between Qian Qian and me. I sought to shatter this suffocating silence. Whenever an opportunity arose for solitude with Qian Qian, I would eagerly attempt to explain. "Qian Qian, it is not as you perceive. I did not intend to invade your privacy." Yet before I could finish my plea, he coldly interrupted, "Enough, I do not wish to hear your explanations." At this juncture, Han Su exhibited an unusual concern for me, which rendered me quite uncomfortable. He would bring me snacks during breaks, placing them on my desk, yet the vibrant wrappings lost their color in my eyes. He would assist me during my duty, his figure weaving through the classroom with a broom, but I could not muster joy from his kindness. He even waited for me after school, urging me not to mind Qian Qian's demeanor, promising his unwavering support. His words, though filled with care, felt like a heavy stone pressing upon my heart.
Hangsu.
Please don't do this. I only wish to mend my relationship with Qian Qian, I replied, my voice tinged with weariness and bitterness. I incessantly sought opportunities to clarify everything to Qian Qian. Had it not been for his diary revealing his true thoughts, I might have remained in a state of self-inflicted turmoil. One day during a break, as the classroom was sparsely populated, I noticed Qian Qian lost in thought at his desk. I approached him quietly, as if fearful of disturbing his reverie, yet my heart was rife with trepidation. Qian Qian, could you spare me a few moments? I have something of great importance to convey. He did not lift his gaze, continuing to stare out the window, and coldly replied, there is nothing to discuss. His voice seemed to emanate from a distant realm, devoid of warmth. Desperately, I implored, can you not allow me to finish? My relationship with Han Su is not what you think. We are merely good friends and have never intended to hurt you. My voice trembled, and tears began to well in my eyes. Suddenly, Qian Qian sprang to his feet, the chair screeching against the floor, and raised his voice. Do you think I would still believe you? It is always the same explanation, yet what is the outcome? The fury in his eyes seemed capable of incinerating me. Tears brimmed in my eyes as I fought to suppress them from cascading down my cheeks. Qian Qian, I truly did not deceive you. My voice quivered, and my hands clenched into tight fists. He cast a glance my way, disappointment etched in his gaze. A heavy hammer that struck my heart with merciless force. Then he turned and walked out of the classroom, his resolute silhouette seemingly proclaiming that our relationship had reached its inevitable conclusion. On another occasion, I encountered Qian Qian in the library. Summoning my courage, I approached him, striving to make my voice sound calm and natural. Qian Qian, what a coincidence. Shall we find some books together? He did not spare me a glance. Merely responding with a detached tone, I prefer to be alone. His gaze remained fixed on the bookshelf, as though I were an invisible presence. I stood there awkwardly, my smile freezing in an instant, at a loss for words. The stillness of the air around me seemed to mock my unrequited feelings, and I felt my heart struggle to breathe. During class, I would unconsciously glance at Qian Qian. The sight of his indifferent profile sent a piercing pain through my heart. He was intently focused on the blackboard, that once familiar outline now rendered so foreign. His brow furrowed slightly, as if lost in thought, yet I could no longer penetrate his inner world. The teacher droned on at the podium, but not a single word registered in my mind. One day, after school, I saw Qian Qian alone in the classroom, packing his bag. I hurried over and said, Qian Qian, let us walk home together. I endeavored to keep my voice light and carefree, as if nothing had transpired between us. Qian Qian coldly replied, no need, I'll walk by myself, his movements unwavering as he continued to organize his books. I followed him out of the classroom and into the corridor. The golden rays of the setting sun bathed us in warmth, casting long shadows. I spoke again, Qian Qian. Can you at least let me explain? As I gazed at his retreating figure, tears escaped my eyes. That solitary silhouette against the sunset filled me with profound despair. In the days that followed, I sought every opportunity to engage Qian Qian in conversation, yet he consistently avoided me. In the classroom, he deliberately maintained his distance, as if I were non-existent. He laughed and chatted animatedly with other classmates, his voice bright and cheerful, but the moment he turned toward me, his smile vanished, replaced by a mask of indifference. Once, the teacher assigned us to discuss a topic in groups, and Qian Qian and I found ourselves paired together. I excitedly said, Qian Qian, let us have a thorough discussion this time. My voice carried a hint of hope, yearning for him to set aside his prejudices and engage with me. Qian Qian, however, remained expressionless, stating, whatever, you can just talk. He leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, exuding an air of disinterest. Throughout the discussion, he scarcely spoke, leaving me to articulate my thoughts incessantly. I endeavored to present my viewpoints, hoping to pique his interest, but he merely nodded occasionally, his gaze wandering, clearly not listening. When it concluded, I said to Qian Qian, I hope this time will change your perception of me. I gazed into his eyes, attempting to unearth a glimmer of hope within. Each text message I sent him was meticulously crafted, conveying my genuine concern. My emotions ebbed and flowed in tandem with his demeanor, oscillating daily between hope and despair. Chapter 54. The Prelude to Confession. He consistently sought various excuses to spend time alone with me, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Whether it was pretending to struggle with homework during breaks so that I might teach him, or deliberately lingering after school to exit the gates together. Every gesture he made revealed a delicate and cautious sentiment. At times, he would present me with a book I had once mentioned being interested in, claiming to have stumbled upon it and wished to share. On other occasions, he would bring my favorite breakfast, asserting he had purchased an extra portion. His gaze was fervent and focused. Whenever our eyes met, the emotions contained within quickened my heartbeat, yet also filled me with unease. One day, Han-Soo invited me to the school library. The library was serene and peaceful, interrupted only by the occasional rustle of pages turning. We found a secluded corner to sit, surrounded by towering bookshelves that seemed to create a small private space for us. Han-Soo's gaze intermittently fell upon me, laden with unspoken words, causing a flutter of apprehension within me. His eyes reflected both nervousness and an unmistakable eagerness, as though he were weighing the words he was about to utter. At last, he took a deep breath and said, "I have something to tell you. Since we met, I have found you to be truly special. Your small gestures and fleeting smiles have left a lasting impression on me. For instance, when I was injured, your anxious presence by my side, your attentive care, and the concern evident in your eyes captivated me at that moment. I realize this may seem sudden, but I simply cannot restrain myself from expressing it." As I listened to his words, my heart stirred gently. His descriptions were so vivid that I could genuinely feel the depth of his attentiveness. His sincerity indeed touched me. Each time I saw him in earnest, it sent ripples through my heart. However, the thought of the still fuming Qian, who was ignoring me, quickly stifled that flicker of emotion. I lowered my head and whispered, "Han-Soo, I don't know what to say." Han-Soo gently grasped my hand, his palm warm and firm. At that moment, the librarian approached, softly reminding us to maintain silence. The librarian's gaze held a hint of reproach, but more so an understanding. Han-Soo chuckled sheepishly and released my hand. We both lowered our heads, our faces tinged with a slight flush. Upon exiting the library, I found myself distracted for the entire afternoon. In class, the teacher passionately lectured on mathematical formulas, yet my thoughts drifted like a kite severed from its string, soaring into the distance. When the school bell rang, I mechanically packed my bag and exited the classroom. Along the way, my classmates' laughter and chatter felt as though they belonged to another world. My mind was consumed with thoughts of Han-Soo, and my footsteps grew increasingly heavy. As I lay in bed that night, restless and unable to succumb to slumber, my gaze fixated on the ceiling, my mind replaying moments spent with Han-Soo like a cinematic reel. In a state of drowsiness, I drifted into a dream. I found myself in a mysterious forest, shrouded in a delicate veil of mist. Towering trees obscured much of the sunlight, allowing only scattered beams to filter through the gaps in the foliage. The ground was carpeted with a thick layer of fallen leaves, each step I took eliciting a soft rustle. Han-Soo and Qian Qian regarded me from disparate directions. Han-Soo held a book in his hands, its cover shimmering with an otherworldly glow. He smiled, his eyes brimming with anticipation, as if eager to present it to me, saying, "Shishi, come and see this book. It contains the words I long to share with you." Meanwhile, Qian Qian stood beneath a distant tree, quietly observing me with a hint of melancholy in his expression, urging, "Shishi, don't go over there." I hesitated amidst the trees, torn between the two. The damp grass beneath my feet felt heavy with each step. My heart was in turmoil. On one hand, the book in Han-Soo's possession seemed irresistibly alluring, igniting my curiosity about its contents. On the other hand, Qian Qian's forlorn gaze stirred a sense of compassion within me. "Shishi, come and see this book," Han-Soo urged again, his voice tinged with urgency. "Shishi, don't go over there." Qian Qian's tone rose slightly, filled with pleading. Their calls tangled in my mind, causing me distress as I muttered, "Oh dear, I truly do not know what to do." Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the forest, causing the leaves to rustle and thickening the fog, deepening my confusion and uncertainty. The branches swayed in the breeze, as if whispering secrets meant for me. I attempted to step forward, only to realize I was ensnared in a labyrinth, unable to escape. Han-Soo's voice floated through the wind. "Shishi, trust me. This book will reveal my true feelings." Qian Qian's voice followed. "Shishi, do not be easily swayed. Reflect on our past." I halted, standing still as the conflict within me reached its zenith. Sweat trickled down my forehead, merging with the mist. I looked up at the sky, yearning for a glimmer of guidance, but the branches and fog obscured my view entirely. At that moment, a small bird flew by, perching on my shoulder. It chirped softly, as if conveying a message. I listened attentively to its song, gradually finding solace. Taking a deep breath, I addressed the directions of Han-Soo and Qian Qian. "Could you both refrain from pressuring me? I need time to ponder." They fell silent, leaving only the sounds of the wind and my breath in the forest. Suddenly, I jolted awake, beads of sweat upon my brow and my heart racing. The moonlight outside continued to pour into the room, casting a tranquil glow over everything. I remained uncertain of my feelings for Han Su, feeling a swirl of confusion within. Han Su's sincerity and passion stirred my heart, yet Qian Qian's presence rendered decision-making far from simple. I lay on my bed, staring at the ceiling, uncertain of how the future would unfold. Chapter 55. The Destruction of Plans. On this day, to my astonishment, Han Su meticulously orchestrated a romantic confession. He chose the school's music classroom as the venue, adorning it with an ethereal charm. Colorful balloons and vibrant ribbons filled the entire space, while soft melodies flowed through the air like a gentle stream. The floor was strewn with pink petals, resembling a path leading to happiness. As I entered the classroom, my heart fluttering with both trepidation and anticipation, I was instantly captivated by the enchanting scene before me. Han Su, clad in a pristine white shirt, with a carefully knotted light blue tie at the collar, appeared exceptionally dashing and poised. His tall figure, enhanced by such attire, exuded elegance, reminiscent of a prince stepping out from a fairy tale. In his hands, he held a finely crafted guitar, his long fingers delicately resting on the strings. His eyes brimming with expectation and nervousness, as if I were the very center of his universe. Upon seeing me, Han Su's face blossomed into a gentle smile, one that could melt all the ice and snow in the world. He softly strummed the guitar strings, and with a voice rich in magnetism, he began to sing a song composed exclusively for me. His voice was imbued with deep affection and longing, each note a sincere expression from the depths of his heart. You are the sunshine in my heart, illuminating my world. Your gaze, as brilliant as the stars, ensnares me. Your hair, like a gentle breeze, softly brushes against my heart. Your voice, whenever it resonates, strums the chords of my soul. His melody enveloped me like a warm spring breeze, filling every corner of my heart with sweetness. I stood there, moved by his song and profound emotion, as the world around us seemed to fade away, leaving only Han Su and his captivating voice. His gaze remained fixed on me, as if he wished to convey all his feelings through his eyes. I could feel my cheeks growing warm, a signal of my fluttering heart. His voice possessed a certain enchantment, compelling me to draw closer, to feel his warmth, to listen to the rhythm of his heartbeat. As he sang, he gradually approached me, each step imbued with resolute determination, his eyes growing ever more fervent, making it difficult for me to meet his gaze. His steps were light yet steady, each one seemingly treading upon the very tip of my heart. As he drew nearer, I caught a whiff of his subtle fragrance, mingled with his unique masculine essence, a scent that instilled a sense of comfort. His figure swayed in the interplay of light and shadow, like a phantom from a dream. Upon reaching me, his song gradually faded. He gently set down the guitar, grasped my shoulders with both hands, and his voice trembling slightly, declared, "Shishi. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, you were like a seed planted in my heart, gradually sprouting and blooming. Each of your smiles is akin to the brightest sunshine of spring, illuminating the darkest corners of my soul. Every frown is like a gentle hammer, softly tapping on my heart, urging me to soothe all your sorrows. Every turn you make, every seemingly inconsequential gesture, stirs my heart profoundly." I gazed up at him, my eyes brimming with emotion and surprise. His breath was slightly hurried, the warmth of his exhalation gently brushing against my forehead, igniting a flurry of delightful unease within me. I could observe the fine beads of sweat glistening on his brow under the illumination, as if they bore witness to the earnest effort he had exerted for this confession. His eyes reflected my figure, deep and fervent. Han Su continued with heartfelt sincerity, "Shishi, I yearn to be your steadfast support in life, to accompany you through every spring, summer, autumn, and winter, sharing in your joys and sorrows. I wish to enfold you in a warm embrace when you are weary, allowing you to find solace in my arms. In moments of joy, I want to laugh alongside you, amplifying the happiness that dances between us. When you face challenges, I am willing to shield you from the storms, becoming your sanctuary, ensuring you no longer feel lonely or helpless. I long to witness the sun rise and set with you, savoring the beauty of each moment. At night, I wish to hold you close, counting the stars above, allowing our love to shine like the boundless sky, eternal and resplendent." I could sense his hands trembling slightly, as if he were valiantly suppressing the tension and excitement within. His gaze was so fervent and genuine that I felt myself on the verge of drowning in its depths. My own breath quickened, my heart racing as if it might leap from my throat. Just then, Qian Qian abruptly appeared, his countenance dark and foreboding, eyes ablaze with fury as he stormed forward.
Interrupting Han Su.
Qian Qian exclaimed vehemently, "Stop this insincerity right now." Han Su's expression instantly shifted to one of rage as he retorted, "Qian Qian, how can you act this way? Qian Qian scoffed, his tone dripping with derision. Do you think she is unaware of your work outside? I stood helplessly to the side, torn and uncertain whom to support. My heart was a tumult of emotions, simultaneously touched by Hansu's confession and bewildered by Qian Qian's sudden appearance and words. The surrounding classmates, drawn by the commotion, gathered around, their faces a mix of astonishment as they began to murmur among themselves. This is so awkward. Why are they fighting? Their hushed conversations intensified the already charged atmosphere. Qian Qian's voice rose a notch. Hansu, don't think your actions go unnoticed. Hansu glared furiously. Qian Qian, you deliberately came here to cause trouble. Qian Qian continued. I simply cannot tolerate your pretentious behavior. The two were locked in a fierce exchange, neither willing to concede. Desperately, I called out, please stop arguing, both of you.
Yet.
They paid no heed. Hansu shouted angrily, my secrets do not require your revelation. As their quarrel escalated, the teacher arrived, wearing a grave expression. Enough of this noise. What are you all doing? Quiet down. The authority in the teacher's voice commanded immediate attention, and at last, Hansu and Qian Qian ceased their bickering. Though they continued to glare at each other, neither willing to back down. The confession concluded in chaos, leaving me even more perplexed about the feelings between the two of them. I was unaware of the secrets that lay behind Hansu's part-time job, nor could I comprehend why Qian Qian chose this moment to speak out. A heavy gloom enveloped my heart, as if shrouded by a dark cloud. Chapter 56, A New Trial. I was not surprised to learn of Hansu's work outside. Rather, I felt he should not have concealed it from me. I was also enraged by Qian Qian's intrusive inquiries into others' affairs, which led to a fierce argument between us. Qian Qian, how can you say such things about Hansu? He is already struggling enough without your derision. I shouted at Qian Qian, my eyes ablaze with fury, my voice sharp with indignation, as if it could pierce through the surrounding air. My hands were clenched into fists, my nails digging deeply into my palms, the slight sting doing little to quell the fire within my heart. Qian Qian, however, remained unfazed, scoffing and crossing his arms, adopting a nonchalant demeanor as he retorted. If he lacks the ability, why shouldn't he be criticized? His gaze was rife with disdain and indifference, as if Hansu's plight were nothing more than a trivial joke to him. That contemptuous attitude ignited my anger further. How could he be so callous? I trembled with rage, my voice rising in volume. You have gone too far. You know nothing of his circumstances. Yet here you are mocking him. Doesn't to your conscience ache? Tears brimmed in my eyes. The tumult of anger and grievance within me surged like relentless waves crashing against my reason. My voice quivered with emotion, as if seeking to release all my pent-up discontent. For a moment, Qian Qian appeared taken aback by my fervor. But he quickly reverted to his dismissive expression. I don't care what his reasons are. I simply find him displeasing. His tone remained obstinate, entirely oblivious to his own faults, his gaze cold and distant. I could no longer endure Qian Qian's demeanor, and tears streamed down my cheeks. Qian Qian, I never expected you to be this kind of person, so heartless and unfeeling. With that, I turned and fled, ignoring his calls behind me. My mind consumed by a singular thought, to find Hansu as swiftly as possible and assist him through his difficulties. After the argument, I left with a heavy heart. My steps felt as though they were weighed down by lead, each movement seemingly exhausting every ounce of my strength. His eyes always bore a deep worry, the weight of his burdens threatening to crush him. I silently vowed that, no matter what, I would help him bear some of that pressure. I began inquiring about Hansu's whereabouts, questioning one classmate after another, leaving no stone unturned. Finally, a classmate informed me that Hansu was performing on the streets with his guitar to earn money. When I arrived at that street corner, I saw Hansu sitting by the roadside, cradling his guitar and singing earnestly. The afternoon sun cast its rays upon him, yet failed to provide warmth. His voice, though somewhat fragile amidst the bustling street, resonated with strength, as if articulating the persistence and resilience of his spirit. His forehead glistened with beads of sweat, cascading down his cheeks and dripping onto his shirt, leaving dark splotches in their wake. With a heavy heart, I approached him, crouching down to say, Hansu, please don't do this. It's too arduous. My voice was gentle and laced with concern, as I feared disrupting his intense concentration. I gazed into his eyes, which were bloodshot, a clear testament to his prolonged fatigue. Upon noticing my presence, Hansu exhibited a flicker of surprise and embarrassment, his gaze momentarily averted, as if he wished to conceal his current disheveled state. She, what brings you here? He rasped, his voice hoarse and burdened by days of exhaustion. He attempted a smile, yet it appeared painfully bittersweet. With teary eyes, I confessed, I heard you were here, and I was worried. My voice quivered. the sight of his struggles tugging at my heartstrings. My fingers lightly brushed against his guitar, absorbing the remnants of his warmth and perspiration. He lowered his head, resigned, and murmured, "My family needs money. This is all I can do." His fingers clutched the guitar strings tightly, as if they were his sole lifeline. The slight tremor of his shoulders betrayed his inner fragility and helplessness. Upon entering the room, an antiquated scent immediately enveloped me. The walls bore peeling plaster, revealing the yellowing bricks beneath. The dilapidated wooden table had a broken leg, propped up precariously with bricks to maintain balance. Scattered across the table were several chipped bowls and plates, enhancing the desolation of the scene. The furniture was worn beyond recognition. The tattered sofa was adorned with patches, each telling a tale of time's passage. The dim lighting cast a suffocating gloom over the room, instilling a profound sense of despair. Since my father lost his job, our household has relied solely on my mother's meager income, and now that she has fallen ill, I cannot bear to witness our home crumble. Han Su's voice trembled, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of despair and resilience. He stood in the center of the room, his silhouette appearing so solitary and insignificant. His fingers absently fidgeted with the hem of his clothing, as if seeking solace. Observing him filled my heart with compassion, and tears streamed down my cheeks. "Han Su, let us find a way together." I stepped closer, gently clasping his hand, wishing to convey strength and warmth. The roughness and chill of his palm deepened my sympathy for all he had endured. In the days that followed, I sought out part-time job opportunities, hoping to alleviate some of Han Su's burdens. However, most positions required extensive hours, which would disrupt my studies. I scoured every street and alley, inquiring at numerous shops. Under the relentless sun, I ran about, my clothes drenched in sweat, my hair clinging to my scalp, leaving me feeling stifled and agitated. One day, I discovered a bookstore seeking weekend part-time staff. Without hesitation, I applied. Although the work would be laborious, the thought of assisting Han Su made every effort worthwhile. The tasks at the bookstore were far from easy, involving shelving books and transporting volumes, and by the end of the day, my limbs ached with fatigue. The heavy tomes weighed down upon my shoulders, leaving them red and swollen. Each time I lifted my arms, a piercing pain coursed through me. Yet, I gritted my teeth and persevered, constantly reassuring myself that if I could endure just a little longer, I would alleviate some of Han Su's burdens. However, upon learning of my efforts, Han Su vehemently opposed. "Shishi, you must not sacrifice your own time and energy for my sake." His gaze brimmed with concern and determination, his brow furrowed tightly. "Han Su, I am unafraid. I merely wish to assist you through this challenging period," I asserted with unwavering resolve, my eyes reflecting an indomitable spirit as I locked my gaze with his, hoping he could grasp my intentions. I grasped his arm firmly, as if this gesture could convey my persistence. "No, I cannot allow you to be encumbered by me." Han Su's stance remained resolute, his voice rising slightly, tinged with an unassailable tone. He extricated himself from my grip and turned away, leaving me with a defiant silhouette. We were at an impasse, neither willing to concede. My heart brimmed with helplessness and sorrow, tears welling in my eyes. "Han Su, why can you not accept my help?" My voice carried an imploring note, yearning for him to reconsider. Gazing at his retreating figure, I felt an overwhelming sense of loss and helplessness. Han Su turned back to me, his eyes filled with emotion and resignation. "Shishi, I do not wish for you to suffer on my behalf." His tone softened, yet his resolve remained firm. Tears shimmered in his eyes, yet he fought to keep them at bay. We stood there, locked in mutual gazes, the air thick with a sense of helplessness and determination. Chapter 57. The Internal Reckoning. The crisis within Han Su's family compelled me to reevaluate our relationship. I realized that my feelings for him transcended mere friendship, encompassing deep empathy and a resolute desire to accompany him through his tribulations. Meanwhile, Qian Qian was seeking my forgiveness for previously reproaching me over reading his diary, insisting that I continue to uphold our pretense of being a couple. "Let the diary incident be my fault. Do not dwell on it. We must continue our charade." Qian Qian's eyes sparkled with urgency and possessiveness, his words laced with a barely perceptible hint of jealousy. The flames of envy ignited within his gaze, the intensity of which left me feeling somewhat suffocated. I frowned, a wave of frustration washing over me. "I cannot agree to that right now." My voice was heavy with resignation and fatigue. Faced with his obstinacy, I felt immense pressure. He stepped forward abruptly, gripping my shoulders with such force that it caused me discomfort.
"No.
"You must agree. This was our arrangement, and there is no room for negotiation." His voice rose in pitch, underscored by unwavering determination. His fingers dug into my shoulders as if to convey his resolve through this physical connection. I attempted to break free from his grasp, yet my voice wavered with hesitation and struggle, my thoughts consumed by Hansu's plight. Qian Qian's expression darkened in an instant, as if the very air around him had grown heavy with water. Do not mention Hansu. What does his part-time job have to do with you?
Why are you so concerned about him?
His words pierced through the air, laden with jealousy and dissatisfaction. His gaze was filled with fury, as if Hansu were his foremost adversary. However, he declined my assistance, expressing a desire to avoid burdening me. My voice carried a hint of grievance, and my eyes brimmed with unshed tears, feeling as though my intentions were unappreciated. The tears lingered in my eyes, ready to fall at any moment. Qian Qian scoffed, as if he were deliberately feigning vulnerability to elicit my sympathy. His gaze was filled with disdain and fury, as if Hansu were a thoroughly reprehensible villain in his eyes. The corners of his mouth curled upwards, adorned with a faintly mocking smile. I shot him a glare, indignantly retorting, "Do not speak of him that way." My voice trembled slightly with anger. My heart seethed with fury at Qian Qian's misjudgment of Hansu. I would not permit him to malign Hansu thus. The predicament of Hansu's job and Qian Qian's insistence that I continue to feign a romantic relationship left me in a state of turmoil. I found myself incessantly questioning who truly mattered to me. As night fell, the image of Hansu's resolute yet helpless gaze, coupled with Qian Qian's domineering yet ardent stare, oscillated in my mind. I tossed and turned, unable to find slumber. In pursuit of clarity regarding my feelings, I resolved to seek an opportunity to converse with Hansu earnestly. That day, after school, the setting sun bathed the entire campus in a warm orange hue. I found him at the corner where he often lingered. "Hansu, may we talk?" I ventured cautiously, my voice quivering slightly in the gentle breeze, tinged with uncertainty and hope. Hansu lifted his head, his eyes revealing an exhaustion that seemed to penetrate deep into his bones, as though the burdens of life were suffocating him. She, I am not in the mood right now." His voice was low, as if each word drained his strength. He averted his gaze from me, staring into the distance. "I understand your family's struggles, but why do you refuse my help?" I implored eagerly, my eyes fixed on him, seeking answers in his expression. He hung his head, his hands limply at his sides. "I do not want you to suffer alongside me." His voice was soft, yet it struck my heart like a heavy hammer, causing it to plummet. His shoulders slumped, as if the weight of life had bent his spine. "But we are friends," I managed to say, my voice thick with emotion, tears welling in my eyes as I struggled to hold them back. I reached out a hand, yearning to touch his arm, yet hesitated midair. After a moment of silence, Hansu's gaze drifted far away, seemingly lost in thought. She. My feelings for you transcend mere friendship, but given my current circumstances, I cannot offer you any promises. His voice was laden with resignation and anguish, reminiscent of a beast ensnared in a cage, powerless to escape the clutches of fate. His brow furrowed, his face a canvas of sorrow. Upon hearing his words, my heart jolted, as if struck by an electric surge.
"Hansu, I do not care about that."
I stepped forward, grasping his arm, eager to convey my resolve. My hand trembled with nervousness, as if clinging to my last glimmer of hope. My gaze locked onto his, imploring him to sense the sincerity of my heart.
"No.
You should care." His voice was resolute yet tinged with despair as he gently extricated himself from my grasp and turned away. His silhouette appeared solitary and resolute in the waning glow of the sunset, shattering my heart in an instant. As I gazed at his departing figure, tears finally spilled from my eyes. At that moment, Qian Qian suddenly appeared, his countenance dark with displeasure. "What are you doing here?" His voice brimmed with inquiry and indignation. His fists were clenched, and his body trembled slightly. Hansu cast a glance toward him, his eyes fraught with a complex array of emotions, anger, helplessness, before silently turning away. His hurried steps suggested a desperate desire to escape the awkward scene. Qian Qian grasped my arm, insisting, "Forget him, come with me." His grip was forceful, causing me pain. "Let me go," I struggled, attempting to free myself from his hold. My voice resonated with fury and defiance, unwilling to be dragged away against my will. My face a mask of anger and dissatisfaction. She, who do you truly hold in your heart? Is it him or me?" Qian Qian's tone dripped with jealousy and rage, his eyes fixed upon me as if trying to pierce through to my very soul. His breath quickened, his gaze filled with both longing and trepidation. I stared at the direction in which they had vanished, tears streaming down my face, overwhelmed by uncertainty. "I don't know. I truly don't know." My voice was laced with confusion and anguish as I crouched on the ground, cradling my head in despair. He would appear at my classroom door during breaks, blocking my path, urging, "Stop this childishness. Reconcile with me." His eyes held a plea, yet his tone remained assertive. His gaze was suffused with hope, yearning for a definitive answer from me. I attempted to evade him. Qian Qian, please don't do this. I need time. My voice conveyed a sense of helplessness and fatigue, burdened by the shadow of his previous romantic entanglements, leaving me at a loss in the face of his persistence. Yet fearful to interrogate further. Yet he was relentless. No, I can't wait. You must provide me an answer now. His voice escalated, tinged with urgency and anxiety. Meanwhile, Han Su deliberately avoided me. Each time our paths crossed on campus, he would swiftly turn and walk in the opposite direction, leaving me with a sense of solitude. On one occasion, I encountered Han Su on a path within the campus, just as I opened my mouth to call him. He turned and fled, as if he had seen something terrifying. I stood there, tears swirling in my eyes. Han Su, why do you treat me this way? My voice brimmed with grievance and confusion. Upon returning to the classroom, Qian Qian awaited me once more. You see, Han Su doesn't care about you at all. I am the one who is sincere. I glared at him in anger. Be silent. You simply do not understand. My voice was laced with resentment and disappointment. Every smile from Han Su, every frown, each domineering word from Qian Qian, every forceful action of his, replayed incessantly in my mind. I took out my phone and sent a message to Han Su. Han Su, I truly wish I could help you. I stared at the two starkly contrasting messages, sinking into profound contemplation. I could not ascertain whether Qian Qian's feelings for me were genuine, yet his actions and diary seemed to proclaim his affection. Yet, Han Su's silent guardianship stirs my heart. His reluctant decision to distance himself for my sake fills me with profound sorrow. In an attempt to distract myself, through study, the words on the pages seem to dance before my eyes, eluding my comprehension. While the teacher passionately delivers a lecture, I find myself unable to absorb a single word, my mind consumed by the images of Han Su and Qian Qian. As I traverse the campus, the mere sight of them compels me to instinctively retreat, for I fear confronting them, terrified of my inability to make a choice. My heart is a tumult of confusion, leaving me uncertain of how to proceed. Chapter 58. The Dilemma of Choice. The bench appears particularly solitary, mirroring my own isolation as I find myself ensnared in a whirlpool of uncertainty. The golden leaves, reminiscent of memories cast aside by time, drift down gracefully, each one laden with resignation and sorrow. Each day, I ponder this dilemma. During class, while the teacher articulates fervently, I gaze vacantly out the window, my thoughts having already wandered far afield. The teacher elucidates intricate mathematical formulas with fervor, the chalk scrawls on the board resembling enigmatic incantations that captivate my classmates' attention. Yet, while my eyes remain fixed on the board, my thoughts are elsewhere. Outside, a grand tree sways gently in the breeze, as if whispering secrets to me. I stand there, bewildered, my mind a blank slate, frozen in indecision. Ashamed, I lower my gaze, my cheeks flushing crimson. The teacher, with a sigh of exasperation, urges me to take my seat and pay attention. Biting my lip, I am filled with self-reproach and disappointment. Upon returning to my seat, I strive to concentrate, but the numbers and symbols leap before my eyes, refusing to settle in my mind. My assignments are a chaotic mess, riddled with errors. As I open my workbook, each problem looms like an insurmountable obstacle. Gripping my pen, I remain at a loss for where to begin, writing and erasing in vain, the paper crumpled and creased beneath my anxious grasp. The geometric shapes in my math homework resemble a labyrinth, disorienting me. The essay prompts in my language assignment leave my mind utterly vacant, devoid of inspiration. Frustrated, I cast my pen aside and cradle my head in my hands, engulfed by despair. The weekend arrives swiftly, and both Qian Qian and Han Su have invited me to meet at the park simultaneously. Rising early, I find myself staring blankly into the mirror, uncertain of how to present myself both in appearance and spirit. I rummage through my wardrobe repeatedly, deeming each outfit unsuitable. Ultimately, I settle for a simple ensemble and step outside. Qian Qian arrives first, clad in stylish casual attire, a bouquet of flowers in hand. His hair is meticulously styled, radiating vitality. Upon seeing me, a radiant smile blossoms on his face, his eyes gleaming with hopeful anticipation. Shishi, I know you are conflicted, but I truly hope you'll choose me. Wouldn't it be wonderful for us to continue as a couple? Qian Qian's voice is gentle yet resolute as he steps forward, extending the vibrant bouquet towards me, its fragrance intoxicating. Yet, I find myself devoid of the capacity to appreciate it. I bite my lip in silence, unable to respond. My gaze wandered aimlessly, reluctant to meet his eyes. Thoughts of Qian Qian's enthusiasm and devotion flooded my mind. He always appeared when I needed him most, offering surprises and warmth, yet I remained uncertain if this was indeed love. At that moment, Han Su arrived as well, Dressed in a simple shirt, neat and tidy, a hint of tension flickered in his gaze. His steps were somewhat hurried, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. She, I do not wish to impose any pressure upon you, but I feel compelled to convey that my heart has remained unchanged. Han Su's voice trembled, his eyes brimming with sincerity and yearning. As I observed the two of them, tears welled in my eyes. Their gazes were firmly fixed upon me, filled with anticipation and anxiety. I felt as though my throat was constricted, rendering me speechless. Han Su's steadfastness and silent guardianship tugged at my heart. He consistently concealed his own struggles, yet was willing to sacrifice everything for me. I was at a loss, uncertain of how to proceed. I sank to the ground, cradling my head in my hands, and wept in anguish. I felt as if my heart were being torn asunder, one half drawn to Qian Qian's fervor, the other touched by Han Su's profound affection. Both Qian Qian and Han Su were flustered, hastily crouching beside me to offer comfort. Do not cry, take your time to think. I will wait for you, Qian Qian urged, his voice laden with concern and helplessness. His eyes displayed urgency and care, as if he wished to extricate me from my torment. Han Su handed me a tissue, saying, no matter whom you choose. I only wish for your happiness. His hand trembled slightly, his gaze filled with concern. In his eyes resided gentleness and acceptance, as if he would willingly make any sacrifice for my joy. Onlookers in the park cast curious, puzzled, and sympathetic glances toward us. Yet, I could not concern myself with their stares. My world at that moment was consumed by endless pain and confusion. My heart felt as though it were being ripped in two, with each half struggling in agony. The surrounding world blurred, leaving only the three of us in existence. After an indeterminate time, I rose to my feet, taking a deep breath. My eyes were swollen, hair disheveled, and traces of tears still adorned my cheeks. I endeavored to calm myself, yet the tumult within could not be quelled. Give me a moment. Let me think, I implored before turning and fleeing. My hurried steps resembled those of one escaping a dreadful nightmare. My heart raced, breaths quickened, desperate to distance myself from this place of indecision. Leaving Qian Qian and Han Su behind, expressions of helplessness and disappointment etched upon their faces. They watched my retreating figure, the bouquet and tissue in their hands seeming utterly powerless. The flowers in Qian Qian's grasp gradually wilted, while the tissue in Han Su's hand was swept away by the wind. I gazed out the window at the sky. The blue and white clouds appeared so distant. I felt like a lost bird, unable to find its way home. An oppressive atmosphere enveloped my room, as if time itself had come to a standstill. In the days that followed, I remained ensnared in the torment of my own indecision. During class, I find myself involuntarily reminiscing about that scene in the park, the teacher's voice echoing faintly from a distant realm. The historical tales narrated by the teacher were originally vivid and engaging, yet I absorbed not a single word. Often, I unconsciously doodle within the pages of my textbook, sketching chaotic lines that mirror my current emotional turmoil. These lines intersect haphazardly, devoid of order, much like my disordered thoughts. As I stroll through the campus, familiar sights evoke a myriad of cherished memories with Qian Qian and Han Su. Passing by the playground, I recall the moments spent running alongside Qian Qian, who encouraged and cheered me on with unwavering support. Approaching the library, I am reminded of those tranquil afternoons spent reading with Han Su, sunlight streaming through the windows, enveloping us in warmth and serenity. I attempt to immerse myself in activities, incessantly reading, listening to music, and journaling, seeking to divert my attention. However, as night descends and silence envelopes the world, my worries resurface, rendering sleep elusive. I toss and turn, the faces of Qian Qian and Han Su haunting my thoughts. While reading, the words dance before my eyes, failing to penetrate my mind. The melodies I listen to do not soothe the turbulence within. Each page of my journal brims with my inner conflict and confusion. I have begun to withdraw into silence, no longer engaging in playful banter with my classmates. My close friend notices my distress and attempts to comfort me, yet I merely shake my head, at a loss for words. I have encased myself within the confines of my inner world, reluctant to communicate with others. Frequently, I find myself alone in a corner of the campus, staring into the sunset, my heart laden with helplessness and uncertainty. The fallen leaves and the solitary bench seem to mock my indecision. The leaves dance in the wind, as if lamenting the precious moments I have let slip away. The bench stands lonely, symbolizing the solitude and confusion that pervade my soul. I feel as though I am at a crossroads, aware that choosing any path may entail the loss of something significant. Chapter 59. The Teacher's Intervention. The intricate relationship among myself, Qian Qian, and Han Su has drawn the attention of our teacher. Summoned to the office, we are met with a serious expression. A stifling atmosphere pervades the room as the teacher sits at the desk, hands clasped before them, their piercing gaze sweeping over us. The sound reverberates in the quiet office, causing my heart to race. The teacher's brow is furrowed, eyes reflecting sternness and confusion. I bite my lip tightly, fingers nervously twisting the hem of my clothing, unsure of how to confront the teacher's inquiries. My face flushes, and my ears burn, as if all my secrets are laid bare under the unforgiving light of scrutiny. A torrent of thoughts swirls in my mind. How will the teacher punish us? What will my classmates think of me? What should I do? Qian Qian remains silent, his countenance dark and brows knitted in contemplation. His hands hang at his sides, clenched into fists, betraying the tension and unease within him. His eyes were dull and devoid of light, revealing profound remorse and helplessness. Han Su's heart was tumultuous. It was all because of me that things had spiraled into such disarray. How should I explain this to the teacher? He attempted to articulate, "Teacher, this is a misunderstanding." His voice trembled, and his gaze flickered, unable to meet the teacher's eyes. Beads of perspiration formed on his forehead, clearly indicating his extreme anxiety. As he spoke, Han Su furtively observed the teacher's expression, hoping to discern a trace of leniency on his face. The teacher scoffed. A misunderstanding? The entire school is abuzz with rumors. Can it still be a misunderstanding? The teacher's gaze burned like twin torches, seemingly piercing into our very souls. Han Su stammered as he began to explain, "Teacher, it's just that both Qian and I like she, and then, well, it ended up like this." His voice dwindled to a whisper, nearly inaudible. Han Su's face flushed with alternating hues of red and white, consumed by regret. Had he known it would come to this, he would never have acted so impulsively. The teacher glared at him like, "Your current task is to study, not to engage in romantic entanglements." The teacher's voice escalated, resonating in my ears like a thunderclap. His expression grew even more severe, as if he could summon frost with his demeanor. "At your age, what do you understand about love?" I could not help but lift my head to glance at the teacher, only to quickly bow it again, murmuring, "Teacher, we understand our mistake." My voice quivered with the threat of tears, shame and guilt overwhelming me. It was all my fault that the teacher was so enraged. The teacher regarded me with a gaze that bore both reproach and a hint of compassion. She, you have always been a sensible child. How could you indulge in such folly with them?" The teacher's tone softened slightly, yet still brimmed with disappointment. In his eyes lingered a sense of regret for me. "You once had a bright future. How could you lose your way at this juncture?" My eyes reddened, tears welling up. "Teacher, I choked, unable to articulate my thoughts. My throat felt constricted, filled with a sense of injustice and helplessness. The teacher waved his hand. "Enough. Han Su, you speak." The teacher turned his gaze toward Han Su, eyes filled with expectation. Han Su took a deep breath and spoke slowly. "Teacher, it is all my fault. I should not have allowed this matter to affect everyone." His voice was deep and hoarse, laden with remorse. A heavy weight pressed upon Han Su's heart, making it difficult to breathe. He should have managed his emotions better, preventing things from escalating to this point. The teacher shook his head. "You all share the blame. This is a crucial period for your studies, yet you have allowed these matters to distract you." After a moment of silence, the teacher continued, "From today onward, all three of you must engage in deep reflection." The teacher stood before us, his gaze unwavering and resolute. His eyes were filled with determination and hope, wishing for us to recognize our errors and amend them promptly. In the ensuing time, the teacher imparted earnest counsel, elucidating the importance of academics and the potential consequences of early romantic involvement. "Do you truly believe that the current state of your relationships is of utmost significance? As you mature, you will come to realize just how naive these notions are. If you do not dedicate yourselves to your studies now, how can you expect to achieve success in the future? Your parents toil tirelessly to provide you with education, not for the purpose of engaging in romantic affairs at school." The teacher's voice grew increasingly fervent, her complexion flushed with intensity. Her expression was grave and earnest. "You must take responsibility for your own future and not allow fleeting impulses to ruin your lives." As I listened to her words, a wave of guilt and remorse washed over me. I recalled my once cherished dreams, and tears began to overflow from my eyes. How could I have been so thoughtless? I had disappointed my teacher. My tears fell, drop by drop, onto the ground, akin to my shattered heart. Han Su lowered his head even further, his shoulders trembling slightly as he silently bore the torment within. His lips were tightly sealed, and the muscles in his face were taut, clearly indicating his struggle to maintain composure. Qian Qian also fell silent, a look of regret etched upon his face. His gaze gradually dimmed. The confidence and bravado he once exuded vanished without a trace before the teacher. Observing our demeanor, the teacher's tone softened somewhat. She acknowledged that impulsiveness is common at your age, yet you must also learn to exercise restraint. A hint of helplessness and sorrow flickered in her eyes as she implored us to swiftly regain our focus and channel our energies into our studies. Finally, the teacher sternly instructed, each of you must compose a letter of reflection, pledging that emotional matters will no longer hinder your academic pursuits. Should this occur again, I shall not be so lenient. Her gaze was laden with warnings. The teacher picked up a pen from the desk and made several emphatic strokes on the paper, emphasizing the necessity of learning a profound lesson from this experience. Exiting the teacher's office, the three of us remained enveloped in silence. Upon returning to the classroom, I took my seat, my mind a chaotic whirlwind. The curious stares of my classmates pierced through me like arrows, leaving me feeling utterly mortified. I dared not lift my gaze. Instead, I quietly opened my book, attempting to find solace. How could I be so foolish as to jeopardize my studies? I muttered to myself. Gazing out at the night sky, the stars twinkled above, yet my heart felt unbearably heavy. I must change. I cannot continue down this path. I picked up my pen and began to earnestly write my letter of reflection. Dear teacher, I have come to a profound understanding of my mistakes. I should not have allowed myself to be troubled by matters of the heart at this time, neglecting the importance of my education. I have let you down. I recognize that this is a critical period for my studies, and I must devote all my energy to learning, rather than becoming entangled in emotional dilemmas. I promise that from this day forward, I will strive to adjust my mindset and ensure that emotional issues do not impede my academic progress. I will pay close attention in class, complete assignments on time, and work diligently to improve my grades. Please trust in my commitment to rectify my errors and to become a better student. I wrote and rewrote the letter until I was satisfied with its content. Each word felt like a tear, bearing the weight of my regret and determination. The following day, I submitted my letter to the teacher. She glanced at it and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Han Su and Qian Qian submitted their reflections, prompting the teacher to summon us once more to the office. I hope you all can remember this lesson and focus your energies on your studies. The teacher's expression remained stern, yet there was a glimmer of expectation in their gaze. From that moment onward, the three of us endeavored to avoid each other at school, channeling all our efforts into our academic pursuits. However, whenever I caught sight of them, ripples of emotion stirred within my heart. Chapter 60. The Eruption of Conflict. After exiting the teacher's office, Han Su could no longer contain his anger towards Qian Qian, accusing him of jeopardizing our friendship. Qian Qian, it's all because of you that my relationship with she has become so complicated. Han Su's face flushed crimson, his eyes blazing with fury, his voice trembling with rage. Qian Qian, undeterred, retorted immediately. It's clearly your inability to handle things properly. The two erupted into a heated argument in the corridor, drawing a crowd of curious classmates. Oh dear, what are they fighting about? I have no idea. It seems to be related to matters of the heart. The students' gasps and murmurs intensified the already charged atmosphere. Among the throng, some wore expressions of shock, while others whispered conspiratorially, and a few discreetly pulled out their phones to capture the moment. Han Su's voice grew increasingly agitated. You are always so domineering, never considering the feelings of others. His hands gestured wildly in the air, as if seeking something to grasp in order to vent his pent-up fury. Qian Qian shot back. I am domineering? You are just as stubborn. His voice rose an octave, completely disregarding the scrutiny of those around him. Qian Qian, refusing to back down, stepped forward defiantly. So what? What can you do about it? His gaze was filled with provocation, as if declaring war on Han Su. In that moment, Han Su, driven by impulse, shoved Qian Qian. Qian Qian stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Ah! The students gasped in unison. This outcry shattered the tense atmosphere like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples of chaos. Han Su, how could you resort to violence? Qian Qian steadied himself, his eyes aflame with fury, as though he were ready to charge at Han Su in retaliation. I did push you, what of it? Han Su's gaze was fierce and challenging, his chest heaving as he struggled to catch his breath. I attempted to mediate, but my words fell on deaf ears as their quarrel escalated. Stop fighting. Please, just stop. I cried desperately, my voice tinged with a sob. My pleas were drowned out by their clamor, rendering my words insignificant. She, stay out of this.
Hangsu Beloviet.
His eyes sweeping over me with palpable anger and impatience. This is our affair. Qian Qian echoed, his expression equally fierce, sending a chill through me. Standing between them, I felt utterly powerless and desolate. What is the point of this? My voice cracked with desperation. Today I will make things clear.
Hangsu Pantied.
His gaze fixed intently on Qian Qian, as if he wished to consume him whole. Come on, who is afraid of whom? Qian Qian responded, unyielding. His body was tense, poised for battle at any moment. The surrounding classmates began to murmur amongst themselves. What are we going to do now? Will they truly come to blows? Alas! Cease your clamor and remain composed. I am enveloped in an overwhelming sense of helplessness and despair, pondering the question, how did it come to this? My heart feels as though it is being tightly gripped by an invisible hand, causing me profound agony. Han Su continues to reproach Qian Qian, declaring, "You have always been selfish, showing no regard for others." His voice drips with deep resentment, each word piercing Qian Qian like a dagger. Their voices escalate, reverberating through the corridor as if threatening to collapse it entirely. Yet, they seem ensnared in a frenzy, impervious to my attempts at intervention. Han Su lunges forward once more, intent on physical confrontation. I urgently grasp his arm, imploring, "Han Su, please maintain your composure." I exert all my strength to restrain him, but his force is overwhelming, rendering my efforts nearly futile. Qian Qian adopts a combative stance, exclaiming, "Come on, I am not afraid of you." His expression has wholly abandoned its usual tranquility. Just as the situation teeters on the brink of chaos, our homeroom teacher arrives. What is transpiring here? The teacher's stern voice resonates, akin to a tolling bell, silencing the raucous corridor in an instant. The students promptly fall silent, parting to create a pathway, their heads bowed, too timid to meet the teacher's gaze. The teacher regards Han Su and Qian Qian, their countenance darkened with ominous foreboding. Was the lesson in the office insufficient? The teacher's gaze is piercing, compelling Han Su and Qian Qian to avert their eyes. They lower their heads, refraining from speech, their breath still rapid, yet the teacher's authority curbs their audacity. The teacher continues, "Does quarreling and fighting resolve your issues?" Disappointment and anger saturate the teacher's voice. I cannot help but interject, "Teacher, they acted out of impulse." I cautiously observe the teacher, hoping to mitigate their punishment. The teacher casts a glance my way, stating, "Impulsiveness is no excuse. You all must reflect on your actions." Disapproval lingers in the teacher's eyes. The teacher instructs the students to disperse and then guides the three of us to a secluded corner.
Han Su, Qian Qian.
Please explain why this has occurred. The teacher's tone softens slightly, yet we can still sense their dissatisfaction. Han Su remains silent for a moment before replying, "Teacher, I simply cannot tolerate Qian Qian's actions. He constantly positions himself between me and she. His voice is subdued, tinged with a hint of grievance. Qian Qian quickly retorts, "Teacher, Han Su is at fault as well. He is perpetually hostile towards me." His tone, too, loses its former rigidity. The teacher shakes their head. "You both focus solely on each other's faults. Have you considered your own shortcomings?" The teacher's gaze sweeps over us three. Han Su and Qian Qian lower their heads, a flicker of guilt surfacing on their faces. The teacher continues, "You are classmates and friends. You should strive to understand and support one another, rather than resorting to mutual attacks." The teacher's words resonate with sincerity. I add, the teacher is correct. We ought not to behave this way. I look at Han Su and Qian Qian, hoping they will heed the teacher's counsel. The teacher regards us, stating, "I hope this time you truly recognize your mistakes and prevent such occurrences in the future." The teacher's gaze was filled with anticipation. Both Han Su and Qian Qian nodded in acknowledgement. In the following days, however, Han Su and Qian Qian remained silent, and the atmosphere in the classroom grew increasingly oppressive. Each time I caught sight of their indifferent expressions, my heart would ache sharply. I attempted to speak with them individually, but they both seemed unapproachable.
Han Su.
"We cannot continue like this," I remarked, my eyes brimming with hope as I looked at him. "Qian Qian, shall we reconcile?" I implored, grasping the sleeve of his shirt. My voice tinged with a hint of desperation. Qian Qian merely responded with a dispassionate, "We shall see." He shrugged off my hand and turned away. A profound sense of loss engulfed me, leaving me at a loss for what to do. I felt as though I had been cast aside by them, alone and helpless. Chapter 61. A Dismal Mood. During a particularly low moment, I unexpectedly encountered Qian Qian in the library. He sat alone in a corner, his demeanor forlorn. The library was so quiet that one could almost hear a pin drop, save for the occasional rustle of pages being turned. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting mottled shadows across the wooden table. Initially, I intended to turn and leave to avoid this awkward encounter, but my feet felt as if they were anchored to the ground. Qian Qian seemed to notice me as well. Our eyes met for an instant, and a palpable awkwardness hung between us. Surprise and panic flickered in his eyes, which had suddenly regained a glimmer of light, while I quickly averted my gaze, striving to conceal my inner turmoil. After a moment of hesitation, I finally approached him and took a seat across from him. For a brief moment, the air felt as if it had solidified, the silence becoming almost suffocating. My heartbeat resonated in the stillness, each thump laden with tension and unease. I could feel a slight sweat forming in my palms, my fingers unconsciously fidgeting with the hem of my shirt. Ultimately, it was Qian Qian who broke the silence. "I never expected to run into you here," he remarked softly, his voice tinged with resignation. His utterance shattered the stifling quiet, yet the atmosphere grew even more delicate. There was a tremor in his voice, as if he had summoned all his courage to express those words. I pressed my lips together slightly and replied, "Neither did I." My tone was somewhat distant, laced with an imperceptible quiver. I dared not meet his gaze, instead focusing on the table before me, my mind swirling in confusion. Another brief silence ensued, the quietness around us expanding like an invisible wall separating us. The air felt thick and oppressive, making it difficult to breathe. I remained silent, merely observing him, waiting for him to continue. My eyes were a tapestry of mixed emotions, filled with both anticipation and skepticism. I bit my lip tightly, wrestling internally with whether to allow him to explain. He took a deep breath, as if steeling himself for a monumental confession. "I know I was wrong," he admitted, his voice trembling with regret. His words resonated clearly in the quiet library, imbued with profound self-reproach. His brow furrowed, his face etched with pain and helplessness. Upon hearing his apology, my heart quivered slightly, yet I found it difficult to let go easily. "Do you even comprehend where you went wrong?" My tone was laced with inquiry, as the feelings of grievance and anger within me had not yet fully dissipated. My voice, almost involuntarily, rose in pitch, tinged with sharpness. Qian Qian lowered his head, a visage of confusion etched upon his face. "I should not have acted so impulsively and fought with Han Su, causing you such distress." His voice dwindled to a whisper, and his head hung lower still, resembling a child who had erred. His disheveled hair obscured his eyes, rendering his expression a mystery. I scoffed. "Is that all there is to it?" My smile was steeped in derision, as dissatisfaction surged within me once more. I felt a warmth in my eyes, tears swirling but held at bay. Qian Qian, bewildered, asked, Shishi, is there more?" He raised his head, his gaze fraught with confusion and misunderstanding. The bloodshot hue of his eyes hinted at fatigue. I turned to the window, reluctant to utter more. "Forget it, you wouldn't understand." The sunlight outside spilled onto the ground, casting speckled patterns, yet my mood remained dreary. The leaves swayed gently in the breeze, as if mocking my helplessness and turmoil. I gazed at him, disappointment flickering in my eyes. "Do you truly not know? From the very beginning, your arrogance, your self-righteousness, and your utter disregard for my feelings, do you not perceive any fault in these?" My voice rose slightly, emotions bubbling over. Finally, tears escaped, tracing down my cheeks and falling onto the table. Qian Qian stood frozen, shock flashing in his eyes. "Shishi." He opened his mouth, yet words eluded him. Pain etched across his face, as though my words had struck a nerve. I continued, "Do you think it is merely the fight with Han Su that incensed me?"
No.
"It is your demeanor, your actions, that leave me feeling inconsequential in your eyes." My voice quivered, tears pooling once more. I felt my voice tremble, each word seemingly forced from the depths of my heart. "Do you truly care for me? Is this your notion of caring?" I glared at him, my tone turning urgent. My body trembled slightly from agitation, the pain and anger within me akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. Qian Qian bowed his head. "It is my fault. I have not done well, causing you to suffer." His voice brimmed with guilt, shoulders trembling ever so slightly. Tears welled in his eyes. Yet he fought to keep them at bay. I took a deep breath, striving for tranquility. "Qian Qian, I do not wish to hear your explanations right now. I need time to gather my thoughts." My voice, though somewhat steadied, retained a resolute edge. Qian Qian lifted his gaze, his eyes filled with pleading. "Shishi, please. Do not be this way. Grant me another chance." His voice wavered, searching for a final glimmer of hope. I rose to my feet. "Enough, I must take my leave." My tone was unwavering, void of hesitation. I turned and departed, my steps brisk, unwilling for him to witness my tears. I remained uncertain about my feelings for Qian Qian, and whether forgiveness was even a possibility. The illumination within the room is dim, and my thoughts are entangled like a chaotic mass. I toss and turn, unable to find solace in sleep, as the image of Qian Qian's eyes, filled with regret and pleading, incessantly haunts my mind. I am uncertain whether my decisions are just, nor can I fathom what the future holds for our relationship. A profound sense of confusion and disorientation envelopes me, as if I am ensnared within a shadowy labyrinth, unable to discern an exit. Chapter 62. The Sting of Old Wounds. When I think of Qian Qian, my heart brims with anger and resentment. We merely pretended to be a couple, yet he was so domineering, vanishing without a word, disregarding my feelings entirely. Initially, we feigned a relationship due to his secrets, yet he treated me as if I were a mere puppet, dictating every aspect of our interactions without regard for my thoughts. As we strolled through the campus, he always led the way, leaving me to silently follow in his wake. He unilaterally decided what we would eat, which films we would watch, and even where I was permitted to go, asserting his will with an iron grip. The slightest hint of discontent or resistance from me would prompt him to raise his voice, demanding, "You must listen to me." His fierce demeanor instilled both anger and fear within me. I recall a particular instance when the school organized an outing. I merely wished to partake in activities with my peers, but he insisted I remain with him, forbidding me from straying beyond his line of sight. I found his behavior excessive and engaged in a brief argument, only to be publicly reprimanded by him in front of our classmates, leaving me feeling embarrassed and wronged. I had thought our arrangement was merely temporary, yet his actions proved to be intolerably excessive. Then one day, without so much as a word, he departed due to a scandal involving another girl, offering no explanation. That day, everything appeared normal. We encountered each other at school, as usual, and during our break, I even discussed after-school plans with him. However, when the final bell rang, I waited for an eternity at the school gate, but his figure never materialized. When I called, the incessant sound of his phone being turned off echoed in my ears. The following day, I learned he had skipped school, having left for an unknown destination with his rumored girlfriend. In that instant, my world felt as though it had crumbled. The whispers and laughter of my classmates pierced through me like countless needles, each glance, each taunt, carving deep gashes into my self-esteem. Then there was Han Su, who suddenly transferred to our school. Initially, our interactions were delightful. He patiently explained difficult concepts and lightened my spirits with jokes during my low moments. His smile radiated warmth akin to sunlight, dispelling the clouds that darkened my heart. I recall one occasion when we played badminton together, and he accidentally injured himself. I anxiously accompanied him to the infirmary, consumed with worry for his well-being. However, I later stumbled upon Han Su busking on the street, strumming his guitar, revealing a life that seemed fraught with hardship. One evening, as I passed by a corner, the familiar strains of his guitar reached my ears. Approaching closer, I was taken aback to find it was indeed Han Su, clad in a simple shirt, his hair tousled, and his eyes reflecting exhaustion. I rushed forward, eager to assist him, hoping to offer him some financial support to ease his burdens. Yet, he stubbornly rebuffed my intentions, and the cold indifference reflected in his eyes shattered my heart. "I do not require your pity. I can manage on my own." His voice was frigid, devoid of warmth. I was taken aback, tears welling in my eyes. "Han Su, I do not pity you. I merely wish to help." "No need, just leave." He turned away, refusing to meet my gaze. I stood there, paralyzed and bewildered. I could not comprehend why he treated me this way. Was our past friendship merely a facade? Watching him busily retreat, I was engulfed by a sense of helplessness and sorrow. The joyous moments we once shared had been supplanted by pain and discord, leaving my heart aching as if pricked by countless needles. His rejection of my assistance made me feel utterly insignificant in his eyes. The stark contrast between our former laughter and warmth and the current solitude and suffering was nearly unbearable. Unbeknownst to me, I slipped into slumber. In my dreams, I recalled the promises we had once made. Qian Qian had said, "Even if we pretend to be a couple, I will take good care of you." Han Su had vowed, "No matter what happens, I will never leave you." However, upon awakening, I discovered it was all an illusion. The room remained shrouded in darkness and silence, with only my solitary figure present. Tears streamed uncontrollably, soaking my pillow. I sat up, gazing out at the night sky, my heart filled with confusion and despair. I could not fathom why Qian Qian had become so callous. Did our relationship hold no significance in his eyes? I also failed to understand why Han Su had rejected my assistance. Had our friendship truly vanished? Memories flooded back of the thoughtful gestures Han Su had once shown me, like when he bought me medicine during my illness or encouraged me after I faced criticism from teachers. That box of medicine still lay in my drawer, yet the one who had once delivered it now treated me with such indifference. I relentlessly questioned myself. Why must fate toy with me in this manner? Why do those I genuinely care for inflict such pain upon me? I did not know when this torment would end. It felt as though I were ensnared in an endless abyss of darkness, devoid of escape and hope. I wondered if there would ever be someone in my future who could truly understand and love me, sparing me from further suffering and harm. I could not ascertain how much longer I would struggle in this darkness before witnessing the dawn's light. I remained oblivious to when this painful chapter would conclude. I simply did not know. Chapter 63. The Indecision of the Game. On this seemingly ordinary day, the sun lazily bathed the earth in its warm glow, and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves. Suddenly, a figure appeared before me. It was Qian Qian. He approached me, visibly anxious. Hesitating for a moment before finally summoning the courage to speak, I have something to say to you. As I lifted my gaze to meet his, I was instantly captivated by the depth of his eyes. In that moment, his expression was imbued with sincerity and anticipation, as if he held an abundance of unspoken words yearning to be shared with me. That sincere and fervent expression stirred my heart, evoking an indescribable sensation within me. I stood frozen in place, as if the world around me had vanished, leaving only Qian Qian's gaze, fiery enough to ignite my very being. Each of his words struck my heart like a hammer, sending tumultuous waves through my already chaotic emotions. I truly adore you. I can no longer pretend. I wish to be with you in the truest sense. Qian Qian's voice trembled slightly, tinged with a barely perceptible tension. His eyes bore an unwavering intensity, as if seeking to penetrate my very soul. I bit my lip, my hands instinctively clutching the hem of my clothing, my gaze darting around in a flurry of confusion. On one hand, Qian Qian's sincerity pierced through me like a sharp blade, loosening the once closed door to my heart. Memories surged like a tidal wave, his warm breakfast brought to me while we feigned a relationship, the comforting warmth of his hand as we strolled the streets, and our sweet moments at the amusement park. Those instances twinkled in my mind like brilliant stars, causing my hesitant heart to waver. Yet on the other hand, Han Su's specter lingered in my heart like a ghost, refusing to dissipate. I recalled his gentle smile when he transferred to our school, the joyous times we spent chasing each other on the playground, and the warm embrace he offered during my moments of despair. Each recollection rendered my decision increasingly complex. My brow furrowed in anguish and turmoil. Qian Qian seemed to sense my inner conflict. He stepped closer and gently took my hand. His palm was broad and warm, yet it sent my heart into further disarray. "Trust me, I will cherish you," he proclaimed, his voice tender yet resolute, as if he were whispering an eternal vow in my ear. I trembled slightly, desiring to withdraw my hand, but felt an invisible force binding me, reluctant to let go. My heart wrestled fiercely, filled with confusion and helplessness. At that moment, Qian Qian, as if performing a magic trick, carefully retrieved a delicate box from his pocket and slowly opened it. Inside lay a stunning bracelet adorned with a twinkling star, reflecting enchanting rays of light in the sunlight. "This is a gift I prepared especially for you. I hope you will accept me and become the most significant person in my life." His eyes brimmed with anticipation, his passionate gaze seemingly capable of engulfing me. I gazed at the bracelet, my heart a cacophony of emotions. I slowly extended my hand, lightly brushing the bracelet, and its touch ignited a flame within me. Each gem on the bracelet seemed to narrate Qian Qian's affections, plunging me into deeper turmoil. "Qian Qian," I stammered, my lips trembling, as if 1,000 words were lodged in my throat. Qian Qian's unwavering gaze remained fixed upon me, filled with urgency and longing. "Please, do not hesitate any longer," he implored, a hint of supplication in his voice. I inhaled deeply, lifting my gaze to meet his, tears glistening in my eyes. My heart was in tumult, yearning to inquire about his rumored girlfriend, yet the words lingered on the tip of my tongue, ensnared like a boulder blocking my voice. The atmosphere around me seemed to solidify, silent save for the thunderous cadence of my racing heartbeat. I lowered my gaze once more, tears cascading down my cheeks like pearls strung loose, uncontrollable in their descent. Qian Qian's expression shifted to one of panic. He hurriedly wiped away my tears, his touch as gentle as one might bestow upon a rare treasure. "Do not weep. Whatever your decision may be, I shall respect it," he said, his voice imbued with compassion and resignation. "I am sorry, Qian Qian. I truly do not know how to proceed." My voice trembled with sorrow, as though it emerged from the depths of my soul. Qian Qian's eyes dimmed instantly, akin to stars extinguished in the night sky. Nonetheless, he mustered a faint smile, laden with bitterness and loss. "It is all right, I can wait." Observing his dejected expression pierced my heart like a multitude of daggers. I recognized the profound hurt I had inflicted upon him, yet I lacked the courage to make a decision at that moment. Ultimately, I chose to flee. I turned and ran desperately, leaving Qian Qian standing alone, gazing at my retreating figure, his eyes filled with desolation and confusion. As I ran, tears blurred my vision, obscuring the path ahead. I was unaware of how long I had been running until exhaustion overtook me, my legs heavy as lead, and I finally collapsed against a large tree, squatting down and tightly embracing my knees, burying my head deep within. My body trembled incessantly, as if the entire world had crumbled in that instant. I found myself at a loss on how to confront Qian Qian, or how to navigate the tumultuous and convoluted feelings I harbored for him. In the days that followed, I became like a startled bird, deliberately avoiding Qian Qian. At school, I chose to traverse the obscure and narrow paths, even if it meant taking a longer route, fearful of an unexpected encounter with him. Whenever I heard his familiar voice, my heart would leap, and I would hasten my pace, as if fleeing a tempest. One day, in a quiet corner of the library, I was lost in my thoughts when I inadvertently collided with Qian Qian. His gaze still burned with a passionate flame, yet I could not meet his eyes. I hurriedly lowered my head, intent on departing. "Wait," he called out, his tone laced with an almost desperate plea. I halted, my body trembling involuntarily.
Can we talk?
His voice bore a hint of despair. I bit my lip, hesitating momentarily, but ultimately steeled my resolve to shake my head and, like a coward, hastily exited the library. That day, a heavy gloom enveloped me, as if an immense stone pressed upon my heart, rendering me breathless. In the days that followed, I found myself inadvertently recalling Qian Qian, his confession, and the sorrow reflected in his eyes. I find myself ensnared in a profound sense of guilt and torment, yet I still lack the courage to confront him. Chapter 64. Unyielding Struggle. In a bid to alter his family's circumstances, Han Su diligently plays the guitar on the street after school, exhausting himself to the brink of fatigue. Each evening, he hastens to the bustling thoroughfare, burdened by his somewhat worn guitar. Amidst the throngs of people, his figure appears so solitary and weary. The fading rays of the sunset cast upon him, yet fail to warm his weary visage. His gaze exudes determination, yet it cannot conceal the profound exhaustion that lies beneath. Beads of sweat trickle down his cheeks, and he pays no heed to wipe them away, wholly engrossed in preparing for his impending performance. Observing his arduous endeavor stirs an uncomfortable feeling within me. One day, I could no longer restrain myself and approached him, saying, "Han Su, allow me to assist you." He lifted his head, his eyes reflecting stubbornness and resolve. "No, I can manage." His voice was somewhat hoarse, as if it had been drawn from the depths of his throat. It was an ordinary evening when I quietly arrived at the corner where he played his guitar. People flowed by, and he remained focused on his music, his voice tinged with a sense of melancholy. The streetlights flickered, and the crowd bustled about. Han Su sat in a small corner, an open guitar case before him, scattered with a few coins. His fingers danced deftly across the strings, producing one enchanting melody after another. The tunes seemed to narrate the stories of his heart, filled with resignation, perseverance, and hopes for the future. At that moment, a group of intoxicated individuals stumbled past, loudly deriding and belittling his performance. What a pathetic display. One of them bellowed, his steps unsteady and his gaze clouded. Clad in garish attire, with disheveled hair and a flushed face, it was evident he had indulged excessively in drink. His voice, sharp and grating, shattered the serene atmosphere Han Su had crafted with his music. "Stop embarrassing yourself here." Another chimed in, a derisive smirk adorning his face. This individual, tall and stocky, spoke with a spittle-laden bravado, his demeanor exceedingly arrogant. His words struck Han Su like arrows, piercing through the fragile calm. As the harsh words reached his ears, Han Su's hands trembled slightly, yet he persisted, continuing to play. His brow furrowed, lips pressed tightly together, as if striving to suppress the tumult of emotions within. A flicker of anger crossed his eyes, yet it was overshadowed by a greater sense of helplessness and endurance. The drunken men, undeterred by Han Su's silence, grew increasingly emboldened. They began to shove him, attempting to seize his guitar. Han Su clung tightly to his instrument, unwilling to relinquish it. His eyes brimmed with a mix of fury and fear, yet he still refrained from engaging in confrontation. Less of a turn with the guitar. The tall drunkard yanked at Han Su's guitar with considerable force, his strength overwhelming, but Han Su held on tenaciously, his fingers whitening from the strain. His voice trembled yet remained resolute. "Do not touch my guitar. It is my means of livelihood." Han Su's voice was laden with despair and defiance, his body trembling slightly. Yet he exerted every ounce of his strength to protect his guitar. "Ha! You dare to resist." Another drunken man raised his hand, poised to strike Han Su. His palm loomed high, casting a menacing shadow in the light. Han Su's eyes were fixed on the descending hand, his heart brimming with fear, yet he did not waver. I stood by, my heart aching to the point of tears. I yearned to rush forward and confront those individuals, but Han Su's gaze halted me. There was a hint of pleading in his eyes, as if to say, "Do not provoke trouble." I could only clench my fists, remaining rooted in place, glaring angrily at the drunken men. My heart raced violently, each second urging me to leap to Han Su's defense, yet I feared that my actions might exacerbate the situation. The drunken men's behavior drew the attention of those around, and people began to gather, voicing their condemnation. "You are utterly excessive. How can you bully a child like this?" a lady exclaimed, her face flushed with anger. Her voice was sharp and powerful, hands on her hips, glaring at the drunken men. Indeed. He earns his living through his own abilities. What right do you have to cause trouble? A young man chimed in, fists clenched, seemingly ready to lend a hand. His eyes brimmed with righteousness and fury as he stepped forward, as if to challenge the drunken men. Mind your own business, the tall drunken man shouted at the crowd. But his voice lacked its initial arrogance. What you are doing is wrong. Apologize at once. Another voice called out. Under the weight of public reproach, the drunken men's bravado waned. Their gazes began to falter, no longer as reckless as before. Fine, let us go, the tall drunken man muttered, dragging his companion away in defeat. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Han Su looked at everyone with gratitude, his eyes glistening. He composed himself and resumed playing. This time, his song resonated with newfound determination and strength. Each note seemed to convey his appreciation and resilience, the melody more enchanting, drawing in even more listeners. Upon finishing the piece, Han Su lifted his head and bowed deeply to those around him. Thank you, everyone. His voice trembled slightly. His eyes were filled with sincerity and emotion, tears welling up. I approached Han Su and handed him a bottle of water. Han Su, don't be too upset, I said softly, my voice imbued with concern. He accepted the water, taking several deep gulps before replying, I'm fine, I just feel a bit wronged. His voice still quivered, yet his gaze now held a measure of strength. Such events won't occur again, I reassured him. Han Su smiled wryly, I hope so, but even if they do, I will not easily give up. His gaze was steadfast, directed toward the horizon, as if envisioning the hope of the future. After work, Han Su gathered his guitar, preparing to leave. His movements appeared somewhat sluggish, as if each action required immense effort. His shoulders sagged, and his footsteps were heavy. The guitar case in his hand felt particularly burdensome, as if it bore all his fatigue and stress. Thank you for being by my side today, Han Su suddenly remarked, his voice resonating with clarity in the tranquil night. For what? I haven't done anything, I replied, a twinge of guilt surfacing within me. Deep down, I regretted not stepping up when he needed me the most. With you here, I feel reassured. Han Su gazed at me, his eyes filled with warmth. His smile, though weary, radiated sincerity. We walked in silence, each of us understanding the unspoken sentiments shared in that moment. Moonlight cascaded upon us, illuminating the path ahead. Chapter 65. A New Beginning. Since the last incident, Qian Qian had ceased his former capriciousness and had begun to earnestly transform himself. At dawn, before the first rays of sunlight had fully penetrated the campus, Qian Qian was already seated in the classroom, diligently poring over his books. His gaze was no longer wandering. Instead, it was fixed intently on every word on the page, as if he aimed to engrave them into his memory. His brow furrowed slightly, and his pen occasionally danced across the notebook, jotting down key points, while he softly recited the information, as if engaging in a profound dialogue with the knowledge before him. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow upon him. Though his hair was somewhat disheveled, he paid it no mind, wholly engrossed in the ocean of knowledge surrounding him. The open textbook before him was densely populated with his notes, each line meticulously penned, reflecting his diligence and focus. In class, when the teacher posed a particularly challenging question, the previously quiet room fell into silence. While everyone was still contemplating, Qian Qian raised his hand. He stood up and articulated his viewpoint clearly, his voice resolute and confident. His classmates turned in astonishment to look at him, their expressions filled with disbelief. His eyes sparkled with determination as he locked his gaze on the teacher, delivering each word with conviction. He was no longer the arrogant Qian Qian, but rather a Qian Qian brimming with a thirst for knowledge. Teacher, I believe we should first analyze this issue from its historical context. In previous related cases, we can observe certain similar patterns and trends. Then, considering the current social environment and developmental trends, new influencing factors and changes emerge. By synthesizing these aspects, we can arrive at a relatively comprehensive and accurate conclusion. After class, he no longer dashed out to play as he had in the past. Instead, he chose to remain in the classroom, organizing his notes and reviewing the day's lessons. His desk was cluttered with textbooks and materials as he diligently compared the teacher's explanations with his own notes, ensuring no gaps remained. When confronted with particularly perplexing problems, he no longer surrendered easily as before but sat there, deep in thought. He would repeatedly read the relevant sections of the textbook, striving to uncover the clues necessary for solving the problems. If he still could not comprehend, he would venture to the library to consult additional resources or scour the internet for relevant explanatory videos. One day, he found himself ensnared by a particularly challenging mathematical conundrum. It was a complex geometric proof requiring the application of multiple theorems and inferences. Perched at his desk, he gnawed on the end of his pen, his gaze fixed intently on the problem as a myriad of thoughts cascaded through his mind. He scribbled and erased on draft paper, oblivious to the fact that several pages had succumbed to his fervent attempts. Suddenly, enlightenment struck. He exclaimed in excitement, swiftly inscribing the solution's steps on the paper. Upon finally arriving at the correct answer, a long sigh of relief escaped him, and a gratifying smile spread across his face. During an examination, Qian Qian once again achieved remarkable success. When the teacher announced the results in class, astonishment enveloped his peers, their mouths agape in disbelief. In this particular test, Qian Qian exhibited significant improvement, securing the top position in the class. The teacher's voice resonated with approval, her gaze filled with surprise and satisfaction, as if silently conveying, "Child, you are truly exceptional." Standing at the podium, holding the report card, the teacher's eyes traversed the classroom before finally resting upon Qian Qian. "Qian Qian, in this math examination, not only did you demonstrate a clear thought process, but your steps were complete, with nearly no errors. Particularly, you were the sole student to solve the final complex problem correctly." At these words, a slight blush crept onto Qian Qian's cheeks, and he lowered his head shyly, though pride shimmered in his eyes. The classroom erupted in enthusiastic applause as classmates cast admiring and envious glances his way. "Qian Qian, you are incredible," exclaimed a classmate seated in front, turning to give a thumbs up. This particular classmate, typically lively, now blushed with excitement. Truly, the school's star, Qian Qian. Even those who seldom interacted with him could not contain their admiration. One usually reticent student, taken aback by Qian Qian's achievement, joined the chorus of praise. In the face of such commendation, Qian Qian felt a bit bashful, lowering his gaze, yet a proud smile illuminated his face. His ears tinged with a faint crimson hue as he softly expressed, "Thank you, everyone. I will continue to strive." Though his voice was not loud, it brimmed with resolve and determination. From that moment onward, Qian Qian intensified his efforts. He began arriving at school early each day, utilizing the time before morning study to preview new lessons. The campus remained tranquil as he sat in class, reciting texts in a clear and resonant voice. At times, he furrowed his brow, pondering intricate mathematical formulas. At others, he fervently penned English vocabulary, and occasionally, he gently recited classical poetry. "Oh dear. Why is this physics problem so difficult?" he muttered to himself, but quickly regained his composure. "No, I cannot give up. I must be able to solve it." Grasping his pen once more, he meticulously re-examined the problem, starting from the known conditions and methodically deducing each step. Sweat trickled down his forehead, yet he paid it no heed. Ultimately, after much contemplation, he discovered the key to the solution, a victorious smile blooming on his face. These English words are far too simple. Though he uttered those words, he continued to repeat himself incessantly. His voice grew softer, weariness gradually enveloping him. Yet he vigorously shook his head to rouse himself and persisted in reciting. I too heard the praises from classmates directed towards Qian Qian, and a wave of emotion swept over me. One day, I chanced upon him in the corridor of the campus. Upon seeing me, a flicker of surprise illuminated his eyes, but tranquility swiftly returned. "How have you been lately?" he inquired cautiously, a hint of anticipation lacing his tone. I nodded in response. "Seeing your transformation brings me joy." He smiled. "I aspire to become a better person." His gaze was resolute and sincere, as if he were making a significant promise to me. In that moment, I could feel his genuine intent. However, my feelings towards him remained complex. On one hand, I rejoiced in his progress. On the other, the shadows of our past lingered in my heart. In the days that followed, Qian Qian continued to strive diligently. Each day, he crafted meticulous study plans for himself and adhered to them with unwavering discipline. During lunch breaks, he seized the opportunity to review the knowledge acquired in the morning. After school, he would visit the library to borrow extracurricular books, broadening his horizons. He was no longer content with the content delivered in class. Instead, he proactively sought to explore deeper knowledge. He delved into academic journals to grasp the latest research findings and watched educational videos to expand his understanding. His name increasingly graced the honor roll at school, becoming a paragon of learning for his peers. He was perpetually the undisputed champion of the school's charm rankings. I often spotted his industrious figure in some corner of the campus, and each sighting stirred an indescribable feeling within me. Chapter 66, A Suffusion of Jealousy. During a class activity, I, along with Han Su and Qian Qian, were grouped together, necessitating our collaboration to complete the task. Upon discovering the group assignments, the expressions on our faces were far from pleasant. Han Su furrowed his brow, his eyes reflecting exasperation as they swiftly darted between me and Qian Qian. His lips were pressed tightly, seemingly lamenting the capriciousness of fate. Qian Qian wore a look of reluctance, his lips pursed in disdain, as if to exclaim, "How could I possibly be grouped with him? Wouldn't it be better for me to be with Cece?" His eyes were laced with evident resistance, arms crossed defiantly. Leaning slightly away, I stood between them, caught in a dilemma, forcing a faint smile in an attempt to alleviate the palpable tension. "Let us strive together." My voice rang out in the quiet classroom, feeling somewhat jarring, yet it bore little effect. As the activity commenced, the atmosphere was palpably awkward, with no one willing to break the silence. The classroom was so quiet that the only sound was the rustling of leaves outside, swayed by the wind. Han Su sat silently in one corner of the desk, his head bowed as he organized the materials in his hands. His gaze was focused, yet his brow remained slightly furrowed, as if the very documents before him were a source of great vexation. His fingers delicately turned the pages, scrutinizing each one with exceptional care, occasionally picking up a pen to make annotations. Qian Qian deliberately created a significant commotion on the other side, slamming his book onto the desk with great force, muttering incessantly as if to vent his frustrations. How unfortunate! Though his voice was not loud, it resonated distinctly in the tranquil atmosphere. Caught in the middle, I sought to break the oppressive silence, but was at a loss for words. "Shall we discuss the division of tasks first?" I ventured, my voice barely above a whisper, laced with uncertainty. "Han Su, there seems to be an issue with this data," I finally summoned the courage to say, glancing at the materials in my hand. My voice sounded jarringly out of place in the quiet classroom, tinged with a quiver of doubt. "What issue?" He responded sharply, his tone laced with palpable jealousy as he snatched the documents from my grasp, his eyes scanning the numbers and text with alarming speed. "Where's the problem? Are you deliberately trying to converse with Han Su?" His gaze was rife with suspicion and discontent, fixed intently upon me. I looked at him helplessly. "I'm merely discussing with Han Su," I replied, my voice soft and tinged with grievance. "Discussions must include me first." Qian Qian retorted angrily, his face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple. In the ensuing moments, whenever Han Su and I attempted to communicate, Qian Qian would immediately interject to disrupt our dialogue. "Han Su, what do you think of this proposal?" I cautiously inquired, my tone gentle and somewhat tentative. "What is there to improve? It's perfectly fine as it is." Qian Qian interjected loudly, his voice shattering our conversation and intensifying the already tense atmosphere. His eyes were wide with fury and dissatisfaction. I stood there awkwardly, unsure of how to proceed, my hands tightly clutching the hem of my clothing, a forced smile betraying my discomfort. Han Su shook his head in resignation, choosing silence as he returned his gaze to the documents, his brow furrowing deeper. We pressed on with our task, yet the chasm between us widened. Han Su made a conscious effort to limit our interactions, silently engrossed in his work, with fleeting glances of helplessness crossing his face. Meanwhile, Qian Qian remained ever vigilant, ready to disrupt at the slightest sign of our engagement. Halfway through our assignment, we encountered a significant obstacle. The crucial information we needed was nowhere to be found, and frustration mounted among us. "It's because you didn't organize it properly." Han Su blamed Qian Qian, his voice laced with ire. "The materials are a mess, and now we can't find the critical parts." His face was grim, eyes reflecting deep dissatisfaction. Qian Qian, unwilling to concede, shot back, "You didn't verify the information carefully, yet you blame me." His eyes were wide with indignation, fists clenched tightly, his body trembling slightly with rage. The two were locked in an escalating argument, their voices rising to a crescendo that caught the attention of other groups. Some displaying expressions of surprise, others whispering among themselves, while a few cast disapproving glances in our direction. Enough of this bickering. What purpose does mutual blame serve now? I finally could no longer contain my voice, exclaiming loudly. My voice trembled with a hint of tears, and moisture gathered in my eyes. Amidst the fierce argument, my words seemed minuscule, yet they silenced the room in an instant. Though they ceased their bickering, the atmosphere grew even more awkward and tense. The classroom was enveloped in a profound silence, with only our heavy breaths resonating in the air. My heart sank to the depths of despair, uncertain of how to proceed. I gazed at them, filled with helplessness and disappointment. We were a team, meant to unite and collaborate, rather than cast blame upon one another. Though my voice was soft, it brimmed with strength. My gaze was resolute, hoping they would comprehend my sentiments. Han Su lowered his head, choosing silence, a flicker of guilt crossing his face as he gently massaged his temples. Qian Qian turned away, still wearing an expression of anger, yet his eyes reflected contemplation. We all bowed our heads, enveloped in silence. The teacher glanced at us, let out a soft sigh, and urged us to reflect, for time was running short.
With that,
The teacher turned and departed. The classroom once again fell into silence as the three of us pondered in quietude. After a while, Hans Su broke the stillness. His voice low and laden with remorse. I am sorry. I was too impulsive. Qian Qian, somewhat abashed, added, I too have erred. I should not have been so headstrong. His tone had softened considerably, lacking the earlier assertiveness. Upon hearing their apologies, the gloom in my heart dissipated significantly. Then let us swiftly continue our search for information, I exclaimed, my voice infused with hope and encouragement. Thus, we recommitted ourselves to the task, this time fostering a spirit of cooperation and mutual assistance, devoid of discord. Chapter 67. A Sudden Blow. Just as I believed that circumstances were gradually improving, news of intimate photographs of Qian Qian and me from our day at the amusement park erupted within the school, causing a considerable uproar. On that fateful morning, gentle sunlight spilled across the campus pathways, and a soft breeze carried a refreshing essence. I hummed a lively tune, my spirits as buoyant as the clear skies, as I walked lightly towards the classroom. However, as I passed the school bulletin board, the peculiar glances of my classmates and their hushed whispers ignited a surge of confusion within me. I halted, following their gaze until it settled on the bulletin board. And in that moment, my world plunged into darkness. There, prominently displayed, were our intimate photographs from the amusement park, each image unmistakably vivid and impossible to overlook. One depicted us standing side by the lake, him leaning slightly closer, seemingly whispering something as I leaned in, my face radiant with joy. Another showed us resting on a bench, my smile luminous while his gaze exuded warmth, a hand casually draped over my shoulder. There was also an image of us in a crowd, him shielding me from the throngs of people, his hand upon my shoulder as I gazed up at him. My eyes filled with trust. My heart ceased its rhythm at that moment, my mind blank. My legs weakened, struggling to bear the weight of my body. As more and more classmates gathered around, their gazes brimmed with curiosity, astonishment, and a myriad of complex emotions. Is that really her?
how could this be?
A girl's sharp voice abruptly shattered the fleeting silence, her eyes filled with incredulity, laced with a hint of jealousy and mockery. It seems their relationship is quite extraordinary. Another boy chimed in, his tone tinged with teasing, a malicious grin curling at the corners of his mouth. I truly envy her for being with the campus heartthrob. Yet another voice emerged, saturated with speculation and doubt. This was a girl known for her penchant for gossip, her eyes sparkling with excitement at this moment. Those words pierced my heart like a multitude of sharp needles, mercilessly tormenting me. A fiery heat spread across my face, and the shame and anger made my breaths come in quick gasps. My hands instinctively clenched, my nails digging deeply into my palms, yet I felt no pain. I yearned to rush over and tear down those photos, wishing to obliterate this entire situation, but my feet felt as though they were weighed down by lead, immobilized. Simultaneously, the news rapidly circulated throughout the campus. In the classroom, my peers fervently discussed the matter. Have you heard? The photos on the bulletin board. A boy seated in the front row turned to his classmates behind him, his face alight with excitement, his eyes gleaming with gossip. She usually appears quite demure. Who would have thought? Another girl interjected, her tone tinged with disdain and skepticism. A cacophony of murmurs flooded my ears, plunging me into a state of utter embarrassment and awkwardness. My ears buzzed, as though these voices were intent on consuming me. I longed to escape this place, yet found myself with nowhere to go. Soon, the teacher became aware of the situation, calling not only me but also Qian Qian into her office. My heart raced with trepidation as I made my way down the hall. Upon entering the office, I found my homeroom teacher seated at her desk, her expression dark and foreboding. Her gaze was fixed intently on Qian Qian and me, brimming with disappointment and anger. I opened my mouth, attempting to explain, but my throat felt as if it were stuffed with cotton, rendering me speechless. Tears brimmed in my eyes, and I fought valiantly to prevent them from spilling. My hands clutched the hem of my clothing tightly, my fingers turning white from the strain. Just as Qian Qian began to speak, the teacher raised her hand to silence him. You are a student. Your focus should be on your studies. How could you engage in such behavior? The teacher continued, her voice rising, filled with reproach and discontent. She stood up, hands on her hips, her eyes piercing into us, as if trying to see through our very souls. I trembled, struggling to maintain my composure. Teacher, it is not as you think. We merely encountered each other by chance at the amusement park. A chance encounter could not yield such intimate photographs. The teacher interrupted, offering us no opportunity for clarification. Her gaze grew even more severe, as if intent on scorching us with its intensity. I lowered my head and finally, The tears could no longer be contained, spilling forth. Teacher. It truly was merely a coincidence that we encountered each other at the amusement park and shared a few rides together. Those photographs were but fleeting snapshots, devoid of any ulterior meaning. I sobbed, my voice choked and my body trembling slightly from the tears. We exchanged silent nods and exited the office. Upon returning to the classroom, the gazes of my classmates instantly converged upon us, some filled with curiosity, others with mockery, and still others with pity. I dared not lift my head, hastening to my seat with my gaze cast downward. Once seated, I buried my face within my arms, seeking to escape from it all. Han Su, upon learning of the matter, remained silent, occasionally stealing glances at me, his eyes brimming with a tumult of emotions. In the ensuing days, I wallowed in sorrow and self-reproach. Whether in class or during breaks, I could feel the incessant whispers and pointed fingers of my classmates. I grew increasingly reticent, no longer the lively and cheerful person I once was. During recess, I sat alone, observing my peers chatting and playing in groups, my heart heavy with despondency. We should probably avoid her, lest we incur the teacher's ire, one friend whispered to another, their voices barely audible, yet piercingly clear in my ears. The indifference of those once familiar faces left me feeling desolate. I quietly carried my tray to a corner, consumed my meal hastily, and fled the cafeteria. As night fell, the images of those photographs and the teacher's furious expression haunted my mind, accompanied by the incessant gossip of my classmates. I felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness and confusion, uncertain of how to navigate the future or escape this harrowing predicament. I remained oblivious to the identity of the person who had taken those photos, grappling with how to confront the situation. I felt as though I were ensnared in a dark abyss, devoid of any path forward, surrounded only by endless terror and helplessness. Chapter 68. The Pursuit of Truth. In a bid to uncover the origin of the photographs, Han Su, Qian Qian, and I, who had previously been at odds, resolved to investigate together. That day, the sun blazed relentlessly, its glaring rays pouring down upon us, yet failing to dispel the gloom that enveloped our hearts. Qian Qian and I had been exchanging accusations regarding the photo incident, our voices rising higher with each word, emotions escalating further. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, these photos would never have surfaced. I shouted at Qian Qian, my eyes reddening, tears welling up, my voice becoming hoarse as the flood of grievance and rage surged forth within me. His eyes burned with fury, fists clenched unconsciously. Han Su, standing by, anxiously intervened. Stop arguing. This is not the way to resolve anything. We should work together to uncover the truth. His words helped us regain our composure. Indeed, quarreling would not solve our issues. Only by identifying the perpetrator could we clear our names. After school, the three of us gathered in a small garden near the school to deliberate on where to begin our inquiry. The flowers in the garden swayed gently in the breeze. Yet none of us had the heart to appreciate the beauty surrounding us. The air was thick with tension and anxiety, making it difficult to breathe. Han Su furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before stating, I believe we should initially examine the surveillance footage near the bulletin board to see if we can uncover any clues. His gaze was imbued with determination and focus, as if he had already envisioned the trajectory of our investigation within the confines of his mind. His eyes were profound and serious, and his voice, though low, resonated with strength. Qian Qian nodded in agreement. All right, let us hasten to the school's security office. His expression was grave, the carefree demeanor he often exhibited now supplanted by a weighty seriousness. His lips were pressed tightly together, betraying an inner resolve and determination. Upon arriving at the security office, we explained our purpose to the security guard. The middle-aged man appeared troubled, exclaiming, This is against protocol. Without a teacher's approval, I cannot grant access to the surveillance footage. His eyes brimmed with hesitation and concern, his hands fidgeting nervously, revealing his unease. His gaze flickered uncertainly, as if he were weighing the implications of our request. Please, sir. This matter is of utmost importance to us. If we cannot clarify this situation, we will struggle to hold our heads high at school, I implored. My voice tinged with desperation as tears began to flow, trembling slightly. My tone was laden with hopelessness and vulnerability, my body quaking like a leaf in the wind. Indeed, sir, we earnestly beseech your assistance, Han Su added, his eyes alight with hope, his tone sincere yet urgent. His gaze was full of pleading, and his voice quivered ever so slightly. The security guard, observing our pitiful expressions, hesitated for a considerable time before finally conceding, Very well, but I can only permit you half an hour. His tone bore a hint of resignation and compromise, his brow still furrowed. As time ticked away, each second felt interminable. After scrutinizing the footage for what seemed like an eternity, We had yet to uncover any valuable information. My eyes ached from staring at the screen, yet I refused to overlook any fleeting moment. What now? I asked anxiously, my voice imbued with worry and helplessness, my hands tightly clasped together. Do not fret. Let us inquire among our fellow students, Han Su reassured me. Though his voice was calm, the underlying sense of helplessness was evident, his brow knitted tighter in concern. There was a subtle weariness in his tone, yet he endeavored to maintain his composure. Thus, we roamed the school, questioning one student after another. Excuse me, have you seen who posted the photographs on the bulletin board? I inquired eagerly, my eyes brimming with anticipation. I fixated on the individual before me, hoping to glean a hint from their expression. Please, think carefully. This is crucial for us, Han Su implored another classmate, urgency lacing his voice, his eyes radiating expectation. I really don't know. Please don't ask me, the student retorted, waving his hand dismissively, his impatience palpable as he quickened his pace to depart. His face was etched with disdain. Yet, each student we approached professed ignorance, and we found ourselves repeatedly ignited with hope only to be plunged into despair once more. Each rejection felt like a knife slicing through our hearts, each denial dragging our spirits to the depths, extinguishing the flickering flame of hope with relentless cruelty. Alas, it feels as though we are aimlessly floundering like headless flies. With a sense of dejection, I spoke, my shoulders slumped, and my entire demeanor appeared lackluster. My eyes dulled and devoid of luster. Do not lose heart. There will always be a clue, Han Su encouraged us, though he too harbored uncertainty, striving to maintain a tone of conviction. His voice, though resolute, was laced with confusion. We inquired at the school about nearby shops, asked our classmates, and even reached out to alumni from other grades, leaving no stone unturned in our quest for information. Each inquiry filled us with hope. Yet every flicker of optimism was extinguished by the shaking of heads and denials. Sweat drenched our garments, and our steps grew increasingly leaden. At school, we encountered a classmate with whom we shared a decent rapport. Do you know who posted those pictures? I asked, gazing at him with a flicker of last-ditch hope in my eyes. After leaving the school, we ventured to the surrounding shops to inquire further. Excuse me, did you see anyone posting anything on our school bulletin board that day? Han Su politely asked, his voice weary yet courteous. We continued our relentless pursuit, our clothes soaked with perspiration, yet we remained empty-handed. The sun mercilessly scorched the earth, mirroring our frayed tempers in the sweltering heat. Are we really going to give up? I looked at the two of them, a sense of unwillingness swelling within me, my eyes beginning to redden, my voice tinged with the quiver of suppressed tears. My tone brimmed with despair and frustration, tears swirling in my eyes. It's impossible. We must uncover the truth. Qian Qian's gaze was resolute. As if this were his final stand, his lips pressed tightly together, radiating a sense of stubbornness. The fire of defiance burned fiercely in Qian Qian's eyes, his voice unwavering and powerful. Just when we felt engulfed by despair, we suddenly noticed a figure stealthily trailing us. The shadow flitted in and out of sight. We deliberately quickened our pace, attempting to shake him off, yet the individual remained steadfastly behind us. Who is this person? Why are they following us? Qian Qian exclaimed in anger, his fists clenched, yearning to confront the figure. His voice was imbued with fury and confusion. We turned into a narrow alley, concealing ourselves in a corner, awaiting the appearance of the mysterious figure. Moments later, the individual cautiously entered. Startled, they attempted to flee but were seized by Qian Qian. Why are you following us? He demanded, his eyes blazing with intensity, gripping the person's collar tightly. Qian Qian's voice exuded an air of intimidation, his grip tightening further. I am merely following orders, the individual stammered, their voice quivering, unable to meet our gaze, their eyes darting away. Following orders? Whose orders? I pressed, the flames of anger within me igniting further, my voice rising several decibels. My tone was filled with urgency and wrath, desperate to unveil the truth. I cannot say. If I do, I will be in trouble. The person hung their head, unable to look us in the eyes, their body trembling slightly. Chapter 69. An unexpected clue. Just as we were on the verge of relinquishing our pursuit of the truth, I fortuitously discovered a faintly inscribed note in my backpack, seemingly connected to those photos. At that moment, a slip of paper fluttered down from one of the books and landed on the floor. I bent down to retrieve it and discovered that the handwriting was rendered nearly illegible due to water damage. Yet, I sensed a faint connection between this note and the photographic incident we had been investigating. What could it be? My mind was awash with confusion as I hurriedly brought the note to the light for a closer examination. The scrawl was crooked, with certain areas blurred, as if hastily penned and subsequently marred by moisture. I strained to decipher it, But the more I tried to clarify the text, the more infuriatingly indistinct it became. The following day, I could hardly contain my excitement as I presented the note to Hansu and Qian Qian. "Look, I found this in my backpack yesterday," I said, handing it to them, my hands trembling slightly, a mix of exhilaration and anxiety coursing through me, hoping this note would hold the key to unraveling the mystery. Hansu took the note, furrowing his brow, for the writing was too blurred to be easily discerned. His gaze was fixed intently on the note, attempting to extract useful information from the indistinct marks. Qian Qian leaned in as well, managing to discern some faint hints, seemingly identifying a few numbers. He squinted, striving to make out the elusive digits. We meticulously examined the content of the note and stumbled upon some peculiar numbers, such as 520 and 1314, which appeared commonplace yet formed an odd combination, along with a series of seemingly random numerical sequences. What could this signify? Could it possibly be a code? I pondered aloud, my mind swirling with conjecture. These numbers unfolded like riddles before us, awaiting our resolution. Hansu mused for a moment, suggesting that perhaps these numbers concealed significant information. His fingers lightly tapped the tabletop, indicating his immersion in thought. We embarked on a journey of speculation and reasoning. Might 520 and 1314 serve as a hint? Perhaps they represented specific dates or times. Qian Qian offered his insight, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. That seems unlikely. They are too commonplace, not likely vital clues. Hansu countered, shaking his head in disapproval. If it were such a straightforward hint, it wouldn't be so obscure. What about those seemingly random digits? Could they be some form of encoding? I inquired, my urgency mounting as I yearned for a swift resolution. Encoding? It's possible. We need to consider any common encoding methods that might correspond. Hansu's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. We engaged in discussion while jotting notes, attempting to discern patterns among the numbers. We explored every conceivable combination and meticulously analyzed every seemingly plausible hypothesis. As time slipped away, our efforts yielded no fruitful insights. What on earth does this mean? I exclaimed in frustration, ruffling my hair into a disheveled mess. My patience was wearing thin, and a profound sense of defeat began to envelop me. Hansu reassured me gently, "Do not fret. Let us contemplate this more thoroughly." His voice was soothing, yet it could not entirely mask the anxiety reflected in his eyes. At that moment, Qian Qian suddenly remarked, "Do you think these numbers could be related to certain areas of the school? Perhaps the classroom numbers or seat assignments?" His eyes widened as if he had conceived something of great significance. "That seems implausible. School numbering is rarely so intricate," I dismissed his notion. Typically, school identifiers are straightforward and lack such peculiar combinations. Could it pertain to some special location within the school? Qian Qian persisted, undeterred by my skepticism. Suddenly, an idea struck me. Yes, the note mentioned an abandoned warehouse at the school. My voice rose with excitement. An abandoned warehouse? Could the answer lie there? Hansu interjected, a glimmer of enthusiasm flashing in his eyes. "It is possible. Perhaps these numbers serve as a code for the warehouse or provide a clue to access it," Qian Qian suggested, his demeanor turning serious. "However, that warehouse has been deserted for quite some time. What could possibly be there?" I felt a twinge of anxiety. The warehouse was tucked away in a shadowy corner of the school, exuding an eerie atmosphere that instilled fear. Regardless, we must investigate. "Perhaps this is the key to unraveling the mystery," Hansu asserted, his tone resolute and filled with determination. My heart brimmed with anticipation, yet it was also shadowed by profound concern. I was eager at the prospect of having new leads to possibly uncover the truth behind the photograph incident, but I feared what dangers and uncertainties might await us in that forsaken warehouse. What if it's a trap? I voiced my apprehension, my voice quivering slightly. Hansu placed a reassuring hand on my shoulder, stating, "Even if it is a trap, we must venture forth." His unwavering gaze bolstered my courage. Qian Qian nodded in agreement, asserting, "Indeed, we cannot let this opportunity slip away." He clenched his fists, as if bracing himself to confront whatever lay ahead. Thus, armed with this lead, we resolved to delve deeper, hoping to unlock the enigma. Throughout our journey, my emotions were a tumultuous mix of anticipation and trepidation. I murmured to myself, uncertain if we would find the answers we sought, my steps growing heavier. Hansu seemed to sense my turmoil, advising, "Don't overthink it. We must adapt as the situation unfolds." He strode ahead, his pace steady. At last, we arrived before the abandoned warehouse, its massive door firmly shut, surrounded by overgrown weeds that amplified its sinister aura. The walls of the warehouse were weathered, and most of the glass in the windows lay shattered, exuding an air of desolation. "This place truly looks terrifying," I voiced, my tone trembling with fear. "Do not be afraid. We are together, Qian Qian comforted, his hand resting on my shoulder, lending me strength. We cautiously approached the warehouse door, seeking a means to unlock it. The rustling weeds beneath our feet seemed to caution us against advancing too close. Look, there's a combination lock here, Hansu exclaimed, pointing beside the door with a hint of surprise. Could these numbers be the code? I inquired nervously, my heart racing. Qian Qian began to input the digits one by one, and with each number pressed, my heart leapt into my throat. I fixated intently on the combination lock, my palms slick with perspiration. With a decisive click, the door swung open. We exchanged a glance, inhaled deeply, and stepped inside. The warehouse was suffused with a musty odor, its corners shrouded in dust and cobwebs. Each step we took stirred up clouds of dust, triggering relentless coughs. We cautiously advanced, when suddenly an eerie sound pierced the silence. What was that noise? I gripped Hansu's arm tightly, my voice quivering. Don't be afraid, it's probably just the wind, Hansu reassured me, though I could sense the tension emanating from him as well. As we continued forward, we stumbled upon a dilapidated cabinet, atop which sat an ancient-looking box. It was encrusted with dust and rust. What is this? Qian Qian inquired, curiosity compelling him to reach for the box. Wait, be careful, there might be danger.
Hansu interjected urgently.
Just then, the lights in the warehouse flickered out, plunging us into darkness.
Ah!
I screamed, fear enveloping my entire being. Stay calm. Let us huddle together, Hansu said, his voice a beacon of comfort amidst the shadows. In the pitch black, we could hear each other's rapid breaths, heavy and fraught with anxiety. I don't know what is happening, but we must remain composed, Hansu urged, striving to maintain his calm demeanor. Chapter 70. A desperate escape. As we delved deeper, we realized someone was deliberately obstructing us, even launching attacks. In the darkness, the sound of hurried footsteps grew nearer, each step laden with an overwhelming sense of dread. The atmosphere was thick with tension, nearly suffocating. I trembled with fear, instinctively drawing closer to Hansu. This is bad. We need to run, Hansu whispered urgently, his voice laced with terror and tension. Yet beneath the tremors lay an unwavering resolve not to succumb. He grasped my hand firmly, the warmth of his grip providing a modicum of solace. We turned and fled with all our might, the darkness around us a swirling void of uncertainty and peril. We barreled through the chaotic warehouse, where scattered debris resembled a meticulously crafted trap. In a moment of distraction, I collided violently with a rusted metal frame. The impact jolted through me, a wave of agony radiating from the point of contact, every cell screaming in distress.
Ow!
I cried out involuntarily. Hearing my yelp, Hansu tightened his grip, silently assuring me, "Do not fear. I am here. Keep moving. Don't stop." Qian Qian urged from ahead, his voice fraught with urgency. The pursuers were relentless, and the situation was dire. "You cannot escape." A menacing voice echoed from the shadows, laden with malice and threats that sent a chill racing down my spine. Suddenly, a dark figure hurled a heavy object with alarming speed towards me. In that critical moment, it nearly struck me, soaring past my head and sending a chilling breeze that made my hair stand on end. "Be careful." Hansu reacted swiftly, pulling me forcefully aside. The immense force caused me to momentarily lose my balance, stumbling perilously close to the ground. He instinctively embraced me tightly, shielding me with his body from potential danger. Over here, Qian Qian, hidden in the darkness, failed to witness this scene, calling out loudly ahead. He dashed toward a corner piled high with boxes, his silhouette weaving rapidly through the shadows. We navigated awkwardly between the boxes, striving to evade our relentless pursuers. The precarious stacks teetered, some already battered and worn, their sharp edges barely discernible in the gloom. I nestled closely against Hansu, drawing courage from his presence. "Who are they? Why are they doing this?" I gasped between breaths, my voice quivering with uncontainable fear. "Don't speak, just run." Hansu's voice was laced with tension and urgency. At that moment, another unidentified object hurtled toward us, a battered wooden plank, slicing through the air and crashing against the adjacent wall with a deafening thud, echoing ominously in the otherwise silent warehouse, as if the gates of hell had been forcefully shut.
Ah!
I screamed in terror, tears spilling uncontrollably, blurring my vision. Hansu gently wiped my tears away, assuring me, "Don't be afraid, I won't let you come to harm. Keep running." His grip on my hand tightened, propelling us forward. In the darkness, we collided with obstacles, our minds consumed by a singular thought, to find an exit and escape this nightmarish place. Each turn, each impact with an obstruction, deepened our sense of despair and helplessness. Each collision felt like fate's cruel mockery, each impediment a deliberate torment. It seems there's no way out. Qian Qian's voice echoed with desperation, laden with fear and helplessness. Impossible. Keep searching. Han Su replied, his tone resolute and urgent, a glimmer of determination shining in his eyes amidst the dark, refusing to relinquish hope. He turned to me, his gaze filled with comfort and encouragement, gradually calming my frantic heart. Just then, in my overwhelming panic, I faintly perceived a flicker of light. That light appeared so minuscule and fragile in the darkness, yet to our nearly despairing eyes, it resembled a beacon of hope, enough to ignite the dying flame within us. Is that the exit? I trembled, pointing toward the light, my voice tinged with anticipation. Let us go see.
Han ser uredagelig.
We sprinted toward the light with all our might, our hearts brimming with the yearning for survival and the longing for freedom. Yet, as we approached with hopeful hearts, we discovered it was merely a shattered window, its glass fragmented and jagged edges glimmering with a cold, cruel light under the faint illumination, resembling a scythe that mercilessly mocked our innocence and naivety. No, we must keep searching, Han Su declared, his voice rife with anger and defiance. The footsteps behind us grew ever closer, intensifying our dread. In that critical moment, Han Su, with his keen insight, suddenly spotted a passage concealed in a dark corner. The passage was obscured by a pile of debris, and had it not been for Han Su's sharp eyes, we would have entirely overlooked it. Without hesitation, we crawled into the passage, where a nauseating stench of decay permeated the air, making us retch. We hunched over, laboriously making our way forward. The passage was narrow and low, compelling us to use both hands and feet. Our clothes were torn by the sharp objects on the walls and floor, leaving ghastly gashes. And our skin was scraped raw, pain clinging to us like a shadow. Hurry, they're closing in, Qian Qian cried out in terror. My hand accidentally grazed a sharp stone on the ground, blood streaming forth, the wound burning like fire. Yet, at that moment, I could scarcely register the pain. The instinct to survive overshadowed all physical suffering. Han Su noticed my injury, gently grasping my hand, and urged, "Hold on, we will soon be out." At last, we beheld the end of the passage. A faint glow awaited us, though dim. It shone with unparalleled brilliance in our eyes. "Burst out!" Han Su shouted with fervor and resolve. We surged forth from the passage, a rush of fresh air enveloping us. However, we felt no relief. The sunlight bathed us. Yet it brought no warmth, only an overwhelming fatigue and fear. We've finally escaped. I collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Each inhalation heavy with exhaustion and the relief of survival. Han Su and Qian Qian were equally breathless, bent over with hands on their knees, drawing in deep breaths, their eyes still vigilant, unwilling to relax. We dared not linger and swiftly departed from that dreadful place. Chapter 71, A Significant Discovery. After our escape, still shaken, we did not abandon our quest for the truth. In a corner of the school, I stumbled upon an abandoned mobile phone. It lay beneath a secluded stone bench in the school garden, surrounded by flowers and grasses that seemed to droop, as if weighed down by the recent tense atmosphere. The once vibrant roses now had edges of petals turning faintly yellow, stripped of their former luster. The tender green grass bowed low, as though bearing an invisible burden. A gentle breeze brushed past, and they merely swayed feebly, their previous joyous dance lost to the winds of time. The phone lay quietly there, its screen marred by deep cracks, as if it had endured a fierce battering. The fissures crisscrossed like glaring wounds, refracting an eerie and unsettling light under the sun's rays. I bent down to pick it up, a wave of curiosity surging within me. Whose phone could this be? I wondered aloud, my voice resonating with unusual clarity in the tranquil garden. My utterance shattered the serene silence, startling a few birds resting in the grass. They flapped their wings and soared into the sky, seemingly disturbed by the sudden sound. Han Su and Qian Qian quickly approached, their gazes fixated on the phone as if it were the key to unraveling a mystery. Their eyes brimmed with anticipation and urgency, and their breaths grew noticeably rapid. The faint glow of the phone's screen reflected in Han Su's pupils. Qian Qian bit her lip, her brow slightly furrowed, as if contemplating the secrets that might lie hidden within the device. I attempted to press the power button, and the screen illuminated, revealing a prompt for a password. What should we do now? Qian Qian frowned, clearly distressed. She scratched the back of her head, her eyes blinking rapidly as she tried to devise a means to bypass the password. I casually entered a few common digits, and to my astonishment, the phone unlocked. What a stroke of luck, I exclaimed, my voice trembling with excitement. My heart raced, and my hands quivered slightly. Joy surged through me like a warm current, momentarily dispelling the fear and tension that had previously engulfed me. Upon entering the phone's interface, I stumbled upon unsent messages and photos that left us utterly astounded. The texts were laced with mystery and menace, each word seemingly imbued with a chilling aura that sent shivers down our spines. Those words felt like phantoms lurking in the shadows, silently eroding our peace of mind. How is this possible? I gazed at the messages, astonished, my mouth agape and eyes wide with disbelief. My voice faltered, and I involuntarily stepped back, as fear wrapped around me like an invisible net, constricting my breath. Han-Su took the phone, scrutinizing the messages with an increasingly solemn expression, as if a thick cloud of dread had settled upon him. His brows were tightly knit, lips pressed together, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. His gaze was intense and grave, as if he sought to pierce through the words to uncover the hidden truth. This name, Qian Qian, pointed to a mysterious name mentioned in one of the messages, her voice instinctively dropping to a whisper. Her eyes were filled with confusion and fear, her voice caught in her throat. Her finger trembled slightly, as if the name struck her with an overwhelming shock and dread. Just then, the phone suddenly powered off, the screen plunging into darkness, cruelly snuffing out the flicker of hope we had just ignited. The darkness descended so abruptly that our hearts sank. The spark of hope was extinguished in an instant, as despair and helplessness surged once more. Alas, why did it have to die at this moment? I anxiously tapped my foot, the grass beneath me a chaotic mess. My feet struck the ground with force, sending clumps of earth into the air. Anger and impatience intertwined, nearly overwhelming my emotions. We must swiftly locate the charger to gather more information, Han-Su declared, his gaze resolute and urgent. His eyes radiated an unwavering determination, fists clenched tightly. His voice rang out strong and encouraging, as if rallying us not to falter. But where can we find a charger? Qian Qian inquired, his eyes darting around, filled with confusion. A sense of helplessness and bewilderment clouded his expression, uncertain of where to commence our search. Everything around him appeared foreign and distant, as if we were ensnared in a vast labyrinth with no way out. The flora of the garden, once beautiful, now contributed to his sense of disorientation and unease. Let us not panic. Let us consider the types of chargers our phones might require, and then check the lost and found at school or ask a teacher. Han-Su urged, striving to maintain his composure while his mind raced to devise a feasible plan. Despite the calmness of his voice, a flicker of anxiety lingered in his eyes. Indeed, perhaps we can find a compatible charger at the lost and found, I concurred, a glimmer of hope igniting within me. Although worry still loomed large in my heart, I endeavored to remain optimistic. Then let us hasten, Qian Qian said, leading the way towards the lost and found. His strides hurried and frantic, as though fearing that any delay might cause us to lose a vital clue. We jogged through the shaded paths of the campus, the curious gazes of passing classmates upon us. Sunlight filtered through the leaves above, casting dappled patterns on the ground. Yet we were too preoccupied to appreciate the beauty of the scene. Oh dear, I'm breathless, I gasped, my steps faltering. Just a bit further, we are almost there. Han-Su encouraged, his face glistening with sweat, yet his resolve unwavering. Excuse me, do you have a charger compatible with this phone? Han-Su asked urgently. What shall we do now? My heart sank once more. The weight of disappointment threatened to bring me to tears. Perhaps we should inquire at the teacher's office? Qian Qian suggested. I apologize for the interruption. Do you happen to have a charger for this type of phone? Could it truly be that we would find nothing? A wave of frustration washed over me, tears threatening to spill from my eyes. Despair surged within me like a tidal wave, leaving me feeling utterly defeated. Do not lose heart. Let us brainstorm other solutions, Han-Su reassured us. Though he, too, felt immense anxiety, he endeavored to comfort us. Chapter 72. The Unfolding Truth. At last, we discovered a suitable charger. As we powered on the phone, the content displayed left us utterly astounded. The moment the screen illuminated, we eagerly perused the information contained within, the hidden truths behind those messages and photos gradually coming to light. Each text message, each photograph, pierces our eyes and souls like a multitude of sharp blades, inflicting relentless pain. How could this be? I am rendered speechless, unable to fathom the reality unfolding before me. My voice trembles, akin to leaves drifting aimlessly in the wind, as the enormity of the situation surpasses my imagination. How could such a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy exist? My hands cover my mouth, and my body quakes incessantly, as if caught in a frigid tempest. Fear and shock render my legs weak, almost causing me to falter. Tears uncontrollably well in my eyes, blurring the scene before me. Qian Qian's expression darkens ominously, resembling the oppressive clouds that gather before a storm, suffocating in their weight. Sparks of fury flicker in his eyes, as if the wrath within him could incinerate the secrets concealed within this phone. His hands clench into tight fists, as though he intends to encapsulate all his anger within that resolute grip. Through the chat logs, we discern that this entire scheme was orchestrated by Qian Qian's former romantic interest, who has long harbored resentment towards our relationship and seeks to tarnish our reputations. How outrageous! My voice trembles with indignation, my heart brimming with both fury and a sense of injustice. Each word I utter is laden with profound anguish and reluctance. We have done nothing wrong. Why must we endure this? How could she be so heartless? As I lament, I stomp my feet in frustration, causing dust to swirl around us. Han Su takes a deep breath, striving for calmness, insisting we refrain from succumbing to agitation and instead examine any further evidence. His voice remains steady, yet his gaze is resolutely fixed on the phone screen, searching for additional clues amid the chaotic messages. We cannot allow anger to cloud our judgment. We must analyze this evidence rationally to devise a counter-strategy. As he speaks, he swiftly scrolls through the contents of the phone. Beads of sweat form on his forehead, his brow furrowed, his fingers gliding rapidly across the screen, leaving no potentially useful information overlooked. As we continue to sift through the messages, we uncover even more shocking revelations. Here are her conversations with others, meticulously detailing her plans to entrap us. I angrily point to the screen and exclaim, "Look, she has orchestrated every step with such precision. It's utterly scheming." My voice rises with indignation. The chat logs are rife with malice and jealousy, her every calculation against us laid bare. Each word strikes like a poisoned arrow, piercing our very hearts. The venomous remarks plunge me into a chilling abyss, leaving me shivering. How can she be so malevolent? What have we done to incur such hatred? I shake my head repeatedly, unable to accept this cruel reality. I feel as though my world has collapsed in an instant, the trust and beauty of our past evaporating in this moment. Surely, these photographs were deliberately staged, intended to create chaos. I pointed at those deliberately vague yet provocative photographs, tears streaming down my cheeks and dripping onto the screen of my phone. She seeks to tarnish our reputations and sow misunderstanding among all. How could her heart be so malevolent? I shouted in fury, my voice laced with despair and rage. The tears blurred my vision. Yet I paid no heed to wipe them away, fixated instead on those images, wishing fervently to shred them to pieces. Han Su's eyes blazed with anger. This woman was utterly deranged. He gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Did she truly believe she could ruin your life? Absolutely not. I will not allow her schemes to succeed." At that moment, we discovered a recording on the phone, revealing her collusion with others. "Listen to this." Han Su pressed the play button, and her sharp, venomous voice echoed through the room. "I intend to ruin their lives, to make Qian Qian regret ignoring me." Her words dripped with hatred and madness, each syllable striking our hearts like a hammer. That voice sent shivers down our spines. How despicable. Qian Qian's fury erupted as he slammed his fist against the nearby wall. The tremendous force made the wall tremble slightly, dust cascading down. "I will never let her off the hook. How dare she harm us for such selfish reasons?" he bellowed, his eyes bloodshot with rage. "No, we cannot allow her to escape unscathed." I bit my lip, the anger swelling within me reaching its zenith. My lip bore deep imprints from my teeth, blood seeping forth, yet I felt no pain. We must ensure she pays for her actions. We cannot let her roam free, I declared resolutely, my gaze filled with determination. My eyes blazed with fury, yearning to reduce that woman to ashes. Han Su clenched his fists tightly, affirming, "Yes. We must confront her directly, forcing her to pay for her deeds. She must acknowledge her mistakes and apologize to you." His voice resonated with authority and indignation, leaving no room for doubt. Our hearts brimmed with rage and resolve. We would make her confess her wrongdoings and restore our innocence. I deliberately fabricated a scandal with Qian Qian, intending to sabotage his school life and burden him with trouble, the recording revealed, her voice hoarse with anger. That vile woman. Qian Qian gritted his teeth, his eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. How could she be so heartless? I once thought she was merely a bit willful. Never suspecting her heart was so cruel. Qian Qian's voice resonated with disappointment and loathing, his gaze revealing deep disdain. We must confront her now. We cannot allow her to evade justice any longer, Han Su proclaimed. His eyes shone with determination and courage, as if nothing could impede our path. Let us go. He led the way towards the door, his steps resolute and powerful. Qian Qian and I followed closely, the wind howling past our ears as if rallying to our fury. I felt each step imbued with strength and conviction. Chapter 73. The Teacher's Confession. Armed with evidence, we sought out the girl, only to find the teacher present as well. Under our relentless questioning, the teacher finally revealed the truth. "Sir, how could you be here?" I inquired, astonishment evident in my eyes, filled with confusion. My voice trembled slightly, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, my heart racing to my throat, a sense of inexplicable tension enveloping the atmosphere. The teacher gazed at us. A look of guilt and helplessness etched upon his face as he lowered his head slightly, inhaling deeply, seemingly gathering courage to speak. His gaze shifted nervously, avoiding ours, reminiscent of a child caught in wrongdoing. The pallor of his complexion was striking, his lips quivered as if each word was laden with unbearable weight. Children, I must be candid with you, he began slowly, lifting his gaze to sweep across each one of us. His eyes were a tumult of complex emotions, guilt, helplessness, and a flicker of hope, as if he yearned for our understanding. In truth, I was the first to discover that girlesque scheme. His voice was low, tinged with regret. His brow furrowed deeply, the lines on his forehead appearing to deepen, as if time had etched its profound marks upon him. What? Then why did you not stop her? Qian Qian could no longer contain his outrage, his eyes ablaze with anger and confusion. He stepped forward, his body quivering slightly, as if on the verge of losing control over his emotions. His voice shattered the previously oppressive atmosphere, igniting a fervor within. The teacher shook his head helplessly. I initially believed this would be an opportunity for you to grow, to learn how to face difficulties and setbacks. I wanted you to uncover the truth for yourselves, to resolve the issues independently. His voice quivered, revealing a profound sense of remorse. His hands fidgeted with the hem of his garment, betraying an air of discomfort. I thought that after enduring these trials, you would emerge stronger, more adept at navigating the malevolence of life. His voice lowered, as if engulfed in deep self-reproach. But sir, do you understand the extent of the harm this has caused us? I could not hold back my tears, my voice thick with grievance. Tears streamed uncontrollably down my cheeks, my heart pierced by countless needles of pain. We live each day in fear and uncertainty, unsure of whom to trust, unsure of how to confront the rumors and slander. I sobbed, my body quaking like a leaf tossed in a tempest. The teacher stepped forward, yearning to comfort me, yet hesitated, realizing my unthoughtfulness. I believed you could resolve this with your own strength, never anticipating the situation would escalate to such severity. His tone was laden with self-reproach, his eyes a mirror of anguish and regret. His hand hung suspended in the air, ultimately falling helplessly, his gaze filled with a blend of resignation and sorrow. Han Su furrowed his brow and spoke. Sir, your actions have left us profoundly disappointed. You ought to have informed us from the outset, rather than allowing us to fumble in the darkness. His eyes brimmed with accusation, his voice cold and resolute. We have always held you in high esteem and trusted you. Yet you left us to confront such a predicament alone. The profound disappointment in Han Su's gaze was akin to a lighthouse extinguished within his heart. The teacher sighed, admitting, I realize my misjudgment, children. My intention was to have you endure these trials in order to emerge stronger and more mature. Yet I overlooked the potential harm you might suffer. His voice dwindled, as if he, too, could not absolve himself of his errors. I believe this would serve as a form of training for you, but it has morphed into a nightmare. The anguish and remorse etched across the teacher's face, his shoulders sagging under the weight of his guilt. Biting his lip, he declared, I will clarify the truth for you at school, ensuring others recognize the reality. I will also speak to that girl, making her aware of her mistakes and prompting her to apologize to you. The teacher spoke fervently, his eyes brimming with resolve. I will exert every effort to restore your reputation and allow you to reclaim a normal life. His voice resonated with determination, as though he were summoning every ounce of strength to atone for his transgressions. Is that sufficient? The teacher queried, his awareness of the magnitude of this situation apparent. Qian Qian remained unable to quell the fury within. The teacher's gaze was imploring, yearning for an opportunity for redemption. I acknowledge the unforgivable error I have made, but please believe me when I say I will devote my life to making amends. His tone bore a sense of desperation, as if he were engaged in a final struggle. Children, I genuinely hope you can forgive me for this lapse. I promise that such an occurrence will not happen again. His voice trembled, resembling a last plea. I will demonstrate my transformation through my actions, and I will strive to be a teacher worthy of your trust. His eyes were filled with longing, hopeful for our understanding. How can we place our faith in you? I lifted my head, my vision blurred by tears as I gazed at him. My voice carried a hint of despair, my heart sinking further. You have disappointed us once. How can we be certain you will not repeat the same mistake? I bit my lip, my heart a tumult of conflict and struggle. Although resentment lingered within us, the sincerity in the teacher's eyes and the expression of guilt somewhat assuaged our inner turmoil. We recognized that perhaps he truly comprehended his missteps and possessed the resolve to amend them. Yet, the profound wounds remained, etched like scars upon our hearts. I hope you can genuinely fulfill your promise, Han Su uttered. His tone, though still tinged with dissatisfaction, lacked the initial fury. We await your actions. Anticipation flickered in Han Su's gaze, tempered by caution. The teacher nodded, affirming, I will indeed. Chapter 74. The Restoration of Relationships. Following the incident involving Qian Qian's rumored girlfriend, Qian Qian and I resolved to set aside our past grievances and work towards mending our relationship. On a sun-drenched weekend, Qian Qian invited me to the seaside, a place we had frequented together. He stood there, his gaze somewhat evasive, as if uncertain of how to initiate the conversation. Breaking the silence, I remarked, It has been quite a while since we last visited this place. My voice, carried by the caress of the sea breeze, appeared somewhat ethereal. He nodded slightly, murmuring, Indeed. Qian Qian's gaze fell upon the relentless waves, his expression tinged with unease. Do you recall our first visit here? I inquired, attempting to dispel the awkward atmosphere. After a brief silence, he finally replied, I remember. We were so joyful then. Subsequently, we found a spot to sit and quietly observed the vast ocean. Waves surged continuously, crashing against the rocks and sending up frothy, white sprays. The boundless blue expanse of the sea stretched infinitely towards the horizon, merging seamlessly with the sky. I must admit, I was at fault this time, Qian Qian suddenly confessed, his voice barely above a whisper. His gaze remained fixed on the distant waters, reluctant to meet my eyes. A slight frown creased his brow, and a hint of regret flickered across his face. I turned to him in surprise. Hearing him say such words was indeed unexpected. A ripple of emotion stirred within me, as this proud and domineering boy expressed such vulnerability. My heart raced uncontrollably, as if a fawn were bounding within my chest. He offered a wry smile. You know me, I seldom offer explanations. But this time, I genuinely recognized my shortcomings. His tone was laced with sincerity and remorse, and the depths of his eyes shimmered with complex emotions. I, too, turned my gaze to the ocean, reflecting on our myriad shared memories. The sea breeze tousled my hair, bringing with it a hint of saltiness.
He nodded yes.
Remember when we built a fortress by the shore? Though it was ultimately washed away by the waves, the experience was utterly delightful. I chuckled, my eyes shimmering with nostalgia. Those joyful moments replayed in my mind as if they had transpired merely yesterday. Qian Qian chuckled too. And our competition to collect shells, you always gathered more than I did. His gaze softened as he looked at me, a gentle warmth enveloping his features. His lips curving into a captivating smile. As we conversed, it felt as though the distance between us diminished. By noon, the sun hung high in the sky, casting its radiant beams upon the ocean. The sunlight danced upon the water surface, producing a dazzling spectacle. Shall we gather shells once more? Qian Qian proposed, his eyes alight with anticipation, as if this were a rare adventure. Certainly, I replied with enthusiasm. We scoured the sandy beach for shells. Each time we unearthed a beautiful specimen, we excitedly showcased it to one another. Look at this one. Isn't it exquisite? Qian Qian exclaimed, holding up a brilliantly colored shell. His eyes sparkled with expectancy, as though awaiting my praise. The shell glimmered in the sunlight, resembling an exquisite piece of art. His face radiated a childlike innocence and joy, a look I had not witnessed in quite some time. Before we knew it, our small bucket brimmed with an array of shells. Qian Qian suddenly remarked, his gaze penetrating as he looked at me. His eyes were filled with deep affection, as if these shells encapsulated all our shared history. I averted my gaze, feeling a flutter of confusion within me.
Yes.
My heart raced faster, uncertain of how to confront his fervent gaze. The sun gradually descended, painting the sky in hues of orange and crimson, while the entire sea shimmered with a golden glow. The resplendent sunset resembled a grand tapestry, breathtakingly beautiful. This scenery is truly magnificent, I exclaimed, entranced by the view before me. As I gazed at the sinking sun, my heart brimmed with emotion. Qian Qian looked at me, and together we beheld the spectacle. His voice, deep and resonant, caused my heart to flutter uncontrollably. His gaze never strayed from my face, as if, in that moment, the world consisted solely of the two of us. Upon hearing his words, my cheeks flushed instantly. Don't say such things, I stammered, my voice trembling yet filled with sweetness. Qian Qian leaned closer. I am not jesting, I speak with sincerity. His eyes were imbued with profound affection, leaving me somewhat bewildered. The familiar scent emanating from him enveloped me, inducing a momentary daze. Qian Qian urged me to meet his gaze. I do not require an answer from you now. I merely wish for you to understand my feelings. His look was resolute yet tender, as though he could penetrate the depths of my soul. On one hand, I was moved by his earnestness. On the other, I feared the possibility of renewed hurt. I hesitated, apprehensive of this sudden emotion, fearing it might be a mere beautiful illusion. After a brief pause, I murmured, Qian Qian, I. He interrupted, do not say more, I understand. A flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes, though it quickly returned to gentleness.
Let us take our time.
I nodded, my heart swirling with conflict. Qian Qian seemed to perceive my turmoil. Do not overthink. Simply relish this moment's beauty. He gently took my hand, and we stood quietly by the sea, watching the sun slowly dip below the horizon. The warm afterglow enveloped us, as if draping us in a soft garment. The sea breeze caressed us, bringing a refreshing chill, prompting Qian Qian to remove his jacket and drape it over my shoulders. Don't catch cold, he said with utmost tenderness. I looked up at him, my heart swelling with gratitude.
Thank you, Qian Qian.
He smiled slightly, no need for formalities between us. Qian Qian, actually. I hesitated. What is it? He inquired with concern. I still felt a twinge of fear. I finally voiced my apprehensions. The wounds and misunderstandings of the past had left deep shadows in my heart, making me reluctant to take this step. Qian Qian tightened his grip on my hand. Do not be afraid. I will prove through my actions that I shall not allow you to be hurt again. His gaze was steadfast and reassuring, instilling a sense of comfort in me. Although our relationship had softened over the day, a slight awkwardness lingered. The misunderstandings and conflicts that had yet to be fully resolved gently cast a shadow between us. I had a wonderful time today. I hope we can continue like this in the future, Qian Qian said as we prepared to part. His eyes were filled with reluctance, as though he wished for this beautiful day to linger. Yes, we will, I replied, then turned to leave. My footsteps felt somewhat heavy, and my heart brimmed with uncertainty about the future. As I walked along the path, my emotions remained tumultuous. Vivid scenes of the seaside danced in my mind, Qian Qian's gaze, his words, his tenderness, all stirred my heart profoundly. Yet, I was hesitant to lower my guard, fearing that this enchanting moment might be fleeting. Upon returning home, I lay in bed, tossing and turning, replaying the day's experiences. I was acutely aware of my lingering feelings for Qian Qian. Yet I was unsure if I should muster the courage to embrace them once more. The intertwining of past sweetness and pain rendered my emotions exceedingly complex. I recalled Qian Qian's earnest expression, and warmth surged within me. Perhaps I ought to grant him a chance, as well as one for myself. While I was lost in thought, my phone suddenly chimed. I picked it up to find a message from Qian Qian. Are you asleep? Today was truly wonderful. I hope we continue to grow closer. Chapter 75. Preparations for the ball. The school was to host a grand graduation ball before the college entrance examinations, and everyone was abuzz with excitement. I too was filled with anticipation as I began selecting a beautiful gown. With dreams in my heart, I stepped into an elegantly adorned dress shop, where the soft and radiant lighting illuminated the myriad of exquisite gowns hanging on the walls, resembling a fantastical realm of fashion. The dazzling lights reflected off the fine fabrics, casting a dreamlike glow that instantly captivated me. I first picked up a delicate lavender gown, adorned with intricate lace at the neckline, its hem flowing like mist. I gently caressed the fine chiffon, relishing its silky texture, my heart swelling with expectation. Carefully, I ventured into the fitting room and donned the gown. Standing before the mirror and turning gently, the chiffon swayed gracefully with my movements, the lavender skirt enveloping me like a feather-light embrace. Upon examining my reflection closely, I noted that while the lavender hue exuded an air of elegance and mystery, it appeared somewhat mature, lacking the vibrancy and brilliance I yearned for to stand out at the ball. I furrowed my brows slightly and let out a soft sigh, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. I pondered the rarity of this graduation ball and longed for a gown that would make me the center of attention. Next, I spotted a pale blue mermaid dress, its fabric shimmering with tiny flecks of light, reminiscent of stars scattered upon it. The radiant glimmer beckoned me, igniting an eager desire to wear it and showcase my beauty. With anticipation, I stepped into the fitting room to try it on. However, as I stood before the mirror, I realized that the length of the gown was a bit too long, making it inconvenient to walk and misaligned with the ambience of the school's ball. With each step, I had to carefully lift the hem to avoid tripping, and this sense of constraint left me feeling quite troubled, diminishing the excitement I had initially felt. I continued to browse through the shop, trying on several more gowns. There exists a stunning green princess dress, adorned with exquisite embroidery that embellishes the hem. However, once donned, it appears overly juvenile. Additionally, there is a dark-hued, short formal gown that, while undeniably stylish and sophisticated, exudes an air of excessive seriousness. The streamlined design and bold lines of the latter indeed convey a sense of confidence, yet amidst the youthful exuberance of the ball, it seems rather burdensome. I tried on one dress after another, only to remain dissatisfied. Each time I eagerly slipped into a gown, I would subsequently change out of it. My heart heavy with disappointment, and the anxiety within me only grew more pronounced. I began to doubt my ability to discover a dress that would ignite my heart at the ball, questioning whether I could truly shine on that special evening. As I fretted over my attire, Qian Qian and Han Su learned of my quest for the perfect partner dress. Both aspired to be my dance partner, each employing their utmost efforts to win my favor. In that moment, Qian Qian leaned in mysteriously and whispered in my ear, "Do not fret. I have prepared a special gown for you, one that you will undoubtedly adore." His eyes brimmed with confidence and anticipation, as if this dress were a magical artifact capable of dispelling all my worries. Han Su, on the other hand, quietly stood by my side, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon me each time I emerged from the fitting room, revealing a look of focus and admiration. I noticed him slightly squinting, a smile gracing his lips as he delicately assessed my new look. Occasionally, he would approach me, attentively adjusting my collar or cuffs. At times, he would offer thoughtful suggestions, critiquing a dress that lacked allure or pointing out that a certain style appeared somewhat dated. Yet, more often than not, he would simply smile and nod, expressing his approval and fondness for the garments I chose. A few days later, following Qian Qian's guidance, I ventured into an opulent gown boutique. The attendant greeted me with a smile, presenting a pink off-shoulder dress that had been reserved for me by Qian Qian. I was informed that the gown's skirt featured cascading layers, soft and voluminous, imbued with a dreamy essence, and adorned with subtly shimmering flowers, gentle yet elegant, making it the quintessential choice for a graduation ball. Sure to be a standout at school. Excited, I entered the fitting room to try it on, only to discover that the skirt size appeared altered, and the embellishments at the waist did not align with Qian Qian's description. The anticipation I had felt was swiftly eclipsed by disappointment as I gazed at my reflection in confusion, perplexed by the discrepancies. In the midst of my bewilderment, Han Su suddenly appeared. Upon seeing me in the dress, I caught a fleeting glimpse of tension in his eyes. He quickly remarked, "This one does not suit you. Allow me to take you to another place, where more beautiful gowns await." His voice was urgent and resolute, leaving no room for hesitation. We arrived at another boutique, where Han Su presented a gray gown. This dress featured an asymmetrical hem, with a bodice crafted from lace and sheer fabric. Although I found it somewhat attractive upon wearing, an unsettling feeling lingered within me. It was akin to donning an outfit that did not belong to me. Despite its outward appeal, I felt an inability to connect with it on a deeper level. In the days that followed, I tried on numerous gowns, yet none could compare to the one chosen by Han Su. Each dress bore its own merits and demerits, plunging me into a ceaseless turmoil. Throughout this process, Qian Qian inquired multiple times whether I was satisfied with the dresses he had prepared, to which I could only respond ambiguously, for the gown I wore did not resemble his description in the slightest. I wished not to hurt his feelings, nor did I know how to articulate the disparity. Meanwhile, Han Su incessantly extolled the beauty of his recommended gown, endeavoring to make me forget Qian Qian's selection. His fervor and insistence weighed heavily upon me, leaving me uncertain as to whom I should choose. As the ball drew near, both Qian Qian and Han Su became increasingly zealous about being my dance partner. Qian Qian would seek me out during breaks, sharing his myriad visions for the event, while Han Su would offer me a warm cup of milk tea when fatigue set in, attentively tending to my emotions. Qian Qian excitedly painted a picture of us waltzing at the ball, exclaiming, "I have envisioned it. We will be the focal point of the dance floor." A moment of sheer beauty. His eyes sparkled with longing and anticipation, revealing how much he cherished this upcoming event. Conversely, Han Su would gently reassure me during my moments of distress over the gown, saying, "Do not fret. Even if you do not find the perfect dress, you will always be the most beautiful in my eyes." His words were like a gentle spring breeze, soothing my anxious spirit. I found myself ensnared in a dilemma, unsure to whom I should acquiesce. Chapter 76. The Dazzling Ball. On the night of the ball, I reluctantly donned the gown chosen by Han Su and presented myself before the crowd. My entrance was met with a chorus of cheers and applause, the sound engulfing the entire ballroom in an instant. All eyes turned towards me, filled with admiration and awe, as I delicately stepped into the hall. Each footfall seemed to resonate with melody. The radiant lights cascaded from above, akin to a golden waterfall, enveloping me in a dreamlike atmosphere. I could feel countless gazes fixed upon me, reflecting envy, astonishment, and unabashed appreciation. The campus heartthrob, Qian Qian, stood not far away, his face initially adorned with an expectant smile, convinced I would appear in the gown he had selected. Upon realizing I wore a different dress, his smile faltered slightly, and a shadow of disappointment crossed his features. That disappointment, like a looming cloud, swiftly obscured the light that once shone in his eyes. His brows furrowed ever so slightly, lips pressed together, revealing confusion and bewilderment. He pondered silently whether he had made an erroneous choice or if I had failed to comprehend his intentions. Nevertheless, despite being engulfed in disappointment, he endeavored to maintain his composure, striving not to let his emotions affect his demeanor before me. His gaze remained locked onto me, seeking clues in my expression. His heart churned with a tumult of thoughts interwoven together. He recalled the joy he felt while meticulously selecting the dress, eagerly anticipating the sight of me adorned in it. Yet, the reality now diverged starkly from his imagination. His fingers instinctively curled, as if attempting to grasp the vanished anticipation. At that moment, music began to gently fill the hall, a melodious waltz that flowed softly through the air. The notes danced like ethereal sprites, guiding souls into a realm of romance. Each note seemed to narrate a captivating tale, immersing listeners in its enchantment. The lighting shifted perfectly in hue and intensity, rendering the entire hall dreamlike, suffused with a romantic ambience. The pink lights evoked the shyness of first love, the purple lights hinted at mysterious dreams, and the blue lights resembled the depths of the ocean, intertwining to create a breathtaking tableau. Han-Su stepped forward eagerly, his strides firm and resolute. As if fearing that I might vanish with the passing of a second, he extended his hand, his gaze brimming with longing, asking if he might be my dance partner. His voice resonated clearly amidst the music, infused with anticipation and tension. A slight sweat formed on his palms, a testament to his profound excitement. His eyes were fixed on me, as if I were his sole beacon of hope, the only light he wished to seize in the vast sea of humanity. Memories of our shared moments flitted through his mind, those beautiful instances now materializing like cinematic scenes before him. As he gazed at me, the fervor in his eyes seemed capable of igniting the very air around us. Qian Qian, frustrated by the absence of my presence in his chosen dress, contemplated whether to join. "I have been waiting for you," he said, his voice trembling, revealing a mix of hesitation and resoluteness in his gaze. His eyes held a depth that drew one in, an irresistible pull. He endeavored to maintain his composure, striving to appear unflustered. Yet his slightly trembling lips betrayed the tumult within. Qian Qian's heart was a tempest of emotions. He yearned to honor my choice while grappling with the unwillingness to concede. He inhaled deeply, attempting to calm his restless heart stirred by my presence, yet the agitation persisted. His gaze remained steadfastly on me, as if by looking intently, I might step towards him. Standing between them, I felt the weight of their gazes, wavering as I contemplated reaching out. Han-Su radiated like a blazing sun, his fervor illuminating me like resplendent rays, drawing me into an unprecedented warmth and excitement. Especially when he locked his gaze upon me, it bore a miraculous enchantment, effortlessly igniting a flame long concealed within my heart. This flame swelled, enveloping me in a fervent atmosphere that quickened my pulse and stirred my blood. Yet, Qian Qian's fiercely intense gaze seemed to penetrate my very soul, leaving me utterly exposed beneath his fervent scrutiny. The sensation was so intense and singular, akin to a bolt of lightning cleaving through the darkened night sky, illuminating the most secret corners of my heart in an instant. His gaze contained an unprecedented depth of affection that struck at the fragile defenses of my heart. Each time our eyes met, I felt an overwhelming force drawing me in, ensnaring me in its irresistible grip. I found myself caught in a dilemma, each decision akin to severing a piece of my own soul. I could hear the rapid thumping of my heart, echoing like a drumbeat. My eyes flitted between Han-Su and Qian Qian, seeking answers within their expressions. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, each second stretching into eternity. The surrounding classmates held their breath, quietly awaiting my decision. I sensed their gazes fixated on my hand, for it would determine the course of the entire ball. Han-Su's hand remained outstretched, and a flicker of anxiety crept into his eyes, fearing rejection. His fingers trembled slightly, betraying his inner turmoil. He gazed intently at me, his longing intensifying as if pleading for my acceptance of his invitation. His throat unconsciously shifted as he swallowed a lump of nervousness. Qian Qian, too, fixed his gaze upon me, his eyes brimming with trust and anticipation.
Unlike Han-Su.
He exhibited no overt signs of unease. Instead, he radiated strength. His fingers gently clutched the hem of his clothing, revealing that his calm exterior belied a deeper restlessness. I inhaled deeply, striving to compose myself. The melodious music flowed around me like a gentle stream, its enchanting notes seemingly imbued with a magical essence, urging me to make that crucial decision swiftly. Yet, the choices before me weighed heavily and profoundly. But whom should I ultimately choose? At last, amid their expectant gazes, I hesitantly extended my hand. Chapter 77. The Difficult Decision. As the lights began to glow, The brilliant illumination resembled countless stars scattered across the earth, illuminating the opulent hall. I wore the gown selected by Han Su, its fabric shimmering enchantingly under the lights, a testament to his thoughtful consideration. Yet, my heart was fraught with conflict and turmoil. For Qian Qian always occupied a corner of my soul. The grand chandelier above cast a soft yet radiant glow, while exquisite murals adorned the surrounding walls, each seemingly narrating an ancient and romantic tale. Lush green plants graced the corners of the hall, infusing the space with vitality and life. The air was fragrant with a delicate floral scent, emanating from the vibrant blossoms placed around, transporting me to a fairy tale realm. With a slow deliberation, I placed my hand upon Han Su's, and in that moment, it felt as though the entire world fell silent. A joyful smile spread across Han Su's face as he firmly grasped my hand, leading me into the dance floor. Han Su's gaze was imbued with profound affection, and each of his movements was tender yet resolute. I could feel the sincerity emanating from him, a warmth that was beyond articulation. Do you know? I have awaited this moment for an eternity. Han Su's voice was deep and magnetic, his breath a gentle caress against my ear, stirring a delightful tickle. His eyes seemed to harbor a vast, mysterious ocean, compelling me to lose myself within its depths. I lowered my head slightly, unable to meet the intensity of his fervent gaze. His hand delicately rested on my waist, the pressure just right, providing ample support while also conveying his carefulness. He guided my steps with fluidity and grace, as if we had rehearsed this dance countless times. This dress suits you perfectly, as though you were destined to wear it. Han Su continued, his focus unwavering from my face, his eyes filled with admiration and enchantment. A subtle smile graced his lips. No, you look beautiful in anything you wear. His voice was gentle yet firm, as if this were an immutable truth in his heart. We twirled in the dance hall, everything around us fading into a blur. Time itself pausing to honor our moment. My skirt billowed gracefully with our movements, akin to a blooming flower.
Yet,
I could not shake the memory of Qian Qian's look of disappointment. I cast occasional glances towards the edge of the dance floor, yearning to catch a glimpse of Qian Qian, but all that met my gaze was an empty expanse. In a dimly lit corner of the hall, a few flickering lights cast a lonely glow. What are you thinking? Han Su noticed my distraction and inquired softly, concern lacing his voice. I mustered a feeble smile, replying, nothing, just that this music is truly beautiful. I attempted to use this excuse to mask my inner turmoil. Han Su gazed at me tenderly indeed. This music is as beautiful and moving as our love. His eyes sparkled with anticipation and longing. A tremor ran through my heart. Love. Is what we share truly love? I was uncertain. My heart was a tumultuous sea of contradictions and entanglements. I did not know what my feelings for Han Su truly were. Was it fondness? Affection? Or merely a reaction to his passion and sincerity? Just then, I spotted Qian Qian approaching from one side of the hall. His steps were heavy and slow. His eyes filled with a complex blend of emotions, disappointment, pain, and a hint of defiance. The hall's light illuminated him, yet only served to accentuate his solitude. Qian Qian halted beside us, his gaze fixed upon me, revealing a profound disappointment that pierced my heart. Why choose him? Qian Qian's voice quivered, his eyes brimming with confusion and disbelief. His words echoed sharply in the stillness of the dance floor. I did not wish to hurt Qian Qian. Perhaps it was the dress he gifted me that differed from his earlier description, leaving me with a sense of unease that contributed to my disappointment in him. Moreover, the dress chosen by Han Su was undeniably exquisite, especially under the radiant lights. Han Su stepped forward, his gaze fixed firmly on Qian Qian. Qian Qian, I am aware of your feelings for her, yet matters of the heart cannot be forced. She has chosen me, and I shall cherish her. His voice resonated with conviction, his expression grave and earnest. Anger flickered in Qian Qian's eyes. What do you understand? We were a couple. His voice rose slightly, fists clenching involuntarily.
Han Su replied.
I understand you were once together, but she has made her choice. I hope you can respect her decision. Unyielding, he held Qian Qian's gaze. Turning to me, Qian Qian asked, have you truly made your decision? There was a glimmer of hope in his voice. My heart ached with turmoil. Qian Qian, I don't know. My voice trembled, tears welling in my eyes. Disappointment washed over Qian Qian as he shook his head. Fine, since you have made your choice, I shall respect it. But I hope you find happiness. His tone was laden with resignation and solitude. With that, he silently turned away from the dance floor. The hall's door closed slowly behind him, as if sealing off a part of our shared existence. The sound of that closing door echoed heavily in the stillness of the hall, striking deeply within my heart. Watching Qian Qian's solitary figure fade, guilt enveloped me. I was uncertain whether my choice was right, or if I had caused him pain. My heart felt torn asunder, one half moved by Han Su's affection and reliance, the other burdened by guilt and reluctance for Qian Qian. I yearned to chase after him, to explain, yet my feet felt as if they were anchored to the ground. Immobilized, my body trembled, and tears finally overflowed. Han Su gently wrapped his arm around my waist. Do not dwell on it. Let things unfold naturally. His voice was soft and soothing, attempting to calm my inner turmoil. Looking at Han Su, I felt a swell of gratitude. His understanding and forbearance only deepened my resolve for him. However, the memory of Qian Qian's disappointed expression lingered in my heart. We resumed dancing at the ball, yet a heaviness weighed upon me. My gaze often drifted towards the direction Qian Qian had departed, filled with guilt and unease. Each turn, each step, felt laden with an unending burden. The music in the hall gradually took on a melancholic tone, as if lamenting our tale. The sorrowful melody resonated with my inner conflict and pain. As the music faded, so too did our dance. Han Su looked at me, his eyes brimming with tenderness. I had a wonderful time tonight. Thank you. His voice bore traces of fatigue and contentment. I managed a strained smile. Me too, I replied. Yet my smile was tinged with bitterness and helplessness. Chapter 78. The Initial Consequences. Lying in bed, Qian Qian's disappointed gaze and lonely silhouette haunted my thoughts. I incessantly questioned myself. Had I made the wrong choice? Had I inflicted harm upon him? The sorrow in his eyes felt palpable, pressing down on my heart, leaving me breathless. I tossed and turned. The sheets beneath me crumpled and wrinkled, mirroring the turmoil and confusion within my heart. Unbidden, the image of Qian Qian, with his domineering yet extraordinarily handsome demeanor, surfaced in my mind. His lips curved slightly upward, perpetually adorned with an elusive smile that bore a hint of rebelliousness, yet concealed a trace of tenderness. I had inexplicably rejected such an attractive school heartthrob, who was also my faux boyfriend. I wondered if he was angry. Yet, the dress he provided truly did not correspond with his description. The darkness of the room seemed to mock my indecision and selfishness. I cocooned myself in the blanket, attempting to escape it all, but Qian Qian's visage grew increasingly vivid in my mind. As the night deepened, sleep eluded me. I closed my eyes, striving for tranquility. Yet his image persisted, becoming ever clearer. I could almost see his smile, his gentleness, and the expectant gaze he directed toward me. Memories of the delightful moments we shared flooded my thoughts, strolling along the campus paths with the gentle breeze caressing our cheeks, bringing a breath of fresh air. Sitting together in a library corner, quietly engrossed in our beloved books, occasionally discussing various topics, all without the need for words. Time slipped away, and eventually, I succumbed to a hazy slumber. In my dream, I found myself in a dark corner, enveloped by a thick fog that obscured my sense of direction. I ran desperately, yearning to find an exit, yet remained ensnared in this mist. The dense fog mirrored the confusion and uncertainty within my heart, rendering me utterly lost. Suddenly, I glimpsed Qian Qian's figure flickering in the distance. Ecstatic, I sprinted towards him, but each time I neared, he vanished without a trace. I pursued him repeatedly, only to be met with disappointment, until exhaustion overcame me, and I collapsed to the ground, tears streaming uncontrollably down my face. Each approach ignited new hope, yet every disappearance shattered it, casting my heart into an abyss of despair. I wept inconsolably, as if the entire world had crumbled around me. When the first rays of morning sunlight pierced through the room, I awoke from my dream, only to find my face streaked with tears. That dream crystallized the realization of Qian Qian's significant place in my heart, and the pain my choices inflicted upon him filled me with immense sorrow and guilt. I sat dazed on the edge of my bed, gazing at the sunlight outside, yet my heart remained devoid of warmth. The sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting mottled patterns on the floor, but this beautiful sight failed to stir my emotions. The following day at school, Qian Qian no longer sought me out as he once did, deliberately avoiding me, which left a bitter taste in my heart. As I stepped into the classroom, my gaze instinctively sought his presence. Upon spotting him in the corner, head bowed over a book, indifferent to my arrival, a wave of despondency washed over me. His aloofness pierced my heart, and I could sense the air of detachment emanating from him. With each step toward my seat, the weight of my heart grew heavier. The classroom bell rang, and the teacher was eloquently delivering the lesson from the podium, while my thoughts drifted far from the lecture. I occasionally stole glances in Qian Qian's direction, finding him completely engrossed in his book, as if the world around him held no significance. His profile appeared so stark and unyielding, devoid of the warmth and kindness that once characterized him. I sought familiar traces in his expression, but all was in vain. During the break, I mustered the courage to approach Qian Qian. However, as I reached him, he seemed oblivious to my presence, rising from his seat and walking towards the classroom exit. My feet froze in place as I watched his retreating figure, my heart heavy with bitterness. I longed to call out to him, yet my throat felt constricted, rendering me voiceless. I stood there, dazed, while the laughter and chatter of my classmates faded into the background, leaving me alone in a sea of despondency and helplessness. His strides were resolute, devoid of hesitation. In his eyes, I had become a stranger. I bit my lip, tears welling in my eyes. At noon, I deliberately chose a spot near Qian Qian in the cafeteria. I could sense the widening chasm between us, an invisible barrier that weighed heavily upon me. Qian Qian, try this. It tastes quite good. I cautiously offered him some of my food. He merely glanced at it and replied, "No, thank you," before resuming his meal. My hand hung awkwardly in midair, and in that moment, I felt my heart suspended as well. The atmosphere around me grew oppressive, making it difficult to breathe. His indifference enveloped me in embarrassment. I was at a loss for how to break the stalemate between us. During the afternoon physical education class, we were assigned to different teams. Whenever I looked in his direction, I found him consistently avoiding my gaze. During a passing drill, our eyes met for a fleeting moment, but he quickly averted his stare. In those days, we would always encourage and support one another, facing any challenge together. Yet now, we were as distant as strangers. A disheartening disparity that was hard to bear. My emotions mirrored the somber sky, stifling and suffocating. As school came to an end, I spotted Qian Qian in the hallway. He walked ahead, and I quickened my pace to catch up. Just as we were about to pass each other, I halted, hoping he would notice me. However, Qian Qian walked by, oblivious, leaving me standing alone, tears brimming in my eyes. In that instant, my heart plummeted into an abyss, overwhelmed by anguish and self-reproach. I could not comprehend how things had come to this. I had merely sought my own happiness, never intending to hurt him. I gazed at his disappearing silhouette, my vision blurred by tears. Standing in the corridor, I let my tears flow, my heart filled with regret and confusion. Han Su, noticing my distress, inquired if I regretted my choice, leaving me momentarily speechless. Han Su gazed at me, his eyes flickering with concern as he observed my despondent demeanor. "What troubles you of late? Do you regret choosing me?" His voice was tinged with unease and uncertainty. I lifted my head to meet his worried gaze, my heart a tumult of emotions.
I
do not know," I murmured, my voice barely audible. Han Su gently clasped my hand, sensing my distress over Qian's situation. "I cannot bear to see you in such pain," he said softly. "I truly do not know what to do. I do not wish to hurt either of you." I raised my head, tears welling in my eyes. "Please, take a moment to calm yourself and reflect. No matter the decision you make, I will respect it," Han Su urged earnestly. I nodded, though I remained uncertain about whom I truly favored and how to confront this predicament. I felt ensnared within a labyrinth, unable to find an exit. Each thought deepened my confusion. Every attempt ended in failure. Chapter 79. The Weight of Public Opinion. Recent days have plunged me into a nightmare from which I cannot awaken. Following that dance, my world was irrevocably altered. The once amicable and innocent gazes of my classmates shifted to ones filled with profound suspicion, blame, and incessant whispers behind my back. "Look at her, swaying so indecisively at the ball, breaking our campus heart," they would say. "I hear she wishes to play both sides. How greedy." These words pierced my heart like sharp thorns, each jab echoing painfully. I endeavored to feign ignorance, attempting to drown out the noise with textbooks and assignments. Yet they infiltrated my ears like relentless phantoms. That day, sunlight streamed through the classroom windows, casting warm rays upon the desks, yet I felt no warmth. As I entered the classroom, the lively chatter abruptly ceased, and every gaze turned toward me like arrows, filled with an unsettling intensity. I lowered my head, striving to evade their stares, my steps heavy as I approached my seat. No sooner had I sat down than the familiar, piercing whispers erupted from behind. "How dare she show her face here?" Indeed, each word struck me with brutal force. Tears cascaded down my cheeks like a flood, spilling forth uncontrollably. My sobs resonated in the quiet classroom, jarringly out of place. Yet, instead of sympathy, my peers turned away with cold indifference, resuming their discussions. The frigid stares and pointed gestures made me feel as though I were marooned on a solitary island, utterly alone. These rumors eventually reached the ears of our teacher. One afternoon, sunlight slanted across the desk in her office, casting intricate shadows. With a grave and helpless expression, she summoned me to her side. I believe you are aware of the recent gossip surrounding you, she began, shattering the tranquility of the office. Her gaze was fixed upon me, imbued with worry and concern. I averted my eyes, unable to meet her gaze, fearful that a glance upward would reveal her disappointment. I merely nodded gently, my voice as faint as a whisper. As a student, my foremost responsibility is to learn, while also nurturing harmonious relationships with my peers. I do not wish for these matters to impede your studies or affect your mood, the teacher earnestly advised, her tone imbued with both sternness and genuine concern. I bit my lip, turning it pale, striving to suppress the tears that threatened to spill. Teacher, I acknowledge my mistake. I shall be more mindful. My voice quivered, a torrent of grievance and helplessness swelling within me. Exiting the teacher's office, my heart felt unbearably heavy, as though a colossal stone rested upon it. The sunlight in the corridor remained bright, yet I felt ensconced in darkness. Just as I was about to leave, I overheard the teachers engaging in discussion within the office. The incident regarding Qian Qian's rumored girlfriend was indeed troublesome. Indeed, it was fortunate that Qian Qian sought us out first. Otherwise, who knows how chaotic it would have become. To protect Qian Qian's identity, I had no choice but to claim that I was the first to uncover the girl's scheme. I halted, my ears instinctively perked up, eager to glean more details. However, at that moment, a clear voice reached my ears. Qian Qian has transferred schools. Those words struck me like a bolt from the blue, leaving me frozen in place. My mind went blank, unable to comprehend the implications. Qian Qian has transferred?
How could this be?
Countless questions flitted through my mind. Yet answers eluded me. The chatter of my classmates, the teacher's admonitions, Qian Qian's transfer, each weighed heavily upon my heart, rendering me breathless. Anxiously, I yearned to clarify the sequence of events to my classmates, yet no matter how fervently I pleaded, they remained unmoved, scarcely granting me a glance. The cold expressions and dismissive attitudes seemed to convey, "We have no desire to hear your explanations." In that moment, my heart plummeted, engulfed by a profound sense of defeat. Shunned and isolated, my classmates avoided me as though I were a pariah. During physical education class, no one wished to partner with me for group activities. I stood alone on the playground, watching my classmates revel in joy, my heart filled with desolation and loneliness. At lunchtime in the cafeteria, the once vibrant tables now held only my solitary presence. Surrounded by laughter and the enticing aroma of food, I found the meal tasteless. I looked up to see a few classmates in the distance pointing and laughing at me. Look at her pitiful state. She brought this upon herself. Indeed. Who told her to behave so inappropriately at the dance? Tears welled in my eyes once more, but I fought to keep them at bay. I reminded myself not to show weakness before them. Lowering my head, I hastily finished my meal and fled from this suffocating place. In the library, I yearned for a tranquil corner to immerse myself in the world of books, temporarily escaping my troubles. Yet as I reached for a volume, I overheard two classmates nearby gossiping. "It's her. I heard she didn't choose the school heartthrob at the dance. He's so handsome. I can't fathom how she still has the audacity to come to the library." The book in my hand fell to the floor with a resounding thud, and tears, no longer restrained, streamed down my cheeks. I fled the library, my heart heavy with despair. Lying on my bed, I stared at the ceiling, my thoughts swirling chaotically. Days passed, and the weight of my stress grew increasingly burdensome. Each day was spent under the scrutiny and ridicule of my peers, causing my academic performance to plummet. During examinations, I gazed at the questions on the paper, my mind a blank canvas. Upon receiving the disheartening results, it felt as though my heart sank into an abyss. Chapter 80. The Decline of Grades. Ever since Qian Qian transferred, my world seemed to have lost its vibrancy, engulfed by a relentless tide of sorrow and confusion. The morning sunlight ceased to shine brightly, and the stars at night lost their luster. Each day felt like wandering in darkness, with no path in sight. Entering the classroom, once filled with laughter and joy, now only brought forth an overwhelming sense of oppression and estrangement. The teacher passionately lectured from the podium, his voice as resounding and clear as ever, yet to me, his words felt like signals from a distant planet, elusive and incomprehensible. I endeavored to concentrate, reminding myself not to succumb to despair. However, whenever my emotions began to coalesce, Qian Qian's figure would involuntarily emerge in my mind, and the memories of our shared moments would pierce my heart repeatedly. In class, my gaze was vacant, my mind adrift. The teacher finally noticed my state. On a bright morning, as the birds outside sang joyfully and a gentle breeze caressed the curtains, I once again found myself deeply missing Qian Qian. The teacher's stern voice shattered my reverie. "Look at yourself. You're completely absent during class. How can you expect to learn like this?" His voice reverberated through the quiet classroom, laden with disappointment and reproach. The eyes of my classmates suddenly converged upon me, their gazes like scorching flames, igniting my sense of humiliation. In that moment, it felt as if the entire world had come to a standstill, time itself frozen. My cheeks burned as if scorched by fire, and my heart raced, threatening to burst from my chest. I lowered my head, unable to meet the eyes of my teacher and peers, overwhelmed by shame and self-reproach. I recognized my faults. It was my failure to manage my emotions and focus on my studies. After class, facing an insurmountable pile of assignments, I felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness. Each problem loomed like an insurmountable peak, deterring me from proceeding. I clutched my pen, staring blankly at the assignment book, my mind a tumultuous chaos, utterly at a loss for where to begin. Those once familiar formulas and theorems now appeared as alien symbols, rendering me utterly perplexed. The branches outside sway in the wind, seemingly mocking my inadequacy. Time passes inexorably, and the pages of my workbook remain blank, fueling my growing agitation. I tug at my hair in frustration, hurl my pen onto the desk, and cradle my head in my hands, tears welling in my eyes. I feel utterly useless, incapable of completing even the simplest of assignments. I recall the days when I tackle my homework with ease, brimming with confidence, and now I find myself in such disarray. Finally, the day of the mock exam before the college entrance examination arrives, and I step into the examination hall with a heart full of trepidation. The classroom is enveloped in silence, broken only by the faint rustle of pen on paper, while I sit nervously in my seat, my heart racing. The moment the test paper is distributed, my mind goes blank. Looking at the densely packed questions, I feel as though I have been transported to an alien realm, utterly at a loss as to where to begin. The familiar concepts that once came so easily have vanished without a trace, and beads of sweat form on my forehead as my hands tremble uncontrollably. I gaze at the first question, striving to organize my thoughts, but my mind feels overwhelmed, tangled in confusion. Time slips away relentlessly, and my anxiety escalates. Around me, my classmates are writing fervently, while I remain ensnared in my struggle with the first question. I steal a glance at Hansu, whose face radiates confidence and concentration, only intensifying my own nervousness. I skip the first question and turn to the second, hoping to find some inspiration. Yet, the second question appears even more intricate. I read it several times, still unable to grasp its meaning. My heart races, palms slick with sweat, dampening one corner of the test paper. I glance up at the clock at the front of the classroom, realizing that half the time has elapsed, and my test paper is still nearly blank. At last, a glimmer of clarity dawns upon me, and I hastily jot down some steps, but midway through, I find myself stuck once more. I anxiously bite my lip, continuing to ponder, yet time waits for no one. And the merciless bell signaling the end of the exam rings out. Resigned, I submit my nearly blank test paper, my heart heavy with despair. I know I have surely failed this exam, yet I feel powerless to change it. As I step out of the examination hall, the sunlight feels particularly blinding, as if mocking my failure. When the report card is handed to me, the glaring scores leave me feeling profoundly wronged. I gaze at those pitiful numbers, unable to hold back the tears any longer. I reflect on the diligent student I once was, recalling the nights spent burning the midnight oil in preparation for exams. And now everything has spiraled into such disarray. Why has it come to this? I repeatedly question myself in silence. Is it the incessant gossip that has robbed me of my peace, or has the transfer of my friend Qian Qian taken away all my motivation and courage? I do not know the answer. I only feel as though I am ensnared in a dark abyss, unable to find a way out. My classmates, upon seeing my results, launch into a new round of gossip and ridicule. Look at her. Her grades are dismal, and she wanders about in a daze all day. Indeed, it must be because of Qian Qian's transfer. She simply could not withstand the blow. Was she not once an exemplary student? How is she transformed into this? These words fell upon me like salt on an open wound, intensifying the anguish within my heart. I yearned to retort, to convey that my current state is not solely a consequence of Qian Qian, yet I lacked the courage to voice my thoughts. I recognized that the issue lay within me. I had failed to adjust my mindset and manage my emotions effectively. As I wandered alone along the campus path, the waning sunlight elongated my shadow. A gentle breeze brushed past, offering a fleeting chill, yet it could not dispel the clouds of despair that enveloped my spirit. I was at a loss as to how to confront the disappointment of my teachers, how to face the ridicule of my peers, and, most daunting of all, how to confront myself. Memories of my parents' expectations flooded my mind. They had always taken pride in me, yet now I felt I had let them down. A profound sense of guilt and remorse washed over me as I grappled with the weight of their sacrifices and trust. Upon returning home, I isolated myself within my room, unwilling to engage with anyone. Chapter 81. The Agony of Exclusion. As I found myself ensnared in the torment of declining grades and social ostracism, it felt as though the entire world had declared war upon me, devoid of warmth or hope. Life resembled a dark mire, and the more I struggled,
The deeper I sank.
each morning brought the suffocating embrace of fatigue and despair. This exhaustion transcended mere physical tiredness. It was a profound torment of the soul. Nights were plagued by restless tossing and turning, while days passed in a haze, akin to a soulless automaton. In this moment of utter helplessness, a new storm quietly brewed within the school. On what appeared to be an ordinary afternoon, a gentle breeze ought to have ushered in a sense of ease. Yet I felt none of it. As usual, I sat alone in the classroom, my gaze vacant as it drifted outside, my thoughts floating in a void. The leaves outside rustled in the wind, as if whispering secrets that no one could comprehend. The atmosphere in the classroom felt suffocatingly still, heavy with silence. Seated by the window, sunlight streamed onto my desk, yet it failed to illuminate the shadows in my heart. Once, I was regarded as a model student in the eyes of my teachers and a cherished companion among my peers. I consistently ranked at the top in examinations and garnered attention in various activities. During that time, I was filled with confidence and dreams for the future. However, everything changed after the debacle at the dance. The misunderstandings and alienation from my classmates rendered me increasingly reclusive. I began to shy away from communication, retreating into a small, self-imposed world. Suddenly, a cacophony of noise erupted outside the classroom, shattering the silence. Initially faint, the sounds became progressively clearer. Exclamations of surprise and waves of discussion surged among my classmates. The air was thick with astonishment, curiosity, and an indescribable excitement, as if something monumental had occurred to ignite the entire school. Driven by curiosity, I slowly rose to my feet and, with heavy steps, exited the classroom. In the corridor, students congregated in small clusters, their expressions a kaleidoscope of emotions. Some bore looks of astonishment, their widened eyes and slightly parted lips seemingly frozen in that very moment. Others wore expressions of derision, their lips curling into smirks, their eyes brimming with contempt. Yet, there were those who exuded a sense of schadenfreude, animatedly conversing with their companions, seemingly anticipating the unfolding of a grand spectacle. I struggled to weave my way through the throngs, my ears assailed by the cacophony of chatter. What on earth had transpired? A sense of curiosity bubbled within me as I endeavored to decipher their hushed whispers. It appeared to revolve around the exposure of a certain individual. Rumor had it that the revelations were particularly sensational, capable of leaving one utterly astounded. As I pressed forward, I attempted to piece together the truth from the fragmented snippets of conversation. Before I could voice my inquiries, a classmate, with whom I shared a rather distant rapport, rushed towards me. His eyes sparkled with an unusual intensity, a blend of excitement and urgency, as though he had stumbled upon a momentous discovery. "Did you hear? Han Su's family situation has spread throughout the school." His voice rang out, sharp and piercing, as if proclaiming a significant secret. Upon hearing this, my heart plummeted, akin to plummeting into an abyss. A chill coursed through me, swiftly enveloping my entire being. Han Su, who had meticulously guarded the details of his family life, now found them laid bare before all. Although I had long been aware of the reality of Han Su's circumstances, the exaggerated and distorted versions circulating among my peers left me in a state of disbelief. Their depictions were rife with hyperbole, painting Han Su's family as tragically destitute. I heard tales of his home situated in the city's most dilapidated area, a small and crumbling dwelling. One classmate animatedly recounted the scene, as if he were an eyewitness, gesturing emphatically to illustrate the house's decrepit state, as if it were on the verge of collapse each day. It seemed his father was burdened with insurmountable debts, with creditors incessantly knocking at their door. Another classmate embellished the narrative, his face contorted in exaggerated expressions, raising his voice several decibels to ensure he was heard, emphasizing the ferocity of the debt collectors. They claimed his mother had been bedridden for years, and that the family was so impoverished they could scarcely afford to eat. Another student chimed in, his tone imbued with both pity and mockery, shaking his head with a sigh, as if Han Su's family were an irredeemable tragedy. Their words dripped with malicious speculation and unfounded imagination, igniting within me a profound sense of anger and heartache. I could scarcely fathom how my classmates could so callously fabricate and disseminate such rumors, entirely oblivious to Han Su's true character, the diligence and perseverance behind his facade. Han Su was a remarkably resilient and industrious individual, diligently striving for his future each day, yet these individuals chose to focus solely on his familial background, wielding it as a weapon against him. I hastily opened the school forum, my fingers trembling with anxiety. As the page loaded, my breath nearly caught in my throat. One after another, Photographs of Han Su's home materialized before my eyes. The scene captured in the photograph is one of utter desolation. The walls are mottled and peeling, with certain areas exuding an unsettling dampness. The furniture is antiquated and rudimentary, and an old sofa, riddled with patches, appears to be on the verge of collapse. The arms of the sofa are so worn that the sponge within is exposed. A rickety wooden table, its legs unstable, is cluttered with an assortment of odds and ends. This cramped space, overflowing with debris, conveys an even greater sense of chaos and disorder, starkly contrasting with Han Su's typically sunny and self-assured demeanor. My hands tremble, nearly unable to grasp my phone, as my gaze fixates on the screen, leaving me in a stupor. Tears well in my eyes, and I struggle to suppress them. I cannot fathom the profound pain and helplessness Han Su must feel upon seeing these photographs. They are a brutal affront to his dignity, laying bare his most vulnerable self before the world. Surrounding classmates continue to murmur, their words assaulting like a tempest, ruthlessly eroding Han Su's sense of worth. So this is how poor his family is. No wonder he works so hard, one classmate sneers, his eyes brimming with disdain. He crosses his arms over his chest, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, as if Han Su's endeavors are nothing but a laughable struggle. Given the deplorable condition of this house, it's a miracle he is even able to attend our school, another classmate mocks, his voice piercing. He exaggeratedly covers his mouth, feigning surprise, devoid of any sympathy in his gaze. I never anticipated he hails from such a background, yet he pretends to be so confident every day. Others chime in, their tones laced with envy and discontent, their sideways glances dripping with condescension. Each utterance strikes me like a thorn, embedding itself deeply into my heart. As I absorb their caustic remarks, a fiery anger ignites within me. I yearn to retort, to affirm that their words are false, to proclaim the remarkable diligence and merit of Han Su. Yet, my throat constricts as if obstructed by an unseen force, rendering me mute. I turn my gaze toward Han Su in the distance. He stands alone in a corner, his back against the wall, his body trembling slightly. His complexion is as pale as parchment, and his eyes reflect a profound agony and helplessness. This is a Han Su I have never encountered, the one who always wears a smile, brimming with confidence, now solitary and nursing his wounds. His gaze is vacant, as if his soul has fled, staring blankly ahead, oblivious to the world around him. My heart feels as though it is being torn apart, an unbearable ache consuming me. I long to rush to him, to embrace him, and assure him of my unwavering support. Yet, my feet seem anchored to the ground, rendering me immobile. An internal tumult of fear and hesitation leaves me bewildered. I dread that my presence might exacerbate his discomfort, that he might misconstrue my intentions. I am at a loss in the face of this stark reality, uncertain if our relationship can endure. Han Su has always strived to maintain a facade of strength and confidence before others. He has never wished for anyone to feel pity or to treat him differently due to his family circumstances. Yet now, the secret he least wanted to be revealed has been cruelly exposed. How will he perceive me? Will he think I divulged a secret? I find myself engulfed in confusion, as flashes of Han Su's smile and the beautiful moments we shared flood my mind. We studied together in the library, where the lighting was soft and warm. Side by side at the table, we delved into discussions over challenging problems, our gazes filled with focus and determination. Our heads leaned together, whispering thoughts, occasionally exchanging smiles over minor breakthroughs. We chased each other, releasing the pressures within, feeling the wind whistle past our ears, as if the whole world was reduced to the sound of our footsteps and laughter. We shared our dreams and innermost thoughts in a tranquil corner, softly confiding in one another, drawing our souls closer, providing support and encouragement. Sitting on the grass, we gazed up at the sky, dreaming of the future, promising to strive together to realize our aspirations. But now, in the face of such a blow, can he remain as strong as before? I do not know. I slowly approached Han Su, each step feeling unbearably heavy. The surrounding classmates seemed oblivious to my actions, still immersed in this gossiping frenzy. When I finally stood before Han Su, he lifted his head and glanced at me. His eyes were filled with complex emotions, anger, despair, and a barely perceptible fear. I struggled to speak, my voice trembling slightly. Han Su remained silent, lowering his head, refusing to meet my gaze. I was at a loss for words, unsure of what to do. I simply stood quietly beside him, hoping my presence might offer him some solace. Time seemed to freeze, rendering everything around us insignificant. It was just the two of us, standing in this chaotic corner of the campus, weathering this sudden storm. Chapter 82. The Moment of Heartbreak. Han Su did not speak. He merely bowed his head, no longer looking at me. I was uncertain of what to say or do. I stood silently by his side, wishing my existence could provide him with a modicum of comfort. Time felt suspended, and everything around us faded away. It was only Han Su and I, enduring this unexpected tempest together. The wind seemed to still at that moment, as if the entire world was holding its breath for our impasse. The sunlight slanted onto the ground, yet it could not warm my frigid heart. After what felt like an eternity, Han Su finally lifted his head once more. His gaze imbued with a hint of determination, yet concealed within it was profound helplessness and pain. Only by creating a greater sensation than yours can I overshadow your plight and protect you. Furthermore, only if you gain admission to a prestigious university do we have a future. I do not wish to see you falter due to Qian's transfer. His voice was low, each word emerging from the depths of a soul, laden with an inexhaustible weariness and struggle. My tears fell incessantly, my eyes reddening in an instant. Han Su, why must you be so kind to me? I am indifferent to such gestures. My voice trembled with the weight of my sorrow, akin to leaves shivering in the wind. You do not understand. He spoke with a tone of helplessness and resolve, his brow furrowed. I cannot allow you to be the subject of gossip and ridicule because of Qian's matters. You must gather your strength and strive forward. I will await you at Peking University. His gaze fixed intently upon me, radiating an undeniable determination, reminiscent of smoldering coals, now reduced to cold ash. His lips quivered slightly, as if he were struggling to contain his emotions. No, Han Su, do not leave me. I promise I will make an effort. I cried out hoarsely, clutching tightly to the hem of his garment. My tears cascaded down, flowing down my cheeks, each drop striking his clothing. Those crystalline droplets quickly seeped into the fabric, staining it with dark splotches, akin to my shattered heart, silently mourning its endless grief and sorrow. I truly cannot endure life without you. My voice was filled with desperate pleas, fearing that if I released my grip, he would vanish from my world forever. This is for your own good. Please do not be so stubborn. His voice bore the weight of suppressed pain, a torment he endeavored to conceal deep within, yet it inevitably seeped through. His gaze dimmed, unable to meet mine. You are merely seeking an excuse to abandon me. My voice nearly erupted, laced with despair and reluctance, fighting against the inevitable. Han Su's countenance grew more somber. I speak only the truth. If you truly care for me, then heed my words. A fleeting moment of compassion flickered in his eyes, quickly obscured by indifference. That brief glimpse of tenderness was like a shooting star across the night sky, transient and faint. Yet, I was rendered speechless, my voice faltering, resembling a string snapped by the wind, producing fractured notes. Why must it be this way? I gazed at him. My eyes locked onto his familiar yet alien face, filled with a tumult of confusion and intertwined agony. My tears blurred my vision, rendering Han Su indistinct before me. Because only in this manner do we possess hope. He looked at me, tenderness flashing in his eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by coldness. That fleeting gentleness was like a glimmer of dawn amidst darkness, yet was instantaneously engulfed by an abyss of despair. Think carefully, he urged, his voice deep and heavy. He turned his head away, unwilling to meet my gaze, as if fearing that a single glance more would weaken his resolve. I could not accept this reality. Crying out in heart-wrenching despair, Han Su, I beg of you, do not leave me. I will strive with all my might. I am willing to do anything, so long as you remain by my side. My sobs shook my entire being, my body swaying like leaves in an autumn breeze, on the brink of collapse. Each cry resonated as a tremor of my soul, every tear a drop of blood from my fractured heart. My voice had become hoarse, my throat ablaze with pain. Yet, he remained unmoved, coldly stating, enough, it has been decided. Today, he was devoid of warmth and emotion. His voice resonated like a merciless verdict, plunging my heart into an abyss of despair. Yet, I remained undeterred, clutching at his sleeve with eyes brimming with supplication. Suddenly, he enveloped me in his embrace, kissing me fervently. For a fleeting moment, I believed he could not bear to part from me, and hope ignited within my heart. However, as his kisses grew increasingly fervent, it felt as though he sought to pour every ounce of emotion into that singular moment. My lips were bitten with such intensity that pain coursed through me, the metallic taste of blood spreading within my mouth. Tears streamed down my face in response to the agony, yet I was loath to push him away, yearning for this kiss to last an eternity. At last, he forcefully released me, leaving my lips torn and bloodied. Watching his retreating figure, my heart shattered completely, as if the world around me had faded into monochrome. The surrounding clamor seemed to vanish, leaving me alone in this frigid reality. Tears flowed unbidden, blurring my vision. Yet I remained oblivious to it all. My world had turned dim and desolate, as if all hope and joy had dissipated with his departure. Upon returning to my room, I buried myself beneath the covers, weeping uncontrollably. My cries seemed to unleash all the anguish and grievances I had endured. The room was enveloped by the sound of my sorrow, steeped in profound grief. Memories of Hansu's words and his resolute silhouette haunted my mind, rendering me utterly despondent. My heart bled, akin to a shattered porcelain doll, irreparably fragmented. I felt an overwhelming sense of solitude and despair, as though the entire world had forsaken me. I remained oblivious to what the future might hold, uncertain of how to face the days without Hansu. The pain within me loomed like a dark cloud, suffocating my very breath. I curled into a corner, nursing my wounds, tears cascading uncontrollably. Chapter 83. Progress in Learning. The countdown to the college entrance examination had begun. At this time, Hansu had been placed in an advanced class, while I, due to a significant decline in my grades, remained in my original class. I resolved to rise early each day to memorize vocabulary, diligently attending lectures, and proactively seeking guidance from teachers and classmates. In the early morning, as the faint dawn light filtered through the curtain's crevice, I compelled myself to rise from the warmth of my bed. In that moment, the chill and fatigue assailed me. But my fervent desire to strive dispelled all hesitation. Each time I considered giving up, Hansu's words echoed in my ears. Only by gaining admission to a prestigious university can we have a future. Seated at my desk, I opened the well-worn vocabulary book, reciting the words as if engaged in a battle against oblivion. Each word loomed like a mountain awaiting my conquest, and I persevered through countless slips, determined to ascend. In class, I resembled a parched sponge, desperately absorbing the knowledge imparted by the teacher. My gaze followed the chalk with unwavering focus, my ears attuned to every crucial explanation, fearful of missing any vital insight. What once seemed dull and tedious, formulas and theorems, transformed into treasured gems in my eyes, and I recorded them with care, pondering them repeatedly. When the teacher posed a question, I no longer averted my gaze as I once did. Instead, I boldly raised my hand, even if my voice trembled slightly. Yet that determination grew ever clearer. The 10-minute interlude between classes transformed into a precious opportunity for learning. No longer did I engage in idle chatter with my classmates. Rather, I clutched my exercise book, marked with a plethora of red ink, and approached those who excelled academically. "Could you kindly elucidate this problem for me?" I inquired, my tone imbued with earnestness and eagerness. Initially met with surprise, my peers soon grew accustomed to my requests, always responding with enthusiasm and patience. I listened intently, my eyes fixed upon their problem-solving steps, my mind racing to grasp the concepts in a single sweep. After school, I ceased to dawdle while packing my bag. Instead, I was the first to dash out of the classroom and head straight for the library. In that familiar corner of the library, I settled quietly, opened my book, and began my duel with challenging problems. The ebb and flow of people around me seemed irrelevant as I immersed myself in the realm of knowledge. Days passed, and I became like an indefatigable traveler, steadfastly advancing along the path of learning. At last, a crucial mock examination approached. The night before the exam, although my eyes were closed, my mind played a slideshow of various concepts and problem types. I repeatedly reassured myself, "Stay calm, you are well prepared." The following morning, even before the alarm rang, I found my eyes wide open. After a brief wash, I swiftly reviewed key content once more, inhaled deeply, and set forth toward school. Along the way, my emotions were a blend of anxiety and anticipation, as if I were about to embark on an unknown yet hopeful journey. Upon entering the examination room, the palpable tension enveloped me instantly. Some classmates wore serious expressions, while others feigned nonchalance, yet I sensed the unease that lay beneath each facade. Finding my seat, I settled myself, regulated my breathing, and awaited the distribution of the exam papers. The moment the invigilator handed the paper to me, my heart raced. I reminded myself to remain composed, briefly scanning the paper to devise a preliminary strategy. I began answering the questions, starting with the multiple-choice section, where I felt most assured. Each question was meticulously read and pondered, as I was wary of falling into the traps set by the examiners. For those requiring calculations, I diligently worked on the scratch paper to ensure the accuracy of my answers. Time slipped away, and my pen danced across the paper, producing a soft rustling sound. When I reached the fill-in-the-blank section, one question caused me to pause momentarily. I furrowed my brow, rereading the prompt, swiftly searching my mind for relevant knowledge. Suddenly, an epiphany struck, and I discovered the breakthrough point, successfully inscribing my answer. Next came the essay questions, the focal point and challenge of the exam. The first essay question pertained to a mathematical function. I meticulously analyzed the conditions presented, sketched the function's graph, and methodically derived the solution step by step. During the calculation process, I inadvertently miswrote a digit, which led to erroneous results in subsequent computations. A wave of anxiety washed over me, prompting me to swiftly erase the mistake and begin anew. After a tense bout of calculations, I finally arrived at the correct answer. As I tackled the subsequent physics problems, I encountered an even greater challenge. This particular question involved multiple physical concepts and formulas, necessitating their comprehensive application for resolution. I took a deep breath to calm my nerves, then extracted the key information from the problem, linking it to the knowledge I had acquired. After several minutes of contemplation and calculation, I discovered the solution pathway and successfully completed the question. As the examination reached its halfway mark, fatigue began to creep in and my concentration wavered. I lifted my gaze and observed my classmates, all diligently engrossed in their own tasks, oblivious to my presence. I reminded myself to remain vigilant, for half the examination still awaited my attention. One particular question left me in a dilemma, vacillating between two options. Ultimately, I chose to trust my initial instinct and selected one of the alternatives. When it came time to compose my essay for the language section, I meticulously reviewed the prompt, then envisioned a rough framework in my mind. I recalled some eloquent phrases and illustrative examples I had accumulated over time and deftly incorporated them into my writing. I penned each character with care, striving for clarity and neatness, ensuring that the examiner could comprehend my work effortlessly. In the final minutes of the exam, I reviewed my paper, checking for any omissions or errors. At the sound of the bell, I set down my pen and exhaled deeply. As I exited the examination hall, the sunlight was somewhat blinding, yet I experienced an unprecedented sense of relief. The following days were marked by anxious and protracted waiting. At times, I felt I had performed well, which slightly uplifted my spirits. Other times, I feared I had made mistakes on certain questions, plunging my mood into despair. At last, the day of results arrived. The teacher entered the classroom holding the report cards, and my heart leapt into my throat. The teacher's gaze swept across the room before settling on me. My breath nearly halted, and I could distinctly hear my heartbeat in my ears. In this examination, one of my classmates had made remarkable progress. The teacher paused, then looked at me again, announcing, "That would be Cece." The eyes of my classmates turned towards me, filled with surprise, envy, and congratulations. My face flushed crimson, yet my heart soared, bursting with joy and pride. The teacher began to analyze the results in detail, stating, "Cece, your scores have significantly improved across all subjects, mathematics, English, and physics." The teacher enumerated my achievements, each figure shining like a brilliant star. Especially in this challenging math problem. Only a handful of students in the class managed to solve it, and you were among them. After class, my classmates gathered around to extend their congratulations. "You're incredible. How did you improve so much? Please share your study methods." I remain humble and diligent, aware that this is merely a small advancement, as the looming Gaokao demands even greater effort from me. Throughout this journey, I have also heard whispers of Han Su's remarkable achievements. Some say he excels in school, while others mention his participation in various competitions. Each time I hear these tidings, a mix of solace and profound longing wells up within me. Chapter 84. Significant Reforms. The countdown to the Gaokao draws nearer, each page torn off heightening my anxiety. The stack of textbooks and test papers on my desk looms like a mountain, threatening to engulf me in this sea of knowledge. Immersed in my studies, I write fervently, beads of sweat cascading down my forehead like pearls, dripping onto my workbook and blurring the ink. Yet, I pay no heed to wipe them away, my gaze fixated on the intricate mathematical conundrum before me. My thoughts laboriously navigating through the dense thicket of formulas and numbers. This mathematical problem looms like an insurmountable peak, each step requiring immense mental exertion. My pen dances across the draft paper, scrawling and sketching as I strive to uncover a breakthrough from various angles. The draft paper is a chaotic tapestry of numbers and figures, mirroring the tumult within my mind. Biting my lip, I furrow my brow, my eyes bloodshot from prolonged concentration. The classroom is steeped in a tense and oppressive atmosphere, as if the very air has thickened. The scratching of pen on paper resonates like the clanging of swords on a battlefield, each student fervently battling for their future. I rub my aching eyes and glance up at the inspiring slogan above the blackboard, taking a deep breath before plunging back into the sea of problems. The slogan, emblazoned in vivid red, proclaims 100 days of hard work forge brilliance, its fiery words igniting the fighting spirit within us. Yet at this moment, I feel utterly exhausted, the flame failing to warm my frigid heart. I sense myself as a small boat navigating through tempestuous seas, perilously close to capsizing. Just then, the school's intercom shatters the silence, the jarring static echoing through the stillness of the classroom, causing my heart to leap and my pen to come to an involuntary halt. Attention, teachers and students, an important announcement is forthcoming. The principal's grave voice resonates through the speakers, imbued with undeniable authority. My classmates lift their heads, their previously focused expressions now clouded with confusion and unease. After careful deliberation and decision-making by the school leadership, we are about to implement a significant reform measure. This decision will profoundly impact our studies and lives. The principal pauses, seemingly allowing us time to absorb this news. The classroom falls silent, each person holding their breath in anticipation of what comes next. The atmosphere among my classmates was heavy with apprehension. Some clutched their pens tightly, while others bit their lips, their eyes betraying unease and anxiety. Due to the adjustments in educational policy and the needs of the school's development, we were to undergo a comprehensive reform of the teaching arrangements and curriculum for the senior year. The specific plan would be announced tomorrow. The classroom erupted into a cacophony of whispers and murmurs, shattering its previously tranquil ambience. What kind of reform could this be?
Why now?
One classmate gazed at me with a face full of worry, his eyes reflecting confusion and helplessness. I shook my head, uncertain, yet sensing that it could not be a trivial matter. I pressed my lips together, my inner turmoil intensifying. I endeavored to calm myself, contemplating the potential scenarios. But my thoughts were a chaotic blur, difficult to untangle. Would new courses or examinations be introduced? A fellow student leaned closer, his eyes brimming with concern, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His voice was tinged with urgency, as if he desperately sought a negative response from me. Perhaps the review schedule and focus would be adjusted, another classmate speculated, his voice trembling, clearly shaken by the sudden news. His complexion was pale, and the book in his hand slipped from his grasp. If courses are added, how will we find time to review? A girl lamented, her voice quavering, her eyes reddened, tears welling in her gaze. She had already felt immense pressure from her studies, and this news was undoubtedly a further burden. It might even alter the format and standards of the examinations, a boy said fretfully, tugging at his hair, in evident agitation. Let us hope it is not too disastrous. This concerns our college entrance examinations. Another classmate remarked, his voice laden with resignation and fear. The classroom buzzed with speculation, thick with an atmosphere of anxiety and unease. Each individual was consumed by thoughts of the school's decision, their hearts heavy with the dread of the unknown. On their youthful faces, confusion and helplessness were starkly inscribed. I sat in my seat, gazing out at the darkening sky, my heart weighed down with sorrow. As my classmates gradually exited the room, silence began to envelop the space. Leaving me alone, the gentle breeze outside stirred the uncompleted examination papers on my desk. I looked at those unfinished questions, a bitter ache swelling within me. Slowly I rose, gathered my belongings, and trudged out of the classroom. The campus streetlights flickered to life, casting a warm glow upon the ground, stretching my shadow long behind me. Upon returning home, I tossed my backpack aside and collapsed onto the sofa, staring at the ceiling. The anxious faces of my classmates and the principal's grave words replayed in my mind. Should new courses be added, my already tight schedule would become even more strained. I would have to devote considerable time and energy to grasping new knowledge. Where would I find the time to review what I had already learned? Would I be able to master this knowledge in such a short period? The more I pondered, the more a sense of unease enveloped me, as though a heavy stone weighed upon my chest, rendering me breathless. Should I adjust my study schedule and focus, my meticulously crafted review plan would be thrown into disarray. Must I then redesign my study strategy? Yet, with time slipping away, can I manage to catch up? If the examination format and criteria are altered, would all my prior preparations have been in vain? Would the answering techniques and methods I had mastered still hold any value? I would need to acclimatize to the new examination regulations, a formidable challenge indeed. Countless questions swirled in my mind, inducing a throbbing headache. I closed my eyes, striving for calm, but those queries buzzed incessantly, refusing to dissipate. That night, I tossed and turned, sleep eluding me, as the fog of uncertainty deepened within my heart. The future loomed uncertain, and I was at a loss on how to confront it. Chapter 85. The Fog of the Future. The following day, I arrived at school bearing the weight of dark circles under my eyes. Having barely slept the previous night, I felt utterly drained. My mind clouded as if shrouded by a dense, heavy fog. The gentle morning breeze caressed me, yet it did little to alleviate my exhaustion. Upon entering the classroom, it felt as though I had stepped into a realm thick with low pressure. The atmosphere remained oppressive, casting a pall over everyone's spirits. Silence reigned, bodies tense, and vacant gazes stared ahead, as if awaiting the decree of fate. Each minute dragged on interminably, every second slipping away slowly, like sand through my fingers. At last, the school bell rang, and the teacher entered with heavy footsteps, her face marked by a blend of seriousness and resignation, clutching a document that seemed to bear the weight of the world. In that moment, all eyes turned toward her, focused and intense, creating a silence so profound that a pin dropping would be distinctly audible. Clearing her throat, her soft voice stood out starkly in the hushed classroom. She began to announce the school's reform plan. Dear students, this reform primarily encompasses several key aspects. First, the school has decided to adjust the bonus points policy for the college entrance examination and the criteria for recommendation spots, placing greater emphasis on students' overall qualities and innovative capabilities. The moment her words fell, it was as if a bomb detonated in the classroom, erupting into chaos.
What?
The policy for bonus points has changed? Does that mean all our efforts have been in vain? A student suddenly leaped from his seat, his voice sharp with shock and panic. Indeed, what are the new standards? Another student echoed loudly, his face flushed, his hands pounding on the desk with fervor, causing books to leap in protest against this sudden upheaval. I sat there, my heart sinking as though a colossal mountain had plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily upon me. The once clear and resolute vision of my future was ruthlessly torn apart in that instant, scattering into countless fragments that tumbled into the abyss of darkness. The future suddenly appears shrouded in ambiguity, enveloped in a dense mist that leaves me directionless and searching for an escape. The teacher raised a hand to signal for silence. Yet the cacophony in the classroom surged like relentless ocean waves, crashing one after another, refusing to subside. After a considerable interval, the students' tumultuous emotions began to settle slightly, their voices gradually diminishing. The teacher then continued, stating that the traditional reliance on mere written grades for evaluation would undergo transformation. From this moment forth, the school would place greater emphasis on students' classroom engagement, cognitive vibrancy, and their capacity to solve practical problems. Expressions of astonishment and confusion spread across the faces of my classmates, their youthful visages laden with trepidation and uncertainty about the unknown. Classroom engagement and cognitive vibrancy? How on earth are we to measure that? A student furrowed his brow, his face a canvas of bewilderment, his gaze fixed intently on the teacher as if seeking answers in her eyes, his voice trembling with anxiety. The ability to solve practical problems? We hardly have any opportunities to practice that. Another classmate could not restrain his complaints, his tone tinged with frustration and anger, his hands hanging limply at his sides, akin to a spirit drained of vitality. I listened intently to the teacher's words, each syllable striking my heart like a heavy lead ball. Yet, a wave of apprehension surged within me, as an introverted individual who typically listens quietly in class, seldom vocalizing my thoughts. The prospect of actively participating in front of others seemed an insurmountable chasm. The bell rang, its once pleasant chime, now a source of agitation. The teacher exited the classroom, yet unlike usual, the students did not hastily pour out. Instead, they remained, huddled in clusters, discussing this sudden upheaval. What are we to do? I rarely speak up. How can I possibly engage in class? One student voiced his worries, his face a portrait of anxiety. Me too. And improving our ability to solve practical problems is not something that can be accomplished overnight, another echoed, his gaze betraying despair. Already envisioning the disheartening outcome of his college entrance examinations, his voice growing faint. Perhaps the school will provide us with some guidance and training? A hopeful classmate attempted to uplift the spirits of the group, his voice barely audible amidst the prevailing pessimism, quickly drowned by the chorus of complaints. I sat silently at my desk, listening to the ebb and flow of discussions among my peers, my heart growing heavier with each passing moment. I once believed that diligence in study and enhancing my grades would lead me to realize my dreams, but now, everything seems uncertain. In the past, I had toiled day and night to improve my grades, sacrificing rest and leisure, burying myself beneath mountains of books and papers. Those countless nights spent burning the midnight oil, those hours of relentless memorization and practice for a single concept, now appear as if they could all be in vain. Upon returning home, I trudged to my desk like a lost soul, my steps heavy, collapsing into the chair, leaning back against its support, unable to find solace for what felt like an eternity. The desk is cluttered with an array of revision materials and examination papers. Those tomes I once cherished as treasures now appear to have transformed into mere piles of worthless paper. In the past, I focused solely on rote memorization, tackling one exam after another, incessantly practicing problems and reciting information, believing that such efforts would secure me triumph in the college entrance examination and lead me to my ideal university. Yet now, the prospect of altering my approach to learning, placing emphasis on classroom engagement, cognitive agility, and the ability to tackle real-world problems feels overwhelmingly daunting. I strive to calm myself, taking a deep breath, closing my eyes, and endeavoring to untangle the chaos in my mind. However, a multitude of thoughts and anxieties intertwine, rendering clarity elusive. I open my eyes, gazing helplessly at the textbooks before me. Those once familiar words now seem so alien, as if mocking my incompetence and despair. No, I cannot succumb to defeat. I grit my teeth, rallying my spirit. I must devise a new study plan and diligently adapt to these new demands. I grasp my pen and inscribe the word change on the paper, my handwriting slightly distorted from the pressure. Yet, within, I am engulfed by confusion. Uncertain of where to commence this transformation, doubtful of my potential for success, and apprehensive about what the future holds. As darkness gradually envelopes the sky outside, the room grows dim, yet I lack the motivation to rise and turn on the light. I sit in silence within the shadows, as if ensnared in a labyrinth without an exit, bewildered and helpless. I compel myself to regain composure, inhaling deeply as I begin to contemplate strategies for resolution. First, I resolve to embrace every class, regardless of the perfection of my answers, and to boldly raise my hand to contribute. I retrieve my textbook, its pages densely populated with notes that stand as testament to my past diligence, yet now seem so impotent. Those notes, once a labor of love, each stroke imbued with my aspirations and sweat, now appear pallid and fragile in the face of new challenges. I gently leaf through the pages, my fingers brushing against the texture of the paper, as if seeking solace and strength. I recommence reviewing the day's lessons, my gaze focused and resolute. As I read, I envisioned the questions my teacher might pose, mentally organizing my responses. These inquiries dance in my mind like mischievous sprites, elusive yet enticing. I strive to seize each fleeting inspiration, attempting to refine my answers. Every flash of thought is akin to a glimmer of light in the darkness, urging me to grasp it tightly. In the following days, I become like a wound-up soldier, ever ready to charge into battle in the classroom. Each time the bell rings, its clear chime resonates like a battle horn, instantly heightening my senses. I fixate on the teacher, my eyes unwavering, fearful of missing any opportunity to engage. Every expression, every gesture of the teacher is magnified in my perception, as if concealing the codes to the questions awaiting me. Whenever the teacher poses a question, I can feel a complex interplay of tension and excitement within me, evoking both anticipation and trepidation. I strive to conquer my inner fears and raise my hand high, summoning all my courage and determination. The laughter that ensues feels like a series of fine needles piercing my self-esteem, yet I remind myself that retreat is not an option. I sense myself gradually making progress. Each affirmation from the teacher, even if it is merely a slight nod, ignites a flicker of hope within my heart. That small acknowledgement resembles a spark, slowly dispelling the shadows that linger within me. Each instance of mockery from my classmates has transformed into a source of motivation, fortifying my resolve to change. Their derision no longer serves as an impediment, but rather as a stepping stone on my path forward. However, this is merely the beginning. I am acutely aware that classroom performance constitutes only a fraction of comprehensive competence. I must also enhance my ability to tackle real-world problems. Thus, I began to pay close attention to the various issues surrounding me, attempting to analyze and resolve them using the knowledge I have acquired. No longer do I turn a blind eye to the minor inconveniences of life. Instead, I embrace them as opportunities for self-improvement. On one occasion, the lights in my home suddenly went out. In the past, I would have patiently awaited a technician, relegating myself to a corner, doing nothing. But this time, I resolved to take matters into my own hands. When the lights extinguished without warning, darkness enveloped the room, as if the entire world had been plunged into silence and chill. My heart tightened momentarily, and fear and unease surged within me. However, I quickly regained my composure, reminding myself that this was an excellent opportunity for growth. I activated the flashlight on my phone. Its faint glow appeared so minuscule yet precious amidst the darkness. Cautiously, I retrieved the toolbox, each clink of the tools resonating loudly in the stillness of the room. I began by consulting relevant materials, the bright screen of my phone glaring in the dark as I squinted, meticulously reading each step and precaution, fearful of overlooking any critical information. Each word felt like a mysterious cipher, awaiting my interpretation and unraveling. I then methodically examined the circuitry, scrutinizing every wire and connection with utmost care. It felt akin to seeking direction in a fog. The answer seemed tantalizingly close yet remained obscured. I cross-referenced the materials repeatedly, my eyes growing weary from prolonged focus. At last, I discerned a subtle crack, and in that moment, a wave of joy surged within me, as if I had discovered the key to a hidden treasure. Ultimately, I successfully identified the malfunction and repaired the light fixture. When the illumination returned, casting a gentle glow throughout every corner of the room, I was filled with a profound sense of accomplishment. It was like a warm spring breeze, gently sweeping away the gloom in my heart, reinforcing my belief that my efforts are indeed worthwhile. Following this, I proactively sought to resolve many similar issues. For instance, when the faucet at home began to leak, the incessant dripping sound echoed sharply in the stillness of the night, a sound I would typically choose to ignore. Yet this time, I resolved not to rely on a handyman but to delve into the intricacies of replacing the sealing ring myself. I crouched beneath the sink, meticulously examining the faucet's structure. becoming drenched by the splashes of water that soaked my clothes and cheeks, yet I remained undeterred. Piece by piece, I disassembled the components. When confronted with stubborn screws, I ingeniously employed tools to loosen them. Upon successfully replacing the sealing ring and witnessing the faucet's newfound dryness, a profound sense of pride enveloped me. On another occasion, when the chain of my bicycle slipped off, I found myself no longer at a loss. Instead, I calmly reattached the chain and made the necessary adjustments. Crouched by the roadside, my hands smeared with grease, the sun blazed down upon my back and sweat soaked through my clothing. After considerable effort, the bicycle was restored to its operational state, and in that moment, I felt that I had taken another step forward. Each successful resolution of a problem deepened my understanding of my own capabilities and bolstered my confidence in facing future challenges. No longer was I a child who shied away from difficulties and relied on others. I had learned to think independently, to persevere, and to exert effort. Through these experiences, I gradually amassed valuable insights and methodologies for addressing practical issues. I learned to maintain composure in the face of adversity, refusing to let anxiety and fear dominate my thoughts. I would take deep breaths to calm my spirit, then systematically analyze the various facets of the problem. I also honed my ability to discern the essence of issues. No longer deceived by superficial appearances, I would engage in profound contemplation, exploring the underlying reasons and logic, identifying the crux of the matter. Concurrently, I learned how to seek effective solutions, avoiding blind attempts, and instead formulating reasonable plans and steps based on existing knowledge and experience. I transformed from a child who retreated in the face of challenges and depended on others into an intrepid explorer, ready to confront and experiment. Chapter 87. The Competition. As time progressed, I gradually acclimated to this proactive approach to learning and living, and I began to perceive my transformation. The once introverted and timid version of myself could now speak confidently in class and proactively resolve various life issues. I was no longer the girl who recoiled at difficulties. Relying solely on others, I had become more independent, courageous, and resilient. Yet I knew this was merely the beginning. One day, I happened to overhear several classmates discussing an upcoming science and technology competition that the school was to host. It was during recess, and the classroom buzzed with noise. A cacophony of laughter and playful banter. As I sat at my desk organizing my notes, I suddenly caught snippets of animated conversations from nearby classmates. "Have you heard? The school is holding a science and technology competition," exclaimed a bespectacled boy, his eyes sparkling with excitement, his voice rising slightly with enthusiasm. He gestured animatedly, as if envisioning himself shining brilliantly in the competition. "Really? That sounds incredibly interesting." Another girl chimed in, her face brimming with anticipation, her eyes wide and sparkling with curiosity. She rested her chin on her hands, leaning slightly forward, eager to glean more information about the competition. Indeed, it was said that the results of this contest would significantly impact the selection of guaranteed admission slots. The boy lowered his voice, yet the unmistakable excitement seeped through his tone as his gaze swept across his classmates, as if searching for a kindred spirit. His eyes were filled with longing, seemingly envisioning a glorious future paved by his competition results. This was undoubtedly a formidable challenge, yet it also represented a rare opportunity. If I could achieve commendable results in this contest, perhaps I could secure a solid foundation for my future. I imagined myself garnering the favor of Peking University due to my success in the competition, realizing my dreams. Upon returning home, I promptly began preparing for the contest. Each day after school, I no longer indulged in leisure activities with classmates or relaxed in front of the television. Instead, I immersed myself in a sea of books and experiments. I scoured the internet for various resources, the dense text and intricate diagrams dancing before my eyes as I endeavored to comprehend and assimilate the information. Each new concept, each complex formula, loomed before me like a mountain to be climbed. I devoured one professional book after another, my notes filling page after page, my handwriting evolving from neat to hurried, a testament to my growing urgency. I often found myself revisiting materials repeatedly over a single elusive point of knowledge until clarity was achieved. During experiments and simulations, I was wholly engrossed. Each attempt, each failure, only fortified my resolve to succeed. In my modest laboratory, I tinkered with an array of instruments and equipment, frequently retracing my steps due to an inaccurate data point or a miscalculated procedure. At times, in my quest to complete an experiment, I would even forget to eat or sleep. Under the glow of the night lights, I toiled alone at the workbench, the world around me seemingly hushed, with only the sound of my breathing and the soft hum of the instruments accompanying my solitude. However, amidst my fervent preparations, I soon realized that my peers appeared to be even better equipped. In the school's technology activity room, I observed some students deftly maneuvering complex instruments, their techniques precise and confident, clearly the result of extensive practice. The instruments seemed to come alive in their hands, each button pressed, each parameter adjusted, executed with an effortless fluidity. Their eyes were focused and resolute, their skilled actions akin to performing a delicate symphony. Some classmates had already participated in similar competitions, possessing a wealth of experience. Their discussions were articulate and assured, demonstrating an intimate familiarity with potential scenarios. Their words exuded confidence and composure, each argument meticulously considered, earning the trust of their listeners. In their eyes, there was an air of tranquility and assurance, as if this competition was merely a routine exhibition for them. Some students received specialized guidance from their teachers, providing them with a clearer direction. They held detailed materials filled with annotations and key points, their eyes brimming with confidence and composure. Those materials seemed to be their secret weapon, enabling them to navigate the competitive landscape with greater ease. My confidence, however, was once again shaken. The enthusiasm that had once burned brightly within me felt as if it had been doused with cold water. Doubts began to creep in regarding my ability to achieve commendable results in the competition. Could it be that I truly lacked the capability? This thought flickered through my mind like a flash of lightning cutting through a darkened sky. I recalled the efforts I had invested, the countless nights spent studying and experimenting. Would all of that be in vain? Yet, I swiftly suppressed such thoughts, resolutely reminding myself that I must not give up so easily, nor allow difficulties and setbacks to defeat me. I bit my lip, silently resolving to prepare with even greater diligence. Just as I felt overwhelmed by pressure, another piece of disheartening news arrived. The school announced that due to an overwhelming number of applicants, the competition would be exceptionally fierce. To identify truly outstanding candidates, the difficulty of the competition would increase significantly, and the evaluation criteria would become more stringent. This meant that I needed to exert even more effort, mastering deeper knowledge and skills to stand out among my accomplished peers. Upon hearing this announcement, it felt as though the world around me had dimmed. The already challenging path ahead grew even more rugged and treacherous. The future appeared shrouded in a thick fog, obscuring my vision of direction and hope. Each night, I lay in bed, tossing and turning, my mind swirling with myriad questions and anxieties. I worried that my efforts might not suffice, that my reservoir of knowledge might be inadequate, and that I might falter during the competition. These concerns weighed heavily upon my heart, suffocating me like stones. I often awoke in the middle of the night, drenched in cold sweat, staring at the dark ceiling, my heart filled with fear and unease. Yet I was unwilling to surrender. After all, this was a pivotal opportunity concerning my future. Just as I was engulfed in profound self-doubt, I unexpectedly received a mysterious letter. It was an ordinary morning when I entered the classroom, ready to embark on a day of learning. The air was imbued with the freshness of dawn, sunlight filtering through the windows and casting a warm glow on the desks. As I opened my desk drawer, I discovered a letter lying quietly within. The envelope was unremarkable, lacking any ornate embellishments, yet it instilled within me an inexplicable sense of tension and curiosity. My heart raced uncontrollably, sensing that the letter contained a secret that could determine my fate. With great care, I opened the envelope and withdrew the letter, which emitted a faint fragrance reminiscent of spring blossoms. The letter bore no signature, only a simple phrase. Do you wish to discover the secrets to enhancing your competitive edge? Let us meet tonight at the school library. Chapter 88. An Invitation to the Unknown. That evening, the campus was enveloped in silence, filled with trepidation and curiosity. I hurriedly made my way to the school library. A gentle breeze caressed my cheek, bringing with it a touch of coolness, prompting me to tighten my collar as my heart raced in response to this unexpected invitation. The grand entrance of the library, illuminated by the dim streetlights, exuded an air of solemnity. That ancient wooden door seemed to bear the weight of countless knowledge and secrets. A wave of the musty scent of old books enveloped me. A fragrance steeped in the passage of time, mingled with the aroma of paper and ink, evoking a sense of reverence. The library was suffused with a tranquil atmosphere, the volumes on the shelves appearing in and out of shadows, as if slumbering, awaiting a call to awaken. I treaded cautiously, the wooden floor creaking softly beneath my feet, as if whispering ancient tales. In a corner, I spotted a familiar figure, Hansu. He sat quietly, a book spread open before him, the warm light casting a gentle glow on his profile, accentuating his distinct features, rendering him both mysterious and captivating. You've arrived, he said softly, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible tension, as if this phrase had been rehearsed in his mind countless times. In the instant our eyes met, a flicker of unease crossed his gaze. I nodded, settling gently into the chair opposite him. The sound of the chair scraping against the floor resonated clearly in the stillness. disrupting an unspoken equilibrium. For a moment, words eluded me, the air thick with awkwardness and uncharted anticipation. Hansu inhaled deeply, as if finally resolved to express something momentous. His gaze sharpened with determination as he spoke. In truth, I am the one who invited you. Though his voice was soft, it rang with clarity in the serene space. A surge of speculation coursed through me, yet hearing his admission left me momentarily astonished. A complex tide of emotions washed over me: curiosity, tension, and an ineffable sense of expectation. He continued, I am aware of your relentless efforts to excel academically, as I share the same aspirations. However, this time, I am willing to offer you a rare opportunity. I widened my eyes in disbelief, stammering why. This should be significant for you as well. My tone was laden with confusion and incredulity, this sudden proposal catching me completely off guard. I scrutinized his expression, seeking answers within it. Hansu's gaze softened, reminiscent of the warm sun in spring, soothing and intoxicating. He hesitated momentarily, as if choosing his words with care, then declared, because the person I cherish is you. If you agree to date me after graduation, this opportunity will be yours. His words stirred ripples within my heart. I stared at him, momentarily at a loss, my mind a blank canvas. His candor and sudden revelation left me unprepared. My cheeks flushed with warmth, a tumult of emotions swirling within me. Hansu, this is so unexpected, He gently interrupted, his eyes brimming with sincerity and resolve. I understand this may put you in a difficult position, but this is my heartfelt intention. I wish to do something meaningful for you. His voice quivered slightly, betraying a fear of rejection. I bit my lip, striving to compose myself, and said, Hansu, I sincerely appreciate your feelings for me. However, I cannot accept such an exchange for an opportunity. Though my voice was not loud, it was resolute. I dared not meet his gaze, afraid of witnessing the pain etched upon his face. A flicker of disappointment crossed Hansu's eyes, and in that fleeting moment, it seemed as though his light had dimmed. Nevertheless, he forced a smile, attempting to mask his inner turmoil. It's all right, even if you do not accept. I have decided to grant you this opportunity. His smile, so strained, tugged at my heartstrings. From that moment onward, Hansu devoted himself to aiding my improvement. Each day after school, we would remain in the classroom together. The library was imbued with the delicate fragrance of books, and the setting sun cast a golden glow upon our desks, as if illuminating our efforts with a celestial sheen. Hansu would always arrive early, eagerly awaiting my presence. His eyes brimmed with anticipation and encouragement. Whenever I entered the library, his lips would involuntarily curl into a smile. He generously shared his study methods and crucial knowledge with me. These points are essential, often appearing in competitions. You must grasp them thoroughly. His fingers, long and strong, glided gently over the pages, as though sketching a blueprint for the future. I listened intently, my eyes fixed on the textbook, my pen ceaselessly taking notes. Hansu's explanations were detailed and vivid. He had a remarkable ability to transform complex issues into clear, comprehensible concepts with simple examples. Each of his gestures and expressions conveyed a profound sense of focus and seriousness. At times, he would reiterate examples until I fully comprehended a concept.
See,
this formula is like a key to solving problems. Once you master its application, many challenges will become manageable. As he inscribed the formula on paper, he patiently elucidated its significance. His eyes sparkled with hope, yearning for my instant understanding. I nodded, my eyes gleaming with concentration as I endeavored to absorb the knowledge he imparted. With every difficult problem I grasped, he would wear a smile of satisfaction, a warmth akin to sunlight enveloping my heart. During those days of shared study, our connection unwittingly deepened. Occasionally, his hand would inadvertently brush against mine, and in that instant, a current seemed to surge through me, causing my heart to race uncontrollably. He, too, would flush at such contact, his eyes betraying a momentary fluster. However, as time passed, I noticed that Hansu sometimes appeared absent-minded. His gaze would turn vacant, staring out the window, and his pen would come to an unconscious halt. He no longer radiated the same vitality and confidence, as if a heavy burden weighed upon his heart. Hansu, do you have something on your mind? I could not help but inquire, my voice piercing the silence of the classroom, laced with concern. I gazed at him, my eyes filled with worry. Yet, beneath his smile lay an unmistakable weariness and anxiety. I am aware of his concealment, yet he is reluctant to speak, and I find it inappropriate to press further. Chapter 89. The Day of the Competition. On the day of the technological competition, the sun cast its golden rays early, illuminating every corner of the campus. As if celebrating this significant event, the sunlight pierced through the gaps in the leaves, and I took a deep breath. my heart racing as I stepped into the competition venue. The setting was solemn and dignified, with rows of neatly arranged desks and chairs resembling soldiers awaiting inspection. Quiet and orderly. The massive electronic screen displayed the rules and precautions of the competition, the ever-changing text serving as a reminder of the gravity and significance of this contest for every participant. With somewhat heavy steps, I navigated through the orderly rows of furniture to find my seat, gently settling down in an attempt to quell the anxiety within me. As I surveyed the surroundings, I observed my fellow competitors engrossed in their final preparations. Some had their eyes tightly shut, murmuring incantations of vital formulas and concepts. Others flipped through their notes with urgency, eager to grasp any knowledge that might slip from memory at the last moment, and some engaged in hushed conversations with their companions, their expressions serious, their eyes brimming with determination to succeed. Amidst the crowd, I searched for Han Su's figure, silently longing for his appearance at the last moment. My gaze swept over unfamiliar faces, and with each disappointment, my heart sank further. I repeatedly reassured myself that he would surely come, that he would not easily forsake this opportunity. Han Su's seat remained unoccupied, and my heart plummeted, as if falling into an abyss, without end. A wave of despondency and unease surged within me, yet I quickly reminded myself to remain composed. I could not falter due to his absence, for this was a competition I had long awaited, and to which I had devoted countless efforts. I endeavored to regulate my breathing, directing my focus to the examination paper before me. The questions unfolded one by one, and I inhaled deeply, compelling myself to concentrate. The first question pertained to the application of complex physical principles, the dense text and intricate diagrams presenting formidable barriers to overcome. My pen began to dance across the answer sheet, formulas and numbers flowing effortlessly from my fingertips, as if engaging in a fierce duel with the problem at hand. As I delved deeper into the questions, their difficulty escalated. One question regarding the innovative applications of cutting-edge technology caused me to pause, momentarily lost in thought. Each word in the prompt loomed like an insurmountable peak, leaving me at a loss for how to proceed. In countless solitary moments, I reminded myself that with just a little more effort, I could draw closer to success. Gradually, clarity began to form in my mind. I grasped my pen once more and began to inscribe my thoughts onto the paper, each word filled with uncertainty yet laced with hope. Throughout the competition, I felt as though I had entered a realm solely belonging to me and knowledge. The surrounding clamor gradually faded away. The noise of rustling papers and murmured discussions seemingly vanished into silence. In my eyes, there exists solely the question, while my heart harbors only the answer. Each moment of contemplation, each stroke of the pen, is imbued with my unwavering determination and an ardent desire for success. My heart is immersed in the vast ocean of knowledge, perpetually exploring and advancing. When confronted by a challenging problem in data analysis, the methods and techniques imparted to me by Han Su instantly resurface in my mind. Do not rush. First discern the patterns within the data, and then proceed with the analysis. His voice, gentle yet resolute, provides me with immense encouragement and strength. Following his guidance, I meticulously analyze the data step by step, the tip of my pen gliding across the paper as numbers and symbols dance before my eyes. At last, after a flurry of intense calculations and reasoning, I discover the breakthrough point. A wave of joy and a sense of accomplishment swell within me. Time flies in the charged atmosphere, the competition nearing its conclusion. Yet, the pen in my hand remains relentless as I diligently verify each answer, ensuring no detail is overlooked or erroneous. Each number, every formula is scrutinized with utmost care, for I dare not exhibit even the slightest negligence. Finally, the bell signaling the end of the examination rings out, akin to a clarion call of liberation, heralding a new beginning. I set down my pen, exhaling deeply, feeling an unprecedented fatigue and relaxation wash over me. My shoulders, stiff from prolonged tension, and my fingers, slightly sore from gripping the pen, remind me of the effort expended. Yet, simultaneously, my heart brims with an inexplicable anticipation and unease. At the moment I exit the examination hall, I gaze at the azure sky and inhale deeply the fresh air. The sky, adorned with fluffy white clouds drifting freely, contrasts sharply with the heaviness in my heart. I am torn between the anticipation of the competition's outcome and the concern for Han Su's absence. I remain uncertain of my performance and puzzled by his predicament. Eagerly, I retrieve my phone, yearning for news from Han Su. Yet, no unread messages appear. The phone screen gleams in the sunlight, the stark emptiness of the interface plunging my heart into despair once more.
How was it?
Were the questions difficult? Do you believe you can win an award? I managed to force a faint smile, attempting to appear at ease and respond. It was manageable. We shall know once the results are announced. Upon returning home, I find myself still devoid of any message from Han Su, my anxiety intensifying. Each vibration of my phone quickens my heartbeat, filled with hope that it is a message from him, only to be met with disappointment every time. Just as I am on the verge of restlessness, my phone finally emits a text notification. That brief sound resonates loudly in the stillness of the room. My heart racing in anticipation. After reading the message, tears well up in my eyes uncontrollably. On one hand, I am deeply concerned for Han Su's family situation, uncertain of the hardships and challenges he faces. On the other hand, I am profoundly touched that he still thinks to encourage me during such trying times. Despite his own struggles, he remains concerned for my competition, a sentiment that fills me with warmth and gratitude. Chapter 90. The Rankings of the Competition. In the days that followed, as I awaited the results of the competition, I remained ever vigilant about Han Su's situation. Each sunrise and sunset mirrored the fluctuations of my emotions, with the anxiety of waiting and my concern for Han Su shadowing my every thought. During class, I would often find myself lost in reverie, envisioning scenes of Han Su managing affairs at home, fretting over whether he was bearing an immense burden. After class, I would be the first to check my phone, yearning for even the briefest of messages from him. A simple "I am well" would suffice. At night, lying in bed and gazing at the ceiling, my thoughts would wander. I imagined countless scenarios of the competition results being announced, picturing the joy or despair I would feel upon seeing my name. At times, I would dream of failing, awakening in a state of profound disappointment and fear. Other times, I would dream of triumph, only to realize upon waking that it was mere fantasy. In those moments, Han Su's image would inevitably surface in my mind. I would recall his steadfast and warm gaze, the focus he exhibited while patiently elucidating difficult problems for me, and the myriad of moments we shared, striving toward our goals together. Finally, the day of the results arrived. It was a radiant morning, sunlight spilling through the window onto my desk. Taking a deep breath, I slowly navigated to the school's official website. Each second of the page loading felt agonizingly drawn out, as if time had come to a standstill. When I beheld my name listed in the first position, my heart was a tumult of emotions. Yet, a profound sense of loss quickly followed. Han Su was absent, unable to share in this glory with me. Holding the award certificate, its weight felt particularly burdensome in my hands. The letters upon it gleamed, yet they could not dispel the shadows clouding my heart. I walked slowly towards the library where we had once studied together, each step feeling as though it bore an immense weight. The familiar scent of books still lingered in the air, with sunlight streaming through the windows, casting warm beams onto our usual spot. Seated there, I caressed the award certificate, tears coursing down my cheeks unbidden. Every challenge I overcame was intrinsically linked to Han Su's inspiration and guidance. I vividly recall a moment when I was stumped by a complex physics problem, unable to find a solution no matter how hard I tried. Han Su, noticing my distress, gently sat beside me, patiently analyzing each condition of the problem and guiding me step by step toward clarity. His voice was both gentle and resolute, illuminating a glimmer of hope amidst my confusion. Every successful experiment was bolstered by Han Su's unwavering support and encouragement. On one occasion, after several failed attempts, I was engulfed in despair and contemplated giving up. Han Su remained by my side, continuously motivating me, assisting in reviewing the experimental steps and adjusting parameters. Ultimately, through our joint efforts, the experiment succeeded, and the joy of that moment remains etched in my memory. Meanwhile, Han Su was at home, attending to his own domestic affairs. The atmosphere at home was heavy and oppressive, with various problems and difficulties looming large. His mother's condition had suddenly worsened, leaving his father exhausted from the relentless demands of caregiving. The financial burdens at home also grew increasingly suffocating, making him feel as though he could scarcely breathe. His emotions were a complex tapestry of feelings. He was elated by the prospect of achieving commendable results in the competition, a genuine blessing and hope that resided deep within his heart. Whenever fatigue and helplessness washed over him, thoughts of my success in the competition would kindle warmth and hope within him. Yet, he also felt a pang of regret for missing this opportunity, acutely aware of the significance of the competition and the heartache of seeing his efforts seemingly go to waste. Nevertheless, he understood that the matters at home were of paramount importance. He was the family's pillar of support and must confront challenges with fortitude. Each time he faced the expectant and trusting gazes of his family, he reminded himself that he could not falter. He tirelessly sought assistance from relatives and friends to gather funds for his mother's treatment, utilizing every moment of spare time to care for his parents' needs. In those trying times, memories of me, our shared dreams and aspirations, and my relentless efforts on the competition stage would surface, serving as one of his motivations to persevere. He often silently reassured himself, "She is striving for her dreams. I cannot give up." As days passed, the issues at Han Su's home gradually found resolution. His mother's condition began to stabilize, and a smile slowly returned to his father's face. With the aid of relatives and friends, the financial strain on the family was alleviated to some extent. Each problem resolved and every obstacle overcome illuminated a glimmer of hope. Han Su felt the weight on his shoulders lighten, and his spirits gradually lifted. Upon entering the classroom, all eyes turned toward him, filled with greetings, concern, and curiosity.
Yet.
His gaze eagerly sought one figure among the crowd. Finally, on the campus path, he spotted me approaching with an award certificate in hand. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. Everything around us faded into insignificance. A gentle breeze caressed us, lifting my hair. His eyes sparkled with excitement and pride, reflecting a multitude of emotions. Congratulations for me, nostalgia for the past, and anticipation for the future. Congratulations. I knew you could do it. Han Su exclaimed, his voice tinged with weariness. Though slightly hoarse, his tone resonated with sincerity and joy. I rushed forward and embraced him tightly, tears cascading down my cheeks once more. Han Su, I couldn't have done it without you, I said, my voice choked with emotion, laden with gratitude and reliance. Nestling my head in his embrace, I savored his warmth and the familiar scent of him. In that moment, our heartbeats and breaths seemed to merge, and all our worries were released in that single embrace. The world around us appeared to vanish, leaving just the two of us, immersed in the joy and emotion of our reunion. Though I have secured the first place in the competition and undoubtedly earned a recommendation for admission, I am acutely aware that this achievement is deeply rooted in the unwavering support and assistance provided by Han Su. This honor does not solely belong to me. It is equally his. In moments of confusion and uncertainty, it was his encouragement that revitalized my spirit. During instances when I faced daunting challenges and contemplated surrendering, it was his steadfast companionship that compelled me to persevere. Although Han Su missed this competition, he remains resolutely committed to his goal of attending Peking University. Each day, he immerses himself in his studies within the classroom, his honest demeanor stirring profound admiration. As the first rays of dawn illuminate the classroom, he is already seated, diligently reciting vocabulary. When the stars twinkle in the night sky, he can still be found beneath the lamp, grappling with intricate mathematical problems. Every moment he spends is imbued with an insatiable thirst for knowledge and an unwavering belief in the future. In class, he is always fully engaged, absorbing every point articulated by the teacher. His notes are densely packed, filled with his reflections and summaries. Each formula and concept is meticulously contemplated, as he strives for a deeper understanding. After class, he does not squander a single moment, consistently seizing opportunities to consult the teacher or engage in discussions with classmates. He often gathers with peers, passionately debating a challenging problem until their faces flush, or exuding excitement over a new method of solving a conundrum. His diligence is not solely to compensate for the regret of missing the competition, but also to realize his dreams, to honor his family's expectations, and to pave the way for a brighter future alongside me. Chapter 91. The Announcement of Results. Finally, the day of the college entrance examination concluded. I was granted direct admission to Peking University, patiently awaiting the arrival of the acceptance letter. Unfortunately, Han Su still missed the opportunity for Peking University. Yet he enrolled in a nearby institution for my sake. The once confident and sunny individual now often falls silent, his eyes shadowed by disappointment and despair. While the radiant smile he once wore has vanished like a fleeting blossom, leaving no trace behind. Witnessing this, I feel a pang of guilt and seek every possible way to help him regain his spirits. One day, I took him to our high school playground. The summer sun blazed down upon the deserted field, which exuded an unusual tranquility. The rubber track shimmered under the sunlight, as if recounting tales of past sweat and perseverance. Han Su, do you remember? I asked. We used to run here, breathless, yet encouraging one another to persist. Han Su gazed at the empty playground, nodding slightly, but remaining silent. His expression appeared vacant, as if his thoughts lingered in the aftermath of that disheartening examination. The sunlight graced his face, yet it could not dispel the gloom in his eyes. I stepped closer, gently grasping his hand, sensing the turmoil and struggle within him. Upon returning home, I unearthed the notebook of mistakes we had compiled together, alongside our notes. Those densely written pages stand as a testament to the time we spent striving for our dreams. The paper has begun to yellow, and each word, each scribble, bears witness to our youthful years. Han Su, take a look at this. We have invested so much. How could we abandon everything due to a single setback? I handed him the notebook, and he took it, gently caressing the words inscribed upon it. Tears glistening in his eyes. His fingers traced the familiar handwriting, as if reaching out to touch past dreams. My own tears welled up, and I embraced him tightly. hoping to offer him warmth and strength. "Don't cry, I will be all right." He gently patted my back, yet I knew his heart remained heavy with sorrow. In an effort to uplift his spirits, I began sharing amusing news and stories with him each day. Sometimes, it was an inspiring tale of a person who had risen from adversity, triumphing over countless obstacles. At other times, it was a heartwarming joke, intended to bring him a moment of respite and laughter. One day, I suggested we go hiking. The air atop the mountain was refreshing, and the scenery breathtaking. The morning sun filtered through the leaves, casting golden patches of light along the path. We ascended step by step, our clothes soaked with sweat. The rugged trail demanded every ounce of our strength with each stride. Hansu, much like climbing a mountain, though the journey is arduous, the view from the summit is unparalleled. This setback may merely be a steep incline along our path. If we can overcome it, even more magnificent vistas await us. I gasped for breath as I spoke, attempting to instill courage in him. Hansu followed silently behind, his steps heavy yet persistent. Suddenly, he slipped, nearly falling, and I quickly reached out to steady him. "Be careful," I exclaimed, my heart racing. He looked up at me, his gaze filled with gratitude and reliance. In that moment, I felt the distance between us diminish. At last, we reached the summit, and Hansu gazed into the distance, inhaling deeply. The undulating mountains appeared majestic in the sunlight, cloaked in mist, dreamlike and ethereal. "Perhaps you are right. I cannot be defeated so easily," he said, his voice still somewhat subdued but now resolute. A gentle breeze brushed against his face, drying the sweat from his brow, seemingly sweeping away some of the gloom from his heart. I watched him, filled with solace. As time passed, Hansu began to gradually accept reality. Together, we explored information about the school he was about to attend, delving into its academic strengths and campus culture. We meticulously examined each page on the school's official website, reviewing the curriculum, faculty, and student employment statistics. In truth, the school had many commendable attributes. Perhaps new opportunities awaited him there. Hansu began to actively seek out the positive aspects. His gaze, once clouded with confusion, now sparkled with curiosity and anticipation. That evening, we lay on the grass, stargazing. "Thank you for always being by my side," Hansu suddenly said. "We need not speak of such things between us." I turned to look at him, and in the moonlight, his face appeared particularly gentle. He gently grasped my hand, expressing his determination for our future. My heart raced, and a blush crept across my cheeks. On the day the admission letter arrived, Hansu held it in silence for a prolonged moment. The paper was smooth and substantial, adorned with the name and emblem of the institution, marking the commencement of his new journey. Although we would not attend the same school, I firmly believed that distance would not pose a challenge. Hansu smiled at me, yet I could discern a hint of regret within his expression. His gaze was imbued with both hope for the future and a lingering attachment to past dreams. I reassured him, saying that in our respective schools, we must strive diligently. Though it was not the original aspiration, it represented a fresh beginning, he finally articulated. In the days that followed, we ventured into a bookstore to select several volumes in preparation for the forthcoming university life. The air was infused with a subtle scent of ink, and the shelves were brimming with an array of captivating books. Reading extensively is always beneficial. We might encounter like-minded friends in the library of our new schools, I remarked with a smile. We meandered through the aisles, meticulously choosing each title. Hansu picked up a book on his field of study, engrossed in its pages. Standing beside him, I watched his focused demeanor, my heart swelling with affection. We also visited a mall to choose new backpacks and various essentials for our lives ahead. The mall buzzed with activity, bustling with people. As we prepared to embark on this new chapter, a fresh appearance was essential. He tried on the new backpack in front of a mirror, and his tone radiated a newfound brightness. His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, and a smile unconsciously formed on his lips, reflecting his eagerness for the life that awaited us.